Introduction asterisk. Transform into a divine dragon, reigning over the seas. In the vast ocean, he is the sole divine dragon, establishing an underwater palace. With shrimp soldiers and crab generals at his side, ferocious sharks and colossal octopuses serve as his subordinates. In the city, he soars like a dragon among urban landscapes. Chapter 1. A dragon at the outset. Boom. Crash. The rain in early August fell like pellets, densely drenching the ground with each droplet that splashed upon impact. In the tranquil campus, a couple of students hurried with umbrellas toward the dormitory. By the lakeside pavilion, one student sat alone, unrelentingly exposed to the rain. In mere seconds, his body became thoroughly soaked. Impoverished. The boy's pale face reflected in the lake, distorted by the rain, evoking a pang of sorrow within him. Why is fate so unfair? A hint of mockery flickered across his expression. His name was Wang Xian, a freshman at Jiangcheng University, soon to embark on his sophomore year. He had grown up alongside his younger sister and grandmother. After his grandmother passed away a few years ago, it was just Wang Xian and his sister, Xiaoyu, relying on each other. Both were exceptionally bright. Wang Xian had gained admission to the prestigious Jiangcheng University, and this year his sister followed suit. With an adorable sister by his side, he also had a like-minded female friend. Though their relationship remained undefined, it felt akin to that of a couple. Despite dedicating his spare time to work to support himself and his sister, he felt a profound sense of contentment. However, just yesterday, the girl with whom he had shared a close bond while working together had begun a relationship with a man driving a luxury car. She coldly declared, "I'm tired of this impoverished life. I want to pursue something new." He could still vividly recall the cold smirk, derision, and disdain on the face of that wealthy man as he took her away. Reality and money, huh? Wang Xian's face contorted with derision as he stared blankly at the lake, the rain falling upon him as though he were numb to its chill. Buzz. His phone vibrated, and upon checking, he discovered a message from his sister, which brought a faint smile to his face. "Big brother, I'm Gu Tianla. I'm Jia Jia. Let's explore the new version of the game that I haven't played before. You must experience it. It's an engaging game." However, just as he opened his phone, a raindrop hit the screen, triggering an advertisement that blared loudly. This wretched phone. Wang Xian grimaced, irritated by the incessant ads popping up on this cheap device that he had received for free with a top-up. He swiped the ad away. No sooner had he dismissed the Jia Jia advertisement than another one appeared. "Start as a dragon. Ascend to traverse the universe. Even you dare to mock me?" Wang Xian clenched his phone tightly. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder reverberated, and Wang Xian felt a tingling sensation in his hands. "What's happening?" he gasped, his face betraying his fear. Crackle! A brilliant silver bolt of lightning struck his hands without warning, causing him to stiffen and plunge into the lake. "Start as a dragon. Ascend to traverse the universe." His battered phone dutifully blared the advertisement, and soon after, Wang Xian's stiffened body perceived a glow emanating from a screen. An image of a divine dragon materialized within his phone, emitting a silent roar before it inexplicably surged forth from the device. Indeed, it astonishingly emerged from the phone. Wang Xian beheld a palm-sized dragon that directly entered his mind. "Start as a dragon." A voice suddenly resonated within his consciousness, followed by a bewildering vision unfolding in his mind. Name: Wang Xian. Race: human, can transform into a dragon. Level 1. Dragon Chi. 1/1000. Abilities: command water creatures, control water beings below your level. Devour creatures, consume beings to extract dragon chi. Technique: dragon transformation. What is this situation? What on earth is this? Wang Xian stared in disbelief at the sudden appearance of information in his mind, and at that moment, he realized he could breathe underwater. "I can breathe underwater and even speak. This is..." Wang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling more at ease in the water than on land. "What does it mean to transform into a dragon? Can I truly become a dragon?" he murmured, gazing at the images in his mind. "Start as a dragon. The host can transform into a dragon." A voice echoed in his thoughts. Wang Xian, awestruck, exclaimed, "I can really become a dragon. Transform into a dragon." Splash! At that moment, Wang Xian felt an immense transformation occurring within him as he slightly wobbled his body. Wang Xian perceived himself morphing into a long, serpentine creature. Lowering his head, he discovered he had 4 claws, each with 9 fingers. The claws resembled those of an eagle, and each paw was akin to that of a tiger, adorned with fish-like scales. "It's truly a dragon." Wang Xian's eyes widened. He had antlers like a deer, a head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, a neck like a snake, a belly like a mythical beast, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, and ears like an ox. This was indeed the legendary dragon of Chinese folklore. With a slight movement, he effortlessly swam several meters away. Divine dragon. Wang Xian's heart raced. But now I seem to be only the size of a palm. He noticed a small fish swimming nearby, and information appeared in his mind. Small white fish, level 0. Dragon Chi extractable, 0.001. Wang Xian hesitated momentarily, then swiftly glided toward it, opening his mouth wide. Devour. The small fish had no time to react before being swallowed whole by Wang Xian. Increase 0.001 Dragon Chi. A prompt flashed in his mind, causing Wang Xian to pause. I can transform into a dragon. Can I also revert to human form? He inquired. Yes, the voice in his mind affirmed. What is the purpose of Dragon Chi? A glimmer of curiosity sparked in his eyes. Dragon Chi can be used to enhance levels, refine abilities, and modify aquatic creatures. What does refining abilities and modifying aquatic creatures entail? Wang Xian immediately probed. The divine dragon is one of the most formidable beings in the universe. Its might derives from Dragon Chi, which can be utilized for self-transformation and ability refinement. The dragon transformation technique pertains to the application of Dragon Chi. Dragon transformation? Wang Xian recalled possessing a technique, his heart racing with anticipation. Dragon transformation. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated within his mind, authoritative and resonant. Following this, various divine dragons spiraled within his consciousness. There was a fiery red dragon engulfed in flames, a frost dragon encased in ice, a verdant dragon brimming with vitality, a shadowy dragon exuding dark flames, and a wind dragon bearing wings that conjured tempests. All kinds of divine dragons swirled, ultimately coalescing into 3 grand characters that radiated authority. Dragon transformation. Chapter 2. Dragon transformation. Is this the transformation into a divine dragon? How formidable! Wang Xian, overwhelmed by the various manifestations of divine dragons, was filled with astonishment as he felt their overwhelming presence. So this is how dragon energy is utilized. After a long while, Wang Xian exhaled slowly, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his gaze. The technique of transforming into a divine dragon is a method of cultivation unique to divine dragons, and indeed, it is the most powerful of all. Within the technique lies the art of condensing dragon energy and the methods for harnessing it. Dragon energy bestows upon him the powers of fire, ice, wind, and a myriad of other abilities. According to the teachings of the divine dragon transformation, dragon energy is of the highest caliber, capable of converting lower forms of energy. These lower energies include metal, wood, water, and fire. Moreover, dragon energy can also enhance the physical body. Additionally, dragon energy possesses a formidable aspect, which is the ability to transform aquatic beings. Each divine dragon commands its own dragon palace, complete with its own minions, and dragon energy can grant ordinary aquatic creatures the power to evolve and attain formidable strength. I never anticipated that I would possess such a miraculous transformation. An exhilarated expression graced Wang Xian's face. Upon transforming into a divine dragon, the ailments within him were automatically dispelled. I have become a divine dragon. In the future, I shall wield the power to command the elements and establish the mightiest dragon palace. Wang Xian swayed his body, filled with grand ambition. As my divine dragon form grows stronger, so too shall my true self. First, I must absorb some dragon energy. Wang Xian contemplated. There are 2 methods to absorb dragon energy. One is to devour other beings to condense it, and the other is to follow the technique of divine dragon transformation to gather it. Let me first consume the surrounding creatures. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he noticed a lake in the school teeming with fish, and given the water's shallow depth of merely 2 to 3 meters, he had no fear of encountering formidable foes. Wang Xian swayed his body and dove directly into the lake. There's a small grass carp over there. He spotted a grass carp roughly his size and swiftly swam towards it. Grass carp, level 0. Extractable dragon energy, 0.05. Devour. Wang Xian approached, opened his mouth wide, and consumed the grass carp of similar size, gaining 0.05 dragon energy. Continue. Wang Xian felt an exhilarating curiosity as he frantically devoured fish around him. Grass carp, lobsters, loaches. Every fish was of level 0. Even a 3 to 4 pound carp were of level 0. Wang Xian's voracious appetite was astonishing. He swallowed one fish after another. Even those twice his size vanished into his belly. Eventually, he gathered all the fish in one location before consuming them in a frenzy. The torrential rain continued to pour, and at the center of the school lake, 700 or 800 fish congregated. A golden silhouette swiftly feasted upon them. Roar! A faint dragon's roar echoed, barely audible over the sound of the rain, yet it resonated with an aura of boundless authority. To think that devouring the entire lake's fish only yielded 20 points of dragon energy. How meager! Half an hour later, the golden Wang Xian swam to the edge of the lake. He glanced around and noticed that no one was present. Spotting his clothes by the water's edge, he felt a stir in his heart and revealed his naked form. At that moment, Wang Xian shimmered with a golden glow, his eyes radiating noble dragon energy. His bare physique appeared remarkably robust, brimming with muscle. I must quickly dress and flee. Wang Xian had no time to admire his transformed body. He hastily retrieved his clothes from the water and donned them swiftly. He also grabbed his phone from the water and jogged back to his dormitory. Bang! Soaked to the skin, Wang Xian entered his dormitory and closed the door, a smile gracing his face. With my current self, I feel several times stronger. My body feels immensely more powerful than before. Wang Xian clenched his fists tightly, then looked at his damp clothes and changed into a dry outfit. How dashing! Standing before the mirror, Wang Xian admired himself, a look of vanity upon his face. During the summer vacation, the dormitory was nearly empty, and he was the only one inside. My level is still too low. I must cultivate diligently to become a powerful divine dragon as soon as possible. Wang Xian clenched his fists once more and examined his attributes. Name: Wang Xian. Race: human, can transform into a dragon. Level 1. Dragon energy, 20/1000. Abilities: domination of aquatic beings, control beings below his level. Devour creatures, consume creatures to extract dragon energy. Technique: divine dragon transformation. 20 points of dragon energy seem rather insignificant. I must strive to reach level 2 quickly. Wang Xian mused to himself. Buzz. Just then, Wang Xian suddenly noticed his phone ringing again. Wow, the phone that fell into the lake is still intact? Wang Xian's face displayed astonishment as he hurried to pick it up, seeing that it was a message from his sister. Unlocking the phone, he found no disruptive advertisements this time. Brother, I finished my work today and am out shopping with Xiaomi. I earned 200 yuan from tutoring today. Brother, I'll buy you a piece of clothing. Brother, why aren't you responding to my messages? I can't reach you by phone. Brother, what are you doing? Are you still working? Please reply to my message immediately. Seeing his sister's 7 or 8 messages, a smile spread across Wang Xian's face as he quickly replied, I'm busy, little sister. You go on shopping, buy whatever you want. I've gathered your tuition fees, and you need not worry about future living expenses. In a month, my sister will join me at Jiangcheng University. I must find a way to surprise her before she arrives. Thinking of his adorable sister softened Wang Xian's heart. Now that I can transform into a divine dragon, I need to find ways to earn money. Should I go to the ocean and catch fish? Wang Xian pondered, his resolve firm as he recalled the girl. In the future, I must become wealthy. Only with wealth and power can I attain what I desire. Previously, he had worked temporary jobs, earning around 100 yuan each day, but during the summer vacation, he found a decent job and earned 4,000 yuan in 20 days. Currently, he had saved over 8,000 yuan, more than enough for both his and his sister's tuition fees, though living expenses remained a concern. His sister was quite understanding, starting to work during the summer as well, finding a tutoring job back in their hometown, which was commendable. In the future, I must ensure my sister does not suffer. She deserves to be a little princess. Wang Xian resolved that he would not allow his sister to endure the hardships he once did, working while studying. Gurgle, I'm so hungry. After consuming so many fish, I still feel empty. At that moment, Wang Xian felt a pang of hunger and grabbed an umbrella as he stepped outside. Chapter 3. The $1 Million Dragon Fish. During the summer vacation, the school was enveloped in a profound silence, with only a handful of students remaining on campus. The cafeteria was closed, and Wang Xian typically ventured outside for his meals. However, unlike other universities situated in somewhat desolate suburban areas, Jiangcheng University was located within the vibrant Jiangcheng University town, which boasted 5 educational institutions, including 3 universities and 2 vocational colleges. The surroundings of Jiangcheng University were bustling with activity. A street, referred to as the Ancient Street, was in fact a newly constructed thoroughfare designed with an antiquated aesthetic. This ancient street was the most lively in Jiangcheng University town, attracting students from all 6 schools, accompanied by several upscale residential complexes. Even during the summer, it remained populated. Though today, the heavy rain had deterred many. Wang Xian surveyed the nearby restaurants and thought, perhaps I shall indulge in a fine meal. Previously, he had been frugal, spending no more than 15 yuan on a meal, often resorting to instant noodles. However, having recently discovered a method to earn money, he felt it was time to indulge, despite still being short on funds. His gaze settled on a restaurant named Epine Pavilion Seafood. Epine Pavilion was the most expensive dining establishment on the street. He had heard his roommates mention that a meal for 2 could easily cost 600 to 700 yuan, with an average expenditure of 300 to 400 yuan per person, an unattainable figure for him in the past. Yet, the cuisine here was renowned as the finest on the street. Let us dine here, Wang Xian decided, eager for a satisfying meal. Welcome. 2 enthusiastic hostesses greeted him at the entrance with a courteous bow. Sir, please place your umbrella here, one of them said with a melodious voice, gesturing to him. All right. Wang Xian nodded. However, as he lifted his gaze toward the hostess, astonishment crossed his face. The girl noticed his stare and smiled politely. It was Guan Shuqing, the well-known beauty of their department. Regaining his composure, Wang Xian realized that this hostess was a fellow student from his year, exceptionally beautiful, and among the top in the entire school. However, they were not in the same class, and she was unlikely to recognize him, a mere nameless individual. Many suitors pursued Guan Shuqing at school. One notable incident involved a wealthy heir who drove a Ferrari, filling the trunk with flowers, only to be rejected by her. Wang Xian was surprised to see her working during the summer. He pondered that a girl as beautiful as her would find it easy to earn money, much like her current situation. Perhaps this was one of the reasons why so many were enamored with Guan Shuqing. He shook his head slightly, as he was not one to gossip about school affairs, and remained unaware of her circumstances. Sir, how many in your party? A waitress approached him inquiringly. Just one, he replied. Please, this way, sir. The waiter guided him inside, where Wang Xian observed the bustling atmosphere filled with diners. The establishment thrived with business. Upon reaching a table, he perused the menu, astonished to find a rare double-headed abalone priced at 200,000. Indeed, it was the renowned Epine Pavilion. Wang Xian gazed at the prices of the dishes. Expensive double-headed abalone, sashimi costing 700 to 800 per serving, and caviar priced in the thousands. There were also Australian lobsters weighing 3 to 4 kilograms, each nearing 2,000. How exorbitant! Wang Xian clicked his tongue slightly, opting for oysters and 2 more affordable dishes, along with a soup, totaling over 200. Please wait a moment, sir. Your meal will be served shortly, the attractive waitress said sweetly, nodding in agreement. Wang Xian appreciated the exceptional service of the fine establishment, even the waitstaff being young and beautiful. Soon, the dishes arrived, and with a face full of excitement, he began to eat. After weeks of consuming various instant noodles featuring braised beef, tomato beef, and spicy beef, he was finally able to indulge in a proper meal. Upon finishing, he couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp and took a few sips of the tea on the table. The meal was indeed delightful. He resolved that when he had more money, he would bring his sister to dine here daily. Waiter, the bill please, Wang Xian called out. Settling the bill of over 200, a sum equivalent to his food expenses for more than a week. With a smiling face, he departed. Suddenly, as he stood up, he heard a crashing sound followed by a panicked scream from the entrance. Wang Xian paused momentarily, but continued toward the exit. Just outside, he noticed an approximately 1.8-meter fish tank shattered on the floor, with 3 fish floundering amidst spilled water. A middle-aged man shouted anxiously, "Quick, bring some water. Hurry. We must save them." As he spoke, he rushed to the fish, finding 2 unharmed, while one appeared lethargic, pinned beneath the broken glass. "I'm so sorry. I didn't see it." A pale-faced hostess in uniform apologized nearby. "Don't you dare apologize to me. If the arowana is harmed, I want to be able to compensate for the loss." The furious middle-aged owner barked at her. The hostess turned pale, her eyes reddening. "Oh dear, Mr. Lee, what happened? How did these 3 arowanas end up on the ground?" An elderly man approached, astonished. Mr. Lee looked up at the elder and quickly explained, "Old Zhao, a worker accidentally knocked it over while moving it. And now look at these 3 fish. These 3 arowanas belong to Wang Lao, valued at 5 to 6 million. He cherished them dearly. How could Mr. Lee have borrowed them?" Old Zhao hurried over and crouched down to examine the 3 arowanas. At that moment, several hotel staff brought over a large basin filled with water. Zhao also began to assess the condition of the fish. Meanwhile, the female receptionist, standing nearby, turned pale upon hearing the elder's words. Wang Xian was similarly taken aback. The 3 fish were worth 5 to 6 million? Each arowana valued at 1 to 2 million? Astonished, Wang Xian glanced at the receptionist and immediately furrowed his brow. It was Guan Shuqing. Chapter 4. Dragon Chi heals fish. These 2 arowanas appear to be fine, but this one seems to be in distress. Within the Yi-Pin pavilion, old Zhao frowned at the lethargic arowana. Stroking its body, this red arowana likely sustained severe injury from the fall. It may not survive for long. Although old Zhao did not finish his sentence, the implication was clear. It might not live much longer. His words left General Li visibly distressed, his face darkening. I asked old Wang to lend me a few days to improve the feng shui of the establishment, and I did not anticipate. General Li's gaze turned towards the hotel receptionist with a glare. To think that several million worth of arowanas could perish due to negligence was utterly unacceptable. Indeed, it seemed the receptionist had carelessly bumped into the young men transporting the fish. At that moment, a crowd of onlookers gathered, some expressing their regret by pointing at the arowana, while others introduced Guan Shuqing to newcomers. Guan Shuqing kept her head down, tears streaming down her face, appearing utterly pitiful. Why are you crying? I should be the one crying. A red arowana worth 1 to 2 million has just been ruined. General Li, filled with fury, approached Guan Shuqing, pointing an accusatory finger at her. With her head bowed and her body trembling, she slowly raised her gaze, revealing a sorrowful expression. General Li, I did not mean to. It was truly unintentional. Unintentional? You think saying it was unintentional suffices when something worth 1 to 2 million has been ruined? Can you afford to compensate for it? Enraged, General Li grasped Guan Shuqing's clothing, his expression twisted with anger. Hey, sir. At that moment, Wang Xian, observing General Li's irrational behavior, could no longer hold back. This young lady did not do it on purpose, and besides, the arowana isn't dead yet. Who are you to meddle in this? If you want to intervene, you can pay for her damages. General Li shouted back at Wang Xian. Wang Xian frowned slightly at General Li's retort, glanced at Guan Shuqing, and then turned his attention to the red arowana. Arowana, level 0 dragon chi extractable, one to be able to extract a measure of dragon chi. It truly lived up to its 1 to 2 million valuation, Wang Xian mused, considering the potential of the dragon chi. He looked at General Li. A grown man should not torment a young girl. I am confident I can heal it. You are confident? Mr. Li gazed at him with a hint of skepticism. Young man, this is a red arowana worth 1 to 2 million. Are you certain you can heal it? Old Zhao regarded him with some confusion. You'll know once you see. Chu Xian did not elaborate, for he lacked absolute confidence. He approached the arowana directly. If you're uncertain, it's best not to intervene, Mr. Li warned Wang Xian, his expression strained. How will we know unless we try? Wang Xian replied, not bothering to look up as he reached out to touch the fish. Mr. Li wore a serious expression but chose not to intervene. Perhaps this confident youth represented a glimmer of hope. Dragon Chi. A thought sparked within him, and he recalled the method of transforming aquatic creatures with dragon energy. A strand of dragon Chi entered the arawana's body. Remarkably, Wang Xian could sense every internal structure of the fish and realized he could indeed alter it through the dragon Chi. Truly extraordinary. A hint of astonishment crossed Wang Luan's face as he observed a small clot of blood within the red arowana, which was the cause of its lethargy. Nourished by the dragon chi, the golden energy coursed through, dissipating the internal clot. He withdrew his dragon chi, noting that it had only consumed a slight amount. At that moment, the previously listless red arowana began to sway in the basin, seemingly invigorated. A smile spread across Wang Luan's face as he waved his fingers before the fish. The red arowana eagerly followed his gestures. Wang Luan feigned a playful squeeze of the fish's body. Incredible! It has truly recovered, he exclaimed. Indeed, it appeared to be entirely well, as if nothing had ever been amiss. The onlookers, witnessing the arowana swimming freely in the water, displayed expressions of astonishment, casting bewildered glances at Wang Xian. Beside him, old Zhao examined the fish with wide-eyed disbelief, exclaiming, "It really is healed. Of course, there are no issues, just a bit of stagnant blood, a minor problem." Wang Xian said as he rose and clapped his hands, addressing Mr. Li. "Come and see. It's perfectly fine now." Mr. Li paused momentarily before rushing over to scrutinize the red arowana closely. "Old Zhao, it's truly healed," he remarked, casting a doubtful glance at the elder. "It should be fine," old Zhao nodded reassuringly. "As long as there are no issues, that's a relief." Mr. Li exhaled softly. "Young man, I sincerely thank you. No need for such formality. I only hope Mr. Li will not trouble the young lady," Wang Xian replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Not at all. Thank you, young man. Please, allow me to treat you to a meal." This is my restaurant. Let us dine together. No, thank you. I've just eaten, and your restaurant's cuisine is exquisite. Wang Xian declined, glancing at Guan Shuqing, who was also looking at him. He smiled at her, exchanged a few words with Mr. Li, and then took his leave. With a face full of gratitude, Guan Shuqing gazed at Wang Xian's departing figure. Hesitating for a moment, she considered chasing after him, but was called back by the manager beside her. As Wang Xian stepped out of the Yi-Pin pavilion, holding an umbrella, a slight contemplation crossed his face. The 3 ornamental dragon fish, each valued between 1 to 2 million, had sparked a revelation within him. Perhaps I have discovered a swift avenue to wealth. A subtle smile graced Wang Xian's lips as he proceeded towards the interior. After walking approximately 100 meters, his gaze fell upon a shop to his left, a pet store specializing in aquatic life. Upon entering, he found a middle-aged man and 2 young female attendants. With no other patrons in sight, "Do you sell fish tanks and ornamental fish?" one of the young women inquired cheerfully as he stepped in. "Just browsing." Wang Xian replied with a smile. "Great. Feel free to look around," she responded, undeterred by the possibility of a non-purchase. The expansive store boasted 3 sections: freshwater tanks, saltwater tanks, and a variety of ornamental fish. The freshwater and saltwater tanks were primarily decorated, housing only a few fish, while the ornamental fish section displayed a myriad of species. Among them were the most common goldfish, parrotfish, and angelfish, alongside the more prestigious dragonfish and koi. Chapter 5. Transformation of Dragon Chi. The most expensive koi was valued at 150,000, while the priciest dragonfish reached 100,000. As Wang Xian surveyed the ornamental fish, he noted that the 2 most expensive specimens in the store were merely in the tens of thousands. Observing the fish, he discerned that they were all of the lowest grade, yet the dragonfish and koi possessed a greater potential of dragon chi. The dragonfish, adorned with gleaming scales and an imposing head, showcased long whiskers, while the koi swam gracefully, their vibrant patterns resembling living works of art. "Excuse me, but your dragonfish and koi are quite pricey," Wang Xian casually remarked to a nearby attendant. "Is this considered expensive? You haven't seen koi worth millions or dragonfish that fetch over 1 million. Our prices are merely average," she replied with a smile. Upon hearing her response, Wang Xian immediately inquired, "How can one distinguish between high-quality and inferior koi and dragonfish?" The attendant explained, "The red dragon and golden dragonfish are particularly rare, with the blood red variant of the red dragon being the most valuable. As for koi, especially those from the islands with vibrant colors and larger sizes, they can be worth millions." Wang Xian nodded thoughtfully and asked, "If I wish to purchase koi and dragonfish worth several million, where would I go in Jiangcheng? For koi and dragonfish in that price range, you might visit the Haiqing flower and bird market. However, such expensive ornamental fish are quite rare, and it's uncommon for people to purchase them. You can find those in the tens of thousands, though," the attendant continued. "Thank you very much," Wang Xian replied with a smile, pulling out his phone for a quick search. Indeed, as the server mentioned, while it is rare to come across koi fish valued at several million, those costing hundreds of thousands do find buyers. Wang Xian pondered this in silence, offering a faint smile to the server before departing. It was still midday, and he decided to visit the flower and bird market. Exiting the aquarium store, he hailed a taxi that took him toward the flower and bird market, situated in the Haidong district of Jiangcheng, not too far from his location. After a 20-minute ride, the taxi stopped at the market's entrance. The Jiangcheng flower and bird market is quite expansive, and being a prominent second-tier city, it is frequented by affluent individuals. Wang Xian made his way inside, following the signs toward the ornamental fish section. On his way, he noticed a pet dog priced at 50,000 yuan. A pet dog may be cared for over a decade, while a koi can be nurtured for a lifetime. The high prices of some ornamental fish are not without reason. The flower and bird market in Jiangcheng is exquisitely decorated, with wide, clean pathways lined with various shops. Due to the rain today, foot traffic was sparse. Upon reaching the ornamental fish section, Wang Xian browsed through the various fish stores. Tomorrow and the day after would feature a goldfish exhibition, likely drawing a large crowd, including visitors from other cities, which would create significant buzz. A goldfish exhibition? Is it organized by the Jinhua Goldfish Breeding Farm in collaboration with the Longlian Goldfish Breeding Farm and several other large-scale goldfish breeders? Indeed, a showcase from several goldfish farms. Expected to attract numerous customers, given the reputable standing of these farms in the country. I wonder what exquisite goldfish will be showcased tomorrow. Perhaps the coveted Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao will make an appearance. That is uncertain, however, given the prowess of these breeding farms. The Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao should indeed be available. As Wang Xian stepped into one of the ornamental fish stores, he overheard a conversation between two individuals. He paused slightly. Goldfish. Goldfish are among the most common ornamental fish, yet one must not underestimate them. Exceptional goldfish can fetch prices upwards of 10,000 yuan. With the Zhudingzi Luo Pao being heralded as the world's most expensive goldfish, potentially selling for 3 to 400,000 yuan. If tomorrow is the goldfish exhibition. He raised an eyebrow, glancing at the goldfish in the store, and felt a surge of interest. Shopkeeper, I'll take those goldfish. What goldfish are you referring to? All I have here are exquisite specimens, far superior to those found at street stalls. The middle-aged owner replied with a smile upon hearing Wang Xian's voice. Very well. Wang Xian nodded, observing the goldfish within the store. He noted that their prices were indeed steep, ranging from 4 to 500 yuan each, with some costing several hundred yuan. Shopkeeper, I would like 2 of these, 3 of those, and 3 of these, he specified, admiring the vibrant hues of the goldfish. Certainly. That will come to 450 yuan. Young man, I shall gift you a fish tank, the owner said, his face beaming with a smile. Thank you. Wang Xian smiled and handed over 450 yuan. Indeed, it was rather expensive. However, if he succeeded, the returns could be several thousand times that amount. His gaze sparkling, he cradled 8 goldfish and made his way outside. He boarded a vehicle heading towards the school and, during the ride, he researched extensively about goldfish. After a thorough afternoon of inquiry, he discovered that koi commanded the highest value, followed by arowanas. He had initially intended to breed a few arowanas for sale, but the upcoming goldfish exhibition tomorrow thwarted all his plans. Although arowanas were valuable, their size dwarfed that of goldfish by several times, leading to a greater consumption of dragon energy. Currently, he possessed limited dragon energy, and given that goldfish also held considerable worth, he believed that tomorrow's exhibition would attract buyers. He could utilize his dragon energy to cultivate a few high-value goldfish. With this thought in mind, he sheltered the goldfish under an umbrella and strolled towards his dormitory. The rain continued to pour heavily, and only a handful of students meandered along the school paths. That seems to be him. As he entered the school gates, Guan Shuqing, holding an umbrella, observed the figure hastily passing by her. She noticed the umbrella and attire of the boy ahead, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. After a moment's hesitation, Guan Shuqing quickened her pace. Excuse me, could I have a word? Wang Xian turned, puzzled, upon hearing the voice behind him. It truly was him. Guan Shuqing's face lit up with surprise as she recognized Wang Xian. It's really you. Thank you for today. She approached him, her expression filled with gratitude. Guan Shuqing? Wang Xian paused momentarily, then nodded with a smile. You know me? Guan Shuqing asked, astonished by his use of her name. How could I not know the renowned beauty of the class of 2016? Wang Xian grinned back at her. Chapter 6. The purple robe with vermilion top. You are also from the class of 2016? Which department are you in? On the school's pathway. Guan Shuqing gazed intently at the boy before her. Standing slightly over 1.7 meters, he was not particularly tall, yet he exuded a distinctive charm. His resolute face radiating a calmness not typical of students. She felt immense gratitude towards the boy who had come to her aid earlier that day. Without him, she could scarcely fathom the consequences. I am in business administration. My name is Wang Xian, he replied with a smile. Business administration? Our classes are quite close together. Did you not return home during the summer? Guan Shuqing continued. I truly owe you one for today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do. No need to thank me. I just acted on impulse. Wang Xian chuckled. I didn't go home during the summer. I found a job instead. Is that so? What a coincidence. Unfortunately, I was just laid off by my boss. Guan Shuqing pouted slightly. Hee hee, Wang Xian replied with a smile. My dormitory is over here. We can chat more another time. With a wave, he made his way, his thoughts consumed by ornamental fish and the pursuit of profit, leaving little room for idle conversation with a beautiful girl. Wang Xian's abrupt departure left Guan Shuqing momentarily stunned, her gaze lingering on his retreating figure. Well then, goodbye. She began, hesitatingly. Wang Xian, noticing her indecision, inquired, what is it? May I add you on WeChat? I truly appreciate your assistance today, and I would love to treat you to a meal sometime. Guan Shuqing replied earnestly. Sure, Wang Xian nodded, glancing at the fish tank and umbrella in his hands, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. My phone is in my pocket. Let me give you my number so you can add me. All right, Guan Shuqing acknowledged, retrieving her phone to add Wang Xian on WeChat. Okay, I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye, she said, waving as she sent the friend request. Goodbye. Wang Xian responded with a nod, hurrying towards the dormitory. Have I lost my charm? Guan Shuqing pondered, absently touching her face as she watched Wang Xian's silhouette fade. If it were any other boy who had helped me out, perhaps he would have shown more interest. Could it be that he has a girlfriend? Murmuring to herself. She hesitated before pulling out her phone to message a classmate from her business administration high school. Xiaoya. Xiaoya. Is there a boy named Wang Xian in your class? Wang Xian? Yes, why do you ask? Is he pursuing you? That would be surprising. P.S. Quite an introverted boy, came the reply after a brief pause. Introverted? Guan Shuqing mused, nodding thoughtfully at Xiaoya's response. No. It's just that this boy helped me with a significant favor today, and I wanted to inquire about him. He seems rather unique. He helped you with a major favor? I say, Goddess Shuqing, you're not contemplating offering yourself to him, are you? I know a bit about Wang Xian. My boyfriend shares a dorm with him. According to my boyfriend, his family is quite poor. He has only one younger sister and has to earn his own living while supporting her. He hasn't participated in any collective activities at school, not even a few dorm events, as he is very financially constrained. Poor. Guan Shuqing mused, slightly puzzled by Xiaoya's message. But he did go to Yipingge for a meal today. Was there something going on at Yipingge? Guan Shuqing's mind raced with questions before she replied. All right, I understand. From what you've told me, he seems rather admirable. My Goddess Shuqing, you're not truly falling for him, are you? You must think carefully. Stop with the wild thoughts. My focus must be on my studies. Unbeknownst to Wang Xian, the school's goddess was inquiring about him. Upon entering his dorm room and locking the door, he excitedly gazed at the 8 goldfish swimming in the tank. I wonder how much energy this will consume, he mused, scooping one goldfish up. His thoughts shifted as he channeled dragon energy into the black and white goldfish, named Lanshou, which cost 120 yuan each, a relatively expensive choice. He intended to enhance the most precious goldfish, the Zhu Ding Zi Luo Hong. Hence he selected goldfish that closely resembled its hue. The essence of the dragon coursed through the body of the goldfish, imparting a profound sense of mastery. A smile graced Wang Xian's face. The dragon lineage possessed an unparalleled dominion over the aquatic beings, and the dragon essence could indeed facilitate their evolution. He retrieved his phone to modify the image of the purple and red goldfish. At last, he beheld the transformed purple and red goldfish, a look of exhilaration illuminating his countenance. The metamorphosed creature was far more resplendent than its depicted counterpart, exuding an air of nobility akin to that of aristocracy. Furthermore, this goldfish appeared remarkably agile, standing out even among its peers. However, the transformation of a single goldfish required a significant expenditure of 2 points of dragon essence, a rather steep cost. Should he attempt to modify larger dragonfish or koi, it would demand no less than 20 to 30 points of dragon essence. Wang Xian furrowed his brow, reflecting on the fact that he had consumed several thousand pounds of fish from the entire school lake to amass 20 points of dragon essence. After aiding Guan Shuqing at noon, he was left with only 19. He pondered the necessity of earning some money first. The dragon essence could be replenished by devouring other fish in the lake or the ocean, or through personal cultivation. Money remained of utmost importance to him. He continued his modifications, and soon, one by one, the purple and red goldfish were transformed. Gazing at the lively goldfish in the tank, excitement danced in his eyes. 8 goldfish, at the current market price, could fetch over 2 million. A glimmer of ambition sparked within Wang Xian. If he could secure such an amount, he would no longer need to toil, allowing his sister to savor her university experience fully. Name: Wang Xian. Race: human, capable of dragon transformation. Level: 1 dragon essence. 31,000 abilities. Domination of aquatic beings. Control over aquatic beings of lower rank. Devouring creatures. Extracting dragon essence through consumption. Technique: divine dragon transformation, having expended 16 points of dragon essence. He felt a distinct weakness settle in. Diligent cultivation was imperative to elevate his level to 2, thereby becoming a true divine dragon and establishing his own dragon palace. A spark of determination flickered in his eyes as he surveyed his information. With a gentle leap, he ascended to his bed, promptly settling into a meditative posture. Invoking the divine dragon transformation, he drew the dragon essence into his being, aspiring to soar through the heavens. Chapter 7. The accident after a night of cultivation. He had accrued 20 points of dragon essence, a commendable achievement. The following morning, as he beheld the fruits of his overnight endeavor, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. At this rate, reaching level 2 would require 50 days. According to the divine dragon transformation, only upon breaking through to the 9th level could he attain the first transformation. With the first transformation, he would be able to traverse the oceans and ride the clouds. Only upon entering this initial stage could he truly be considered a dragon, albeit a fledgling one. The road ahead remained long. Once he had earned sufficient funds, he would embark on a journey to the ocean. Contemplating this, Wang Xian quickly completed his morning rituals. Ride the electric scooter to the sea. Wang Xian pondered for a moment, then picked up the key to the electric scooter that Dahai had given him before the summer break. Wang Dahai was undoubtedly Wang Xian's closest friend, perhaps due to their shared surname, which fostered a deep bond between them. A local resident, Wang Dahai was well aware of Wang Xian's modest family circumstances and often looked out for him. The most amusing incident occurred when Wang Dahai learned that Wang Luan was still a virgin. He insisted on taking him for a bath. This proposal was met with an incredulous refusal from Wang Xian. Wang Dahai was somewhat overweight and lazy. While other students opted for bicycles, he chose an electric scooter, claiming he was too lazy to pedal. Carrying a fish tank, he descended the stairs. The rain had ceased, and the sun shone brightly. The summer after the rain was refreshingly pleasant. Wang Xian arrived at the parking area and unlocked Wang Dahai's electric scooter. Unlike the small models from Ima, this scooter was relatively larger, ensuring comfort for a heavier rider. He placed the fish tank in the designated spot between his legs and sped off towards the flower and bird market, hoping to sell everything. A smile crept onto Wang Xian's face. The journey from school to the flower and bird market took over half an hour, and he rode steadily to prevent the fish tank from toppling over. Almost there, he glanced ahead and noticed the market was bustling with people. He also observed numerous out-of-town license plates slowly approaching. It seemed that the goldfish exhibition had attracted a significant crowd. Wang Xian quickened his pace, steering towards a side path leading to the market's parking area. Suddenly, the roar of motorcycles echoed in the air. Wang Xian saw several heavy motorcycles racing towards him at a speed exceeding 80. As 4 motorcycles sped past, one of the riders at the front abruptly applied the brakes, coming to a smooth halt. Laughing, he removed his helmet and declared, "Sorry, but I'm first." The following riders also pressed their brakes, and one by one, the motorcycles came to a stop. However, disaster struck when one motorcycle skidded unexpectedly, unable to stop in time. The recently wet road remained slippery, and the motorcycle hurtled directly towards Wang Xian. His expression shifted as he quickly leaped aside to avoid the impending collision. With a loud crash, his electric scooter was sent flying 3 to 4 meters, while the motorcycle came to a halt upon striking the scooter. "Damn, it slipped," the young man on the motorcycle exclaimed, removing his helmet with a sheepish look. He dismounted and inspected the front of his bike, relieved to find minimal damage. Wang Xian, however, noticed that the young man was more concerned about his motorcycle than the scooter he had just collided with, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. If it weren't for the enhancement from the dragon chi, he might not have been able to dodge in time. "Oh no, the goldfish!" Wang Xian hurriedly rushed over, his countenance marred with embarrassment as he gazed upon the shattered fish tank. At that moment, the tank lay in ruins, its 8 vibrant goldfish sprawled helplessly on the ground. Tragically, 2 of the fish had been crushed beneath a vehicle, meeting their untimely demise. Among the remaining fish, 4 appeared listless, their scales having fallen off, clearly victims of the fall. With a troubled expression, Wang Xian approached the seemingly indifferent youth, his face stern. "How could you drive like that? Did you not think to check after colliding with my vehicle?" The young man turned his attention to the fallen electric scooter upon hearing Wang Xian's voice. "All right, my friend. I apologize. How much did your scooter cost? Just tell me, and I will compensate you," he replied nonchalantly, examining the scooter with a smirk. "What's the matter? You didn't hit anyone, did you?" At that moment, a few young men on motorcycles approached, questioning the youth. "It's nothing, just damaged an electric scooter," he chuckled. "And I must say, the quality of my custom Harley is rather impressive." Wang Xian, observing the young man's nonchalance, felt a chill in his gaze as he advanced toward him. "I say, isn't there a need to compensate for the damage you caused?" The youth looked at Wang Xian, still smiling, and replied, "Compensate? It's just an electric scooter, right? How much are you asking for?" "Huh, it's not merely the scooter. It also includes my goldfish," Wang Xian retorted coldly. "Goldfish? Haha, you even want compensation for goldfish? Just tell me the total amount." The young man laughed heartily, pulling out his wallet, revealing approximately 5 to 6,000 yuan. "Here, this should suffice. Let us move on." 5 to 6,000 yuan. Wang Xian scoffed, his face twisting in derision. "That amount wouldn't even cover a fish tail. Are you trying to extort me?" The youth's demeanor shifted as he fixated on Wang Xian, his tone growing icy. "What? Do you want to stage an accident?" Just then, 3 young men nearby approached, their expressions dripping with disdain as they scrutinized Wang Xian. Onlookers at the entrance of the flower and bird market, intrigued by the unfolding incident, began to gather. "Young man, there's no need to glare at me. With your dilapidated scooter and your pitiful fish, 5 to 6,000 yuan is more than generous," the youth remarked, visibly irritated as he pointed at Wang Xian. Take the money, or you will end up with nothing. It appeared that the youth on the motorcycle had inadvertently collided with the young man on the electric scooter. Is everyone all right? If there are no injuries, then 5 to 6,000 yuan is quite a decent amount. Everyone is fine, but the young man seems dissatisfied. Those motorcycle riders were going a bit too fast, and the roar of their engines was indeed quite loud. That Harley is simply stunning. It must be worth a pretty penny, some bystanders whispered amongst themselves, observing the scene. Is 5 to 6,000 yuan all it takes to dismiss me? Wang Xian sneered at the young man before turning towards the electric bicycle, extending his hand to pick up the 8 Zhu Ding Ziluo fish. Chapter 8. Goldfish for heavy motorcycle. Wang Xian placed the Zhu Ding Ziluo fish on a small piece of glass and strode directly towards the young man. 8 goldfish. I fear your 5 or 6,000 yuan will hardly suffice. I shall call the police to address this matter, he said coldly, regarding the young man. The arrogance of the youth was astonishing. He assumed that an apology upon his descent would suffice, and perhaps Wang Xian would overlook the incident, merely wasting 16 dragon breaths. However, given the youth's haughty demeanor, Wang Xian had no intention of indulging him. Unbeknownst to the young man, Wang Xian was gradually embracing the pride of a dragon. Kid, I see you're looking for trouble. How much is that broken electric bike worth? How much are your worthless goldfish worth? I'll compensate you, but don't be ungrateful, the young man said coldly as he observed Wang Xian pulling out his phone. Kid, it seems you're asking for a beating, said several of his peers who approached, surrounding Wang Xian. Hey, young man, don't get worked up. Let us discuss this calmly, an elderly man nearby interjected kindly. Young fellow, consider how much you've lost. These young men are not unreasonable. They will compensate you for what you've lost, so don't be greedy. Wang Xian glanced at the old man, then turned his attention back to the 4 youths beside him. The electric bike is damaged. I don't need you to compensate for that, but my goldfish. As he spoke, he placed the 8 Zhu Ding Ziluo fish, which had been in the broken fish tank, on the ground, his expression turning cold. My goldfish require compensation. There are 8 of them. The Zhu Ding Ziluo, each 1's value. You may inquire online for yourself. What worthless Zhu Ding Ziluo? Kid, stop your incessant whining. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Let me tell you, you won't see a single penny today, the young man retorted, pointing at Wang Xian. What? Zhu Ding Ziluo? The elderly man, who had been attempting to mediate, suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on the goldfish beside Wang Xian, and hurried over. Indeed, it is Zhu Ding Ziluo. It is genuine. The old man squatted down, feeling a pang of sympathy as he looked at the goldfish in the shattered tank. These are exquisite Zhu Ding Ziluo. These two should be fine. Young man, you must protect them. Zhu Ding Ziluo. Is it truly Zhu Ding Ziluo? Some people behind, hearing the old man's exclamation, also approached in astonishment. It is indeed Zhu Ding Ziluo. This is the nobility among goldfish. How unfortunate that 2 were crushed. People gasped as they observed the fish on the ground, lamenting their fate. Given their quality, these are top-tier specimens, worth at least 3 to 400,000. As more bystanders gathered, exclamations of disbelief filled the air. 3 to 400,000? The young man stood aside, his face a mask of shock as he stared at the goldfish on the ground, incredulous. These goldfish are worth 3 to 400,000? He exclaimed in astonishment. Not just a few. The elderly man lifted his gaze towards the youth and remarked. It is a single piece, worth 3 to 400,000. Given its quality, it will not be valued below 350,000. 2 were crushed outright, and the scales of the remaining 4 have fallen off, rendering them ruined. 6 pieces total no less than 2 million. A middle-aged man, observing the goldfish, spoke slowly. The Zhu Ding Ziluo Pao is notoriously difficult to cultivate. Now, 8 have appeared at once, but alas, it is a pity. He shook his head repeatedly. As more and more people gathered, drawn by the goldfish exhibition of the day, enthusiasts of the art recognized the king among goldfish, the Zhu Ding Ziluo Pao. The youth, hearing the collective exclamations, slightly parted his lips in astonishment. Wang Xian glanced at the youth and coldly stated, I believe this matter is best left to the police. 200,000 is unavoidable. With the goldfish exhibition at the flower and bird market today, an expert could quickly assess the loss. The elderly man shook his head, saying, Young man, do be careful while riding. It is such a shame for these goldfish. The youth stood there, mouth agape, alongside his companions, equally stunned. They had not anticipated that the few goldfish they had inadvertently harmed would amount to over 200,000. Upon seeing Wang Xian take out his phone, the youth's expression turned grim. The responsibility for this incident rested squarely on his shoulders, and the verdict was unmistakable. He would need to compensate 200,000. However, the prospect of producing such an amount was impossible for him. If his family were to find out, the repercussions would be dire. "Brother, please do not alert the police," he implored, his face shifting dramatically. "We can avoid police involvement if you agree to compensation," Wang Xian replied coldly. The youth, with a pained expression, glanced at the individuals behind him. "Shanhe, we can muster at most 400,000 to 500,000. You know this," his companions lamented. "Perhaps you could ask your—" But the youth immediately shook his head, resolute in not letting his family learn of this incident. Turning to Wang Xian, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I will offer my motorcycle as compensation." "The motorcycle?" Wang Xian raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to the imposing bike nearby. "It is a custom model, valued at 153,000, the youth responded, his countenance strained. "A motorcycle worth 153,000? Wang Xian frowned, skepticism evident in his expression. "You may verify it on the official website. I have the order records," the youth asserted, displaying his phone which revealed the details. "This motorcycle is a specially customized Harley flagship glide, totaling 153,000. 153,000 might not suffice, especially since it is a second-hand motorcycle," Wang Xian retorted with a hint of derision. "Just the 6 Zhuding Ziluo Pao alone are valued at around 220,000 to 230,000. The youth's face fell further as he approached a small compartment on the Harley, retrieving a box. "Additionally, I have these shoes," he said, opening the box to reveal a pair of sneakers. Nike's Back to the Future 2, globally limited to 81 pairs, valued at approximately 70,000. Wang Xian was momentarily taken aback, gazing incredulously at the pair of shoes. These were, after all, the ostentatious purchase he had made. The young men beside him could hardly suppress their smirks. This collision had certainly set him back significantly. Wang Xian furrowed his brow. Whether it was the motorcycle worth over 150,000 or the shoes priced at 70,000, to him, they paled in comparison to the value of cash. One could sell the motorcycle, and there would be no shortage of buyers for the shoes. The young man, his expression awkward, remarked, "I have no cash on hand. And your goldfish is merely valued at over 200,000, while I possess something of the same worth." "Very well," Wang Xian nodded, his countenance not particularly cheerful. Chapter 9. The Dreaded Motorcycle and Shoes. Wang Xian emerged from the vehicle management office, his expression dark as he surveyed the motorcycle and shoes before him. The young man appeared somewhat helpless. With the goldfish valued at over 200,000, he also had to present something of equal value for compensation. A motorcycle and a pair of shoes would suffice. However, on a more positive note, given the circumstances at the flower and bird market, his goldfish should sell well. Wang Xian murmured to himself. As the crowd around them learned of the unfortunate demise of several Zhuding Ziluo Pao, more and more people gathered. There had been interest in purchasing the Zhuding Ziluo Pao, but due to the accident, potential buyers were apprehensive about the other two and refrained from proceeding with their purchase. Subsequently, he accompanied the young man to the vehicle management office to transfer ownership of the motorcycle. Furthermore, leveraging some connections, the young man facilitated Wang Xian in obtaining a motorcycle license. Wang Xian took a moment to inspect the motorcycle before mounting it. He still knew how to ride, but this motorcycle was decidedly more upscale. With a careful twist of the throttle, he began to navigate towards the school. What remarkable speed! Wang Xian slightly accelerated, and the motorcycle surged forward. Earlier, he had taken the time to familiarize himself with the Harley. Generally, motorcycles are valued in the hundreds of thousands. Yet they possess the unique characteristic of being customizable. A custom Harley could very well exceed 150,000. The hallmark of a Harley is its striking aesthetics, exuding an undeniable masculinity, and it has graced many American blockbusters. As he rode along, Wang Xian noted the curious glances from passers-by. This motorcycle is far inferior to a sports car, he mused internally, berating the notion that sports cars were merely iron encasing flesh, while motorcycles were the reverse. A fall could certainly be quite severe. For Wang Xian, who was riding a Harley for the first time, he proceeded with caution, cherishing his life. Nonetheless, his spirits were buoyant today. He had discovered a means to earn money. Shanhe, the newly acquired beloved vehicle and flashy shoes had been handed over to this young man. "This represents all your savings during your studies abroad," a young man remarked to Shanhe, whose face was clouded with displeasure. "What else can be done?" The young man, known as Shanhe, spoke with a serious expression. "Well, that's true." The other young men regarded him with sympathy. His family's strict upbringing was notorious. The patriarch would not tolerate any missteps. Years ago, he had been sent abroad for 3 years due to a transgression. Now that he had finally returned, any further trouble would surely result in another exile. He decided to call his sister and invite her to visit, relieving her of her work obligations. After parking his car behind the dormitory, Wang Xian, with a beaming smile, walked toward the building holding his shoes. With the ability to earn money, he was determined that his sister need not continue working. Upon entering his dormitory, he tossed his shoes onto the bed and reached for his phone, dialing his sister's number. "Xiaoyu," he greeted. "Brother, what is it?" "I'm currently tutoring Nan," came his sister's voice through the line. Wang Xian replied with a smile. "I wanted to let you know you can stop working. Come here. I've earned enough money for us to live comfortably." "No, brother," Xiaoyu protested. "Nanan's parents have already paid me in advance today, and tutoring her is quite easy. Besides, Xiaomi and I have agreed to go to Jiangcheng together." Wang Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Xiaomi was Xiaoyu's close friend, and she was currently staying at Xiaomi's home. Both girls had been accepted into Jiangcheng University. "Very well, but don't be frugal with your meals. I'll send you some money, and when you arrive at school, I have a surprise for you," Wang Xian offered after a moment of thought. "There's no need, brother. I already have over 5,000 yuan. I won't need it. Now, I must help Nan with her homework. Goodbye." Wang Xian chuckled and shook his head. "When you arrive, I will definitely prepare a grand gift for you." With a smile, he resolved in his heart. Based on that young man's words, he might possess over 2 million. 2 million. Wang Xian's gaze flickered as he contemplated selling some Zhuding Ziluo Pao goldfish the next day. He decided that he would only sell once or twice at most to avoid arousing suspicion. Selling 3 or 4 times would surely attract attention. And he didn't want to draw the interest of any unscrupulous individuals. Wang Xian was inherently cautious. He resumed his cultivation, sitting cross-legged on his bed, beginning his practice of the divine dragon transformation. With just a few dragon breaths, he could amass millions. His confidence in his ability to transform into a divine dragon filled him with anticipation for the future. In days to come, he would no longer be troubled by minor financial concerns, as his aspirations would soar to greater heights. After another night of cultivation, he awoke and glanced at his messages. Name, Wang Xian. Race, human, dragon transformation, level, 1 dragon chi, 471. 000 divine powers, domination of aquatic beings, control over aquatic creatures of a lower level, devour life forms, absorb life forms to extract dragon chi, technique, dragon god transformation with over 40,000 dragon chi. Wang Xian felt a surge of strength coursing through him. A smile graced his face as he sensed the transformation within. He believed he could now vanquish 7 or 8 versions of his former self. First, he decided to purchase some goldfish. After a moment's contemplation, he glanced at the shoes on his bed and thought it might be wise to sell them. After all, they were worth around 7 to 800,000. Stepping out of the dormitory with his keys in hand, he approached the Harley motorcycle parked behind the dormitory building, a subtle smile playing on his lips. This motorcycle was exhilarating. Riding it after the semester commenced would be undeniably cool. Climbing onto the bike, he set off towards the ancient street, intent on indulging in a hearty breakfast first. After savoring a delightful meal at a quaint breakfast shop, he made his way to the aquarium store on the ancient street. He purchased 3 goldfish and a dragonfish, contemplating his plans to cultivate a superb dragonfish to achieve something grand. The dragonfish cost him 3,000, while the goldfish were a mere 50. Returning to his dorm with 4 exquisite fish, Wang Xian utilized his dragon chi to enhance them. A supreme blood-red dragon. This one is certainly on par with that blood-red dragon sold for 3 million online. He gazed at the resplendent blood-red dragon in the aquarium, its luxurious sheen igniting a spark of ambition within him. If he could sell it, financial worries would dissipate, allowing him to focus on mastering his dragon chi and ultimately become a celestial dragon roaming the cosmos. Chapter 10. Selling fish. Roaring down the second ring road of Jiangcheng on his Harley, Wang Xian had secured a foam box to the front of his motorcycle, making his way towards the flower and bird market. To prevent a repeat of yesterday's mishap, he had chosen a sturdy foam box to ensure the safe transport of his 5 goldfish and the dragonfish. With his helmet on, he reveled in the exhilarating speed, though he kept it at a modest 60 kilometers per hour. Riding on a motorcycle worth over 1.5 million was undeniably more thrilling than Wang Dahai's electric scooter. Poor Dahai. He likely found his electric scooter abandoned at the flower and bird market yesterday. However, once classes resumed, he would be able to ride his brother's Harley. Wang Xian could already envision Wang Dahai's excitement upon seeing his Harley. The speed of the motorcycle outpaced that of a taxi, and within minutes, Wang Xian arrived at the entrance of the flower and bird market. Under the astonished gaze of the security personnel, he parked the Harley and, clutching the foam box, ventured inside. The crowd today was significantly smaller than the previous day. Spotting a notice at the entrance announcing a goldfish exhibition, he promptly made his way inside. The goldfish exhibition is situated at the heart of the flower and bird market. Upon entering, Wang Xian discovered a crowd of approximately several hundred individuals. Numerous billboards adorned the venue, showcasing various goldfish farms alongside the exquisite goldfish on display. As he ventured deeper, he observed rows of fish tanks meticulously arranged upon tables, each housing a diverse array of stunning goldfish. At the center, 2 large tanks contained merely 2 or 3 goldfish each. Wang Xian's gaze fell upon 2 Zhudingzi Luo Pao within one of the tanks, and upon glancing at the price tag, he noted an astonishing figure of 430,000. He sighed inwardly, realizing the significant loss he had incurred the previous day. The price made his expression slightly sour as he scanned his surroundings, noting goldfish priced at 40 to 50,000, as well as others around 20,000. He then surveyed the area and approached the organizer's service desk, where 4 or 5 individuals sat, including middle-aged and elderly persons, alongside a young and attractive female attendant. "Excuse me, miss," Wang Xian inquired, "what must I do if I wish to showcase and sell my goldfish here?" The attendant appeared momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the phone box he held, "You wish to showcase and sell goldfish?" she asked, her surprise evident. "Yes," Wang Xian affirmed with a nod. "In order to display and sell at the exhibition, you must provide proof of your fish farm's qualifications. Our exhibitors are all reputable goldfish breeding farms. Secondly, you must present goldfish of notable value. If you meet these criteria, we can prepare a booth for you. However, we do charge a small commission on any transactions." The attendant replied with a smile. Wang Xian furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. "I can indeed provide quality goldfish, but unfortunately, I lack the required qualifications. Without a reputable breeding farm, entry to our exhibition is not permitted," a middle-aged man reclining in a chair interjected, directly refusing him before he could finish his thought. "Apologies," the attendant said with an apologetic smile in response to the middle-aged man's words. Wang Xian frowned slightly, nodded, and turned to leave. A young man carrying a phone box had approached seeking a booth. It was evident he was a small goldfish shop owner trying to attract attention to sell his fish. Someone not worth his consideration. "All right, Mr. Zhao," Wang Xian faintly heard a voice behind him as he departed, prompting him to shake his head in exasperation. "Forget it. Since the Zhudingzi Luo Pao is so renowned, I need not confine myself to selling within your exhibition." With his large phone box in hand, Wang Xian made his way outside and glanced around at the entrance to the exhibition. "Perhaps I shall set up a stall right here," he mused, noting the heavy foot traffic that would naturally pass by this spot to enter the exhibition. Moreover, placing a box here would not obstruct anyone, he thought with a smile. He promptly set the box down by the roadside and opened the lid, revealing a blood-red dragon fish and 5 Zhudingzi Luo Pao within. Though the 6 fish were somewhat cramped in the box, they were lively and swam energetically, transformed by the essence of the dragon. These fish exhibit vitality far surpassing that of ordinary specimens. Wang Xian squatted there, observing the ebb and flow of passers-by. Perhaps the large phone box beside him appeared somewhat unrefined, and the goldfish and dragon fish within remained unseen, leading those who passed by to keep their distance. Ahem. Wang Xian cleared his throat and called out to the pedestrians. "Top-tier goldfish and dragonfish for sale. Come take a look." Some curious onlookers regarded the young man displaying his wares at the entrance, glancing at the large phone box with a hint of confusion. "Let us go see what kind of goldfish he is selling," a beautiful woman said, tugging at the arm of a young man beside her. "What is there to see here?" "Surely, there are better goldfish at the exhibition," the young man replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. "Come on, let us just take a look," the woman coaxed, playfully pulling at his arm. "Are you annoying? What could a shabby stall with a phone box possibly offer in terms of quality goldfish?" The young man grumbled, reluctantly following her lead. "Oh wow, how beautiful. Is this a dragonfish? And these goldfish are simply stunning." The young woman crouched down, her face alight with wonder. "Such exaggeration," the young man scoffed, remaining standing and refusing to peer into the phone box. "The goldfish inside the exhibition are all exquisite, top-tier specimens. Let us move on. It's unbecoming to linger here. But I think these goldfish are truly lovely." The woman, clearly an amateur in the realm of fish, gazed longingly at the contents. "And this dragonfish is so beautiful. I adore it. I must buy it. If you like it, then buy it. It's up to you." The young man pulled out his wallet, adopting a rather generous demeanor. "Hey, young man, how much for all the fish in that phone box?" "I'll take them all." Wang Xian looked up, somewhat taken aback by the young man's wallet, which seemed to contain several thousand yuan. This left him rather speechless. "What? Speak up, boss. How much is it in total?" the young man pressed, impatience evident in his voice. Wang Xian met his gaze, replying, "If your card has 4 to 500,000, we can arrange a bank transfer." The words left the young man momentarily stunned. He furrowed his brow and glared at Wang Xian, irritation creeping into his expression. "Kid, What nonsense are you spouting? I'm asking you how much the fish in that pathetic foam box costs. I'm not spouting nonsense. I'm speaking the truth, Wang Xian remarked, a smile spreading across his face as he noticed curious customers drawn in by their exchange. Boss, don't be ridiculous. How much for all these little goldfish? I want them all, the beautiful woman interjected, having overheard Wang Xian's response to her boyfriend, giving him a disapproving glare. Miss, your boyfriend might not be able to afford them, Wang Xian replied with a chuckle. What? Are you saying I can't afford it? The young man's eyes widened in mock disbelief, clutching a car key in his hand. You think I can't buy it? Wang Xian glanced at the car key, noticing it was for a BMW, likely a 5 Series, valued at around 5 to 600,000. What kind of goldfish is this? And why is it packed in a foam box? A middle-aged man, intrigued by their conversation, approached to take a look. An elderly gentleman nearby also leaned in for a closer glance. Wang Xian smiled at the middle-aged man, saying, 1 exquisite blood-red dragonfish and 5 Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao goldfish. What? Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback and quickly crouched down. It truly was a Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao. His face was a canvas of astonishment as he gazed at the goldfish within the foam box. Are they expensive? The beautiful woman beside him asked, noticing his astonished expression. Quite pricey, the middle-aged man nodded. I never expected there to be 5 of them. They appear even more exquisite than the ones at the exhibition. Absolutely stunning, truly breathtaking. The 2 Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao at the exhibition were priced at 430,000 each, and I heard they sold 2 just yesterday. What? 430,000 for one? The woman gasped, her face reflecting disbelief. The young man beside them widened his eyes, staring in shock at the goldfish in the foam box, stammering, how is this even possible? The Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao is a noble among goldfish, and it's exceedingly rare to cultivate even one among hundreds of thousands. The middle-aged man spoke slowly. This dragonfish, what a beautiful blood-red specimen, simply breathtaking. However, the elderly gentleman's attention was fixated not on the Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao, but rather on the radiant blood-red dragonfish. What do you think, old sir? This is a top-tier blood-red dragonfish, Wang Xian remarked, noticing the elderly man's keen interest. Indeed, indeed, the old man exclaimed. This is the most beautiful dragonfish I have ever seen. Young man, why are you using this shabby foam box to contain it? He shook his head as he spoke. This dragonfish is indeed quite lovely, but my knowledge of dragonfish is limited. Sir, is this one really top-notch? The middle-aged man asked, puzzled. Beyond top-notch. The dragonfish from one city valued at 3 million doesn't possess the quality of this one. Its blood-red scales emit a lustrous sheen, and its whiskers exude an air of dominance. It is truly magnificent. Young man, how much do you intend to sell this dragonfish for? The elderly man marveled. Wang Xian fell silent for a moment, contemplating before responding, 3 million. I will sell it for 3 million, and additionally, each Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao for 350,000. Both the elderly man and the middle-aged man were momentarily taken aback. The Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao at the exhibition is priced at 430,000 each. Young man, your price is somewhat low. As for the dragonfish, to be honest, you could auction it in a first-tier city. The price should exceed 3 million, the old man advised. No, I prefer to stick to this price. Wang Xian shook his head. He was eager to sell quickly and convert to cash, even if it meant selling at a lower price. The consumption of his dragon energy for these goldfish and the dragonfish had only depleted 40 points. The transformation of the dragonfish, however, consumed a considerable amount, nearing 30 points of dragon energy. The young man nearby, astonished by their conversation, glanced at the wallet in his hand and the key to his BMW 5 Series. Silently, he tucked them into his pocket and tugged at the beautiful woman squatting beside him. She stood up and examined the goldfish and arowana in the foam box. While she had considered her boyfriend wealthy, it now seemed that he was far from it, as a few fish were worth 4 to 5 million. Wang Xian paid no attention to the departing young man and the woman, as several customers gathered around, having faintly overheard the previous discussion. Is that a true Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao? Do you have a premium blood-red arowana? Inquired 2 or 3 curious patrons. It is indeed a premium Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao goldfish, even more exquisite than those at the exhibition. Look, there is also a top-quality arowana. The middle-aged man informed the 3 onlookers. Is that so? They approached, and upon seeing the goldfish and arowana in the foam box, astonishment washed over their faces. It's real. It truly is a Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao, and there's a premium arowana as well. My goodness, there are 5. Little brother. This one is 350,000, right? Yes. Each is 350,000, 8,000 less than at the exhibition, and this arowana is 3 million. Wang Xian replied, 8,000 less than at the exhibition? That price is reasonable, one middle-aged man nodded. Where can you find a Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao for 8,000 less? Curious passers-by approached, intrigued. The crowd that had just exited the exhibition also gathered, bewildered. As they congregated, a stir ensued. More people drew closer, eager to witness the spectacle. And upon learning that the Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao was 8,000 cheaper than at the exhibition, they approached in disbelief. Before long, a dozen people had gathered around Wang Xian, and the crowd continued to swell, ultimately causing a blockage in the road. Little brother, your Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao is 350,000 each, correct? I'll buy two, a middle-aged man proclaimed loudly. Finally, a sale. Wang Xian's face illuminated with excitement as he observed the throng of customers. All right, two for 700,000. You may inspect them. I assure you, they are flawless. Wang Xian promptly replied. All right, let me through to take a look, a middle-aged man said, stepping forward to inspect the goldfish in the phone box. His expression revealed satisfaction. No issues here, they are vibrant and healthy. Can I transfer the money online? He inquired. Certainly, Wang Xian nodded eagerly. Good. I'll take these two Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao. Wait, I should buy a small fish tank as well. Sir, I'll pay you for it. Please help me get a few. Wang Xian quickly handed the man 200 yuan. Hee, my young brother, how straightforward you are. Wait a moment. Let me fetch a few more fish tanks for you. This is rather shabby. Items worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions are placed in foam boxes. Chapter 12. Targeting the ocean. All right, the 700,000 has been transferred. You may check your online banking. Before the goldfish exhibition at the flower and bird market, a middle-aged man informed Wang Xian after completing the transaction. Good, I've received it. A smile spread across Wang Xian's face as he surveyed the crowd gathered before him. Proclaiming loudly, there are 3 more Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao available, each priced at 350,000. Once they are sold, they will be gone. Additionally, there is an exquisite blood-red arowana for 3 million. Feel free to take a look. Please, let me have one as well. A buyer emerged. Noting that the price was 8,000 lower than at the exhibition, others in the vicinity were tempted. Such an irresistible price might allow them to resell for a few thousand profit. All right, Wang Xian nodded with a smile, promptly placing a Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao into a fish tank and handing it to the elderly gentleman. With 35,000 received, Wang Xian felt a surge of excitement. His account now held 105,000. There are still 2 left, along with a blood-red arowana. Wang Xian shouted to the nearly 100 individuals that had gathered around him. Meanwhile, at the service desk within the exhibition hall, General Zhao gazed around in confusion. Why are there so few people? A few middle-aged gentlemen beside him frowned slightly. Indeed, there seems to be a significant drop in attendance. General Zhao, President. Just then, a staff member hurried over to their location. What's the matter? Why the rush? Zhao looked at the young man with a furrowed brow. General Zhao, it's bad news. Someone is selling Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao at the entrance for 350,000 each, and 3 have already been sold. The youth replied, visibly flustered. What? Someone is selling Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao? 350,000 each? Zhao's expression turned to one of shock as he stared at the young man. Yes, General Zhao. 350,000 each, and now there are over 100 people gathered there. The youth nodded emphatically. 350,000 each, and 3 have already sold. Zhao's face darkened. He immediately stood up and headed outside. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw a throng of people gathered. I'll take the last 2 Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao. At that moment, Zhao heard a loud voice beside him. Make way. A middle-aged man called to the people ahead as he pushed forward. Zhao glanced over, his expression growing more pained as he squeezed into the crowd behind him. All right. The last 2 Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao, Wang Xian said with a beaming smile upon hearing this. Transfer the funds. The middle-aged man stepped forward to inspect the 2 Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao, nodding in satisfaction before addressing Wang Xian. Very well. Wang Xian nodded in response. Trailing behind, Zhao's countenance darkened as he observed the 2 Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao, then glanced at the foam boxes nearby, unable to suppress the twitch of his lips. Damn it. Foam boxes containing goldfish worth millions, playing the fool to catch the wise. Zhao's expression was quite grim. The fellow had sold the Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao for 350,000. Their goldfish exhibitions, Zhu Dingzi Luo Pao being sold for 430,000, was virtually impossible, and even 350,000 was uncertain. Wang Xian cast a glance at Zhao but paid it no heed, continuing, there's one final exquisite blood-red dragon, available for 3 million. This dragon fish was simply magnificent. Yet the price was exorbitant. While the blood-red dragon was indeed worth 3 million, who could afford such a sum? Indeed, it is rather costly. But if I had the means, I would undoubtedly acquire it. This blood-red dragon fish is truly stunning. The crowd around engaged in conversation, acknowledging that a 3 million dragon fish was indeed a tough sell. Wang Xian, overhearing their discussions, furrowed his brow slightly. A dragon fish priced in the millions was not so easily sold, and the number of potential buyers was quite limited. Disappointingly, the blood-red dragon fish had yet to attract a buyer. After admiring it for a while, the customers dispersed. If only I had known. I wouldn't have altered such an expensive dragon fish, Wang Xian mused, glancing at the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon, and the dragon fish still remained unsold. Despite the steady stream of onlookers, few had the means to purchase it. As they had remarked, it was simply too expensive. By 5 in the evening, Wang Xian had not even taken a lunch break. Forget it, I won't sell it anymore, he decided, already possessing 175,000. He was quite content. Although he had not sold the dragon fish, it did not dampen his spirits. Just a few days prior, he had toiled for mere hundreds of dollars. Placing the dragon fish in a foam box, he rode his Harley towards the school. After securing the fish in his dormitory, he headed directly to Yipinggu. With over 170,000 in hand, he would not be lacking for funds in the near future. Tomorrow, he planned to venture into the ocean, hoping to elevate his level. Wang Xian resolved in his heart. Jiangcheng was a coastal city bordering the Bohai Sea. The Bohai Sea is one of the 4 major seas in the country and the only inland sea. Among these seas, it has the smallest area and is the shallowest, perfectly suited to his current capabilities. The following morning, Wang Xian rode his motorcycle towards the seaside. He reviewed his attributes. Name, Wang Xian race. Human, can transform into a dragon. Level 1 Dragon Chi, 251. 000 abilities. Domination of aquatic creatures. Control over aquatic beings below his level. Devour life forms. Absorb life forms to extract dragon chi. Cultivation method. Divine dragon transformation currently. He felt rather weak, only capable of operating in shallow waters. Encountering a shark would likely result in his immediate demise. Those sharks were rare near Bohai. Wang Xian pondered these thoughts as he soon reached the seaside. Situated on the coastal edge of Jiangcheng, this area has blossomed into a series of enchanting tourist destinations and vacation resorts over the years. The surrounding environment is remarkably pristine, making it a well-known beach retreat. Wang Xian parked his heavy motorcycle in a designated area, then wandered to a more secluded spot. Observing the vicinity, he noticed the absence of any other souls and turned his gaze towards the boundless ocean. The vast sea stretched endlessly before him, with waves crashing ceaselessly. As he beheld the ocean, a surge of exuberance welled up within him. To soar like a dragon over the sea, Wang Xian declared, shedding his garments and gradually immersing himself in the water. The August heat rendered the sea inviting rather than frigid. An expression of exhilaration graced his face as he dove into the depths, transforming into a dragon. He reveled in the excitement as he playfully flicked his tail, morphing into a diminutive dragon, no larger than a palm. In the water, his speed was remarkable, enabling him to glide several meters with a mere flick of his form. Here lies my true home, the ocean. I have arrived. Wang Xian joyfully swayed his tail, venturing further into the deep blue. Chapter 13. The Fish King Yellow Croaker. Level 0 Extractable Dragon Energy. 008 The golden-hued dragon, despite its diminutive size, radiated an aura of majesty. As he navigated the waters, Wang Xian's keen eyes spotted a small yellow croaker. A gleam of excitement illuminated his face as he swiftly surged forward, opening his mouth to devour the fish whole. The aquatic life here was rather small. With his prowess, he could easily consume fish weighing several dozen pounds. However, upon witnessing the meager increase of just 0.08 in dragon energy, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, knowing he could effortlessly devour much larger prey. As a level 1 dragon, his strength paralleled his human form. Despite his current size, he bore no fear when confronting fish weighing several dozen pounds. With determination, he propelled himself towards the ocean floor. The waters of the Bohai Sea were not particularly deep, allowing sunlight to penetrate and illuminate the seabed. Wang Xian beheld a fantastical underwater landscape, where schools of small fish and various shrimp frolicked among rocks adorned with aquatic vegetation and peculiar marine life. The richness of the oceanic ecosystem far surpassed that of any freshwater lake. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he spotted a considerably larger mackerel swimming ahead. This mackerel weighed around 7 to 8 pounds and measured half a meter in length. Mackerel, level 0 Extractable Dragon Energy, 0.8 Wang Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he charged towards the mackerel. As he approached within 5 meters, the half-meter mackerel sensed the impending presence of Wang Xian and froze momentarily, feeling the pressure radiating from him. Panic-stricken, it swiftly attempted to flee. But could it escape? The dragon's might emanating from Wang Xian trembled slightly, causing the horse mackerel to shiver in fear and refrain from swimming. With a swift motion, he surged forward and devoured the half-meter-sized fish in a single gulp. It was exhilarating. With his current dragon power, he could dominate aquatic creatures within a 5-meter radius. And even those exceeding this distance would feel a significant pressure. Wang Xian swayed his divine dragon form and set off once more towards the distance. Dominance. Dominance. As he traversed the waters, Wang Xian encountered various aquatic species, effortlessly asserting his control over them. Mackerel, horse mackerel, yellow croaker, mullet, herring, and pomfret. Ranging from palm-sized to hefty specimens weighing over 10 pounds, all fell under his reign. Beneath him, numerous shrimp swam about. In a mere kilometer, thousands of fish gathered within Wang Xian's 5-meter dominion. If he were to sell these seafood treasures, he could undoubtedly fetch a handsome sum. Observing the array of aquatic life around him, he noted the presence of giant tiger prawns, each commanding a price of over 100. It was simply extravagant. Wang Xian smiled. However, in pursuit of enhancing his strength, he resolved to consume them all. Crunch, crunch, crunch. In the depths of the ocean, a golden divine dragon voraciously devoured the aquatic creatures. Even fish measuring a meter in length were swallowed whole. Haha, I've gained over 80 units of dragon energy. It appears that consuming aquatic life significantly accelerates my growth. Wang Xian excitedly swished his dragon tail, realizing that his size had increased slightly, now measuring around 20 centimeters. His exquisite dragon scales shimmered, and though his claws appeared somewhat juvenile, they brimmed with power. His 2 dragon whiskers exuded an imposing aura. Wang Xian rolled his body, reveling in the augmented strength, feeling immensely satisfied. With a swift motion, he propelled himself towards the distance, now 4 to 5 kilometers from the shore. The nearby marine life was still sparse, prompting him to venture into deeper waters. He swam further out, continuing to dominate various aquatic species and indulging in a fervent feeding frenzy. His internal dragon energy surged at an astonishing rate. The water ahead became significantly deeper. After swimming 7 to 8 kilometers, he discovered that the sea depth increased to about 13 or 14 meters. The area was lush with seagrass, transforming the surroundings into a vibrant green, interspersed with colorful reefs. Suddenly, Wang Xian spotted a school of ribbonfish swimming ahead, over 1,000 of them, densely packed. Each ribbonfish was elongated, with several exceeding a meter in length. Their level was also 0, rendering them no threat to him. Wang Xian mused to himself that while ribbonfish were known for their ferocity, they would yield before his divine dragon presence. Fixated on the school of ribbonfish, he swiftly swam towards them. Boom! He descended into the ocean like an ancient dragon, and as he surged forward, some ribbonfish trembled in fear, their elongated bodies swaying. Others, in a panic, hastily swam away. Where do you think you're going? Wang Xian's speed in the water surpassed that of the ribbonfish by a factor of 2. He was like a golden lightning bolt, plunging directly into the midst of the school. With an air of dominion, he emanated a dragon's might, causing the ribbonfish within a 5-meter radius to gaze upon him reverently, too intimidated to make a single move. A smile graced Wang Xian's face as he opened his mouth to devour one of the ribbonfish. Suddenly, as he swallowed his 3rd ribbonfish, he noticed a commotion among the surrounding fish. Those to his left slowly parted, creating a pathway. What is this? Wang Xian swayed his body, a serious expression emerging in his eyes. A massive ribbonfish approached him, and he felt a twinge of anxiety. It measured at least 2.5 meters in length, its widest point approximately 30 centimeters, with its dorsal fin appearing somewhat serrated. Ribbonfish King, Level 1, Extractable Dragon Chi, 88. A Level 1 Ribbonfish King. Wang Xian's expression turned grave. In the ocean, ribbonfish constitute a vast species. Ordinary ribbonfish are less than a meter long, yet many larger specimens exist. Fishermen have caught ribbonfish exceeding 2 meters, referred to as the ribbonfish king. Moreover, there exists an even larger variant known as the royal ribbonfish, capable of reaching lengths of over 10 meters. Fortunately, it was merely a ribbonfish king and not a royal ribbonfish of such immense proportions. Nevertheless, its level 1 status should not be underestimated. Wang Xian regarded the sharp teeth of the ribbonfish king, estimating that it could potentially swallow him whole. The ribbonfish king fixated its gaze on Wang Xian, as if eyeing a delectable morsel. Despite sensing the formidable threat posed by the peculiar creature before it, the ribbonfish king instinctively felt that consuming him would lead to its evolution, a primal instinct. It was determined to devour him. Wang Xian observed the approaching ribbonfish king with a serious demeanor, bracing himself for battle. Chapter 14. The Giant Sea Clam Splash. In the boundless Bohai Sea, Wang Xian swayed his powerful tail, golden eyes fixed on the ribbonfish king before him. The ribbonfish king's head was large, comparable to Wang Xian's size. It slightly parted its jaws, remnants of small octopus flesh clinging to its teeth. Its fierce gaze locked onto Wang Xian as it swayed its massive body. Initiating the attack, Wang Xian observed the ribbonfish king and, with a swift movement, shot forward like a golden arrow, launching his assault. To his surprise, the ribbonfish king's reaction surpassed his expectations. Its combat prowess in the water was on par with that of a human, its sharp teeth snapping toward Wang Xian. A direct confrontation would be unwise. Wang Xian gazed at the colossal teeth of the king of ribbonfish, extending his dragon claws as if preparing for a direct confrontation. Hiss! It seemed as though he could hear the silent roar of the king of ribbonfish, which opened its mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth within. A glint of cunning flickered in Wang Xian's eyes. Just as they were about to collide, he swiftly ascended, his dragon claws targeting the eyes of the king of ribbonfish. As a nine-clawed divine dragon, revered among dragons, his claws, though diminutive, were exceptionally sharp. The nine claws struck directly at the king of ribbonfish's eyes, akin to an egg colliding with a stone, effortlessly piercing through its eyes. The intelligence of aquatic creatures paled in comparison to his own. Their attacks were primal and instinctual. Witnessing the king of ribbonfish thrashing in agony, a spark of surprise crossed Wang Xian's gaze as he dove down, his sharp jaws clamping onto the king of ribbonfish's head. Crack, 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 boom. Wang Xian's jaws latched onto the top of the king of ribbonfish's head, which thrashed its tail wildly, attempting to strike him. Wang Xian extended his claws, sinking them deeply into the body of the king of ribbonfish, his sharp talons penetrating effortlessly, devouring. With its eyes shattered, the vitality of the king of ribbonfish diminished rapidly as Wang Xian opened his mouth wide, consuming the entire creature. This act elevated his dragon energy by 88. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. He felt his strength augment significantly. As a divine dragon, combined with human intelligence, vanquishing aquatic creatures of the same rank was a trivial task, and even those 2 levels higher posed no threat. Wang Xian mused internally, observing the fleeing ribbonfish around him, and swiftly pursued them. 1, 2, 3. Soon, he devoured 700 or 800 ribbonfish, though several hundred managed to escape. Unperturbed, Wang Xian shook his body and surveyed his surroundings. The seagrass and coral here were abundant, and the nearby marine resources were plentiful, particularly octopuses, lobsters, sea cucumbers, jellyfish, and needle crabs. He resolved to catch some lobsters and needle crabs for a feast upon returning tonight. Wang Xian gazed longingly at the lobsters and needle crabs. Indulging in a meal would easily cost 500 or 600, and dining at a fine establishment would likely set one back 600 or 700 per person. Smacking his lips, Wang Xian continued to voraciously consume marine life around him. A small island appeared ahead. Wang Xian focused on the horizon and spotted an island. Though its size was modest, he paid it little heed, instead directing his gaze towards a sea snake. Sea snake, level 1, extractable dragon energy, 44. It was wise not to provoke the sea snake. After assessing the creature, he chose to circumvent it and continued swimming forward to capture other beings. The sea snake possessed potent venom. While it did not seem as formidable as the king of ribbonfish, its toxicity could prove fatal if he were to be poisoned. That is a sea turtle. Wang Xian discovered a sea turtle, approximately 1 meter in diameter, swimming beneath the rocks of the island. The sea turtle was classified as level 3, possessing the ability to yield 988 dragon energy. Observing the turtle's greenish hue, Wang Xian clicked his tongue. Although sea turtles are gentle creatures, one should not underestimate their strength. Lacking teeth, their beaks harbor sharp edges that can effortlessly sever a human finger, and a turtle of this size can be quite formidable. In mythology, the Dragon Palace is home to the Turtle Prime Minister, and in the future, Wang Xian contemplated creating his own Turtle Prime Minister when he transforms the aquatic species. Sea turtles evoke a sense of wisdom and longevity. In Journey to the West, the Turtle Prime Minister is said to be 9,000 years old, managing the affairs of the Dragon Palace akin to an ancient chancellor. Wang Xian aspired to devise a powerful Turtle Prime Minister himself. Unfortunately, his current level was too low. To transform aquatic species, he must first elevate himself to level 3. He mused that in the transformation of aquatic beings, the first step is to awaken their intelligence, followed by teaching them the ways of cultivation. This endeavor requires a significant amount of dragon energy, at least 1,000 as a foundation. Presently, Wang Xian possessed merely over 400 dragon energy. He needed to level up swiftly and acquire his own subordinates. With determination, Wang Xian propelled himself towards the surrounding aquatic creatures. Ahead, he spotted a large sume fish. He observed a fish of considerable size, the sume fish, which was level 1 and could yield 44 dragon energy. 44 dragon energy, how delightful! Wang Xian exclaimed with excitement, swiftly launching himself towards the sume fish. Sensing the imminent threat, the fish rapidly swam away, thrashing its tail in a desperate bid for escape. Can you truly flee? A smile crept across Wang Xian's face as he accelerated, his dragon claws reaching out with an imposing presence despite his relatively modest size. There is no escape now. As the nearly 1-meter-long sume fish sought refuge beneath the island, Wang Xian quickened his pace. Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded before him. As the sume fish approached a rocky area, what appeared to be a rock abruptly closed, engulfing the fish, which measured around 70 to 80 centimeters. Astonished, Wang Xian halted and peered into the depths. What was that? As he drew closer, he realized that the so-called rock was not a true stone but the disguise of a creature. It was a clam. How could one be so enormous? Wang Xian's face displayed disbelief as he beheld a fan-shaped, earthy yellow clam, its shell impressively large, approximately 2 meters in size, exuding an ancient and weighty aura. Clam, level 6, capable of yielding 9,987 dragon energy. To think it possessed such a high level and the potential to extract over 10,000 dragon energy. Wang Xian's eyes widened, fervently fixated on the colossal clam before him. Chapter 15, The Clam Maiden. The clam is a rather commonplace creature of the sea. Most people have tasted clams. The ordinary ones are merely the size of a large thumb, and the larger varieties are about the size of a palm. Yet, there exists a species known as the giant clam, once referred to as the man-eating clam, with specimens reaching an astonishing height of 1 meter and 80 centimeters. However, the clam before him was undoubtedly far larger than any recorded. Wang Xian gazed at the immense shellfish, a faint click of his tongue escaping him. Fortunately, this clam moved at a remarkably slow pace, rendering him safe from harm, especially as long as he remained behind it, beyond its reach. Wang Xian contemplated intently. If he could consume this clam, the dragon energy extracted would elevate him to the 3rd tier. After a moment of hesitation, he positioned himself behind the clam. The clam remained utterly motionless at his approach, perhaps due to having recently fed or in an effort to conceal itself. Wang Xian drew nearer, extending his claw towards the clam's shell. Thud! His metallic-like claws struck the clam's surface, leaving no mark whatsoever, which caused his expression to sour. It was astonishingly resilient, truly indestructible. With a furrowed brow, he struck the shell twice more, yet still no indication of damage, and the clam remained unresponsive. The shell's strength was insurmountable. He felt utterly at a loss. A contemplative look crossed Wang Xian's face as an idea sparked in his mind. He hesitated briefly, glancing around, then uttered, "Transform." In an instant, he reverted from a 20-centimeter-long golden dragon back to human form. His bare body emerged from the depths, unaffected by the surrounding waters. He gazed upon the clam and reached out to embrace it. Now, with a strength of at least 700 or 800 pounds, lifting a 400 to 500-pound clam was a trivial task. As he cradled the clam, it exhibited no reaction. A surge of joy filled him, and he swiftly swam towards the nearby island. His speed in the water was impressive, and upon surfacing, he placed the clam upon the shore. At that moment, as if sensing the absence of water, the clam opened its shell wide. A slimy piece of clam flesh emerged, slithering out and crawling towards the ocean. Huh, you think you can escape? A gleam of excitement lit Wang Xian's face as he seized the clam's shell, tugging it back forcefully. Just then, a piece of clam flesh whipped towards him with astonishing speed, striking his arm. The sheer force elicited a pained cry from Wang Xian. "Ah, that hurts." He gently touched his arm, feeling a slight palpitation, and discovered that it had swollen considerably. Had it not been for his physique being enhanced by the dragon's energy, it was likely that his entire arm would have succumbed to injury. Truly, it was a 6th-tier clam, capable of inflicting wounds upon itself, even if inherently unsuitable for combat. A look of astonishment crossed Wang Xian's face. "However, since I have cast you ashore, escape is out of the question for you." Wang Xian felt a surge of relief, grateful that the clam had not reacted in the ocean. Otherwise, given its formidable strength, he would have been unable to carry it to the shore. Observing the clam rapidly retreating into the ocean, he hastened towards it, gripping its shell and hurling it towards the interior of the small island. Subsequently, he noticed some stones nearby and began to throw them into the open clam. Wang Xian's current strength was indeed formidable. The powerful stone struck the clam's flesh, causing it to retract and swiftly close its shell. "Do not kill me, please," a peculiar voice suddenly resonated, leaving Wang Xian momentarily stunned. Who? Who is speaking?" he exclaimed in disbelief, scanning his surroundings, only to find no one on the desolate island. It dawned on him that the voice he had just heard did not even resemble human speech. Quickly, he shifted his gaze back to the clam. "Is it you?" Wang Xian's eyes widened. Once any creature attains wisdom, it develops its own language. Dolphins and orcas possess their own means of communication, yet humans cannot comprehend their tongues. However, as a divine dragon, Wang Xian was capable of understanding the language of all aquatic beings. "Release me, please." Another voice emerged, soft and delicate, akin to that of a child who had just begun to speak. "You are female?" he inquired, fixating on the closed clam. "Do not kill me. Release me." The clam's voice echoed once more, repeating the simple plea. It seemed to lack sufficient intelligence to express itself in more complex terms. Wang Xian furrowed his brow, surprised that this clam had indeed developed intelligence, and moreover, was a female. Considering his current strength, it would be a cumbersome endeavor to slay her, unless he waited for her to perish from thirst. "Release me, do not kill me." The childlike voice reverberated in his mind again. Wang Xian hesitated, a thought igniting within him. "I need not kill her. She could serve as my subordinate, the first member of the Dragon Palace." His eyes sparkled with excitement as he contemplated the method of subjugating aquatic beings through the transformation of the divine dragon. With a newfound resolve, he gently coaxed, "Little sister, I will free you soon, but first, you must swallow something of mine." Noticing the clam's silence, he squeezed a drop of golden blood from his hand. The essence of the divine dragon. This was not only a symbol of his lineage, but also a form of contract. The divine dragon, sovereign of aquatic life, relies not solely on unmatched strength, but also on the power of the covenant. Once he absorbed the blood of the divine dragon, he would be revered as king. "Absorb this blood, and once you have done so, I shall release you," Wang Xian said, dropping the dragon's blood onto the clam. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind, indicating that the blood had vanished from the clam. "Haha, success." A look of exhilaration spread across Wang Xian's face as he approached the clam maiden. "Brother, I like you," she said. The clam maiden opened her shell, her limited understanding rendering her unaware of what it meant to be a king. She merely recognized that he had asked her to call him brother and to obey his words. This was the power of the contract. "Haha, little sister. You must listen to your brother from now on," Wang Xian declared joyfully. However, at that moment, the clam maiden entwined him with her soft flesh, emanating a delightful aroma. "Let go, let go," Wang Xian exclaimed, feeling ensnared by the clam's embrace, which enveloped him in a strangely pleasant sensation. He ordered her to release him, and she complied immediately. As he looked at his sticky self, he couldn't help but grimace. "Damn it." Wang Xian slapped his face. "To the sea. Let us go to the sea." He leaped into the water, with the clam maiden following closely behind. Observing her, he felt a stirring in his heart and promptly transformed into the form of a divine dragon. "From now on, do not call me brother, call me Dragon King." The clam maiden's voice echoed in his mind as she complied, and Wang Xian nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite pleased with her. She was his first subordinate, ranked at level 6. Although her offensive capabilities were relatively weak, her defense was remarkably formidable. Transforming aquatic beings, forming contracts, and awakening intelligence were all within reach. The clam maiden's intellect had been awakened, allowing her to conserve much of his dragon energy. Though he could utilize his own energy for transformation, he preferred to teach her the methods of cultivation to enable her independent growth. Establishing a dragon palace and reforming aquatic beings was essential. Should Wang Xian's power grow, he could directly enhance the strength of the aquatic beings with his dragon energy. However, improvement was but one aspect. The more crucial factor was to empower them to cultivate on their own. The divine dragon transformation contained knowledge regarding the cultivation of aquatic beings. The so-called cultivation methods could be regarded as those of the dragon clan, while for other aquatic beings, this technique could be termed as the leap of the dragon gate. Numerous cultivation methods existed, including those for water dragons, fire dragons, and ice dragons, among others. The clam maiden was particularly suited for the water dragon cultivation method, which he could impart to her. With a sudden inspiration, Wang Xian decided to teach her the art of cultivation. "This is the method of cultivation. You must practice diligently in the days to come," Wang Xian addressed the clam girl, stating that once she perfected her cultivation and had the opportunity to transform into human form, mastering the water dragon technique, she would not be inferior to an ordinary divine dragon. "Indeed, I shall become a dragon king," the clam girl replied. Wang Xian nodded thoughtfully. From now on, you shall cultivate in the vicinity of this island. Do exercise caution. Yes, she responded, opening her shell to expel the stone Wang Xian had just placed within. What is this? Suddenly, Wang Xian noticed several shimmering objects within the clam girl. Are these pearls? His eyes sparkled as he reached to extract the treasures from her depths. A dozen glistening pearls emerged, in hues of white, black, pink, and gold, each appearing perfectly round and flawless. Each pearl measured at least 20 millimeters, radiating exquisite beauty. Such magnificent and substantial pearls. Wang Xian exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the 16 pearls in his hand. Such size and craftsmanship must command a considerable price. They should be worth a fortune. Pearls, derived from the inner sanctum of clams, have always been prized for their natural elegance. Wang Xian turned his gaze toward the clam girl, inquiring, can you procure more of these pearls? Dragon King, these pearls are remnants from my meals, gradually formed over time. They appear periodically, but I do not favor them. So I discard them, she explained. What? They appear periodically, and you dispose of them? Wang Xian's lips twitched at her words. How long does it take to form them? He pressed eagerly. I do not know, she replied. Wang Xian sighed, realizing that the clam girl lacked a concept of time. From now on, if you encounter any more pearls, be sure to keep them. Yes, Dragon King. I will check their value when I return. He carefully placed the pearls back into the clamshell. You shall remain here to cultivate, he instructed her, then surveyed the surroundings. Currently, he required just over 400 dragon chi to level up. As midday approached, he aimed to elevate his rank by 2 levels by nightfall. His gaze fell upon a sturgeon, and with a quick movement, he launched an attack. Devour, voraciously consume. The dragon chi surged at a terrifying pace. Another school of ribbonfish appeared ahead. By the afternoon, after swimming approximately 20 kilometers, he encountered a school of ribbonfish even more massive than the one he had seen in the morning. Thousands of ribbonfish danced through the sea, creating a magnificent spectacle. If he could consume them, he would almost certainly reach level 2, resulting in a significant enhancement of his power. Excitement filled Wang Xian's heart as he fixated on the school of ribbonfish and charged forward. Now, Wang Xian measured about 30 centimeters in size, still significantly smaller than the ribbonfish. However, the aura he exuded made all the ribbonfish tremble in fear. Roar! A faint dragon's roar echoed as Wang Xian commenced his devouring. One by one, the ribbonfish were effortlessly consumed, transforming into dragon energy within him. In a mere half hour, he devoured an immense school of 3,000 to 4,000 ribbonfish, including 3 formidable ribbonfish kings, whom he vanquished and consumed in a 1-against-3 confrontation. Name, Wang Xian. Race, human, capable of transformation into a dragon. Level, 1 dragon energy, 971. 000 divine ability. Domination of aquatic creatures. Controls aquatic beings below his level. Devouring entities. Extracts dragon energy from consumed beings. Technique. Divine dragon transformation. Merely 3 points of dragon energy remained for him to reach a breakthrough. Excited, Wang Xian swam towards the left, knowing that by consuming just a few more fish, he could ascend to level 2. Suddenly, danger loomed. A shark was approaching. Just as he had swum a mere 10 meters, he spotted a 3-meter-long shark heading directly toward him. It must have been lured by the bloody scent released during his earlier feast on the ribbonfish. Wang Xian's heart raced as he assessed the situation. Species, angle shark level. For extractable dragon energy, 443 fleeing was imperative. He was no match for it. Observing the shark's level, he hastily retreated towards the shore. The angle shark, having spotted him, immediately began pursuing with vigorous tail strokes. How outrageous. I've already fled, yet you still pursue. Wang Xian felt the shark gaining on him and quickened his pace toward the coastal area. Fortunately, due to his swift speed, he reached a region dense with seagrass, where the angle shark could not follow. He realized he could not venture too far. He was still too weak. Encountering a few ferocious sharks would spell disaster for him. Chapter 17. Ascending to level 2. Crack. 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 Within the Bohai Sea, Wang Xian moved swiftly to a few flounders and consumed one. Extracting 0.1 dragon energy. Extracting 0.3 dragon energy. As his dragon energy reached 1,000, he evolved into a second-tier divine dragon. After consuming several flounders, the system's voice resonated in his mind, and he felt a surge of immense power coursing through him. Crack, crack, crack. His bones emitted crisp sounds as his dragon stature expanded by 40 centimeters, ultimately growing to nearly 1 meter. At that moment, he radiated a golden sheen, and the formidable energy he exuded caused the surrounding waters to stir. He had ascended to level 2. Wang Xian reveled in his newfound strength, excitement illuminating his face. Every scale and bone of his body had undergone a significant enhancement, particularly his claws, which now brimmed with explosive power. Roaring, he unleashed a dragon's cry, sending ripples through the surrounding waters. His strength had increased at least tenfold. Feeling the potent energy within, he clenched his claws and turned his gaze toward a nearby rock. Crack! With a single claw strike, Wang Xian effortlessly shattered the solid rock. Such immense power. This was without the aid of divine abilities. If he were to harness sufficient dragon energy to cultivate divine techniques, his strength would multiply exponentially. The divine dragon, akin to the magnificent creature he had transformed into moments ago, wielded elemental forces, fire, water, frost, and even skeletal manifestations, all of which were manifestations of divine abilities. Furthermore, through dragon energy, he could elongate his claws, enhance his flexibility, and unleash flames, torrents, or electricity, all of which fell under the realm of divine powers. However, at present, Wang Xian possessed merely the corporeal form of a divine dragon, lacking the accompanying divine techniques. Yet, even his physical prowess was formidable. Currently, at merely 2 levels, he had yet to attain the first transformation, and yet he was already extraordinarily powerful. If he were to reach the 9th transformation of the divine dragon, would he not be able to roam freely across the cosmos? With fervor in his heart, Wang Xian swam to a nearby clam and urged the clam maiden to diligently cultivate before promptly heading towards the shore. The sky was gradually darkening. To elevate his level within a single day was already a remarkable feat, however. To ascend to the 3rd level would require a staggering 10,000 units of dragon energy. And subsequently, each level thereafter would demand an increase by a factor of 10. Early upgrades were swift, yet the later stages would prove to be exceedingly arduous. Having ascended 2 levels, his speed had become astonishing, reaching approximately 15 meters per second, far surpassing many fish species. The dragon race was born to be sovereign. Upon reaching the shoreline, Wang Xian collected a few lobsters and a couple of pike crabs along the way. 2 lobsters, each weighing around 3 pounds, accompanied 6 pike crabs. With a splash, he emerged from the sea, donned his clothing, and surveyed the pearls alongside the lobsters and crabs in his grasp, a smile gracing his face. After dressing, he climbed upward. With a light leap, Wang Xian soared to a height of 4 meters, landing directly on the shore. With a crunch, he grasped a stone from the ground and crushed it effortlessly. His current self was simply too powerful. Filled with excitement, Wang Xian placed the lobsters and crabs into a bag and made his way to a nearby resort entrance. For safety, he parked his Harley motorcycle there. Revving the engine, he secured the lobsters and crabs, then sped off towards the school. Feeling the elevation to 2 levels, both his reflexes and vision had significantly improved. Wang Xian squinted slightly, observing the modified motorcycle he was riding. This motorcycle, tailored to his riding style, was an utter waste of its potential. With nearly $1 million invested in modifications, it achieved an astonishing speed. This Harley could reach an incredible 397 kilometers per hour, a noteworthy feat considering that the Bugatti Veyron, which starts at over 20 million, boasts a maximum speed of only 405 kilometers per hour. This modified Harley was truly extraordinary, with acceleration over 100 meters surpassing that of traditional sports cars. With the performance of this Harley, even million-dollar sports cars pale in comparison. Let us test the speed of this heavy motorcycle. Wang Xian felt a surge of excitement within. Previously, he refrained from speeding, aware that the risks associated with heavy motorcycles were exceedingly high in the event of an accident. However, now, endowed with enhanced abilities, he could confidently reach speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour while ensuring his safety in case of mishaps. Furthermore, with his reflexes, the likelihood of encountering trouble was remarkably low. The coastal area was comprised of somewhat secluded roads, where vehicular traffic was sparse. Wang Xian promptly shifted gears and accelerated to the maximum. The roar of the heavy motorcycle erupted, producing a resounding sound. A slight smile graced Wang Xian's lips as he observed the speedometer. Within a mere 5 seconds, the speed surged to 100, quickly escalating to 180. At 180, the velocity was indeed formidable, with trees blurring past at an alarming rate. What a thrill! It was no wonder so many sought the exhilarating rush of speed, even at the peril of their lives. The sensation was undeniably delightful. Adorned with a helmet, Wang Xian felt a surge of exuberance as he rode this heavy motorcycle. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard explosive roars behind him. Cars zipped by like phantoms alongside his heavy motorcycle. Astonished, Wang Xian noted their incredible speed, easily exceeding 200 kilometers per hour. Yet, he refrained from pursuing them out of pride. As a turn approached, He reduced the speed of his motorcycle to around 60 or 70. Upon rounding the corner, he spotted 3 sports cars lined up, poised as if preparing for a new race. His arrival instantly drew the attention of the trio: a Ferrari, a Lamborghini, and a Maserati. "Hey, old man, let us race." A young girl emerged from the Maserati, her gaze fixed on Wang Xian, chin slightly raised in a provocative manner. "Come on, brother, I saw you riding well earlier. Let us have some fun." As soon as the girl finished speaking, the window of the Ferrari rolled down, inviting him to join. The window of the Lamborghini followed suit, signaling him as well. "No, thank you." Wang Xian shook his head, uninterested in racing with this group of affluent youths. "Coward. If you lose, call your mommy. Hurry up, don't be so timid." The girl who had initially addressed him raised a middle finger in jest. "Little brat, what nonsense are you spouting at such a young age? Drive slowly and quit boasting." A beautiful woman seated beside the girl shot her a disapproving glance. Hee hee, the girl stuck out her tongue playfully, then beckoned to Wang Xian with a finger. "Don't be like a girl, come fight like a man." Chapter 18. Call me Big Brother Buzz. The young girl, a skilled driver, executed a stunning drift and maneuvered her sports car alongside Wang Xian's motorcycle, tilting her head defiantly as she glanced at the imposing machine. "Are not all riders knights? Come on, knight uncle." As she spoke, she revved the engine, producing a thunderous roar. Wang Xian, somewhat at a loss for words, regarded the girl with bemusement and responded by accelerating. "Haha, bring it on. Loser calls me Andy." The girl laughed heartily, steering her vehicle back to align with the 2 other sports cars, forming a trio. A slight smile crept onto Wang Xian's lips as he positioned his motorcycle in line with them. Vroom vroom. One by one, the sports cars erupted with noise, and Wang Xian pressed the throttle harder. 3, 2, 1, go. The girl shouted, and the 3 sports cars surged forward. Wang Xian smiled faintly, showing no signs of retreat. The performance of his motorcycle far surpassed that of these sports cars. As they launched, the motorcycle's superiority became evident, propelling him ahead at around 180 kilometers per hour. Buzz. However, the 3 sports cars, each valued at no less than 3 million, possessed exceptional performance. The trio swiftly elevated their speeds, reaching at least 200 to 230 kilometers per hour, or even more. Wang Xian furrowed his brow slightly, glancing toward the Maserati beside him, only to see a girl inside making a derisive gesture. "If we are to play, then I shall indulge you." Wang Xian leaned forward on his motorcycle, as high-speed riding necessitates a crouched position to minimize wind resistance and enhance control. "The moment I lower my head, you will have lost." With a smirk concealed beneath his helmet, he fully pressed the accelerator, the speedometer climbing with frenetic intensity. 200, 201, 202. In a mere 10 seconds, he escalated his speed to 280. Buzz. The deafening roar from the Harley's engine echoed as Wang Xian, head down, swiftly overtook the 3 sports cars, charging ahead with even greater velocity. "Wow, he's so fast. I must catch up." The girl in the Maserati exclaimed in frustration as Wang Xian's figure rapidly faded from view. "Xiaowan, you crazy girl, slow down." The beautiful passenger beside her said, her face pale with concern. "Don't be scared, Ling Ling Jia. Watch me surpass him." Ignoring her companion's warning, the girl stubbornly focused on the motorcycle ahead. "Compete with me, little girl," Wang Xian thought, a smirk playing on his lips as he approached an intersection. Huh, not good. At that moment, Wang Xian noticed a large vehicle unexpectedly turning in from the side street, and his expression shifted. He hastily pressed the brakes, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching truck, ready to leap from the bike at a moment's notice. Screech. The motorcycle struggled to come to a halt. Wang Xian held his breath, gazing at the 2-meter gap on his left, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Zizi." He slipped through the crevice, brushing past the large vehicle before coming to a halt. Phew. Bang. Bang bang. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, 3 loud collisions echoed. Wang Xian's expression shifted, and he hurriedly stopped his motorcycle, peering ahead. 3 sports cars had collided with the large vehicle. "Oh no, I hope there are no casualties." Frowning, Wang Xian dashed towards the wreckage. Inside the 3 cars were a total of 6 people. The frontmost Maserati had suffered the most severe impact, while the Lamborghini and Ferrari were relatively less damaged. Nevertheless, the violent collision had left everyone inside unconscious. Wang Xian rushed to the front Maserati. The front end was utterly crushed, and the airbags had deployed. Yet the young girl and a beautiful woman inside lay motionless. The Maserati had been the fastest. The sudden appearance of the large vehicle had prevented them from braking in time. Noticing the damaged door, Wang Xian reached out and pulled. Crack. With his immense strength, he wrenched the door open and carefully extracted the woman from the passenger seat. The girl's legs appeared nearly deformed. Wang Xian observed the driver. her legs crushed by the front metal panel, likely fractured. He gently cradled her and set her down. First, I must call for help. Placing the two girls on the ground, he swiftly dialed the emergency services and an ambulance. He then hurried to the other two vehicles. The occupants of the rear cars seemed to have sustained minor injuries, so he refrained from disturbing them. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. At that moment, Wang Xian heard a faint cry of anguish. He quickly approached, finding a girl weeping in pain. Her legs were grotesquely deformed, and Wang Xian furrowed his brow upon seeing her distress. Help me, I don't want to die, she pleaded, her previously mischievous demeanor now replaced by desperation. Wang Xian furrowed his brow tightly. Perhaps I can use dragon energy to heal her. A thought struck him as he extended his hand towards the girl's legs, channeling dragon energy into her injuries, nurturing her wounds. As the energy coursed through her legs, he sensed the internal condition. Bones fractured, requiring realignment. After a moment's hesitation, he grasped her right leg gently. This girl has a lovely figure. Wang Xian admired her long, shapely legs, and with a slight adjustment, he began to realign her bones. Indeed, it was effective. Under the influence of the dragon energy, her injuries began to mend rapidly. However, having just ascended 2 levels, he found himself lacking excess dragon energy to remain within her body. He could only continue nurturing her in this manner. Wang Xian mused silently. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. The young girl emitted soft moans, tears streaming down her cheeks. Humph, this little one, had it not been for my intervention, your legs would be rendered useless. Just moments ago, you even dared to address me as Auntie. Wang Xian observed the girl, his brows raised, a cunning smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Your injuries are quite severe, but I possess the means to save you. Save me, please. The girl cried out in agony, her voice filled with desperation. I can indeed save you, but first, you must call me Big Brother. Should you refuse, I shall withhold my aid. Wang Xian said, his gaze fixed intently on her. Save me, Wa? Upon hearing his demand, the girl burst into tears. Call me Big Brother, he insisted, pinching her leg gently, causing her to tremble. Big Brother, Wa? Big Brother, please save me, Wa? Hee. Chapter 19, The Master of Medicine? Little did I anticipate that dragon energy could yield such effects. If I had an excess of it, I could directly infuse it into her body, potentially restoring her legs instantaneously. Wang Xian mused as he observed the unconscious girl with her leg bones realigned. He then approached the beautiful woman nearby, utilizing dragon energy to assess her condition. A blow to her chest had caused some bruising within. Observing the extent of her injuries, he promptly applied dragon energy for healing, before proceeding to inspect the injuries of the other 4 individuals in the 2 other sports cars, aside from a young man with a fractured rib, whom Wang Xian managed to stabilize with dragon energy. The others appeared to have sustained only minor injuries. The most critical were the girl and the young man with the broken rib. At that moment, the traffic police and ambulance arrived, and Wang Xian let out a slight sigh of relief. 3 luxury sports cars had been involved in an accident. Upon seeing the trio of vehicles, the approaching traffic officer hastened his steps toward them. Young man, did you call for help? A middle-aged officer inquired as he approached Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded yes. I reported the accident. I have examined the individuals involved, and there appear to be no significant issues. Look at these sports cars. That Maserati seems to belong to the granddaughter of Elder Shui, freshly registered. A young man following the officer remarked in a hushed tone. The middle-aged officer glanced at the license plate, his brow furrowing as he recognized the significance. It is indeed Elder Shui's granddaughter, and the other individuals are of notable standing as well. We must act swiftly. The officer hurried to Wang Xian's side, examining the girl and the beautiful woman on the ground. It is Elder Shui's granddaughter, he noted, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I hope she is unharmed. He called out to the ambulance in the distance. Rescue personnel, hurry. Several paramedics rushed forward with a stretcher. Wait, let's assess her condition first. A doctor walking alongside instructed the 2 nurses, squatting down to examine the girl's injuries. Her legs bore some injuries, yet now they have largely healed under my care and require a period of maintenance. The enchanting beauty beside her had some bruising on her chest, which has been addressed, and is not a significant concern. Additionally, the young man in the driver's seat of the Ferrari has rib issues, which I have attended to. Please exercise caution while moving him. The examining doctor appeared momentarily taken aback, raising her head in astonishment to gaze at Wang Xian. Wang Xian, in turn, looked at the doctor, mildly surprised at the abundance of beauties present. This doctor, approximately in her late 20s, donned a pristine white coat that did little to conceal her exquisite figure. Her fair, delicate face framed by hair elegantly pinned up resembled that of a goddess. She reached out to examine the young woman's legs, her expression revealing mild surprise as she indeed noted some issues. Be careful not to touch her legs. Lift her onto the ambulance, she instructed. Understood, Dr. Sun, the two nurses promptly acknowledged. Have you studied medicine? Dr. Sun inquired, rising and looking curiously at Wang Xian. I know a little. Feel free to examine them further, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Although he was entirely ignorant of medicine, he had merely utilized dragon energy for treatment. Dr. Sun did not press for further details and immediately commenced her examination of the other individuals. She lifted the hem of the beauty's blouse to inspect her chest, astonished to find injuries there as well, advising against contact. Subsequently, she approached the other two sports cars, conducting thorough checks. Indeed, there were rib issues. This young man is quite impressive. After examining everyone, Dr. Sun was left astounded. Had it not been for the young man informing her of their injuries, her own examination would have taken much longer. All right, I must take my leave, Wang Xian announced as he observed the individuals being assisted into the ambulance. Noticing the time approaching 7 o'clock, he addressed the traffic officer and doctor who had been accompanying him. Young man, could you please register your contact information? We may need to reach you for further inquiries. The middle-aged traffic officer requested. Certainly, Wang Xian nodded and recorded his contact details. Meanwhile, Dr. Sun cast a lingering glance before stepping into the ambulance. Racing nearly cost a life, Wang Xian mused, shaking his head slightly as he mounted his motorcycle and headed toward the school. Look at that young man riding a Harley. He must come from a well-off family, remarked the young traffic officer, observing Wang Xian's retreating figure. For now, let's not dwell on that. We should follow to the hospital and check on the situation. I hope Shui Lao's granddaughter is unharmed, and that the young men do not suffer any serious issues. Their families are not ordinary, the middle-aged traffic officer responded. The owner of the large vehicle, alongside the speed of the sports cars, had caused this accident. The driver going against traffic would certainly face misfortune. Meanwhile, within the ambulance, Dr. Sun was examining the young girl's legs with a mechanical device, her face reflecting shock. How is it possible? Her legs were evidently shattered, yet they were seamlessly reattached through remarkable orthopedic techniques. Could that youth be a medical virtuoso? At this moment, Wang Xian had arrived at the school's entrance on his heavy motorcycle. He glanced at the lobster and crab in the vehicle, rubbed his hands together, and stepped into a nearby shop. After purchasing some seasonings, he promptly made his way to the dormitory, carefully storing the pearls before venturing out for a picnic. A smile graced Wang Xian's face. Picnicking is a hallmark of Jiangcheng University, particularly at a designated site in Dongpa. There, small pits have been dug, and with a pot and some firewood in hand, one can easily prepare a meal. Wang Dahai possessed all the necessary equipment for outdoor cooking, and Wang Xian, armed with a pot and some water, set off towards Dongpa. Dongpa, nestled beside Liangting Lake, is a gentle slope devoid of trees and underbrush, making it exceptionally safe for starting a fire. As twilight descended, Wang Xian arrived at Dongpa with his supplies. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Guan Shuqing. I haven't had the chance to thank you for everything that happened before. Have you eaten today? I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude. Wang Xian, taken aback by Guan Shuqing's message, quickly replied, No need, thank you. Huh. Guan Shuqing, sitting in her dormitory, was momentarily stunned by Wang Xian's response. He was the first boy in her life to turn her down. Initially, after adding him on WeChat, she presumed he would reach out like other boys, but he hadn't. Now, after inviting him to dinner only to be refused again, she questioned her own allure as she touched her face in disbelief. Chapter 20. The picnic. Guan Shuqing felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet there was an unwillingness to accept defeat. You have indeed helped me immensely. I must treat you to a meal, she texted, her determination resolute. This boy was truly different. Could he possibly be gay? Such thoughts crossed her mind. Meanwhile, as Wang Xian was tending to the fire and preparing the remnants of wood, he noticed his phone chiming again. Upon seeing Guan Shuqing's reply, he glanced at the pot containing the crab and lobster. Since one person couldn't possibly consume it all, he decided to invite her. Without much deliberation, he sent a message, I'm picnicking at Dongpa. If you haven't eaten yet, feel free to join me. After dispatching the message, Wang Xian resumed his preparations, washing the utensils and kindling the fire. Meanwhile, in her dorm, Guan Shuqing read his message, her brow slightly furrowed. To picnic or not to picnic? The sky was growing darker. Would he? Surely not. He did not strike her as that kind of person. Although it was vacation time, there were still security personnel patrolling the area. Resolute, Guan Shuqing decided to go. She stood up, made slight adjustments to her appearance, and set off toward Dongpa. As he arrived at Dongpa, he beheld a solitary figure standing before the flames. It was just one person. Guan Shuqing glanced over and continued her approach. Wang Xian. Oh. Is that the enchanting Guan Shuqing? Wang Xian lifted his gaze, observing Guan Shuqing, who was illuminating her surroundings with her phone's flashlight. How delightful, even at this late hour. You're out here for a barbecue. Guan Shuqing approached, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at the condiments nearby. Wang Xian, what delectable dish are you preparing? Seafood. Freshly caught from the sea today, Wang Xian replied, glancing at her. Today, Guan Shuqing remained as stunning as ever, the renowned goddess of Jiangcheng University. Dining with such a beautiful woman was indeed a privilege, provided her temperament was amiable. Wow, seafood. I must be in for a treat today. Guan Shuqing crouched down, peering at the pot covered by a lid, her gaze directed at Wang Xian. Under the glow of the flames, he exuded a distinct charm. If one were to evaluate based on handsomeness, he would undoubtedly be deemed a handsome man. Guan Shuqing found a stone to sit upon. Originally, I should be treating you to a meal, yet here you are inviting me to enjoy seafood. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow night? Sounds great. Wang Xian looked at her. To have the beauty of Jiangcheng treat me to a meal is indeed an honor. I didn't realize you were so eager. Just a moment ago, you mentioned it wasn't necessary. Guan Shuqing shot him a playful glance. Hee, Wang Xian chuckled. I merely believed I hadn't been of much assistance. It was but a trifling effort. That was certainly more than a trifling effort. Guan Shuqing shook her head. All right, let's eat. We should hurry. Here, allow me to fetch the condiments for you. Wang Xian lifted the pot lid and presented her with a bowl of his specially prepared dipping sauce. Wow, is that a lobster and crab? Guan Shuqing exclaimed, seeing 2 lobsters and a couple of crabs weighing 2 to 3 pounds each inside, her face lighting up with astonishment. Hee, Wang Xian laughed. Indeed, all freshly caught from the sea. As he spoke, Wang Xian retrieved a large lobster from the pot, detaching its head and offering the tail to Guan Shuqing. Here, let us each enjoy a lobster. If you don't join me, I want to be able to finish it alone. Thank you, thank you. Guan Shuqing happily accepted it. Be careful, it's hot. Guan Shuqing took the lobster meat, larger than her palm, and delicately peeled away the shell. It smells divine, she exclaimed with joy. The taste is quite delightful. Wang Xian dipped into the sauce. The wild lobster, paired with the exquisite condiments, was immensely satisfying. Who could have imagined I'd be so fortunate to enjoy such a lavish dinner? Guan Shuqing beamed at Wang Xian. I brought 2 bottles of beer. Would you care for some? Wang Xian inquired, holding a bottle of beer from Wang Dehai stored in the dormitory. Seafood and beer? Then please hand me a bottle, though I may not finish it. Guan Shuqing extended her hand, smiling. No worries. Whatever you can't finish, I shall take. Wang Xian opened the beer and handed it to her. Wow, this is simply splendid. Guan Shuqing took a gentle sip, her delight evident as she savored the lobster meat. Let us indulge in some fresh Chinese mitten crabs, which I have personally caught from the sea, Wang Xian said, exhibiting his gentlemanly demeanor as he skillfully shelled a crab and presented it to her. Wang Xian, you are truly thoughtful. The seasoning you prepared is absolutely delectable. You must surely have a girlfriend, Guan Shuqing remarked, glancing at him with a hint of curiosity. Wang Xian's body stiffened momentarily as he recalled the girl who had recently sought solace in another's embrace. Though she was not conventionally beautiful, her gentle and endearing nature had captivated him. Sighing deeply, he dismissed the notion that a materialistic girl was worthy of his affection. What's wrong? Guan Shuqing inquired, noticing his sudden change in demeanor, her brow furrowing slightly. Nothing. I do not have a girlfriend. One might say I have experienced unrequited love. Wang Xian chuckled self-deprecatingly as he took a sip of beer. Guan Shuqing paused, slightly taken aback. You are quite remarkable. You will undoubtedly find a beautiful girlfriend. Perhaps. Wang Xian replied with a smile. But for now, I must focus on self-improvement and accumulating wealth. My sister will be joining this school, and I wish for her to enjoy a college life fit for a princess. Guan Shuqing regarded him with admiration. Your sister is fortunate to have such a wonderful brother. You share a close bond, don't you? We rely on one another. She is endearing and very considerate, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Rely on one another? Guan Shuqing pondered, recalling her inquiries to friends. Did he have only one sister and no parents? She thought of her own parents. Despite her father's company facing a significant crisis and declaring bankruptcy this year, at least she still had them. Everything will turn out fine. Someone like you will surely find happiness in the future, Guan Shuqing assured Wang Xian. There are no insurmountable sorrows. My father's company has gone bankrupt, greatly affecting my life. Yet I believe that with effort, things will improve. Wang Xian looked at Guan Shuqing in surprise, not expecting her to possess such resilience. What are you staring at? Let us toast, Guan Shuqing said, raising her glass, her chin slightly lifted. It will be all right, Guan Shuqing, Wang Xian said, lifting his glass in return with a smile. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. I might be able to assist you. Why did you stop calling me the beautiful Guan Shuqing? Haha. Are we not friends now? Wow. So now you consider me a friend? I suppose I was merely a stranger to you moments ago. Chapter 21. A straightforward individual. Guan Shuqing was an exceptionally intelligent and cheerful young woman, born into a wealthy family. She possessed the grace of a privileged upbringing without the arrogance that often accompanies it. Even amidst her family's bankruptcy, she remained resilient, taking on work during her break. Wang Xian admired such a woman, one who had enjoyed comforts yet was unafraid of hardship. Thank you for dinner. This has been the most delightful meal I've had in some time, Guan Shuqing said, looking at the boy who had escorted her back to her dormitory. He was the first boy to do so. Wang Xian smiled at her, saying, in recent days, my diet has likely consisted solely of seafood. If I plan to indulge, I shall inform you in advance. Indeed, we must come to an understanding. Guan Shuqing stood before him, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Farewell. I must return to rest now. Goodbye. As Guan Shuqing watched the departing young man, a sudden smile graced her lips, sweet and radiant. She was indeed exceptionally beautiful, with a delightful disposition. As Wang Xian walked away, he pondered that it was impossible for a man not to appreciate beauty. Yet, he resolved to first enhance his abilities. Before the new term commenced, he was determined to elevate his prowess to level 4. He silently affirmed this as he returned to his room to freshen up, then took out a pearl to examine it before settling down to meditate. He accumulated an impressive 45 points of dragon energy. The following morning, Wang Xian awoke and, upon reviewing his status, a gleam of excitement flickered in his eyes. His level had ascended by 2 tiers, and his cultivation speed had doubled compared to before. Grabbing the pearl beside him, he washed up and ventured outside. Driving to the heart of the city, Wang Xian began his search for a jewelry store. Pearls could only be sold to jewelers. He truly had no idea where else they might be purchased. Upon arriving at the city center, he spotted a jewelry store lavishly adorned. Deep Sea Jewelry, he noted, recalling that it was a renowned jewelry brand in the country, a publicly listed corporation. Such a large enterprise should offer a fair price. He remembered checking the value of jewelry during breakfast. His flawless natural pearls, rated at 20, commanded a staggering price. Each pearl was worth at least several hundred thousand, if not more. Welcome. Upon entering Deep Sea Jewelry, a hostess in a qipao greeted him warmly. Wang Xian strolled inside, surveying the exquisite gems displayed in the cabinets. The collection included pearls, gemstones, and jade, but no gold jewelry. The prices were exorbitant. Even a simple pair of earrings could cost thousands, while some rare jewels were valued at tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Sir, what would you like to purchase? A female employee inquired upon noticing Wang Xian. I would like to see the pearls, he replied with a smile. We have pearl necklaces, pearl pendants, and bracelets. The attendant gestured to a section. Wang Xian approached to take a closer look. This pearl pendant is quite pricey, he remarked, eyeing a pendant priced at 180,000. This is a natural pearl from the South China Sea, 16 millimeters in size, with a lustrous sheen. It is indeed a gem among pearls. 180,000 is not exorbitant. Miss, please show me this pendant. However, before the attendant could respond, a voice interrupted from nearby. Wang Xian turned his head and noticed a middle-aged man accompanied by a beautiful woman. The middle-aged man addressed them. All right, he said. The attendant smiled at him, donned gloves, retrieved a jade pendant, and presented it to the man. Come, Wen, why don't you try this pendant on? It would look absolutely stunning on you. The middle-aged man handed the pendant to the woman, who appeared to be at least a decade younger than him. Wow, it's so beautiful, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the jade pendant in his hand. Let us see how it looks on you. If it's lovely, we'll buy it. The middle-aged man beamed, clearly willing to invest significantly to win over this enchanting woman. I'll try it myself, uncle. She replied with a nod. All right, go ahead, he said, grinning. As she adorned herself with the pendant, the middle-aged man glanced at Wang Xian, assessing his attire with a slight smirk. Young man, are you purchasing jewelry for your girlfriend? Let us see. Wang Xian looked at the middle-aged man, nodded, and then turned his gaze to the jade pendant in the woman's hand. He smiled at the exquisite piece. However, he noted that its quality, both in size and luster, paled in comparison to the pearl he possessed. What price range are you considering for your jewelry, young man? It's wise not to reach beyond your means. A piece costing 1,000 or 2,000 is quite sufficient. Spend according to your financial capacity. And when you have more funds, you can acquire the more expensive items. I, too, was once in your position, lacking funds, but with diligent effort, I earned substantial wealth and could indulge in luxuries worth hundreds of thousands. The middle-aged man shared this advice while occasionally glancing at the lovely woman beside him. subtly conveying to her that he was financially well off. The beautiful woman donned the jade pendant and looked at Wang Xian, then back at the middle-aged man. Does it look pretty? Indeed, it is extraordinarily beautiful. Wenwen, you are the perfect match for this exquisite jade pendant, while those costing just a few thousand are utterly unworthy. The middle-aged man immediately praised. Is that so? The woman was delighted and checked her reflection in the mirror. Absolutely, Wenwen, you look stunning. Your friends will surely envy you. The middle-aged man added, suddenly turning to Wang Xian. Young man, do you not agree it's remarkably beautiful? It truly is. Wang Xian nodded in agreement. Haha, see? Young man, do not feel envious. Work hard to earn money so that one day you can also purchase something special for your girlfriend. The middle-aged man chuckled, giving Wang Xian a friendly pat on the shoulder. Unfortunately, this jade pendant is the finest available here. If I could find something even better, I would certainly buy it for you, Wenwen. Uncle, you are so kind, Wenwen said, touched by his words. Haha, of course, I must treat our Wenwen well. Although I may be older, I am incomparable to any young lad, the middle-aged man stated with confidence. Ahem, good sir, I happen to have even more exquisite pearls here. I wonder if you would be interested in purchasing them? Wang Xian observed a middle-aged man who incessantly educated him. Yet it was apparent that he was merely elevating his own stature while diminishing others. A slight smirk graced his lips as he addressed the man. This middle-aged individual indeed resembled a cunning fox, subtly elevating himself while belittling those around him. The so-called wise do not masquerade as fools. However, this fellow not only donned the guise of a fool, but also endeavored to use Wang Xian as a model for his pretensions. Chapter 22. Who cannot pretend? Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, the middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Do you possess superior pearls? He inquired, his gaze narrowing with skepticism. He then chuckled lightly, a hint of condescension lacing his tone. Young man, do you truly comprehend what a pearl is? Are you aware of the distinction between natural and cultured pearls? Do you understand the grading of their luster and quality? Wang Xian admitted. I have not delved into such knowledge previously, but I do possess a pearl that undoubtedly surpasses the one adorned by this lady. As he spoke, he retrieved a pearl from his pocket. This is a natural pearl. Regarding its quality, I may not be an expert, but it is certainly far superior to yours. What type of pearl is that? The middle-aged man scrutinized the pearl in Wang Xian's hand, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, yet his expression remained one of derision. Natural pearls are exceedingly rare. How could yours possibly be genuine? Wang Xian, with a hint of amusement, replied, let them appraise it, and the truth will be revealed. He turned to the attendant at the counter, inquiring, do you accept pearls here? The attendant looked at him with mild surprise and nodded. Yes, we do. But we only accept pearls of exceptional quality. Then please, take a look and provide an estimate, Wang Xian requested. Certainly, sir. Please hold on. I will summon the manager. The attendant, upon observing the pearl, hurriedly called for the manager. That pearl is quite large, exclaimed the lady beside Wang Xian, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wang Xian smiled, exuding an air of ease. It measures 20 millimeters, larger than the one you have. Flawless and round, it should be valued at several hundred thousand. The lady's mouth fell slightly agape. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's expression soured as he remarked, whether it is genuine remains to be seen. If it is, then you are indeed fortunate. Huh. Wang Xian chuckled lightly. It is merely a pearl. Even if it is genuine, what of it? It is just several hundred thousand. In that moment, Wang Xian's audacity was unmistakably evident, a stark contrast to the middle-aged man's subtle pretense. Several hundred thousand is already quite expensive, remarked the lady. Not expensive, merely several hundred thousand, Wang Xian countered, shaking his head. His demeanor bore a striking resemblance to a real estate mogul, suggesting he had accumulated some wealth over the years of entrepreneurship. Impressive, to have ventured into business at such a young age, the lady remarked, clearly taken aback. This left the middle-aged man visibly uncomfortable, as he grappled with the audacity of this seemingly ordinary young man who was boasting quite grandly. Sir, please allow our manager to examine your pearl, the attendant approached and requested. Wang Xian nodded and handed the pearl to the female manager behind the counter. The manager took the pearl from his hand, her face displaying a look of astonishment as she immediately reached for a magnifying glass. Natural pearl. It is indeed a natural pearl. The manager was somewhat taken aback, then produced a ruler. A 20-millimeter natural pearl, devoid of any impurities. Perfectly round and flawless. This was simply astonishing, a true gem. The manager could not help but exclaim in delight. Indeed, a glint of surprise flickered in Wang Xian's eyes. He had researched the value of a 20-millimeter natural pearl online, and it was substantial, especially if fashioned into a necklace. Its worth would increase further. Sir, do you wish to sell this pearl? The manager inquired eagerly, gazing at Wang Xian. Yes, but I am uncertain of the price you might offer. Wang Xian nodded in response. The manager furrowed her brow slightly. Having never encountered such a precious pearl before, she was unsure of its value. 500,000. What do you think of that offer? She proposed. 500,000. Wang Xian was somewhat pleased with this figure, yet he did not agree immediately. I have several for sale. Might the price be adjusted somewhat? What? You possess more pearls of this caliber? The manager stared at him in disbelief. Wang Xian smiled, pulling out all the pearls from his pocket. 16 pearls, 4 white, 4 black, 4 gold, and 4 pink. Each nearly identical in size, exuding an enchanting luster. The manager's eyes widened slightly. My goodness, so many, and all of exceptional quality. 16 pearls could easily create a complete set of jewelry or a stunning pearl necklace. I believe the price could indeed rise further, Wang Xian remarked, observing the manager's astonishment with a grin. Wow, these pearls are exquisite. A beautiful woman nearby glanced at the pearl pendant around her neck, then at the pearls in Wang Xian's hand, realizing they were of an entirely different caliber. With so many pearls, could their minimum value not be 8 million? The woman gasped, her eyes widening. Wang Xian regarded the woman and the middle-aged man, stating, yes, no less than 8 million. However, I certainly will not sell for that amount. If you, sir, can offer a suitable price, I might consider selling to you. He added with a slight smirk. The middle-aged man's lips twitched involuntarily, his expression growing serious and silent. Sir, we at Deep Sea would like to acquire your pearl. The manager interjected, sensing urgency at Wang Xian's words. Exceptional pearls are priceless, natural pearls are rare. If we could secure these 16 exquisite pearls and craft them into a set of jewelry or a pearl necklace, they would undoubtedly become the crown jewel of deep sea jewelry. Please hold on. I cannot authorize a transaction worth millions without consulting headquarters. Kindly step in and wait for a moment, the manager continued. Very well, Wang Xian nodded. Please, step inside. The manager hurriedly opened a small door beside the counter. Certainly, Wang Xian replied. Wang Xian nodded and paused beside the middle-aged man, raising his hand to pat the man's shoulder. Uncle, if you aspire to pursue beautiful women, you must exert effort. After all, there are many young and affluent individuals nowadays. Given your age, money is merely one aspect. Sincerity is paramount. He said with a countenance reminiscent of a mentor guiding a junior as he strolled towards the reception room behind Deep Sea Jewelry. In this era, who cannot pose as someone of importance? Even if one cannot feign sophistication, surely they can boast? However, one must possess the means to project such an image. Wang Xian mused that he still retained a modicum of capital. Anyone who attempted to act grandiose before him would need to weigh their actions carefully. The middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly uncomfortable as he glanced at Wen, who appeared somewhat hesitant, exacerbating his distress. After all, at over 40, his only advantage lay in his multi-million-dollar fortune. Chapter 23. Acquaintances, sir, please hold on for a moment. Our company representatives will arrive shortly. Please enjoy a cup of tea in the meantime. In the reception room, the manager of Deep Sea Jewelry warmly poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Wang Xian smiled and nodded. No problem. I can wait here. There's no rush. All right. Wang Xian sat comfortably in the reception room, finding amusement in the earlier middle-aged man. Is the seller inside? After approximately 20 minutes, he heard a female voice from outside. Sir, we apologize for the wait. This is our company's representative. At that moment, a beautiful woman in professional attire entered alongside the manager. The manager addressed him, hello. Wang Xian looked up, stood, and extended his hand. Oh, he exclaimed, recognizing the woman before him. The woman also appeared surprised as she gazed at Wang Xian. Wang Xian? She raised an eyebrow and spoke. President Lan. Wang Xian did not expect that the woman before him was a familiar face, a senior from his school, Lan Xinghua. Lan Xinghua served as the vice president of the student council in Jiangcheng, and Wang Xian had encountered her on several occasions. She too was taken aback to discover that the seller of exquisite pearls was indeed Wang Xian. She had some knowledge of him. As a freshman, she had seen him several times while he was seeking part-time work at the school. She recalled that this young man dedicated his breaks to various part-time jobs, both on and off campus. As the vice president of the student council, she had once taken on the role of chairperson for the campus life committee, overseeing matters related to student employment. Due to Wang Xian's relentless pursuit of part-time work, she had learned about his family situation. He was without parents, caring solely for a younger sister, which had earned her admiration for his character. What a coincidence! Wang Xian smiled, addressing her. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Ms. Lan, do you know this gentleman? The manager inquired in astonishment. Classmate, Lan Xinghua replied with a smile, nodding. That would be splendid, Mr. Lan. You two sit down to discuss while I fetch a glass of water, the manager hastily remarked. The rumors circulating within the school proved to be true. Wang Xian observed the manager's demeanor and recalled the whispers among students, claiming that Lan Qingyue hailed from a prosperous family with a substantial publicly listed company, destined to inherit a vast fortune. To his astonishment, here she was, in her 3rd year of university, already managing the family business. To think that the seller would be you, Wang Xian, Lan Qingyue said with an air of calm. Wang Xian smiled, taking in the sight of Lan Qingyue clad in professional attire, exuding a cool, aloof demeanor. Her figure was striking, embodying an untouchable elegance, which earned her the title of the school's ice goddess, in contrast to Guan Shuqing, who was more approachable yet still maintained a certain distance. Lan Qingyue was a goddess who kept others at bay. I never expected it would be you, President Lan. May I see the pearls? Lan Qingyue glanced at the pearls on the table. Of course, Wang Xian nodded, gesturing towards her. Lan Qingyue picked up 4 pearls of each color, holding them delicately in her hands. They are truly exquisite, she exclaimed. 16 pearls could easily create a set or a necklace. May I inquire? How much are you looking to sell them for? Why don't you suggest a price? Wang Xian replied with a smile. How does 600,000 each sound? Lan Qingyue inquired with a grin. That works for me. Wang Xian nodded, not wishing to negotiate further, recognizing that 600,000 per pearl was already quite generous. The total value of the 16 pearls was 9,600,000, and combined with the 1,750,000 he held, it amounted to over 10 million. He had become a millionaire in just a few days. I expected you to counteroffer, Lan Qingyue remarked, surprised by Wang Xian's quick agreement. Now, you've made me feel a bit guilty. Let us make it an even 10 million, she added. Thank you, Wang Xian said with a smile. May I be so bold as to ask where you acquired these pearls? Lan Qingyue inquired curiously. From the sea, Wang Xian chuckled in response. If I manage to find more in the future, I shall return to seek you out. Sounds good, Lan Qingyue replied, taken aback by how easily pearls could be obtained. Let us exchange WeChat to stay in touch for future pearls. Absolutely, Wang Xian affirmed, and they decided to head to the bank for the transaction, as online transfers had a limit of 5 million. However, just as they approached the door, 3 young men entered the deep-sea jewelry store. Dressed neatly despite the summer heat, they exchanged glances upon seeing Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue. Don't move and don't scream, otherwise, we will kill you immediately. Suddenly, 3 individuals drew dark handguns from their pockets and aimed them at the duo. Lan Qingyue and Wang Xian were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in horror as they gazed at the trio of young men before them. You, go and shut the store immediately. Hurry, or I shall not hesitate to end your lives. One of the assailants barked, leveling his firearm at a server's head. The server, taken aback, instinctively raised his hands. And the other staff members, including the manager at the counter, were equally startled. Do not make a sound. Close the door at once, or when the police arrive. None of you will survive. The young man roared menacingly at everyone present. No, please don't kill me, pleaded the server, trembling as he approached the door. With unsteady steps, he complied and shut it tightly. At that moment, the establishment was devoid of customers, with only 6 female servers and the manager present. Once the door was secured, the outside world became a mere shadow of what lay within. Crouch down, all of you quickly, commanded one of the armed robbers, pointing his weapon at Wang Xian. Wang Xian, bewildered by the unexpected encounter, such robberies were a rarity in modern times, complied and lowered himself to the ground as he stared at the menacing muzzle of the gun. Lan Qingyue followed suit, her face a portrait of shock as she beheld the 3 assailants before her. Quickly, gather the valuables, one of the robbers urged, directing his gun towards Wang Xian and the others. Yes, yes, another robber responded, producing a sledgehammer from his coat and striking the glass at the counter. Chapter 24. The heist. As the sledgehammer made contact with the glass, the alarm within the jewelry store erupted into a cacophony. Hurry, hurry. Damn it, the alarm is blaring. The security will be here any moment. One robber shouted in panic. Boss, this glass is tougher than we thought. The one wielding the hammer grumbled, disheartened, as only a crack appeared on the surface. Leave it to me. A glint of ferocity ignited in the eyes of another youth as he seized the hammer, veins bulging on his forearms. With a resounding crash, the sledgehammer shattered the glass, creating a gaping hole as he relentlessly pounded it further. This is bad. The bulletproof glass has actually been breached. Lan Qingyue, who had been crouched down and observing intently, expressed her astonishment. Silence. The robber standing beside her shouted, his gaze falling on a piece of jewelry around her neck, a glimmer of delight crossing his face as he extended his hand. Hand that over to me. Please, no? Lan Qingyue exclaimed, instinctively retreating a couple of steps before accidentally sitting down on the floor. I did not expect you to be quite lovely, the robber remarked. A flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes as he beheld her beauty, an indecent grin spreading across his face. Don't move, or I will shoot you right here, understand? He threatened, aiming his weapon directly at her. Damn it, third brother, do you have time for this? Keep a firm watch on them. The young man, wielding a hammer to shatter the glass, heard a voice from behind and shouted at the other youth, swiftly grasping the jewelry within. Meanwhile, another robber aimed a gun at a waiter, coercing him to unlock the counter drawers one by one. Boss, there's a premium jade pendant around his neck. I'll take the jade. This robber seemed to be quite intimidated by the youth who spoke, his face contorted with malice as he reached for Lan Qingwei. If you dare resist again, I will kill you. Please, no. Lan Qingwei had completely lost her usual icy demeanor, helplessly clutching the jade pendant around her neck as if safeguarding something of immense importance to her. Damn it, you're asking for death, the robber sneered, extending his hand to seize the pendant from her neck with a forceful tug. Give it to me. Lan Qingwei felt a sharp pain at her throat and instinctively reached for it. You filthy wench. The robber, now holding the jade pendant, saw blood trickling from scratches inflicted by her nails and his face twisted with rage. I'll strip you bare. He reached out, intent on tearing the fabric of her clothing. With a ripping sound, Lan Qingyue's white professional attire was violently torn apart, exposing her delicate shoulder and fair skin beneath. Wang Xian, witnessing the robber shred Lan Qingyue's clothing, furrowed his brow as he prepared to intervene. He embraced Lan Qingyue tightly and glared at the robber. Don't do anything reckless. You've already taken what you wanted. Kid, do you wish to play the hero? The robber retorted coldly, pointing his gun at Wang Xian. Wang Xian met the robber's gaze, unable to finish his thought, while Lan Qingyue trembled in fear against him. I'll strip her right before your eyes. Let us see how you like that, huh? The robber laughed malevolently, one hand still trained on Wang Xian with the gun while the other reached for Lan Qingyue. Lan Qingyue, terrified, clutched Wang Xian's arm tightly. Damn it! Wang Xian regarded the audacious robber, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he observed the lewd grin spreading across the robber's face. In an instant, Wang Xian sprang into action, his hand darting toward the robber's arm with the swiftness of a dragon's claw, gripping it fiercely and breaking the robber's arm with a decisive snap. With a forceful kick to the robber's chest, he sent him crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious in agony. You fool! You're more of a hindrance than a help. Hearing the commotion, the other two robbers immediately drew their firearms. Wang Xian felt the cold sweat bead on his forehead as he saw the guns aimed at them. Beside him, Lan Qingyue looked on in horror at the weapons pointing their way, a chill coursing through her. Damn! Bang! Bang! As she heard the faint gunfire, the terror of death enveloped her. Just then, a figure lunged at her, wrapping her in a tight embrace. Ah, it hurts. Wang Xian felt a sharp pain from behind. But after that initial sting, he found it did not cause him great suffering. My body can withstand bullets. Wang Xian felt a surge of joy within him. He had hesitated to take action solely due to the presence of a firearm. He feared that his physical strength would be insufficient to withstand the onslaught of bullets. Do not move, he whispered urgently to Lan Qingyue, enveloping her in his embrace. Are you all right, Wang Xian? Lan Qingyue's tears streamed down her face as she recalled the faint sounds of gunfire and the ominous thud of bullets striking him. The handgun was equipped with a silencer. I am so sorry, I should not have resisted. The jade pendant was gifted to me by my grandmother during her twilight years. I am truly sorry. Believing Wang Xian to have been shot, she spoke with anguish etched across her features. It's all right, Wang Xian reassured her, shaking his head. Goodness, women indeed can be a hindrance, he mused inwardly. Had she not resisted, the robber would not have fired, and now, her sobbing might attract further attention from the assailant. Where was her composed, divine demeanor? I am the one who should apologize, my sincerest apologies, Lan Qingyue said as she clutched Wang Xian tightly. We must hurry. Time is of the essence. The security personnel will arrive in 3 minutes. At that moment, the robber stowed away the bag filled with jewels and called out to his accomplice. Let us go. Understood, boss, the other robber replied, both hastily making their way outside. What about the third one? One of the robbers asked, glancing anxiously at their fallen comrade. A liability, pay him no mind. The leader replied coldly as he forcefully lifted the roll-up door. Quickly, we must leave. In that instant, Wang Xian stealthily extended his hand, freeing himself from Lan Qingyue's embrace. Before she could react, he swiftly flipped over and delivered a powerful punch to one of the robbers. Thud! Wang Xian's strength was formidable, and before the assailant could comprehend, he struck him squarely in the back. A crisp sound echoed as the robber crumpled to the ground. Brute! You seek death. The other robber finally reacted, his response taking Wang Xian by surprise. "I'll make you pay?" he bellowed, launching a fierce strike aimed at Wang Xian's face. "This is bad," he asked strong. Wang Xian thought, his expression betraying surprise, yet he stood undaunted, tightening his fist to retaliate. Thud. He sensed the robber's punch was heavy and powerful, yet still somewhat lacking compared to his own strength. Crack. The sound of breaking bones resonated as the robber's astonished expression revealed his shock. Chapter 25. The Potent Flesh Thud. In the instant the robber's bones fractured, Wang Xian delivered a fierce kick to his chest, sending him crashing against the roll-up door, clutching his chest in agony. "Why you?" the robber gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Wang Xian. "Why, you're a martial artist?" Wang Xian raised an eyebrow at the mention of a martial artist, intrigued. Just then, the roll-up door was pried open, and a group of security personnel clad in uniforms, wielding electroshock weapons, entered. "What is happening here? Is there a robbery underway?" A robust middle-aged man shouted. Team Leader Lee, there has been a robbery. They have stolen from our jewelry store." At this moment, the manager regained his composure and hurried over, pointing at the three robbers. He then rushed to Blue Qingyue's side, anxiously inquiring, "Ms. Blue, are you all right? Are you unharmed?" "I am fine, truly," she replied, though a haze of confusion lingered in her eyes. She wrapped her arms around herself, glancing at Wang Xian beside her. "I'm fine too," Wang Xian reassured her, though he felt the back of his shirt and realized he might have a minor injury, likely a superficial wound. With his resilience, he would recover in a day or two. "Ms. Blue, here is my jacket," the manager offered, noticing her garment was torn and promptly draping his suit over her. "Thank you," Blue Qingyue responded as she stood and approached Wang Xian. "Are you truly unscathed? I witnessed them firing their weapons. Let me check your back. I assure you, their guns were likely not real. The impact was minimal." Wang Xian chuckled, shaking his head. "I must inspect," she insisted, looking at his back and noticing a faint stain on his white shirt. "You are bleeding. I will call for an ambulance immediately. We must go to the hospital." "I'm fine, really," Wang Xian reiterated, shaking his head again and gesturing to his back. "See, it's merely a scratch, nothing serious." "Everything is all right then," Team Leader Lee interjected, glancing over before addressing the nearby security personnel. "Immediately contact the police and ensure they are taken to the station. Manager Huang, please assess any losses incurred." "Thank goodness all is well," Blue Qingyue exclaimed, visibly shaken. This was her first encounter with such a harrowing event. She looked at Wang Xian's strong, muscular back and felt a warmth in her heart, recalling how he had held her moments ago. "Perhaps we can handle the transfer tomorrow." "You should rest," Wang Xian suggested, noticing her startled expression. He stepped aside and retrieved the jade pendant that the robber had snatched from her neck, offering it back to her. "No, it's unnecessary. I'm truly fine. However, I insist we visit the hospital to prevent any infection," Blue Qingyue insisted, shaking her head. "I assure you, I've endured worse scrapes in my youth without issue," Wang Xian replied, gesturing towards her torn clothing. "You should take a moment to recuperate." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Blue Qingyue glanced at her attire and said, "I will arrange for the funds to be transferred to you today." "That sounds agreeable," Wang Xian replied confidently, untroubled by any potential reluctance from Blue Qingyue or Deep Sea Jewelry, confident that his assistance warranted their goodwill. "I have a few matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Please, take care of yourself," he said, waving farewell as he made his way outside. "Ms. Blue, I have informed the chairman. They will be arriving shortly." Manager Huang approached her, expressing concern. "The chairman is quite worried about you." "Yes," Blue Qingyue acknowledged, watching Wang Xian's retreating figure. Manager Huang's gaze followed, and he sighed softly, contemplating the young man's courageous act from earlier. If it were during her youth, she would undoubtedly have succumbed to the charms of a dashing young man who bravely rescued her, even shielding her from bullets. Buzz. At that moment, Lan Qingyue's phone rang, revealing a call from her mother, which she promptly answered. Who would have thought that a simple purchase of pearls would lead to an encounter with a robbery? Exiting the deep-sea pearl shop, Wang Xian shook his head. However, it was quite astonishing that his physical form could withstand bullets. After all, they were bullets. If his second-level self could endure such projectiles, what could he achieve at the third or fourth level? Would he not then withstand sniper fire or even bombs? If he were to reach the 8th or 9th level, could it be that even bombs would fail to harm him? Currently, he had not even mastered the first transformation of the divine dragon. If he were to attain that, would he not be invincible? Wang Xian felt a surge of excitement within him. The might of the divine dragon's physique was indeed beyond his expectations. The robber's strength was rather extraordinary. And what of the martial artist he mentioned? Wang Xian suddenly recalled the robber's words. Could it be that martial artists truly existed in this world? Pondering this, He surveyed his surroundings and made his way directly into the shopping mall. Soon in Mall, a vast commercial center located at the heart of the city, was where Wang Xian planned to indulge in a lavish shopping spree. He now possessed not merely over 1.7 million, but indeed over 11.7 million. Although a sum of 10 million had yet to be transferred, it was a certainty that it would arrive. He envisioned acquiring the latest smartphone model and purchasing 3 sets of designer clothing. At a few renowned international brand outlets, Wang Xian spent over 50,000 yuan on 3 outfits. Satisfied with his purchases, he stepped outside and mounted his motorcycle, steering towards the school. While the motorcycle exuded a certain coolness, it was rather impractical. Perhaps he should acquire a driver's license and buy a car. He glanced at the clothes draped over the bike, contemplating. No. It would be wiser to focus on enhancing his abilities. Learning to drive would only squander precious time. Upon entering his room, Wang Xian tossed the new clothes onto the bed and discarded his old garments. Buzz. At that moment, his phone chimed, revealing a message from his younger sister. Brother, I just finished work and I'm so bored. Xiaomi has gone to learn driving, and I am all alone. Driving lessons? Wang Xian's heart stirred at his sister's message. Little sister, you should join her in learning to drive. I will transfer some money to you. He promptly sent her 10,000 yuan. Brother, why are you sending me so much money? Where did you get it? I don't want to learn to drive. His sister, Xiaoyu, was astonished and quickly inquired upon receiving the transfer. I've earned quite a bit here. You and Xiaomi should go learn together. I look forward to you driving me around in the future. Wang Xian did not disclose the full truth to his sister, casually weaving some words to placate her. He intended to buy her a car, a luxury vehicle, by the time she arrived at school. Chapter 26, A Quick Buzz. A beautiful lady invites me to dinner. Heh. After spending over an hour in the dormitory, Wang Xian received a message from Guan Shuqing, stating that she must treat him to dinner today. Wang Xian readily agreed. After their picnic yesterday, their relationship had clearly blossomed into a commendable friendship. Dressed in a stylish ensemble, a pair of white casual trousers and a black short-sleeved shirt, his simple attire was valued at a staggering 10,000 yuan. Yet, this was not the epitome of luxury. He adorned his feet with a pair of limited edition Back to the Future 2 Nike sneakers worth 800,000 yuan. These sneakers, rare and coveted, were originally purchased by young motorcycle enthusiasts from abroad to flaunt. Having contemplated selling them, Wang Xian decided against it. With newfound wealth, he could don them himself. The shoes not only brimmed with advanced technology, but also boasted an exquisite design, rendering them exceptionally comfortable and perfectly complementing his outfit. After slipping into his fresh attire and enhanced by the aura of dragon energy, Wang Xian emanated a uniquely charismatic presence. He parked his Harley to the side and awaited at the school gate. Guan Shuqing had recently secured a translation job and was just finishing her shift, asking him to wait a while. At that moment, a voice of surprise caught Wang Xian's attention. He turned to see a girl standing nearby, dressed in a pristine white dress, carrying a stylish handbag. With perfectly applied makeup and an enviable figure, she was undeniably beautiful. Compared to before, she now exuded a hint of sophistication. She was Chi Chu-Chu, the girl Wang Xian had once admired. Chi Chu-Chu noticed Wang Xian and regarded him with mild astonishment. Compared to the quiet, ordinarily dressed boy she remembered, he now appeared strikingly handsome, particularly with his unique charm radiating from him. Yet, she begrudgingly thought to herself that he had merely acquired a new outfit worth a few dozen yuan. What are you doing here? Not at work? Chi Chu-Chu inquired, adjusting her handbag, her vibrant appearance directed towards Wang Xian with a casual tone. I'm waiting for someone, Wang Xian replied with a smile, devoid of any affection in his gaze. Compared to Guan Shuqing, Chi Chu-Chu fell significantly short. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm also waiting for someone, Chi Chu-Chu remarked, her lips curling into a slight smirk. I'm waiting for my boyfriend to pick me up. Noticing Wang Xian's silence, a flicker of irritation crossed her eyes. Didn't you go to work today? No, I have enough money to get by. Wang Xian chuckled lightly. Enough? Chi Chu-Chu's expression shifted to one of derision. Didn't you say you wanted your sister to have a good university life when she comes to school? Do you have any idea how expensive handbags are? The one I'm holding alone costs over 10,000. As she spoke, she tossed her hair back with an air of superiority. As she spoke, 3 or 4 young men happened to be standing nearby, awaiting someone. They glanced at Chi Chu-Chu, then at Wang Xian. As long as money is sufficient, a handbag should serve its purpose. Upon hearing Chi Chu-Chu's haughty and scornful words, a faint smile emerged on Wang Xian's face. Every girl aspires to purchase the handbags and cosmetics she desires. Chi Chu-Chu chuckled. Dear brother, do not be remiss in your duties. Wang Xian laughed in response, choosing to disregard the pretentious Chi Chu-Chu. To him, Such materialistic women resembled mere clowns. The young men, having overheard Chi Chu-Chu's remarks, exchanged bewildered glances. One of them pointed at the shoes Wang Xian was wearing, whispering to his companions. The two others turned their gazes toward him, their faces reflecting astonishment. Before they began to scrutinize Wang Xian's attire, that's a Harley motorcycle. A Harley, how incredibly cool. At that moment, they noticed the Harley parked behind Wang Xian, their expressions brightening with admiration. So handsome. This Harley must cost at least several $100,000. Wait, this Harley has undergone special modifications. It must be a custom version. Custom Harleys are even pricier. The flagship model on the Harley website is over $400,000, and a special custom would be even more. A friend of mine owns a custom version worth over $800,000, yet it pales in comparison to this one. So, could this bike be worth over $1 million? The young men, astonished, approached the Harley, marveling at its magnificence. Chi Chu-Chu, hearing their conversation, turned her head in surprise. It truly is impressive. Wang Xian, witnessing the group surrounding his motorcycle, smiled. While motorcycles are thrilling, they are still inferior to cars, he remarked nonchalantly. What do you know? Chi Chu-Chu retorted, a hint of disdain in her eyes. You could never afford such a vehicle. Wang Xian chuckled at her words, drawing curious glances from the nearby young men. My boyfriend is here. Where are you off to? Do you need a ride? Chi Chu-Chu teased, spotting a BMW 5 Series approaching. No need, Chu-Chu. At that moment, the BMW came to a halt, and a young man in his 20s stepped out. He was somewhat frail, with a pale complexion and an awkwardly angular face. As he descended from the vehicle, he opened his arms slightly. Chingu, Chi Chu-Chu exclaimed, rushing over to embrace the young man, planting a kiss on his cheek. Who are you conversing with? He inquired, his hand resting on Chi Chu-Chu's waist, smiling. Someone who once pursued me. Wishing for something unattainable, Chi Chu-Chu replied, pouting slightly yet smiling. Oh, that young man glanced at Wang Xian, pulling out a cigarette, and mockingly addressed him. Brother, do you possess the means to pursue Chu-Chu? Wang Xian, taken aback that the young man was speaking to him, responded with a cold smile, surveying the BMW and then glancing down at his own shoes. A faint smirk graced his face. The nearby youths were momentarily stunned by the words they had just overheard from the girl. Their surprise only deepened. They cast glances at the BMW and then at the shoes worn by Wang Xian. Suddenly, a humorous anecdote crossed my mind. One of the young men turned to his companions, gesturing towards the BMW and then to Wang Xian's footwear. Remember that day we went out? I was in Nike. And the moment we met, you turned to follow that dashing guy in the BMW 5 Series, clad in trendy attire. But what you didn't know is that his car costs $600,000, while my Nikes are worth $810,000. His voice rang out clearly, ensuring everyone present heard him, especially as he pointed emphatically. Chapter 27. Midnight into the sea. Chi Chu-Chu was momentarily taken aback by the young man's remark, her companion equally astonished. The young man had just indicated the BMW and then Wang Xian's shoes. Nike returns to the future too, he exclaimed with a sigh. Chi Chu-Chu and her companion's eyes were fixed on Wang Xian's Nike shoes. The young man widened his eyes, disbelief etched across his face. While Chi Chu-Chu was equally dumbfounded, struggling to accept the reality. Wang Xian cast a cold glance in their direction, just as Guan Shuqing approached him. Her face radiant with a smile as she waved. Sorry to keep you waiting, she exclaimed as she jogged towards him, her expression brightening upon seeing the spirited and handsome Wang Xian. Not at all, I just arrived, Wang Xian replied, shaking his head. Let us go. I'll treat you to dinner at the ancient street, Guan Shuqing suggested with a smile. Sounds great, I'm open to anything, Wang Xian nodded. I'll take the motorcycle. He made his way to the side where a Harley-Davidson awaited, retrieving the keys to unlock it. Wow, a Harley. It seems you've really struck it rich, Wang Xian, Guan Shuqing said, astonished. She had thought he might have earned a little money, but never imagined he could afford a Harley. It was a gift, but alas, I lack a license, so I can only ride this motorcycle, Wang Xian chuckled. You don't mind sitting behind, do you? Hey, you're not using this motorcycle to impress girls, are you? Guan Shuqing teased, eyeing him playfully. Nevertheless, she took her place behind him. Wang Xian smiled. It seems this bike's charm pales in comparison to that of a BMW. Hee, let us go eat skewers. Guan Shuqing laughed. All right. Wang Xian nodded and revved the motorcycle, heading towards the ancient street. Guan Shuqing hesitated for a moment before wrapping her arms around his waist. Cool. Absolutely cool. Those shoes combined with the Harley must be worth around $2 million. He's incredibly wealthy. I can't believe he can afford shoes worth $800,000. He's extraordinarily rich, she thought enviously. The three young men watched the motorcycle fade into the distance before shifting their gaze slowly towards Chi Chu Chu and her companion. The BMW is indeed impressive, yet it pales in comparison to the exorbitant price of a mere pair of shoes owned by others. Moments ago, a young woman remarked that the boy would never aspire to ride a Harley. The youth challenged, questioning if one possessed the necessary capital. At this juncture, the reality was strikingly evident. They boasted shoes worth 700,000 to 800,000 and motorcycles exceeding $1 million, while mocking others about their financial standing. At that moment, Chi Chu Chu's expression shifted dramatically as she gazed in disbelief at the departing motorcycle. How could he possibly have amassed such wealth? She found it hard to believe. He was merely a poor lad. Why had he suddenly acquired such status? And wasn't that girl earlier the renowned beauty, Guan Shuqing? Could he be an inconspicuous scion of wealth? Regret washed over her, a profound sense of remorse. Meanwhile, the youth, observing the unusual expressions of the three nearby, felt his own countenance darken. Noticing Chi Chu Chu's regretful demeanor ignited a flicker of anger within him. Let us head to the hotel. Thus, a seemingly trivial encounter passed by. And upon seeing Chi Chu Chu again, Wang Xian felt no lingering affection, but rather a sense of distaste. After dinner, as he escorted Guan Shuqing back to her dormitory, he glanced at the luminous moon and stars above, deciding to venture to the sea. He was determined to enhance his strength, to become even more formidable. Upon learning earlier that morning that his physical form could withstand bullets, Wang Xian resolved to expedite his training to amplify his power. Instead of riding a motorcycle, he hailed a cab outside the school. By the time he reached the seaside, it was already past 9. Wang Xian observed the shimmering waves under the moonlight. Finding a secluded spot, he shed his clothing and plunged into the ocean, transforming into a dragon. With a surge of thought, Wang Xian dove deeper into the sea. As a newly hatched dragon, he possessed no abilities yet. To harness the powers of wind, rain, and thunder, he must convert his dragon energy. The dragon race also requires cultivation, honing their abilities, and even refining their physical forms. The transformation techniques within the dragon lore describe methods for harnessing various attributes. Dragon energy can be transmuted into wind, rain, or lightning. However, powerful dragons often reshape their bodies using dragon energy, transforming into embodiments of wind, water, fire, and more. Once transformed into the essence of wind or water, their attribute attacks become immensely potent, combining a formidable physique with unparalleled attributes, rendering dragons the most powerful beings in the universe. Dragons are categorized into various types: wind dragons, fire dragons, earth dragons, thunder dragons, and so forth. Within the dragon lore lies the knowledge of transformation for all dragon types, yet he had not yet finalized his future cultivation strategy. Nevertheless, Wang Xian could now utilize dragon energy to enhance his body, for instance, by fortifying his claws or modifying his eyesight. In the darkness, as a dragon, the night could not obscure his vision. Wang Xian ventured into the sea, swimming towards the horizon. The nocturnal ocean was as vibrant as during the day, teeming with various fish and marine life beneath the surface. For fish, there exists no distinction between day and night. Indeed, many species are active and hunt during the hours of darkness. The prowess of Wang Xian has already reached a commendable level. Owing to the robustness of his physique and the innate strength of the divine dragon, even creatures of the third tier are no match for him. However, should he encounter a great shark, he would find himself at a disadvantage, requiring at least an elevation to the fourth tier to contend with such a formidable being. To face the orca, he must ascend to no less than the fifth or even sixth tier. In the vast expanse of the ocean, there may lie numerous mysterious and terrifying creatures. Wang Xian mused, his gaze settling upon a grouper. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward and devoured it. The fish population in the Bohai Sea is scant. If he could encounter a massive school of fish in the ocean, his strength would burgeon rapidly. Wang Xian persistently hunted and consumed, transforming his spoils into dragon energy. Yet, the marine resources in the vicinity are limited, domestically. Rampant overfishing has led to a scarcity of marine life. Ahead lie hundreds of salmon. Wang Xian arrived at the location of the clam maiden. Observing a congregation of salmon, with a swift motion, he swam forward and consumed them one by one. Dragon King. The clam maiden sensed his approach and opened her shell, revealing her flesh. Clam maiden. Level 6 cultivation technique. Water dragon transformation abilities. None. Upon becoming his subordinate, Wang Xian was able to perceive more information. The clam maiden, who practices the water dragon transformation, will eventually evolve into a formidable entity capable of manipulating water elements. Continuing her training, the clam maiden had only recently begun, and thus had not undergone significant changes. After providing her with some guidance, Wang Xian swam away to continue his consumption. Chapter 28. A bun that sparked a bloodshed as the sun rose, casting a splendid red light upon the surface of the sea. The bear Wang Xian emerged from the ocean. Name: Wang Xian. Race: human, can transform into dragon. Level: 2 dragon energy, 7, 531. 000 abilities: domination of aquatic species, control over aquatic life of lower tier than himself, consumption of creatures, devour creatures to extract dragon energy, technique: divine dragon transformation through a night of consumption. He had increased his dragon energy by over 700. Wang Xian furrowed his brow slightly. His fortune during the night had not been particularly favorable, as he had failed to encounter any schools of fish, resulting in a mere increase of 700 dragon energy. Feeling the enhancement of his physique, a smile graced his face. As his strength grew, he felt no fatigue, though hunger had begun to gnaw at him. Wang Xian, still bound to the necessity of sustenance, approached the shore, donned his garments, and lightly leaped onto the road. Had anyone witnessed his 4-meter leap, they would have been left agape with astonishment. However, the early morning was devoid of many onlookers. Ahead, there should be a place selling breakfast. Wang Xian surveyed his surroundings, contemplating. In the distance lay a seaside resort. And in this sweltering summer, to vacation here was nothing short of a delight. The resort is quite renowned, offering luxurious accommodations, dining, and entertainment. Naturally, the expenses are equally extravagant. As Wang Xian approached the entrance of the Shaoyang resort, he noticed several small stalls nearby, bustling with patrons enjoying their meals. He wandered over to a stall selling fried dough cakes and inquired, "Boss, I'd like 5 yuan worth of fried dough and a bowl of soup, please." "Apologies, young man, but we've sold out," the stall owner replied with a smile. "Already?" Wang Xian expressed his surprise. "It's almost 9 o'clock. And we've had a surge of workers at the seaside these past few days," the owner explained. Nodding, Wang Xian moved on to another stall. After asking several vendors and finding nothing available, he felt a sense of helplessness. Finally, he approached a Baozi stall and asked the owner, "Do you have any buns left?" "Yes, indeed. You're quite lucky. It's the last portion." The owner grinned. "Great. I'll take a portion of buns and a bowl of soup," Wang Xian replied, taking a seat inside. "Certainly. Please hold on a moment," the owner called out. As Wang Xian waited, he checked his phone and noticed a message that sent a thrill through him. 10 million. A full 10 million from the sale of the pearls. A smile crept across his lips. Just then, 2 middle-aged men approached the stall outside. One, slightly plump, asked the owner, "Excuse me, do you have any buns left?" The owner glanced at them and replied, "I'm sorry, gentlemen, but the last portion has been purchased by the young man inside." The plump man frowned slightly. "Boss, why not sell that last bun to us? We're willing to pay a premium," the other man chimed in. The owner hesitated and shook his head. "I'm afraid that wouldn't be right. He was here first. Is there really no breakfast left?" The plump man said, his displeasure evident. "Don't worry, Mr. Li. Leave it to me," the other middle-aged man said, favoring Wang Xian with a glance as he walked directly into the room. He pulled out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket. "Excuse me, young man," he said as he approached Wang Xian, who looked up in surprise. "What's the matter?" "We'd like to buy the bun you just ordered for 100 yuan, the man offered, placing the red note on the table in front of him. Wang Xian paused, staring at the 100 yuan, and then chuckled wryly. The bun cost 8 yuan in the past. He would have eagerly accepted such an offer due to financial constraints. However, now, he wouldn't allow himself to go hungry for a mere 100 yuan. "Sorry, but I'm not selling," he replied, shaking his head. The middle-aged man was taken aback, frowning as he reached into his pocket again. "How about 200? "I'm not selling," Wang Xian reiterated, shaking his head once more. "What?" The middle-aged man's displeasure was evident as he produced a $100 bill, stating, $300. "I cannot offer more." Wang Xian raised his gaze to the middle-aged man adorned with a gold necklace, replying resolutely, "No amount will persuade me to sell." The middle-aged man, taken aback by this retort, displayed a look of discomfort. Just then, Mr. Li entered, his expression a mask of irritation, and addressed the middle-aged man. "What's the matter?" "Xiaosong." "No worries, Mr. Li. I'm merely attempting to purchase this young man's goods, but he refuses to sell," the middle-aged man responded awkwardly, turning back. "Mr. Li surveyed Wang Xian, finding him somewhat familiar, and remarked nonchalantly, "Isn't this territory overseen by Jiangcheng Yuan? Excuse me, gentlemen, could you please step aside?" At that moment, the proprietor approached, carrying steamed buns. Upon hearing Mr. Li's words, the middle-aged man understood the implications and turned to the proprietor, saying, "Boss, this area is indeed under Jiangcheng Yuan's jurisdiction. Should I place a call to him?" The proprietor hesitated, apprehensive at the mention of Zhang Qianyuan's name, and cautiously inquired, "Gentlemen, is there something I can assist you with?" "Our Mr. Li hasn't had his meal yet," the middle-aged man stated, gesturing toward Mr. Li. "Please, have a seat here, Mr. Li." Mr. Li nodded and took a seat at the right side of Wang Xian's table. The proprietor's expression soured. Zhang Qianyuan was the overseer of this small street, having transformed some of the equipment. Vendors were required to pay rent to set up stalls here. Despite its seemingly remote location, business thrived, making it a viable means for families to sustain themselves. The two men, dressed notably and with luxury vehicles outside, must have some connection to Zhang Qianyuan. The proprietor, feeling intimidated, glanced at Wang Xian with a hint of embarrassment and said, "Young man, I'm sorry about this. Allow me to serve you some rice on the house." Seeing the proprietor's discomfort, Wang Xian felt somewhat awkward. It was clear he was fearful of the two men and intended to offer the buns to them instead. He held no grudge against the proprietor. His gaze shifting to the middle-aged man and Mr. Li, Wang Xian recognized Mr. Li as the owner of Yiping Pavilion, who had once nearly struck Guan Shuqing when she accidentally knocked over a dragon fish. Had it not been for Mr. Li's intervention, the consequences for Guan Shuqing could have been dire. Wang Xian harbored a poor impression of Mr. Li, who now seemed to be using his influence over something as trivial as a bun. "No need to trouble yourself, boss. Just a bowl of rice for me will suffice. The buns can go to them," Wang Xian stated, alleviating the proprietor's predicament. "Thank you, young man, thank you." The proprietor nodded gratefully. "Earlier, you refused to sell for $300. Now look." The middle-aged man sneered coldly at Wang Xian. Chapter 29. A bun sparks a blood feud. Wang Xian cast a frigid glance at Mr. Li and the middle-aged man beside him. Their actions had left him feeling somewhat humiliated. "If given the opportunity, I shall ensure you come to regret this." A glint of coldness flashed in Wang Xian's eyes, for he was a man who believed in settling scores. The middle-aged man cast a disdainful glance at Wang Xian, then, with an air of feigned admiration, handed a pair of chopsticks to Mr. Li, saying, "Mr. Li, please indulge yourself. I have already had breakfast. The yield from your fishery is remarkable. You are surely poised to secure contracts with 2 countries in East Asia today." Hee, this was anticipated. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken out a loan of 20 million to establish such a fishery. Mr. Li responded nonchalantly, yet a hint of satisfaction graced his countenance. "This time, Mr. Li, your profits will at least double. From now on, I shall align myself with you," the middle-aged man exclaimed eagerly. "Indeed, Xiao Zhao, stick with me, and you shall not suffer losses. This year, the fishery's yield will be no less than 300 tons, with an export price of 60 yuan per pound, totaling 36 million. After deducting costs and labor, the profit should reach around 20 million. Your little fish pond can certainly expand after today." Mr. Li nodded, exuding an air of authority. "Yes, Mr. Li, after this year, I will work alongside you. You will recoup your investment within a year. Impressive. By the way, have you managed to find a channel for seafood? My upscale seafood establishment, Yiping Pavilion, is in dire need. The previous supplier has ceased operations, and with the school term approaching, this situation is untenable. It could tarnish my reputation. Moreover, a new high-end seafood restaurant has opened nearby, clearly vying to compete with me. Leave it to me. I will find you a solution. I know people at the fish market. Rest assured, that new seafood restaurant cannot compare to your Yiping Pavilion." "A fishery? A breeding fishery?" Wang Xian, who had been quietly listening, was momentarily taken aback by their discussion. He set down his meal, took out his phone, and searched for marine aquaculture in Jiangcheng. To his surprise, it was indeed located nearby. A flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes as he turned to glance at Mr. Li and the middle-aged man, a slight smile forming on his lips. Soon, Mr. Li and the middle-aged man finished their meal and headed outside. Wang Xian rose and followed them. "Excuse me, my apologies," the owner said as Wang Xian paid 2 yuan at the door. "No need," Wang Xian waved his hand. His gaze fixed on Mr. Li and the middle-aged man entering an Audi 7. He promptly inquired, "Excuse me, where is the fishery located around here?" The owner was momentarily taken aback, but pointed ahead, somewhat bewildered. "There is a fishery just up ahead, about 700 or 800 meters from here. Our aquaculture district in Jiangcheng is located there." "Ah, thank you." Wang Xian nodded, a smile gracing his face. He looked towards the Audi, which was now in motion, and headed in the direction indicated by the owner. Wang Xian hastened towards that location. In recent days, he had not ventured there, having gone directly deeper for fishing, thus failing to discover the fishery. Quickening his pace, Wang Xian continued forward. Sure enough, at a turn approximately a kilometer away, he spotted Mr. Li's vehicle parked by the roadside. Approaching, he noticed the seaside below was dotted with fish farms enclosed by nets. However, not far away, there protruded a certain area, extending onto the land, encompassing approximately 500 to 600 acres, akin to a diminutive inland sea. At present, this area was enclosed with nets and materials, forming a fishery. Strategically located. At this moment, Mr. Li stood on the shore alongside a middle-aged man, surrounded by a throng of workers. Within the fishery, several fishing vessels were anchored, and from a distance, one could faintly discern various fish swimming about, an abundance of them. Wang Xian cast his gaze towards the fishery, astonishment illuminating his countenance. This was indeed Mr. Li's fishery. According to his claims, it harbored 300 tons of fish, a substantial quantity sufficient for a significant upgrade. A fervent excitement surged within Wang Xian, though a hint of coldness etched across his face. He shifted his form and sauntered towards the nearby shore. Finding a secluded spot, he shed his garments and plunged into the water, transforming into a dragon. With a swift motion, the golden-scaled dragon, measuring about a meter in length, swayed its tail and hastened towards the fishery. Each fishery housed numerous fish, yet Wang Xian traversed the vicinity, passing by various fisheries without indulging in consumption. The proprietors of these fisheries bore him no ill will, and he had no intention of harming others for personal gain. He maintained a modicum of morality. However, Mr. Li's fishery was one he would not let slip away. In no time, Wang Xian arrived adjacent to the fishery, and through the crystalline water, he beheld Mr. Li and the middle-aged man on the shore. To his surprise, a steel wire net was installed to obstruct fish from escaping. At the entrance, Wang Xian observed a row of steel wires intercepting the water, preventing the fish from fleeing. A smirk graced his lips as he extended his claw and forcefully swiped at the steel net. Crack, crack, crack. In no time, the wires were severed, and with a swift movement, Wang Xian entered the enclosure. Upon his entrance, he encountered a farmed yellow croaker, approximately 2 pounds in size. A smile adorned his face as he unleashed his dragon might, causing the fish to tremble in fear, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura. Having attained the second level, his dragon might extended a radius of 10 meters, exerting immense pressure on creatures inferior to him within that span, often leading to their control. At his current meter-long stature, Wang Xian opened his mouth and swiftly devoured the fish. The water here was 5 to 6 meters deep, and being submerged, Wang Xian remained undetected. Come, let a few workers accompany me into the sea to catch some fish for the upcoming meeting with our partners from the 2 nations. He faintly overheard Mr. Li's voice. Wang Xian turned his gaze, for the water posed no barrier to his sight. Mr. Li and the middle-aged man boarded a fishing vessel, and the workers promptly navigated the boat towards the central area. Let us catch several of each fish species, Mr. Li instructed a nearby worker. Understood, boss. The worker nodded, retrieving a net and casually casting it into the aquaculture farm. Soon after, a dozen fish were hauled up, including farmed sea bass, yellow croaker, grouper, and pufferfish. This constituted the entirety of the catch. Boss, the haul is excellent. This year we are sure to fetch a good price, the worker remarked, holding up the fish. Very good indeed. Haha. Mr. Li laughed joyfully. When those representatives from the 2 countries arrive, our cooperation should pose no issues. Absolutely no problems. Once this contract is finalized, we will open channels, and the subsequent years will be nothing but profitable, a middle-aged man flattered from the side. Mr. Li stood on the fishing boat, gazing at his aquaculture farm, his heart brimming with excitement. Here would be his golden mountain in the days to come. Chapter 30. A bun provokes a bloodbath. The signing of the contract? Beneath the sea, Wang Xian overheard their conversation, and a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. He cast his gaze upon the densely packed yellow croaker, sea bass, grouper, and pufferfish surrounding him, a smile spreading across his face. Thus began the bloodbath ignited by a mere bun, teaching you the consequences of crossing me, and reminding you not to be excessively arrogant. With a swift motion, Wang Xian activated his dragon's might, causing the multitude of fish to converge around him. Unlike the vast ocean, here the fish were densely populated. Nearly 300 tons of them were all under cultivation, ripe for his consumption. The dragon energy extractable from farmed fish was somewhat less than that from the ocean. Yet the sheer volume compensated for this. Wang Xian's heart raced with fervor as he opened his mouth and voraciously devoured the fish. Even with hundreds of thousands of fish, it required a considerable amount of time to consume them one by one. His dragon energy surged at a terrifying pace, and his form rapidly expanded from an initial height of 1 meter to about 1.5 meters. Meanwhile, the fish within the aquaculture farm diminished at a frenzied rate. What a delightful experience. This is simply exhilarating. After an hour, Wang Xian's stature approached 2 meters, his consumption rate escalating to devour dozens at a time. At this very moment, On the shore, Mr. Li remained blissfully unaware of the transformations occurring within his aquaculture farm. Beside him stood 6 or 7 individuals who clearly did not resemble Chinese nationals, and Mr. Li wore a broad smile as he accompanied them. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to my aquaculture farm. This is the largest and finest in the entire Jiangcheng, incomparable to those coastal netted fishing farms. The waters here are about 5 meters deep, and the quality of the farmed fish is remarkably close to that of the wild. Within, we cultivate yellow croaker, pufferfish, grouper, and sea bass. I have a few samples here for you to examine their quality, Mr. Li confidently introduced to the group. Among this group of individuals, 2 elderly men approached, crouching down to examine several fish within a container, nodding slightly. From an external perspective, the quality appears exceptional. However, should we seek to establish a long-term partnership, a more thorough understanding is essential, one elder remarked, directing his words toward Mr. Li. Certainly, Mr. Li nodded in agreement. We can venture inside to catch some fish anew, allowing the chef to prepare them. Since we are embarking on a collaboration, it must be mutually beneficial. There will undoubtedly be no issues. Excellent. We greatly appreciate your candor, Mr. Li. Should the fish prove to be of high quality, we shall enter into a contract with you. A middle-aged foreigner smiled. Please follow me to take a look. I assure you, the fish from our fishery will not disappoint. Mr. Li gestured invitingly, leading the group toward a fishing boat at the water's edge. To the center, let us catch a dozen fish for our clients to see, Mr. Li instructed the workers at the fishery as he boarded the boat. Understood, boss, the workers nodded, steering the boat toward the central location. This fishery is quite expansive, yielding a significant catch each year. If their fish meet the required standards, we may indeed pursue a partnership, especially considering their favorable pricing and quantities. On board the boat, the foreigners conversed quietly in their native tongues. Observing their expressions closely, Mr. Li continued, my fishery is capable of cultivating 400 to 500 tons of fish. This year, we anticipate around 300 tons, with projections for next year being even higher. Mr. Li, your fishery is impressive. I hope we can collaborate. One of the foreign elders remarked. I too look forward to our partnership. A glimmer of excitement crossed Mr. Li's eyes. I have opened a restaurant not far from here. When noon arrives, I shall treat you all to a delightful meal. Absolutely, the group nodded with smiles. As the boat reached the central location, Mr. Li signaled to a nearby worker, bring up some fish. Yes, boss, the worker acknowledged, retrieving a net and casting it forward. The group stood at the bow, watching intently. With a splash, the net was cast, and the worker quickly pulled it up, only to find it utterly empty. Alas, nothing caught, the worker said, a hint of embarrassment on his face, offering Mr. Li an apologetic smile. I shall cast another net. The fish here are not densely populated. Not to worry, Mr. Li reassured, waving his hand dismissively. To promote optimal growth, the fish in my fishery are not overly concentrated. The group chuckled lightly, undeterred. The boat proceeded forward for several meters, and the worker, once again, prepared to cast the net. With a splash, the net descended, and he swiftly began to retrieve it, only to be met with astonishment as he discovered it still devoid of fish. What's happening? The worker exclaimed, bewildered, while Mr. Li furrowed his brow at the situation. What is happening? This morning, it was effortless to cast a net and catch dozens of fish, wasn't it? Boss, I am uncertain. Let me cast a few more nets and see. The worker furrowed his brow, gesturing with the fishing net, and cast it out once more. The net spread flawlessly around him, and the worker smiled, believing this time he would succeed. However, when he reeled it in, not a single fish was caught. The worker's astonishment grew, and Mr. Li frowned. What is going on? Why are there no fish in this vicinity? How is it possible that after several casts, we have not caught any fish? The foreign onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, observing Mr. Li and surveying the entire fishing grounds. Perhaps the fish have congregated elsewhere. Xiaohua, check the edges. The worker, looking perplexed, addressed the young man steering the boat. As the fishing vessel approached the periphery, the worker promptly threw the net. Splash. The net hit the water, but once pulled up, it revealed not a single fish. How could this be? The worker was filled with disbelief as he cast several more nets. Yet still, no fish appeared. Mr. Li was taken aback, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the surroundings. His expression one of deep embarrassment. How can there be no fish? There were plenty this morning. Why are there none now? Mr. Li inquired, his face darkening. Boss, I don't know. Logically speaking, we should catch plenty with just one cast. This situation is inexplicable, the worker replied, his countenance equally grim. What is happening? How can such a vast fishing ground be devoid of fish? Mr. Li, where are the fish in your waters? The foreign visitors questioned Mr. Li with furrowed brows. Chapter 31. The Despair of Mr. Li Fish? The fish have transformed into dragon energy. You could never have imagined that stealing my bun would come at such a great cost. Beneath the sea, Wang Xian listened to their conversation, a faint smile gracing his lips. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing that all the fish in the fishing grounds had been reduced to the group under his control. Wang Xian opened his mouth, gently swaying his tail, and darted forward like a swift arrow. As he passed, hundreds of fish were effortlessly consumed, extracting 009 dragon energy. The dragon energy reached 10,000, evolving into a third-tier divine dragon. At that moment, Wang Xian felt a rich surge of dragon energy coursing through his body, fortifying his form. The dragon scales on his body appeared more robust, radiating a golden sheen. His claws had grown more formidable, each talon embodying terrifying destructive power. His physique became more substantial, with two majestic dragon whiskers gracefully framing his sides. Name: Wang Xian. Race: Human. Dragon transformation. Level: 3 Dragon Chi. 100. 000 Divine abilities. Domination of aquatic creatures. Control of aquatic beings below his level. Devouring creatures. Absorbing life forms to extract dragon chi. Technique: Divine dragon transformation. Having reached the 3rd level, Wang Xian mused that his physical prowess could withstand even bullets without a scratch. However, through his research, he discerned that in his human form, he was significantly weaker compared to his dragon form. Last night, he demonstrated the resilience of his dragon scales, which left no mark even upon colliding with rocks. In human form, he was approximately twice as vulnerable as in his dragon state. Now, relying solely on his physical strength, he could effortlessly endure handgun bullets, and even withstand more powerful firearms. He had merely a few thousand fish left to consume, and he intended to leave none behind. With a swift motion, Wang Xian's speed became increasingly fearsome, and within a mere 5 minutes, he had devoured all the remaining fish in the fishing ground. Consequently, the entire area was devoid of fish, leading to their complete extinction. Meanwhile, on the fishing boat, Mr. Li stood with a darkened expression, his body trembling slightly as he stammered, "Continue searching, continue. How can there be not a single fish left?" "Boss, calm down." A worker on the boat wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just moments ago, he had cast over 20 nets yet caught not a single fish. A scenario that was steeped in eeriness. How could a fishing ground of at least 300 tons suddenly be devoid of any fish? With a splash, the net was cast into the fishing ground once more, only to reveal the same disheartening scene as before. The empty net was pulled out, and upon witnessing this, Mr. Li felt a chill run down his spine. "Mr. Li, didn't you claim there were 300 tons of fish in your fishing ground? Where are they now?" "Indeed, Mr. Li, we entered this partnership to see your fish stock, yet now." At this moment, the foreign associates aboard the boat exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in displeasure. With no fish in sight, how could they possibly collaborate? Upon hearing their remarks, Mr. Li's expression darkened to an almost bloody hue, his heart racing with anxiety. It was crucial to understand that this fishing ground had cost him 20 million in loans. From leasing the fishing ground to renovations, fish fry, feed, and labor costs, he had invested a total of 20 million. Now, he relied on the fish stock from this ground to recoup that substantial sum. The fact that the entire fish stock had seemingly vanished into thin air was an immense blow, threatening him with bankruptcy. "Use a large net to fish for me. I refuse to believe that 300 tons of fish could simply disappear without reason." Mr. Li growled. His face darkened as he did not respond to the foreign associates. Observing their boss's demeanor, the workers on the boat were equally alarmed and hurriedly called upon all the crew, using a large encircling net for capture. 3 fishing vessels ventured into the heart of the fishing grounds, where a colossal net commenced its work of ensnaring the aquatic bounty within. As seconds ticked by beneath the blazing sun overhead, beads of perspiration dotted Mr. Li's forehead. A cautious middle-aged man beside him offered a tissue with great care. A group of foreign observers stood nearby, watching with indifferent expressions. The 3 fishing boats began their operation, and the net was drawn swiftly, yet still, there was no sign of fish. It was as though the entire fishing ground had been utterly emptied, devoid of even a single fry. "Let us go. It seems we have wasted these past few days," Mr. Li sighed. "This is truly not a pleasurable journey. In the future, unless we possess a seasoned fishing ground, we should refrain from such collaborations." The foreign onlookers, witnessing the dismal outcome, shook their heads in disappointment, casting cold glances at Mr. Li before turning to leave. "How can this be? How can this happen?" Mr. Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the barren waters of the fishing ground, despair welling within him. His mind began to wander, and he stumbled, inadvertently falling to the ground. "Mr. Li! Mr. Li!" the middle-aged man exclaimed, rushing to assist him. "It's over. It's all over. Mr. Li sat on the ground, his countenance shifting between hues of despair. We can start anew. We can try again. Don't lose hope. The middle-aged man urged desperately at his side. It's finished. Everything is finished. This 20 million loan is due this year, and unless we liquidate all our assets, we are doomed. Mr. Li sat there, eyes vacant. The middle-aged man fell silent, taken aback by the gravity of the situation. Do not blame me for being harsh. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon yourself. Wang Xian observed from within the fishing ground, casting a cold gaze at the despondent Mr. Li. He swayed his body and swiftly propelled himself towards the ocean. His 2-meter frame radiated formidable power, and upon reaching the wire mesh at the exit, he unleashed a dragon-like claw, tearing a massive gap through which he escaped. His speed in the water was remarkable, outpacing even the sharks with ease. In the vast ocean, only species like the marlin and swordfish could rival his velocity. Originally anticipating a lengthy journey to elevate to level 3, he was pleasantly surprised by the swiftness of his progress. As the clock approached 2 in the afternoon, he decided to gather some seafood for a picnic back at school. In high spirits over his level advancement and the substantial sum of over 10 million in his bank account, he felt a surge of joy. The only downside was a growing hunger. Having reached the sea, he caught 3 large lobsters and a few needle crabs before returning to shore. If you find this enjoyable, please cast a recommendation vote. Rewards from generous patrons would be even more delightful. Also, I highly recommend the author's exquisite work. I Can Transform into a Fish, which promises to be captivating. Chapter 32. Too weak. Emerging from the ocean, Wang Xian donned his clothing. His level had ascended to 3, and an intangible aura of dragon might emanated from him. With a tall and perfectly sculpted physique, his skin, enhanced by dragon energy, was immaculate and devoid of any blemishes. A subtle smile graced Wang Xian's face as he stretched leisurely, securing all the lobsters and crabs with a rope. It was time to return and rest well. Clenching his fists, he felt the immense power coursing through his body and strode forward with a beaming smile. The vicinity of the Summer Sun Resort was convenient for hailing a cab, and he made his way to the entrance of the resort. Though the noon sky was brilliantly sunny, it had turned overcast by afternoon. Wang Xian glanced up at the weather, contemplating the day he might command clouds and rain. He chuckled softly as he arrived at the front of the Summer Sun Resort. Before the grand entrance stood a magnificent fountain, flanked by trees that formed a shaded area, where tables and benches were provided for rest. Observing the lack of taxis at the entrance, Wang Xian took out his phone to summon a ride. Suddenly, he noticed the onset of light rain. Hastily, he headed towards the shaded area. Upon arrival, he spotted a middle-aged man and an elderly gentleman within. The elder, clad in a white silk martial arts outfit, resembled an elderly individual practicing Tai Chi in a park. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, dressed in a shirt, stood by attentively. Concern etched on his face as he watched the elder. Wang Xian's presence caught the middle-aged man's attention, who glanced at him briefly before averting his gaze. Setting the lobsters and crabs aside, Wang Xian resumed his efforts to hail a cab. Suddenly, the roar of a sports car disrupted the air. Turning to investigate, Wang Xian observed a robust young man emerging from a Ferrari, striding toward them. "Grandfather," the youth exclaimed, leaping over the grass with excitement. "I've made a breakthrough." The elder looked at his grandson, a spark of pride igniting in his eyes. "Very good, much stronger than your father," he remarked. "Your father only achieved his breakthrough at 27. Grandfather, please guide me," the young man urged, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. The elder glanced at Wang Xian, gesturing dismissively. "Later tonight, it's not convenient now." The youth hesitated, turning his gaze toward Wang Xian, sensing his grandfather's reservations. He addressed Wang Xian directly. "Brother, could you step aside? We have matters to discuss." Wang Xian, puzzled by their conversation, regarded the young man. The authoritative tone irked him, prompting him to ignore the request. The young man furrowed his brow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he approached Wang Xian. "Xiao Jing, don't cause trouble," the elder cautioned, noticing his grandson's advance. "Grandfather, I'll handle it. I want to make a scene," the youth asserted. The youth exhibited a degree of trepidation towards the elder, turning his head to smile faintly before reaching out to grasp Wang Xian's shoulder. Observing the young man's gesture, Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and deftly seized his arm with his right hand. "What do you want?" he inquired coolly, lifting his gaze to the youth. Surprised, the youth's expression shifted to one of curiosity, followed by a slight smirk. "You react quite swiftly, don't you?" With a sudden motion, he clasped Wang Xian's right arm. Such speed! Wang Xian marveled internally, recognizing that an ordinary individual could not possibly achieve such swiftness. As he felt the pressure from the youth's grip, A flicker of astonishment crossed Wang Xian's mind, recalling their earlier conversation and the words of the bandit leader regarding martial artists. Could they be martial artists? Kid, kindly remove yourself from my line of sight, Wang Xian commanded, his tone icy. The youth regarded him with a faint smirk, yet his grip gradually tightened. Quite a bit of strength, Wang Xian noted, feeling the force emanating from the youth's arm, prompting him to apply a slight pressure in return. Ah, you seek death. A sudden scream erupted, followed by the youth's furious outcry. The middle-aged man and the elder, startled by the commotion, swiftly turned their attention. Xiao Jing, cease. Do not inadvertently harm anyone, they shouted, witnessing the youth lift his leg to strike Wang Xian with considerable force. However, despite the numbness in his arm, the enraged youth continued his assault, his right leg slicing through the air. You are the one courting death, Wang Xian retorted, his eyes glinting coldly as he extended his palm. The seemingly fierce leg was caught effortlessly, halting its advance entirely. With equal determination, Wang Xian raised his foot and aimed a kick at the youth's chest. Thud! The immense force sent the youth crashing onto a nearby stone bench, blood spilling from his mouth as he emitted a pained cry. You dare to harm my son. In the blink of an eye, what they anticipated would be a mere misunderstanding turned into calamity as Xiao Jing was violently felled, bloodied, and weakened. The middle-aged man faltered momentarily, then, like a cheetah, lunged towards Wang Xian. Wang Xian regarded him with a frigid gaze. The middle-aged man's speed far surpassed that of the youth, yet to Wang Xian, it still appeared excruciatingly sluggish. As he watched the approaching fist, he extended his hand and grasped it firmly, rendering it immovable. Too weak, Wang Xian declared, raising his own fist to strike at the middle-aged man's abdomen. Thud! The overwhelming force compelled the man to kneel upon the ground. Little brother, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding, the elder exclaimed, his heart racing with shock at witnessing his grandson and son struck down. Wang Xian turned to the elder, slightly shrugging. I do not believe this to be a misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize, young brother. I, Shueliangren, extend my heartfelt apologies to you. The elder hastily approached, clasping his fists towards Wang Xian. Please, young brother, do not harbor anger. My grandson, in his ignorance, has inadvertently offended you. I apologize once more, the elder reiterated. Ahem. His emotions stirred. The elder succumbed to a fit of intense coughing, hastily retrieving a white handkerchief, stained with blood. Observing the elder's condition, Wang Xian slowly shook his head, saying it's all right. He was not a person of malevolent temperament. Had it not been for the youth's unpleasant demeanor and his attempt to assert dominance through force, he would not have retaliated. Moreover, he had miscalculated the intensity of his own response. He had anticipated a formidable opponent, yet was taken aback by the opponent's weakness. A mere kick had caused blood to spill. How unfortunate for this fellow. So weak, so pathetically weak. Was this truly the prowess of a martial artist? Chapter 33. Submission. The middle-aged man kneeling on the ground was drenched in cold sweat, watching his father cough up blood. Enduring the pain, he stood up and approached the elder's side. I'm fine, the elder waved his hand, his complexion pale. Go check on Xiao Jing and call for an ambulance. The middle-aged man nodded, casting a wary glance at Wang Xian before hastily moving to his son's side. Xiao Jing, are you all right? He placed his hand on the youth's chest, his face filled with distress, quickly retrieving his phone to dial for help. How could this boy be so formidable? Even at his peak, he doubted he would have been a match for him. Shueliangren coughed twice again, his heart filled with astonishment as he glanced at Wang Xian. Misfortune upon misfortune, now he was gravely injured, and his grandson had encountered such a terrifying powerhouse. He never anticipated that a trivial act of arrogance from his grandson would lead to such dire consequences. If the other party chose to pursue this matter further, it would spell disaster for the Shui family. Contemplating this, he felt his injuries worsen, his body trembling as he moved to a nearby seat. There. He retrieved a briefcase and took out a check, filling it out for 10 million. This was an offering of apology, even if they could not forge a friendship. They must not provoke such a formidable young adversary at this time. Wang Xian observed the 3 generations of the Shui family without paying them any mind. If one offends me, I shall retaliate. If one does not offend me, I shall not provoke them without cause. This was Wang Xian's principle in life. Despite his immense strength, of course, he understood the necessity of eliminating a mortal enemy, having watched countless dramas and novels. Good people perish from their kindness. Bad people perish from their verbosity. Young brother, just as Wang Xian noticed a taxi arriving and prepared to depart, the elder slowly approached once more. Wang Xian turned to face the elder, raising an eyebrow. Moments ago, my grandson acted rashly and offended the young brother. I come to offer my apologies. The elderly man held a check in his hands, presenting it to Wang Xian with both hands. 10 million? Surprise flickered across Wang Xian's face as he beheld the figure inscribed on the check. 10 million. This was indeed a staggering sum, and the old man was offering it outright as an apology. He cast a bewildered glance at the elder. Please accept it, young brother. Noticing Wang Xian's hesitation, the old man, fearing he had not been forgiven, spoke again with trepidation. Cough, cough. As he spoke, he suddenly fell into a fit of violent coughing, hastily covering his mouth as blood trickled forth. Wang Xian observed the elder, extending his hand to accept the bills. Thank you for your forgiveness, young brother. The old man managed a faint smile amidst his pallor. Father, a middle-aged man nearby, hearing the coughing, looked over with concern, calling out anxiously. I shall not take this money without reason, Wang Xian said, placing his palm directly over the elder's chest. Young brother. The elder stiffened at Wang Xian's sudden action. Yet he possessed no strength to resist. Without uttering a word, Wang Xian channeled a surge of dragon energy into the elder's body, and in an instant, the elder's internal condition unfolded in Wang Xian's mind. There exists a dark ailment at the heart's location, and within his meridians flows a unique energy that safeguards his heart. Otherwise, he may have already perished. Could this energy be internal force? Wang Xian pondered. Sensing the elder's injuries, he gently pressed twice on the elder's chest, directing the dragon energy to the site of the heart's affliction. The dragon energy, being a supreme force, could fortify the physical body and transform aquatic beings, thus possessing formidable healing properties. After expending approximately 100 units of dragon energy, Wang Xian completely eradicated the dark ailment from the elder's heart. Observing the congealed blood within the elder, he pressed once more. At that moment, as fear gripped the elder's heart, he suddenly felt a warm energy enveloping it. Immediately afterward, a sweet taste filled his mouth, and he expelled a torrent of dark, congealed blood. What are you doing? Do not harm my father. I will risk my life if necessary. Silence. The middle-aged man, witnessing Wang Xian's hand resting on his father's chest and the subsequent expulsion of blood, roared in fury, his face contorted with rage. However, before he could finish his words, the elder interjected with a firm voice, entirely devoid of the frailty he had previously exhibited. Young brother, benefactor, thank you. Thank you for healing my injuries. At this moment, the elder, astonished, clasped his hands together and bowed deeply in gratitude. His complexion flushed, his eyes sparkled with excitement. In the instant he expelled the blood, he realized that his injuries had been entirely healed. This affliction, nearly fatal, was notoriously difficult to remedy. However, the young man before him merely placed his palm on his chest and casually pressed down twice, miraculously healing himself. What sorcery is this? Even a revered practitioner of traditional medicine or an exceptionally skilled disciple among the sages would struggle to achieve such rapid recovery. Is he a descendant of the medical sage, or perhaps a disciple of a sage? The thought is utterly terrifying. No need. This is your treatment fee. Wang Xian waved the check in his hand and approached the young man who lay unconscious nearby. Let us just heal him completely. After all, it was the young man's misfortune to provoke Wang Xian, who was oblivious to his own strength, resulting in a forceful kick that left him bloodied and nearly lifeless. Now, with the elder offering 10 million, it would suffice as their combined medical expenses. Wang Xian had no desire to take advantage of others. Exchanging over 100 units of dragon energy for 10 million was indeed a lucrative deal for him. As he reached the young man's side, he placed his hand on the youth's chest. Through the sensitivity of the dragon energy, he discerned that several of his ribs were fractured, with some even piercing into his lung. Such an injury was severe. Had it not been for the young man's robust constitution, he likely would have perished. Wang Xian shook his head slightly and utilized his dragon energy to mend the damage. The young man's injuries began to heal, and as he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Wang Xian, who stood before him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Quickly express your gratitude to this young brother for his healing. He has set aside past grievances to mend your wounds, so extend your heartfelt thanks. Xiaojing, hurry and apologize. Thank your benefactor for healing your grandfather's injuries and restoring you to health. Express your gratitude at once. At that moment, the young man was taken aback by his grandfather and father's words. He gazed at Wang Xian, who bore a faint smile and had effortlessly subdued his formidable strength. A mix of fear and astonishment washing over him. Big brother, I am truly sorry. My earlier actions were rash and entirely my fault. Thank you for your forgiveness. The young man hurriedly exclaimed, his previous arrogance completely vanished. Chapter 34. The Shui family of ancient martial arts fortune arises from misfortune. The elder and the middle-aged man gazed at the recovering youth with uncontainable excitement. They had never anticipated that this mysterious and powerful young man would so graciously heal their injuries without holding a grudge. The elder could not help but feel fortunate for his initial attitude and his wise choice to present 10 million. Very well. Wang Xian rose and addressed the elder with a calm demeanor. He held a positive impression of the elder and the middle-aged man. They had both hastily intervened when the youth had attacked, and the elder's sincere apology had already earned his forgiveness. The 10 million offered later was merely a means to facilitate the healing of their injuries. Thank you, young brother. Elder Shui Liangren once again clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, big brother. The middle-aged man and the youth echoed their appreciation. Even though the young man was significantly older than Wang Xian, he still referred to him as big brother. For Wang Xian, he had no choice but to acknowledge the respect. No need. You have already provided the medical fee. Wang Xian gestured dismissively, addressing the elder. Dear brother, the medical expenses are of little consequence given my injuries. Should you require anything from the Shui family in the future, do not hesitate to ask. We shall never decline, Shui Liangren said earnestly. Wang Xian smiled at the elder and shifted his tone. I am quite curious about something. May I inquire if you could enlighten me? Certainly. I shall speak candidly, the elder responded promptly. Regarding cultivation, could you elaborate on that for me? Wang Xian inquired. His curiosity piqued. He knew nothing about martial practitioners, cultivation, or internal energy. Ah, cultivation? Shui Liangren replied, somewhat taken aback. But he quickly tempered his words. The current practice is known as ancient martial arts. Those who embark on this path are referred to as martial artists. They are hidden within the cities, not overly numerous yet not scarce either, existing in the form of families and sections. Many prominent enterprises are indirectly or directly controlled by families or sects of martial artists. Martial artists are categorized into 9 levels, absorbing spiritual energy to open the 8 extraordinary meridians. Each meridian opened constitutes 1 level. Achieving the opening of all 8 meridians is classified as level 9. Complete mastery of spiritual energy signifies innate talent, and those who are innate are the true masters of this world. I, Shui Liangren, am unremarkable. I stumbled upon ancient martial arts in my youth. Now, at 85, I am only a level 6 martial artist, ranking among the top 5 in Jiangcheng City, sustaining the modest Shui family. Oh, Wang Xian nodded thoughtfully at the elder's words. The world was indeed mysterious, and he found the existence of martial artists unremarkable. My son, Shui Jiahua, possesses considerable ability as well. He is currently a level 5 martial artist. My grandson, Shui Jing, is even more gifted, currently at level 4, the elder added. Glancing at Wang Xian, given your prowess, dear brother, you must be at least a level 7, with a talent that is truly exceptional, surpassing all ages. Level 7? Wang Xian was mildly surprised, as he was currently only at level 3. However, his level 3 was of the divine dragon variety, indicating that he could combat 4 levels above him. A level 4 martial artist can evade bullets, a level 5 can withstand gunfire without succumbing, and at level 6, ordinary bullets pose little threat. A level 7 can disregard them entirely. Only dense artillery bombardments could prove fatal. Levels 8 and 9 are even more formidable. While the innate masters command respect in their realms, Shui Liangren elaborated. Wang Xian nodded and smiled. Thank you for the information. I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Dear brother, allow Jiahua to escort you home, the elder quickly insisted. There's no need. I will take a taxi. Wang Xian declined with a shake of his head. Brother, let me drive you. My car is just nearby, Shui Jing interjected eagerly, pointing to a sports car. Yes, yes. Dear brother, let young Jing take you. It will be quicker, the elder concurred. All right. Wang Xian noticed the taxi had already departed from the resort entrance and did not refuse. Come, brother, allow me to carry your things. Please, step inside, Shui Jing said, displaying commendable attentiveness as he picked up a large lobster and a crab, speedily jogging to the sports car and opening the door with enthusiasm. Wang Xian nodded towards Shui Jing and directly took a seat inside the car. Shui Jing smiled and carefully closed the door. At that moment, Shui Liangren and a middle-aged man approached, calling out to him. Grandfather, father, Shui Jing immediately greeted them in a hushed tone. This is our family card for the Xianyang Resort, a gift for the young brother. It is imperative that you cultivate a good relationship with him. This represents an opportunity for the Shui family. Remember, we are still quite weak, Shui Liangren solemnly advised Shui Jing. Rest assured, grandfather, I understand what to do. I will not act recklessly, Shui Jing assured, nodding earnestly. Well then, hurry and see the young brother back, Shui Liangren said, patting him on the shoulder. Jing promptly dashed to the sports car. Elder brother, where are you headed? To Jiangcheng University, Wang Xian responded, noticing the bloodstains on his clothes, and smiled. Oh, that's great. Were you a student at Jiangcheng University as well? I graduated from there too, Jing said, his face beaming as he started the engine. Upon seeing Wang Xian nod, he quickly retrieved the family card for the Xianyang resort that his grandfather had given him. This card, although termed a family card, holds far greater significance than the gold or diamond cards distributed to other patrons. The family card symbolizes the Shui family. Up until now, only 2 of these cards have been issued by the Shui family. Possession of such a card grants one the privilege of enjoying the finest services at the Xianyang resort, free for a lifetime. The name family card also evokes a sense of warmth, fostering a closer bond between the parties involved. Elder brother, this is our family card for the Xianyang resort, the highest tier of cards. With this card, you can enjoy the finest services at our resort, free for life. When you have time, do come and visit, and feel free to bring friends along. Jing cheerfully presented it to Wang Xian. Xianyang resort? Wang Xian was somewhat astonished upon seeing the card. Is this your family's property? Indeed, elder brother. There is also a Xianyang International Hotel in the city center where this card can be used, Jing replied. No, that's unnecessary, Wang Xian said, slightly surprised, realizing that this family had owned the Xianyang resort for 3 generations. No wonder they could readily produce 10 million as an apology. You absolutely must accept it. I am following my grandfather's and father's orders. Otherwise, I shall be in trouble when I return. Jing turned and feigned a pitiful expression. Goodness. Wang Xian thought to himself, bemused by his antics. At your age, is it truly appropriate to act so childlike in front of me, calling me elder brother so often? Chapter 35. Agreement and Refusal. Take care, elder brother. Jing warmly bid farewell as he escorted Wang Xian to the school gate. Wang Xian nodded, clutching a lobster and a crab as he walked into the school. Jing gazed at his retreating figure, exhaling heavily, and then turned his attention to the newly added WeChat friend on his phone, a look of excitement illuminating his face. Bang! Wang Xian returned to his dormitory, tossing the lobsters and crabs into a basin, while glancing at a family card for the Xianyang resort and a check for 10 million. He decided to first transfer the funds from the check into his bank account. With the clock reading around 4 o'clock, Wang Xian placed the family card into his wallet and set off with the check in hand. He rode his motorcycle to the nearest bank, and after transferring the money into his account, his balance soared to 20 million. At such a young age, possessing 20 million in assets, Wang Xian, somewhat ostentatiously, waved his bank card, sitting atop his motorcycle. Passing by a supermarket, he also purchased new utensils and seasonings. By the time he had everything ready, it was already past 5. Wang Xian took out his phone and dialed Guan Shuqing's number. Hello, Wang Xian. Guan Shuqing's voice brimmed with joy upon receiving his call, dispelling the gloom left by a previous conversation with her father. Are you free this evening? I've prepared some more lobsters and crabs. Shall we have a picnic? Wang Xian chuckled, recalling how he had promised her an abundance of seafood when she had treated him to dinner the night before. Is it tonight? Sure. Do you have big lobsters? Guan Shuqing's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly inquired. Of course. We still have the big lobsters and crabs, and in a few days, I'll switch up the flavors for you, Wang Xian replied with a grin. Then I want to be polite. Following a wealthy friend means plenty of meat. Guan Shuqing's happiness was unmistakable. All right, no problem. Just come directly to Dongpo at school after you finish work, Wang Xian nodded. Guan Shuqing affirmed, hanging up with a beaming smile as she clutched her phone. Just then, a young man interrupted her reverie. Manager Guan Shuqing turned her head, quickly calling out to the young man. We're having a small gathering at the company tonight to celebrate the successful completion of this cross-border business deal. You should join us, the young man said, looking at her with a hint of greed in his eyes. Tonight? Manager's son, I might not be able to make it. I have plans to dine with friends. Guan Shuqing hesitated, quickly shaking her head, as she had already promised Wang Xian. What's the matter? The young man furrowed his brow slightly. Tonight, our company's operations and translation departments are gathering for dinner. Though you're a temporary worker, you shouldn't miss out. Let us eat at the renowned Epine Pavilion near your university. However, upon hearing the young man's tone, Guan Shuqing felt embarrassed. But I've already made plans with a friend. If I don't go, do you have many friends? How about this? If you don't have too many, bring them along. Our company is filled with young people, the young man suggested, noticing her expression. Though merely a friend, Guan Shuqing furrowed her brows, caught in a web of indecision. It's quite all right, invite him over. Let us share a meal together. After all, you are both outstanding students from Jiangcheng University. I may very well seek to recruit talent from your institution in the future, so it would be fortuitous to become acquainted. Perhaps both of you could even find a place within my company." The young man waved his hand, his face adorned with a broad smile and a generous demeanor. Observing his attitude, Guan Shuqing realized that further refusal would be somewhat embarrassing. After a brief moment of hesitation, she nodded. "I will ask my friend." "Very well. Just give them a call. You simply cannot miss tonight, Shuqing." He chuckled, adjusting his suit. "All right," Guan Shuqing replied, retrieving her phone and stepping aside. The young man's lips curled into a slight smirk. A student, preferably female, though a male would suffice as well. With a confident smile, he made his way to his office. Not long after Wang Xian had hung up from Guan Shuqing's earlier call, he noticed her name flashing on his phone again, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "Why is she calling again?" He mused aloud. "Wang Xian, there's a gathering at our company tonight, and my superior insists that I attend. Initially, I planned to decline, but he urged me to bring a friend. Would you care to join?" Guan Shuqing spoke rapidly, not allowing Wang Xian a moment to respond before continuing. "It would be inappropriate for me to go alone. You could accompany me." "That might not be suitable," Wang Xian replied, momentarily taken aback, shaking his head in refusal. "Come on, Wang Xian. I've just started at this company and am unfamiliar with my colleagues. Moreover, I won't be here long. Having you there would provide me with someone to converse with. It's at Epine Pavilion, which is quite close to our school." Guan Shuqing pleaded, her tone stretching out the last syllable in a way that suggested her earnest desire for his presence. Wang Xian hesitated but ultimately nodded. "All right then. Yay. Thank you. Once I receive my salary, I shall treat you to a meal," Guan Shuqing exclaimed joyfully upon hearing his agreement. "Let me treat you instead," Wang Xian chuckled. Briefly discussing the time before ending the call, Guan Shuqing decided to attend the gathering on her own, thinking to herself that she would simply take care of the bill. Wang Xian placed his phone into his pocket, shrugging slightly. With over 20 million in his account, he felt quite confident. Buzz, as he arranged the lobster and crab. Having changed into fresh attire, his phone chimed once more. "Lan Qingwei?" Wang Xian opened WeChat to find a message from her, surprised. "Lan Qingwei is inviting me to dinner? I must be quite popular." He narcissistically touched his face but ultimately declined, responding, "I have dinner plans with friends tonight. Apologies. Let's catch up another time." At that very moment, within a lavish villa, Lan Qingwei sat nervously on the sofa. This was her first time inviting a boy out for dinner. And as she recalled the embrace from that day, a mix of anticipation and anxiety coursed through her heart. As the sound of the reply resonated, she quickly turned her gaze. "Rejected. He had actually turned me down." Lan Qingwei stared blankly at the message, a surge of unusual emotions flooding her heart. She had not anticipated that her first invitation to a boy for dinner would end in such denial. Chapter 36. Acquisition of Epine Pavilion. Buzzing. Wang Xian rode his motorcycle towards the location of Epine Pavilion. Little did he know that his casual refusal had dealt a significant blow to a reserved young lady. "Welcome." Upon entering Epine Pavilion, the two receptionists greeted him warmly. "How many, sir?" a waitress inquired. "Just a moment, please," Wang Xian replied to the waitress. "Then, sir, please take a seat here while I pour you a cup of tea." The waitress kindly gestured towards the waiting area, bringing over a cup of water. Wang Xian nodded, seated himself, and took out his phone to pass the time while awaiting the arrival of Guan Shuqing and the others. Clap, clap, clap. "Where's your general manager, Li?" At that moment, a group entered through the door, and a young man with a cigarette dangling from his mouth smiled broadly. "Who are you? Are you looking for our general manager, Li?" The receptionist regarded the four newcomers with curiosity. "It was your general manager, Li, who sent us." "Where is he?" the young man asked with a grin, casting a roguish glance at the two receptionists. The receptionists furrowed their brows slightly. "Mr. Zhou, they have arrived. The office is small, so please make yourselves comfortable here," said a somewhat plump general manager Li as he emerged from a small room next to the cash register, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Hearing General Manager Li's voice, Wang Xian's lips curled into a faint smile as he looked over. At that moment, General Manager Li bore no trace of the rosy glow from the morning. His complexion was pale, and fatigue etched his features. The middle-aged man beside him also appeared unwell. "Oh, General Manager Li, you don't look too well," the young man remarked, his smile widening. "I caught a cold early this morning and am feeling a bit under the weather," General Manager Li replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he gestured for them to enter. "Hee," the young man chuckled, leading his companions to the waiting area where they took a seat. Fixing their gaze on General Manager Li. "Your call took me by surprise, General Manager Li. A month ago, I hosted a banquet to discuss acquiring your restaurant. But you declined. What has changed?" "I have a more promising venture to pursue, hence my decision to sell Epine Pavilion," General Manager Li responded, sitting beside them. lifting the cup of tea poured by the waitress and managing a faint smile. "Oh, is that so? How much are you willing to sell it for?" The young man's lips curled slightly, reclining on the sofa with a mocking glimmer in his eyes. "According to the price you mentioned previously, 23 million, General Manager Lee stated, looking directly at him. "What? 23 million? The young man feigned surprise as he gazed at Mr. Lee. "Mr. Lee, when I approached you to purchase it, the price was 23 million. Now that you seek to buy it from me, do you expect the price to remain the same? Moreover," he said, casting a cold glance at Mr. Lee, "when I was eager to buy, you refused. I went ahead and purchased a restaurant nearby, which I have since renovated. I was even preparing to engage in a friendly competition with you." Mr. Lee's expression shifted slightly, revealing his discomfort as he firmly responded. "My E-Pin Pavilion has been established for 5 or 6 years, and its reputation has spread throughout Jiangcheng. Even in a competition, I fear no one. As long as my E-Pin Pavilion stands, your restaurant will undoubtedly be significantly affected." Mr. Lee implied that he had invested over 10 million in his restaurant and would not consider purchasing another. The young man regarded him with a hint of derision. "The 10 million loss was merely due to Mr. Zhou securing the property. I consider it a worthwhile trade-off to incur only minor renovation costs to ensure the business thrives," Mr. Lee remarked, frowning. "Ha," the young man chuckled, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Mr. Lee. "Since I have embarked on this venture, I am not intimidated by your E-Pin Pavilion. Ultimately, the outcome remains uncertain, but I assure you, your losses will be substantial. Now that you wish to part with E-Pin Pavilion, I offer you 13 million. If you choose to sell, then let it be. If not, we shall see what transpires. 13 million is utterly impossible. The property alone is worth nearly 10 million. Would I sell my hotel to you for 3 million? Mr. Lee's voice rose, his discomfort evident. "At most, 15 million. If you wish to sell, then sell. If not, you are free to sell to someone else," the young man declared confidently. "With the reputation and strength of my Wang Xian Pavilion, I can assure you that selling to anyone else will not yield a price exceeding this one." Mr. Lee's countenance darkened at these words. As the young man had pointed out, his restaurant had previously garnered profits of 4 to 5 million annually, and its valuation of over 20 million was hardly inflated. However, a formidable competitor had recently emerged on this street, the son of a prominent deep-sea fishing group, whose family business boasted abundant resources and access to a variety of seafood. Coupled with the young man's willingness to invest and his audacity, the outcome of their future rivalry was uncertain even to Mr. Lee. Now, selling his restaurant for over 20 million seemed implausible. Even achieving a price of 17 or 18 million appeared unlikely. Yet, the prospect of relinquishing it for 15 million left him feeling deeply resentful. Mr. Lee's expression fluctuated as he deliberated. Today's events constituted a catastrophic blow. The entire fish stock within his fishing grounds had inexplicably vanished, resulting in a loss of tens of millions. He needed to repay the bank loan promptly, or else the mortgaged property would be reclaimed. Thus, his only option was to sell E-Pin Pavilion. He felt utterly cornered. The young man, brimming with confidence, sat there and calmly addressed Mr. Lee. "I can offer you cash, 15 million immediately available. Considering that there are very few who can or dare to make such an investment at once," he continued, "Mr. Lee, I believe you should sell E-Pin Pavilion to my brother. Anyone with a modicum of capability knows that purchasing E-Pin Pavilion now does not guarantee profit. In fact, it could lead to losses. Few are willing to take such a gamble." Beside him, a boy around 18 or 19, with excitement etched on his face, chimed in. He crossed his legs and glanced at Wang Xian, who had been quietly listening, and jested. "What do you think, brother? If I offered you 15 million, would you buy it?" The boy was elated, having just started his freshman year at Jiangcheng University. His brother's future hotel would be right here, the most luxurious one, and he imagined the delight of showing off to his classmates. Just thinking about it filled him with joy. "I would buy it," suddenly came a voice from the side, causing the boy to pause in surprise. He turned to see Wang Xian's serious expression, and laughter erupted from him. "Huh, my friend, you say you would buy it. But can you really afford it? You're just dreaming. Wake up." "Mr. Lee, I can offer 16 million. Please consider it." Wang Xian cast a calm glance at the boy, then produced a card, a diamond card from Agricultural Bank, which requires a deposit exceeding 5 million to obtain. Although it didn't quite reach 16 million, it was nonetheless a symbol of financial prowess. Capital. Seeing the bank card, the boy's expression stiffened, disbelief flooding his face. Everyone around them, including Mr. Lee, turned in astonishment towards Wang Xian. "The funds in this card are sufficient for 16 million. Mr. Lee, what do you think about selling E-Pin Pavilion to me?" Wang Xian inquired with a broad smile. The conversation he had overheard piqued Wang Xian's interest. Learning of Mr. Li's intention to sell Epine Pavilion stirred something within him. Although he possessed some money, it was obtained through unconventional means, and he lacked a stable source of income. Acquiring Epine Pavilion would allow him to manage it himself. A significant advantage of taking over Epine Pavilion was that he could personally catch seafood, even if it consumed time. He could eventually engage the Dragon Palace Aquatic staff to do the fishing, ensuring that his seafood procurement would incur zero costs, only employee wages and basic expenses to consider. It was a guaranteed profit, a surefire investment. He had initially planned to speak with Mr. Li after the others left, but the boy beside him inadvertently assisted him. 16 million? Do you truly intend to purchase it? The boy stammered, pointing incredulously at Wang Xian. It was unfathomable that someone of his age would produce such a sum. Wang Xian glanced at the boy, then focused his attention back on Mr. Li. Upon noticing Wang Xian's recognition of him, General Li's expression fluctuated. Are you truly intent on purchasing? I do not jest with sums exceeding 10 million, 16 million. Will you sell? If so, we can finalize the contract and transfer funds tomorrow. Wang Xian nodded earnestly. General Li's demeanor shifted as he cast a glance at the young man beside him. The youth, fixated on Wang Xian, maintained a serious countenance. Young brother, are you certain you wish to acquire Epine Pavilion? Consider the price. If it is too steep, do not proceed. I offer 16 million. Will you bid higher? Wang Xian regarded the youth with a smile. Suddenly, the youth's hand slammed onto the table, producing a resounding thud. You must contemplate this carefully. Should you succeed in purchasing it, be prepared for a showdown with my Wang Xian Pavilion. Come the time, do not find yourself battered and bankrupt. Observing the threat, Wang Xian slowly lifted his tea from the table and replied calmly, I relish a contest. If you enjoy the challenge, I shall oblige. As for who ends up injured, I assure you, it shall not be me. Very well. The youth abruptly stood, coldly asserting, Epine Pavilion is of little consequence to me. Since you wish to take it over, let us engage in this game. You are still too inexperienced. Wang Xian rose as well. You are not my match. Their exchange was a clash of titans. In confronting adversaries, Wang Xian radiated an aura befitting a divine dragon, an intangible pressure emanating from his being that rendered the youth visibly uncomfortable. Fine, we shall see. The youth spat, glaring fiercely at him. I am at your service. Wang Xian responded coolly, a smile gracing his lips. I will ensure your defeat is substantial. With that, the youth delivered a menacing remark, shot a cold glance at General Li, and strode out. You are finished, the young man seethed, rising to point angrily at Wang Xian as his brother exited. Wang Xian cast a cold glance his way, dismissing him entirely, and turned back to General Li. Someone like him was unworthy of his attention. His brother was of greater significance. Young brother, are you certain about the 16 million for Epine Pavilion? General Li, not even glancing at the departing youth, inquired once more. I am 100% certain, Wang Xian affirmed with a nod. Humph. The young man, feeling humiliated by Wang Xian's disregard, stormed outside. Brother, that guy was so arrogant. We cannot let this go unchallenged. Upon exiting Epine Pavilion, the young man angrily caught up with the youth. All right, I understand, the youth replied impatiently. Had it not been for his brother's provocation, he might not have even considered purchasing Epine Pavilion. Securing it for 15 million would have been ideal, an entirely risk-free venture. For now, however, he resolved to take a chance. Regardless, our Wang Xian Pavilion has been beautifully renovated and will soon commence operations. The young man recalled the disdainful attitude of the boy earlier. A sullen expression overtook his face. Just wait. I shall make you aware of the repercussions of crossing me, what true regret feels like. Let us convene tomorrow at 9 in the morning to discuss the transfer of Epine Pavilion. Inside Epine Pavilion, Mr. Li wore a faint smile as he addressed Wang Xian. He was quite content with the prospect of selling the establishment for 16 million. Very well, tomorrow at 9, Wang Xian replied with a nod. I shall prepare for it. Let us dine together afterward, Mr. Li suggested as he rose from his seat. No, I have prior engagements, Wang Xian said with a smile, shaking his head. Aside from this transaction, he had little in common to discuss with Mr. Li. Then enjoy your meal, my brother Wang Xian. After tomorrow, this place will be yours. Mr. Li remarked, casting a wistful glance at his restaurant before sighing deeply. Selling his establishment left him uncertain whether he could ever regain his former glory. He walked despondently into the adjacent office, perhaps unaware that the cause of his downfall stood right before him. It was all due to his own arrogance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After waiting for about 10 minutes in the lounge, Wang Xian's phone rang. Hello, I have arrived and am in the waiting area, Wang Xian answered, addressing Guan Shuqing. Wang Xian, she called just as she entered, waving as she approached him. Wang Xian greeted her with a broad smile, his gaze shifting to the group accompanying her. A cluster of young individuals, led by a young man in his late 20s, donned in trendy Armani summer wear, stood about 6 feet tall and rather handsome. Upon noticing this young man, he too scrutinized Wang Xian. A boy clad in Versace. His family background must be quite decent, thought Zhou Yonghao. Narrowing his eyes as he appraised Wang Xian, he raised an eyebrow, though it did not particularly concern him. To him, Wang Xian appeared rather inexperienced. Shuqing, is this your friend? Hello, I am Zhou Yonghao, the young man said with a broad smile as he extended his hand in introduction. Wang Xian, curious, responded, hello. I am Wang Xian. Chapter 38. I am the boss' younger brother. Quite impressive, Zhou Yonghao remarked, eyeing Wang Xian as he attempted to pat his shoulder. Heh, Wang Xian, sensing something untrustworthy about this young man, subtly evaded his hand. Zhou Yonhao's arm froze momentarily, but he quickly recovered with a smile. Come, I've reserved a private room. Please, gentlemen, this way. As he spoke, a nearby waiter led them forward. Epine Pavilion comprised 2 levels. The lower floor served as the main hall, while the upper floor was designated for private rooms. Epine Pavilion is a renowned restaurant throughout our entire Jiangcheng City, where one can indulge in a myriad of seafood delicacies, including abalone, shark fin, and sea cucumber. Occasionally, the exquisite bluefin tuna sashimi graces the menu as well. Zhou Yonghao walked ahead, beaming as he introduced the venue, casting his gaze toward Guan Shuqing and her companion, Wang Xian. Shuqing, your school is nearby. You must be familiar with this establishment. Of course, I know it well. This restaurant is notoriously expensive, Guan Shuqing replied with a smile. I visited here once before, courtesy of a friend. I must admit, the prices are exorbitant. Private rooms can cost at least 7,000 or 8,000 for a meal, truly 5-star standards. Today, we are fortunate as Mr. Zhou is treating us. Epine Pavilion specializes in seafood that is indeed delectable, albeit at a steep price. I have only heard tales of its fame. This is my first visit, and we owe our gratitude to Mr. Zhou for his generosity, remarked 2 young individuals nearby, with a hint of flattery. Haha, everyone work hard. As long as we perform well, such gatherings will be plentiful in the future, Zhou Yonghao proclaimed gallantly. Though Epine Pavilion is costly, the flavors are remarkable. I have always enjoyed their dishes and frequent this place often. Then we shall cling to you, Mr. Zhou. Such a magnanimous boss is rare to find. A young woman said, her face aglow with a smile. Rest assured, you shall not be neglected, Zhou Yonghao replied with a slight smirk. Guan Shuqing and Wang Xian remained silent as the group entered a private room. Shuqing, please take the seat beside me, Zhou Yonghao suddenly said, occupying the main position at the table. Guan Shuqing paused briefly, then nodded and took her place. She turned to Wang Xian, saying, Wang Xian, please sit next to me. Sure, Wang Xian responded, while a few young men and women around them exchanged contemplative glances toward Zhou Yonghao and Guan Shuqing, pondering silently. Take a look at the menu and see what you wish to order. Go ahead, feel free to choose, Zhou Yonghao urged, handing the menu to Guan Shuqing. If anything catches your fancy, just order it. No need, Mr. Zhou, I am not picky. I can eat anything. Guan Shuqing waved her hand and returned the menu to him. All right then, I shall order a few dishes. This sea cucumber and lotus seed porridge is excellent for beauty. Let us get a bowl for Shuqing and the ladies, Zhou Yonghao said kindly, addressing Guan Shuqing and the other young women. Our Mr. Zhou is quite the gentleman, one girl remarked with a giggle. Indeed, after all, Mr. Zhou studied for 3 years at a prestigious university in England, exuding gentlemanly charm, a young man subtly complimented. Haha, Zhou Yonghao laughed heartily. Now, let us have another bottle of champagne. White wine pairs beautifully with seafood. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. The waiter nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to take the order. Shuqing, do you have any intention of joining our company after graduation? Zhou Yonghao poured a cup of tea for himself and then refilled Guan Shuqing's cup, inquiring gently. Mr. Zhou, I can manage on my own, she replied. Guan Shuqing promptly took the tea. I still have 2 years until graduation. It's all right. I can come to the company during weekends or when I have no classes. The salary won't be meager. Currently, the company is expanding rapidly, and we are in dire need of talent, Zhou Yonghao remarked with a smile. This notion stirred something within Guan Shuqing. With her father's bankruptcy and the family's deteriorating circumstances, she felt compelled to address her own living expenses. I think that sounds great, Shuqing. After all, university courses are not overly demanding, and gaining work experience in your spare time is certainly advantageous. One of the 2 young men beside her encouraged. Indeed, Mr. Zhou is exceptionally kind to us. It is rare to find such an admirable boss. After graduation, you may not easily come across another such opportunity, the other added. This does seem feasible, Guan Shuqing mused, glancing at Wang Xian and nodding slightly. Upon hearing her agreement, Zhou Yuanhao's eyes sparkled with delight. Ha, then welcome, Shuqing, to officially join us. As they conversed, dishes began to arrive one after another. Zhou Yuanhao continued to engage Guan Shuqing in conversation, while Wang Xian sat idly, consuming his meal. Shuqing, do you have a boyfriend? Zhou Yuanhao suddenly inquired of Guan Shuqing. This question momentarily startled her. Her eyes flickered as she turned slightly to glance at Wang Xian. Observing her reaction, Zhou Yuanhao furrowed his brow and swiftly changed the subject. Oh right, Shuqing, you haven't introduced your friend yet. This is my classmate, Wang Xian, Guan Shuqing promptly responded. Hello everyone, I am Wang Xian, he chimed in amiably. Don't just focus on eating. Let us converse, Zhou Yuanhao suggested, directing a gentle smile towards him. Wang Xian, your family must be well off. What do they do? Wang Xian chuckled at the inquiry. Currently, I only have a younger sister as family. Zhou Yuanhao was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of mild surprise, a smile curving his lips. I apologize for prying. But allow me to add that it's not easy for you, Wang Xian. You should start planning for life after graduation. You and Shuqing are both from Jiangcheng University and possess considerable potential. Why not consider joining my company? It would be far more advantageous than searching for a job post-graduation. Indeed, working with Mr. Zhou means he will be our boss in the future. Haha, one young man laughed. Haha, no thanks, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Shaking his head, I'd rather savor my university life. Tut, young Wang, you must not harbor such a mindset. This is the time to strive and work hard. What does it mean to enjoy university? It is not merely about gaming. It is about finding a lovely girlfriend. However, to win her over, one must possess financial means, gifting her designer bags worth thousands, clothing of similar value, and other jewelry and gifts, which also accumulate to considerable sums. As a young individual, one should have aspirations. That is what fuels motivation. Relying on family alone is insufficient. One must depend upon oneself. For instance, if one seeks a girlfriend as stunning as Shuqing, it would be implausible to merely buy her a handbag worth a few hundred yuan, especially since such a sum would hardly suffice. One cannot possibly take her to the cafeteria for meals, as all these entail monetary expenditure. If I were fortunate enough to have a girlfriend as beautiful as Shuqing, acquiring designer bags and clothing would be indispensable. Further gifts, including a car and a house, would inevitably follow in due course. The company I currently oversee is just in its nascent stage, boasting an annual profit of 5 to 6 million yuan, a condition I deem rather unimpressive in Jiangcheng. Thus, I advise the youth to embark on their endeavors early. Xiao Wang, you might contemplate accompanying me. A part-time job could yield around 3,000 yuan a month. Mr. Zhou lit a cigarette, a smile adorning his face as he imparted his wisdom. His words subtly elevated himself, while diminishing Wang Xian. 3,000 yuan a month? Wang Xian observed Mr. Zhou's demeanor, reminiscent of a mentor guiding a junior, and could not suppress a chuckle. Noting the glints of greed in Mr. Zhou's eyes as he occasionally glanced at Guan Shuqing, Wang Xian grasped his intentions. Mr. Zhou sought to court Guan Shuqing, perceiving Wang Xian as a potential rival. Naturally, one must crush their adversaries. However, he could not directly engage in comparison, fearing it would provoke Shuqing's disdain. Hence he resorted to surreptitiously elevating himself while belittling Wang Xian. To follow him? To become his subordinate? Wang Xian smiled lightly and shook his head gently, replying, Mr. Zhou, our students are not so materialistic. A few hundred yuan can indeed procure a handbag, and love can blossom even in the cafeteria. Mr. Zhou's countenance shifted slightly upon hearing Wang Xian's words. He had not anticipated such a veiled critique of his materialism. A flicker of displeasure crossed Mr. Zhou's eyes. Xiao Wang, you mustn't speak so. Campus love is relatively pure, yet one must eventually step beyond the confines of academia and into society. What Mr. Zhou espouses is for your benefit. Do not take it lightly, a young man interjected, observing Mr. Zhou's expression with concern. Indeed, what can one achieve without wealth? Women invariably seek a partner who cherishes them and possesses financial means. Alas, I am already married. Otherwise, I might have pursued Mr. Zhou myself. Xiao Wang, you are still quite youthful, a young woman added, casting a glance at Wang Xian. Having been in the workforce for several years, they possessed a degree of insight. It was evident to them that Mr. Zhou aimed to undermine this young man, prompting them to speak in defense of their employer. Wang Xian, upon hearing their remarks, felt a flicker of scorn. We are still students, unburdened by many concerns. It suffices that we pursue what we cherish. Guan Shuqing sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere and smiled, stating, Shuqing, you are still too young. Heed your sister's advice. and in the future, I shall impart my wisdom. A female peer directed a remark towards Guan Shuqing, and upon finishing, she noticed Mr. Zhou's benevolent gaze, causing her heart to swell with joy. Waiter. At that moment, Mr. Zhou felt a stirring in his heart and called out to the waiter who had been standing at the entrance. Sir, how may I assist you? The waiter inquired as he approached. Do you still have that limited edition caviar for sale? Mr. Zhou asked the waiter. I shall check with the kitchen. The waiter replied with a smile. Very well, please do. Mr. Zhou nodded lightly and then addressed the group. Truffle foie gras caviar is renowned as one of the most exquisite dishes abroad, particularly the caviar, which is exceedingly precious. The caviar at Yipin Pavilion is a limited edition, priced at 4,000 yuan per serving, sufficient only for 1 or 2 patrons, and it boasts an exceptional flavor. Let me see how many portions are available. If there are several, I shall order more. Mr. Zhou, you are truly extravagant. Caviar is exorbitantly priced, one of the youths remarked. Indeed, Mr. Zhou, this meal is already more than sufficient. Perhaps you could let Miss Shuqing and her companions indulge instead, so we need not overspend, several young men said thoughtfully. Let us see how many portions are available, Mr. Zhou responded, a satisfied expression gracing his face upon hearing their words. I apologize, sir, but our caviar has sold out for today. The waiter soon returned, looking somewhat apologetic. Oh, it's gone? By the way, is Manager Huang available? Mr. Zhou inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Yes, sir, do you have a request? The waiter quickly asked. No, it's fine. I will give him a call, Mr. Zhou waved his hand dismissively and took out his phone. Mr. Zhou, you are acquainted with the manager of Yipin Pavilion? One youth exclaimed in astonishment. I have dined there a few times, Mr. Zhou replied nonchalantly, a flicker of pride illuminating his eyes. After returning home for a few years, I still know some people. Mr. Zhou, you truly have an extensive network. You seem to know individuals from all walks of life, making any endeavor quite convenient. Another youth flattered from the side. Indeed, connections are of paramount importance in today's society. Mr. Zhou smiled as he dialed the number. Hello, Mr. Zhou, how are you? A middle-aged voice came through the line. Is Manager Huang busy? Mr. Zhou inquired with a smile. Not at all, Mr. Zhou. What can I do for you? Is dinner satisfactory? Very much so, very much so. The reason I called Manager Huang is regarding your restaurant's caviar. The waiter mentioned it sold out, but I find myself craving it now. I'm entertaining guests. Haha, certainly. The kitchen always reserves some for unexpected situations. There should still be some available. Excellent. I appreciate your assistance, Manager Huang, Mr. Zhou said, his face beaming with joy, exchanging pleasantries before hanging up. All right, Yipin Pavilion sets aside some caviar daily to avoid shortages. There will be more, Mr. Zhou announced with a smile, turning his gaze toward Guan Shuqing. You must try it later. The flavor is remarkable. You are too generous, Mr. Zhou. This meal will certainly amount to a significant sum, Guan Shuqing remarked with a smile. Not at all. It should be just over 10,000 yuan, Mr. Zhou shook his head. As long as you enjoy your meal today, that is what matters. By the way, where do you and your friends plan to dine? We are planning to have a picnic at school, Guan Shuqing replied with a smile. A picnic? Zhou paused momentarily, arching an eyebrow as he remarked. On such a sweltering day, why venture out for a picnic? The outdoors is rife with mosquitoes, and Xiao Wang, you seem rather inconsiderate. Moreover, smoke is detrimental to a woman's skin. When treating a lady to a meal, one ought to choose a respectable restaurant. What restaurant? Wang Xian inquired, taking a sip of water as he noticed Zhou's gaze upon him. While Yipin Gu is somewhat pricey, given your student budget, you should at least consider some chain establishments, perhaps a meal costing around 200 to 300 yuan. A picnic in this heat is hardly appropriate, Zhou continued, then turned to Guan Shuqing. Furthermore, picnicking is not particularly safe. It may be best if you refrain. Wang Xian, hearing this, scoffed lightly, his tone dripping with disdain. This elicited a flicker of displeasure in Zhou's eyes. Zhou, let us eat swiftly. The hour grows late, Guan Shuqing interjected, noticing Wang Xian's discontent and gently tugging at his arm. Her hand inadvertently brushed against his, causing her to recoil, as if jolted. Wang Xian glanced at Guan Shuqing, offering a smile and deciding to let the matter slide. Let us eat. The seafood at Yipin Gu is quite delectable. Indeed, indulge while you can. Who knows when you might have this chance again? Zhou retorted, a hint of mockery in his tone. Absolutely. Thank you for treating us today, Zhou, Wang Xian replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he nodded and resumed eating. Guan Shuqing, relieved to see Wang Xian in better spirits, hesitated before offering him a crab claw with a cheerful, try this, it's quite tasty. All right, Wang Xian nodded in response. One fears that after today, such delicacies may not be within reach, a young man nearby murmured, his voice barely audible, yet discernible. Wang Xian paid little heed to the comment. After all, they were colleagues of Wang Shuqing, and he had no desire to dwell on it. Meanwhile, in the office of Yiping Ge, Manager Huang hung up the phone with Zhou and briefly, who was organizing some materials. By the way, Li interjected, decline that customer. And prepare the caviar reserved for the kitchen. Accompany me to a private room to deliver it to another guest. Whom are we delivering it to? Huang inquired, slightly taken aback. Your future employer. Li responded, casting a glance at him. Tomorrow, Yiping Ge will belong to that individual. Today, you should make his acquaintance. Huang was taken aback, realizing that Li had finalized the sale of Yiping Ge, and he had not anticipated that his future boss was dining here today. Understood, Li. I shall explain to my customer. Huang promptly nodded and made his way to the kitchen to ensure the chefs prepared the meal with utmost care. For it was destined for his future boss. Chapter 40. Taking over Yiping Ge. Inside the private room of Yiping Ge, the atmosphere felt somewhat stifled. Guan Shuqing sat there, slightly awkward, as she picked at her food. Having dined thus far, she could sense the animosity emanating from General Zhou and his surrounding colleagues towards Wang Xian. She also perceived that General Zhou seemed to harbor certain thoughts about her. This made her regretful. Had she known, she would have declined today's gathering. At that moment, General Zhou's phone rang. He took out his device and glanced at the screen. It was a call from the manager here, likely regarding the delivery of food. He chuckled softly before answering. What? It's all gone. Not a single bit left? General Zhou inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his voice after picking up the call. I truly apologize, General Zhou. Our caviar at Yiping Pavilion has been completely depleted. It seems other esteemed guests have taken it all, Manager Huang explained over the phone. Next time, I shall ensure to reserve a portion for you. Well, if it's gone. It's gone, General Zhou replied with a slight shake of his head before ending the call. It seemed there would be no chance this time, as Manager Huang had confirmed that all the caviar had been sold out. He shrugged and turned to Guan Shuqing, saying, It appears we shall miss out this time. But next time, I shall bring you along to savor it. Guan Shuqing smiled, but remained silent, unsure of how to respond. Just then, Wang Xian's phone buzzed as well. He took it out and saw it was a call from General Li, promptly answering. Brother Wang Xian, which private room are you in? Room 203. Is there something you need, General Li? Oh, nothing urgent. I just thought I'd drop by for a moment. No sooner had General Li finished speaking than there was a knock at the door, followed by the server opening it. Brother Wang Xian, pardon the intrusion. I have brought you a specialty dish from our establishment, General Li said, standing at the threshold with a smile. Behind him, Manager Huang entered, holding a tray, his face adorned with a broad grin. General Wang, this is our signature caviar. The kitchen still has 5 portions, and I've brought them all for you and your friends to taste. I am Xiao Huang, the manager of Yiping Pavilion, he said, maintaining a humble demeanor as he placed the caviar beside Wang Xian. Wang Xian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded, looking at General Li. Thank you for your kindness, General Li. Enjoy, Brother Wang Xian. I shall not disturb you further, General Li replied with a smile. Thank you. Wang Xian nodded in acknowledgement. General, please take your time. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me, Manager Huang said, bowing slightly. Throughout the entire interaction, he focused solely on Wang Xian, never glancing at anyone else, and even as he turned to leave, he did so with a courteous bow. General Zhou in the private room widened his eyes, slightly agape, eager to speak, yet feeling somewhat embarrassed as he noticed Manager Huang had not looked his way even once. The other young men present were equally astonished, staring at the unfolding scene. What was happening? Who were those 2 individuals? The one serving the dishes claimed to be the manager here, referred to as Xiao Huang. The manager Huang mentioned by President Zhou? They hastily turned their heads, their gazes fixated on Wang Xian. They noticed the 5 bowls of caviar beside him, each valued at 4,000 yuan, totaling a staggering 20,000. Moreover, such delicacies were not easily obtainable even with money. President Zhou had attempted to contact Manager Huang and failed to procure them. Yet now, the manager had respectfully presented 5 bowls directly to him. How could this be? Wasn't he just a student? Sitting nearby, Guan Shuqing stared at Wang Xian in utter astonishment, realizing she could no longer comprehend him. Previously, he was a struggling student, often working to earn his tuition and living expenses. Now, he rode a powerful motorcycle, and his attire was anything but inexpensive. However, what truly astonished her was not the cost of his clothing, but the manager's demeanor and the complimentary 5 bowls of caviar valued at 20,000. Wang Xian. Guan Shuqing gazed at him, a torrent of questions swirling in her mind, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Go on. Taste the limited caviar from Yiping Pavilion, Wang Xian smiled, handing her a bowl. Wang Xian, how could the manager here present these to us? Guan Shuqing asked. bewildered at the caviar being offered to her. I bought this place, Wang Xian replied, his gaze steady. The Mr. Li who just entered is the owner of Yiping Pavilion. We have already reached a preliminary agreement. By tomorrow, Yiping Pavilion will be mine. Wang Xian smiled, while Guan Shuqing beside him widened her eyes, disbelief filling her expression. You bought Yiping Pavilion? She asked incredulously. Yes, Wang Xian nodded with a grin. In the future, come to me for anything you wish to eat. Guan Shuqing was momentarily speechless. How could this be possible? At that moment, a young man seated nearby displayed a look of sheer astonishment, unable to contain his exclamation. This student sitting here actually purchased Yiping Pavilion. What a fortune that must have cost, 10 million or 20 million. Can one truly acquire Yiping Pavilion for just over $1 million? The surrounding youths were equally taken aback. They recalled their earlier remarks, fearing that after this meal, they might never taste it again. Now, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They felt the sting of humiliation. It was not merely the privilege of not being able to dine there again, but rather the realization that he had purchased the establishment itself. They discreetly glanced at President Zhou, only to find his expression even more vivid. His face contorted, trembling slightly as he stared at Wang Xian. What a performance! Acting like a fool while concealing his true capabilities, it was utterly infuriating. President Zhou's mind raced with such thoughts, his teeth clenched tightly. To be able to acquire Yiping Pavilion, one must possess assets in the tens of millions. While his own family, the Zhou family, merely held around 50 to 60 million, and much of that was under his father's control. Wang Xian cast a fleeting glance at General Zhou before addressing Guan Shuqing directly. Tomorrow, I shall take over here. The personnel will remain unchanged. However, I require a trusted individual to manage the accounts, as I cannot be here indefinitely. Would you be willing to assist me? Guan Shuqing's eyes flickered with uncertainty as she glanced at General Zhou. But I have already. Yet, after a moment's hesitation while gazing at Wang Xian, she nodded. All right, since you have said so, how could I possibly refuse? Splendid. With your support, many burdens shall be alleviated, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Meanwhile, General Zhou, witnessing the immediate recruitment of Guan Shuqing, felt his brow twitch in agitation, his fists clenched tightly. However, he refrained from expressing his ire, as this youth had directly acquired the esteemed Yiping Gu, suggesting a potentially formidable background. Damn it, he only has a sister. What a farce. Chapter 41. Taking over Yiping Gu, I must say, you have certainly irked General Zhou tonight. As you saw, he initiated the conflict. Had it not been for your presence, I would have expelled them long ago. Your final remarks leave me utterly speechless. On the ancient street, Wang Xian and Guan Shuqing emerged from Yiping Gu, engaged in cheerful conversation. The banquet was yet to conclude. However, moments earlier, Wang Xian had handed the remaining caviar to General Zhou, beaming as he said, General Zhou, here is the caviar you requested. Do savor it. And I extend a warm invitation to dine at my restaurant in the future. Oh, but I must clarify, the establishment is not yet mine. So you will have to cover the expenses today. The expression on General Zhou's face was one of pure darkness. I apologize. It seems I have offended your superior. It appears you may not receive your wages for the next few days, but fret not. I shall compensate you. Wang Xian chuckled. Naturally, you must make amends appropriately. Guan Shuqing replied with a smile, turning to gaze at Wang Xian, who walked alongside her, her heart brimming with warmth. He was the first to bring her joy and comfort, making her feel cherished. This sensation was not overwhelming, yet it captivated her profoundly. Come on, Wang Xian said, bringing forth his motorcycle. All right, Guan Shuqing responded, her heart racing as she beheld him atop the heavy machine. She climbed onto the bike, hesitating briefly before gently wrapping her arms around Wang Xian. The warmth of his body drew her closer, causing him to stiffen momentarily, then a smile graced his lips. Hold on tight, we are off. The motorcycle roared to life, heading towards the school, and soon arrived beneath the girls' dormitory. I shall see you tomorrow. I will come to pick you up, Wang Xian waved at Guan Shuqing. She nodded, waving back as she skipped joyfully towards the dormitory. Wang Xian smiled, riding off towards the boys' dormitory. In the evening, Wang Xian chose not to engage in cultivation but instead indulged in a restful slumber. Upon awakening the following day, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already past 8. He hurriedly freshened up. As he picked up his phone, he noticed some unread messages. It's from Lan Xingyue again? Wang Xian was somewhat surprised to find a message from her on WeChat, once more inviting him to dinner that evening as a token of gratitude for the previous matter. The message had been sent only 5 minutes prior. I'm sorry, President Lan, but I've been quite busy lately and truly have no time, he politely declined, as he was set to take over Yiping Gu today, which meant he would be quite occupied in the coming days. There were internal issues to address within Yipin Gu, along with subsequent management concerns. Moreover, Xian Gu was on the verge of opening, evidently ready to compete with him. During yesterday's conversation between Mr. Li and that young man, it became clear that the latter was no weakling, so preparation was essential. After sending his message, Wang Xian tidied up and, with lobster and hairy crab in tow, made his way downstairs. In a different room within the same villa, the atmosphere was entirely transformed, awash in shades of pink. None of the boys across Jiangcheng City could have imagined that the renowned, aloof goddess, President Lan Xinhua, would have such a girlishly colored room. It is said that every cool girl harbors a heart filled with fairy tale fantasies. Lan Xinhua lay on her bed, beside her a large pink teddy bear. Ding! Her phone rang, prompting her to quickly check WeChat. Rejected again, she mused, lost in thought. After being turned down yesterday, she had surmised that he must have been genuinely busy, which is why she had reached out early today, only to find herself rebuffed once more. The reply had echoed the sentiment of being busy lately. Did he not harbor feelings for her, or was he truly overwhelmed with commitments? A frown creased her brow as she sprang from her bed and glanced at her reflection in the mirror. Even though she had just awoken and had not yet adorned herself, her exquisite features and flawless figure exuded an irresistible allure. Could it be that her charm failed to captivate him? For the first time, Lan Xinhua questioned the potency of her own allure. Let us grab some breakfast. I want soup dumplings. After picking up Guan Shuqing, Wang Xian headed towards the ancient street. All right, whatever the beautiful lady desires, he replied with a playful tone. Then I want to eat your flesh. How about you carve some off for me? Must you be so cruel? I'm no Tang Sung Yes meat, but I'm a female demon, haha. With Guan Shuqing in tow, they merrily arrived at a soup dumpling shop. After their meal, they found themselves right on schedule for their meeting with Mr. Li. Upon arriving at Yipin Gu, the doors were already open. Mr. Li and Manager Huang had arrived early. Mr. Wang, Manager Huang greeted him with a broad smile as he approached. Good morning, Manager Huang. Wang Xian nodded and glanced at General Manager Li beside him. The property deed and the transfer certificates for the restaurant had been prepared. Aside from the previous earnings, everything else within the restaurant now belonged to Wang Xian. We need to head to the housing authority to transfer the property and other assets. This will occupy us for the entire morning. Upon seeing Wang Xian arrive, Li's face broke into a slight smile. All right, let me take a look at the contract, he said. Wang Xian nodded in agreement. Here you go, there are absolutely no issues. Li handed him the contract, and Wang Xian meticulously reviewed it before nodding once more. Following this, they boarded Li's vehicle and proceeded to the housing authority, the industrial and commercial bureau, and the bank to complete the transfer procedures, including matters related to the business license. After an entire morning of running around, they deposited the remaining funds into Li's account, and the two shook hands, marking the conclusion of the transaction. Boss, Li did not take anything with him when he left. Now everything is functioning normally. Let me take you over to meet all the staff, Manager Huang, who had been accompanying them throughout the morning, said enthusiastically upon returning from the bank. All right, let's go and familiarize ourselves with the restaurant. Additionally, all staff positions will remain unchanged for the time being. Wang Xian nodded, and as they returned, it coincided with mealtime. He invited Manager Huang and Guan Shuqing to join him for dinner at Yipin Pavilion. Manager Huang was familiar with Guan Shuqing, having previously worked here as a hostess for over half a month. Now, seeing her again, he speculated that she might soon become the lady of the establishment. Thus he treated her with exceptional warmth. This left Guan Shuqing somewhat dazed. Her former superior was now so eager to please her. It was all due to the young man beside her. During the meal, Wang Xian surveyed the entire restaurant, a swell of pride rising within him. This was his establishment, and he would ensure that it resonated throughout Jiangcheng, becoming the finest restaurant. Chapter 42. Restructuring yesterday. Everyone should have received some news. Yipin Pavilion has a new owner. Now, let us welcome our boss, Mr. Wang. At around 3 in the afternoon, as the staff completed their tasks, Manager Huang summoned all employees. Hello everyone, I am Wang Xian, the new owner here, he announced, stepping forward with a beaming smile as he gazed at the crowd. The restaurant had a total of 50 staff, which was quite substantial for an establishment of this nature, with 30 of them being service personnel. This also ensured the quality of service. How young, a female server exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise as all eyes turned curiously towards Wang Xian. Indeed, he was remarkably youthful, appearing more like a peer than a boss, even younger than some of them. Observing this scene, Wang Xian slightly raised his head, exuding an invisible aura of authority. The restaurant continues to operate as usual, and having taken charge, I feel compelled to implement some changes. The first change will be a 10% increase in the salaries of all employees. while the existing system remains unchanged. It is essential to understand that my youth does not render me easily swayed. I will not hesitate to dismiss anyone when necessary. I have familiarized myself with your previous work and compensation, and I assure you that if you put in your best effort, the remuneration will certainly surpass what you received under Mr. Li's management. I am far more generous. As Wang Xian spoke, a subtle smile graced his face. If you have any issues, feel free to approach Manager Huang or come directly to me. I am open to discussion. However, be aware that if mistakes occur, my demeanor may not remain as accommodating. Each word he uttered resonated with authority, the atmosphere around him appearing almost palpable. It was as if the very sky revolved around him. The waitstaff, kitchen personnel, and front desk staff stood attentively. Sensing the young man before them emanated an air of inherent dignity. All right, you may disperse and take a break. Chef, please bring one of your team members and Manager Huang over here, Wang Xian instructed. At once, they seemed to receive a command, dispersing and engaging in hushed discussions. Wow, our new boss has such an imposing presence, even more so than Mr. Li, one murmured. The new owner is indeed generous. Raising salaries by 10%, that's an extra 400 to 500 yuan. He seems so young, probably around 20, yet he carries himself with such authority. Could he be a wealthy heir from a prominent family? And he is quite handsome, young, dashing, and affluent. Simply remarkable. Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang. The head chef approached with a beaming smile, accompanied by another chef, though still appearing somewhat reserved. Wang Xian, listening to the murmurs around him, nodded in acknowledgement to the two chefs. This was precisely the effect he desired. As a leader, it is vital to instill a sense of respect and reverence among employees. Without such regard, effective management of a company becomes unattainable, and he had successfully established that atmosphere. Now, let us discuss the current operations of our restaurant, Wang Xian said as they took their seats in the waiting area. Manager Wang, here are our supply channels and a list of our limited dishes. Manager Huang presented a notebook to him. Wang Xian nodded, having already gathered some information. Epine Pavilion excels in its diverse seafood offerings, skilled chefs, and excellent service and ambience. Special procurement personnel handle items such as caviar, abalone, and other exquisite seafood. Previously, they were managed by Mr. Li's brother-in-law, but with Mr. Li's departure, he too has left. Nevertheless, the procurement channels remain intact. Delicacies like caviar are sourced internationally, incurring high costs, while ordinary seafood is acquired from local markets. Like the precious yellow croaker and tuna sashimi, acquiring these delicacies relies heavily on fortune and competitive bidding by the seaside. Mr. Wang, our partnership with the Golden Lobster Company is nearing its expiration, and we have yet to renew the contract. We must urgently seek new channels. Additionally, we require a procurement of caviar soon, as our restaurant's supply of premium ingredients is dwindling. Manager Huang interjected, noting that although not many customers can afford top-tier ingredients, they nonetheless symbolize prestige and serve as an excellent promotional tool. For instance, a restaurant featuring abalone, bluefin tuna, yellow croaker, Australian emperor crabs, and lobsters will undoubtedly stand out compared to one that lacks such exquisite offerings, creating a clear disparity that suggests the first establishment is far superior, naturally attracting more patrons. Thus, Mr. Wang is keen on procuring some high-end ingredients. Our supply of oceanic lobsters is limited daily, and the availability of caviar is even scarcer. Wang Xian remarked with a slight shake of his head. Boss, sourcing such seafood requires us to venture to the fish market at dawn. There aren't many markets that offer top-tier seafood, and while the prices for lobsters and crabs are steep, their availability is often insufficient, sometimes making it impossible to purchase them. If frozen, the quality diminishes, the head chef added. I will handle the seafood situation, Wang Xian replied with a slight nod. Let us maintain our usual operations. Moreover, the Longxian Pavilion will soon open, and they are likely to host events. We must be prepared to compete with them. Boss, to seize market share, we possess a distinct advantage. Our reputation precedes us, as long as we can attract patrons with a sufficient supply of premium seafood. The ordinary offerings that ensure quality will render them no match for us, Manager Huang asserted with confidence. All right, I will take charge of the top-tier ingredients. Chef Zhang, you will oversee the quality of the ordinary seafood, Wang Xian confirmed with a nod. Rest assured, boss. Leave it to us. I guarantee the quality of the seafood from our kitchen, the head chef pledged. Good. Should any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Even regarding personal matters, Wang Xian said with a smile, patting the chef on the shoulder. Thank you, boss, the chef replied, grinning with delight. I will replace the empty aquarium in the center with a larger one and procure some ornamental fish, Wang Xian remarked, gazing at the vacant tank. previously occupied by the dragon fish borrowed from Mr. Li. For Wang Xian, these decorative elements posed little challenge. He pondered whether to acquire some valuable ornamental fish to enhance the establishment's fade. Chapter 43. Seeking premium ingredients. I never expected you would embody the role of a boss so well. After conversing with manager Huang and the head chef, Guan Shuqing looked at the earnest Wang Xian with a beaming smile and remarked, "Haha, really? Do I exude that kind of charisma?" Wang Xian chuckled, narcissistically inquiring. "There exists a slight urgency. It seems you will be quite busy in the coming days. Where shall you seek the finest ingredients? Would you like me to accompany you?" Guan Shuqing inquired with a smile. "That won't be necessary. Searching for ingredients requires a great deal of running about, and given the sweltering heat, it would be best if you remained in the store to manage the finances." Wang Xian replied with a smile. "Well, what of it? I am quite resilient." Guan Shuqing retorted with a playful eye roll. "Yet I cannot allow the stunning beauty of Jiangcheng University to suffer under the sun's harshness. That would be a grave misstep on my part. Rest assured, I shall procure the finest ingredients, and you will be the first to sample them." Wang Xian chuckled. "Sample them? You better be cautious. I might just eat you out of business," Guan Shuqing countered with a huff. "Haha, if you can indeed eat me into bankruptcy." "I would have no retort." Wang Xian laughed heartily. "I will be leaving shortly. Please consult manager Huang regarding the daily financial transactions and conduct an inventory check. I will rely on you to safeguard my finances moving forward," he continued in jest. "Very well, you may proceed with your tasks." Guan Shuqing nodded in agreement. "Let me advance your salary. Should you require additional funds in the future, do not hesitate to inform me," Wang Xian said, rising to retrieve his phone, transferring 10,000 yuan to her via WeChat. Upon hearing her phone chime, Guan Shuqing promptly took it out. However, Wang Xian playfully snatched her phone, accepted the transfer, and remarked with a smile, "Work diligently, and I shall ensure you enjoy the finer things in life." He handed back her phone with a teasing expression. Guan Shuqing glanced at the transaction record, momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Humph, that depends on my mood. If the boss is unkind, I may very well reconsider my position. All right, I shall take my leave now." Wang Xian waved goodbye with a grin. Go on, Guan Shuqing urged him. "Take care, manager Huang. I trust you to manage the store in my absence," Wang Xian said as he departed, and manager Huang promptly approached to see him off. "Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call me. Please cooperate with Guan Shuqing." Wang Xian nodded. "Rest assured, Wang Xian," manager Huang replied affirmatively. Upon leaving Yiping Pavilion, Wang Xian mounted his motorcycle and sped toward the seaside, contemplating the procurement of seafood. The finest ingredients are essential for the restaurant's daily operations, thus requiring a considerable quantity. In the domestic waters, premium ingredients are not scarce. Take lobsters, for instance. Those with a modicum of seafood knowledge are aware that the so-called Australian lobster is rather ordinary among its kind. However, in recent years, its price has surged to approximately 200 to 250 yuan per pound. Contrarily, several varieties of lobsters in Chinese waters command a higher price than their Australian counterparts, such as the spiny lobster, the ornamental lobster, and the black and white striped lobster, all of which are quite esteemed. Nevertheless, the sheer number of gourmets in China has led to a significant scarcity of lobsters in its waters, resulting in exorbitant prices that exceed expectations. Especially the Chinese exquisite lobster, often referred to as the divine lobster or the rainbow lobster, has seen its price inflated to extraordinary heights, with individuals weighing 4 to 5 pounds reaching up to 6,000 yuan. Beyond lobsters, the highly valuable wild yellow croaker and yellow-lipped fish, endemic to China, also command exorbitant prices. A wild yellow croaker weighing around 3 pounds can fetch between 8,000 to 12,000 yuan per pound, while a yellow-lipped fish can cost several 100,000 yuan. With its fish maw selling for tens of thousands, truly staggering prices. These fish can still be glimpsed in nearby domestic waters, yet they have become exceedingly rare, with years passing without a sighting. The prospect of capturing some wild yellow croakers or yellow-lipped fish would serve as excellent publicity, Wang Xian mused. Soon, he returned to the seaside, parked his heavy motorcycle aside, and ventured to a secluded spot. Stripping off his clothes, Wang Xian transformed, leaping into the ocean, morphing into a dragon. With a splash, he became a 2-meter-long divine dragon, exuding formidable strength, its powerful tail swaying slightly as it plunged into the depths. His intention was to visit the clam maiden, curious if any changes had occurred during her recent cultivation. With a flick of his golden tail, he stirred the waters, causing nearby aquatic creatures to tremble in fear, some fleeing in terror. Wang Xian swiftly approached the vicinity of the deserted island, sensing the clam maiden's presence. He moved directly to her side, Clam Maiden Queen. Level 6 Cultivation Technique. Water Dragon Transformation Abilities. Control over clam species of a lower level, water manipulation. While her level remained unchanged, she had developed the ability to control her lower level kin and manipulate water. Wang Xian observed the Clam Maiden's attributes with delight, noting that her title had transformed into Clam Maiden Queen. Upon sensing Wang Xian's arrival, the Clam Maiden opened her shell, revealing the clam meat within. To his astonishment, the clam meat was gradually taking on a humanoid form, albeit lacking limbs or facial features, merely a rudimentary shape. Could it be that as the Clam Maiden's level increased, she would be able to fully assume a human form? Wang Xian pondered, then inquired, Clam Maiden, allow me to witness your water manipulation ability. Certainly, Dragon King, came her response. Following this, he noticed the water beside her beginning to churn. The force of the swirling water was substantial, and soon he observed the seawater at the ocean floor coalescing into a solid sphere. With a pop, a dense water orb materialized next to the Clam Maiden, and with a thought, she directed it forward in an attack. The water orb struck a nearby rock, leaving a noticeable dent. Impressive. The Clam Maiden had indeed acquired considerable strength. Coupled with her sturdy shell, even a shark might struggle to best her. Come with me to explore further into the ocean depths. Wang Xian commanded the clam girl. It is the Dragon King. Nodding in acknowledgement, Wang Xian swam further into the depths of the ocean alongside her. To his astonishment, the clam girl exhibited remarkable speed, utilizing her water control abilities to manipulate the currents around her, propelling herself forward with great swiftness. She had only recently begun her training in the water dragon transformation. With time, she would undoubtedly grow even more formidable. Wang Xian glanced at her, quickened his pace, and surged ahead. In the vast underwater expanse, a golden divine dragon glided through the depths, accompanied by an unusual, enormous clam. Chapter 44. The Chaotic Reef. Currently, the wild grouper fish are priced at approximately 100 yuan per gene. The tiger grouper, on the other hand, commands a price exceeding 200 yuan per gene. As Wang Xian swam through the ocean, he occasionally encountered various precious fish, yet all of them were swiftly consumed by him. The quantity was too meager. There was only one, which would not make a significant impact even if brought to a restaurant. In truth, while there are numerous valuable fish species in the ocean, their scarcity renders them precious. The Bohai Sea, recognized as the shallowest domestic waters, reaches depths of merely a dozen meters. Presently, Wang Xian could exert dominion over all aquatic creatures within a 20-meter radius using his dragon energy. The nearby marine resources are exceedingly limited, starkly contrasting with those found in European and American waters. The excessive population and rampant overfishing have pushed many marine species to the brink of extinction, leaving the aquatic life in domestic waters incomparable to that of other nations. Ahead, a small school of fish caught Wang Xian's narrowed gaze. He discerned several hundred fish, likely black sea bream, a relatively common species in the Bohai Sea. With a swift motion, before the black sea bream could react, he exerted his dragon might to dominate all the fish. Devouring, Wang Xian opened his mouth and consumed the entire school of several hundred black sea bream in a series of swift gulps. Name: Wang Xian. Race: human, capable of transformation into a dragon. Level: 3 dragon energy, 323, 100. 000 divine ability. Domination of aquatic creatures. Dominates creatures below his level. Consumption of creatures. Extracts dragon energy from consumed beings. Technique: divine dragon transformation to ascend to level 4. A substantial amount of dragon energy is required. Thus, he decided to postpone the upgrade and first seek out some top-tier ingredients. Wang Xian glanced at his attributes, pondering, and continued to swim forward, casting a glance at the clam girl trailing behind him. Oh, how beautiful it is ahead! The ocean floor was a magnificent spectacle, far more bizarre and intricate than the terrestrial realm. After swimming for over an hour, aside from spotting 3 or 4 large lobsters, he had yet to encounter any other premium seafood. As he looked ahead, he was captivated by the vibrant colors that adorned the seafloor, illuminated by the gentle sunlight filtering down, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. However, the terrain was quite chaotic, with protruding rocks scattered throughout, and he also noticed numerous dilapidated fishing nets littering the area. In the chaotic realm of coral reefs, sharp stones abound. Should one attempt to fish here with a boat, casting a net that grazes these rocks would spell disaster. Wang Xian hastened his swim, observing numerous nets entangled upon the stones. Unbeknownst to him, this area, known as the Land of Chaos Reefs, is regarded by seasoned fishermen of the Bohai Sea as a forbidden zone for fishing due to the abundance of submerged hazards. The water resources here are evidently plentiful. As Wang Xian approached, he spotted a school of pomfret, numbering around 400 to 500, swimming nearby. With a swift motion, he engaged in his familiar act of consumption upon encountering such a multitude of fish. Boom! Wang Xian surged forward, effortlessly dominating the level 0 pomfret, subsequently devouring them to transform their essence into dragon energy. Quite a sight indeed. After consuming the pomfret, Wang Xian's gaze wandered across the entire coral reef expanse. A kaleidoscope of colors that, despite the treacherous terrain, could not obscure its enchanting allure. He gently swayed his form, taking note of the numerous jellyfish around. Jellyfish, known for their venomous nature, can prove fatal if one encounters a particularly formidable specimen. However, ordinary jellyfish pose no threat to Wang Xian. He gradually ventured deeper into the coral reef. Ah, that must be a spiny lobster, currently valued at approximately 200 yuan per pound. Upon spotting a lobster weighing over a pound, Wang Xian felt a stir within, exerting his dragon might to summon it closer. Whoosh! Just then, a fearsome creature suddenly erupted from the ocean floor, lunging directly at the spiny lobster. Snap! The monster clamped down on the lobster, ruthlessly biting its head, instantly killing it. Wang Xian, momentarily taken aback, quickly turned his gaze toward the creature. What is this? A moray eel? Wang Xian squinted slightly. Moray eels share a notorious reputation alongside the infamous electric eel as ferocious beings. Notably, moray eels possess the ability to generate electric shocks, and they are even more terrifying than their electric counterparts. This moray eel, measuring an impressive 2.5 meters, bore a fearsome visage, effortlessly crushing the lobster's shell with its bite. Moray eel, level 3, extractable dragon energy, 231. A level 3 moray eel. Wang Xian parted his lips slightly. At this level, his dragon might would exert minimal influence over it. He gently swayed his tail, extended his claws, and in a swift motion, charged toward the moray eel. Whoosh! In an instant, the moray eel, about 10 meters away, lifted its head, its cold, piercing gaze fixated on Wang Xian, exuding an aura of ferocity. Among equals, my divine dragon fears no creature. A frigid expression crossed Wang Xian's face, his attacking momentum unabated. Roar! The moray eel gaped its mouth wide, unhesitatingly meeting Wang Xian's advance. Prepare to perish. Wang Xian extended his dragon claws, which radiated a sharp brilliance, and swiftly grasped the creature's head. Ziz! In that fleeting moment, the head of the sea eel emitted a blue glow, brimming with a significant voltage. Instantly, Wang Xian felt a tingling sensation in his claws, causing his entire body to momentarily freeze. Hiss! The sea eel opened its mouth, lunging directly at Wang Xian's dragon head. Roar! Wang Xian let out a soft roar, opening his mouth to meet the attack. Crack! With one bite, he severed the eel's head and promptly swallowed it whole. Such folly! A hint of disdain flickered across Wang Xian's face. A mere third-tier sea eel dared to be so audacious. To contend with him, one would need at least a 5th or 6th-tier sea eel. The area, abundant with coral reefs and rocky formations, was an ideal habitat for both lobsters and sea eels. If there were enough lobsters, he need not worry about the supply for his restaurant. Wang Xian surveyed his surroundings and instructed the clam maiden to assist in the search. Dragon King, there is a lobster here. Soon, the clam maiden relayed her findings, prompting him to swim over. He witnessed her using water manipulation to capture a lobster measuring over 0.5 meter in length. A splendid lobster, notably expensive, weighing around 2 pounds. Indeed, there were plenty of lobsters in this vicinity. The sight of the iridescent lobster ignited a spark of excitement in Wang Xian's expression. Chapter 45. Lobster Soldier. This lobster could fetch over 1,000 yuan in the market, its price surpassing that of the Australian lobster. The splendid lobster ranks as the most valuable in domestic waters, followed closely by the Chinese lobster, a particular species. Control this lobster and continue the search. Wang Xian commanded the clam maiden, then resumed his own exploration of the area. The hues of the coral closely resembled those of the lobsters, making them rather elusive. If a lobster remained still, concealed within the reefs, it would be challenging to spot. After all, Wang Xian was but a diminutive divine dragon, lacking divine perception, unable to sweep his surroundings with a mere glance. Should he consider enhancing his eyesight with dragon energy, granting his vision the capabilities akin to the Byakugan from the Naruto anime? He pondered, realizing that dragon energy could indeed augment any aspect of his being, including his eyes. However, such enhancements required a substantial amount of dragon energy. After some contemplation, he dismissed the idea. His current level was still too low, and his dragon energy too scant. Wang Xian's sharp gaze meticulously scrutinized the vicinity, where vividly colored fish swam about. There, he spotted a lobster, likely a cedar lobster, which also carried a considerable price. Approximately 300 yuan per pound. Commanding his dragon might, he directed the cedar lobster to approach him. Observing the lobster, about 20 centimeters in size, a smile crept onto his face. Perhaps the lobsters here could indeed supply his restaurant. Ah, there swims a sea eel. Wang Xian noticed a sea eel gliding slowly over the coral reef, a cold smile forming on his lips. This is a two-tiered eel, significantly smaller than the previous one. With a swift motion, it devoured its prey without any resistance. Continuing its search, it swiftly located a number of lobsters, quickly capturing over 20. All of which were controlled by the water-manipulating abilities of the clam maiden trailing behind. Remarkably, within just half an hour, it had amassed such a bounty. Having explored only a fraction of the chaotic coral and rocky terrain, truly, this was a treasure trove. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Wang Xian's eyes as he noticed a massive coral reef ahead. The reef jutted approximately 5 meters above the seafloor, adorned with vibrant corals. Surely, lobsters would be found there. With a determined motion, Wang Xian propelled himself toward the reef, only to be momentarily stunned upon arrival. Within the crevices of the coral, dozens of lobsters were densely clustered. Among them were fur lobsters, exquisite lobsters, and Chinese lobsters. The largest among them was a splendid lobster, weighing at least 5 to 6 pounds, a veritable lobster haven. Such a sizable, splendid lobster was a rare find, almost unheard of in unexploited waters. Wang Xian's face lit up with exhilaration as he summoned his dragon aura, commanding the lobsters to follow him. The lobsters moved at a leisurely pace, prompting Wang Xian to moderate his speed. As he continued swimming, he spotted an even larger coral reef ahead. Based on his earlier experience, it was plausible that another lobster haven lay there. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he guided the throng of lobsters toward the new reef. However, upon reaching the site, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Instead of a multitude of lobsters, there was but one, an exquisite lobster, accompanied by an even larger eel than the one he had encountered previously. This eel measured approximately 3.5 meters, easily categorized as a giant. Its robust body resembled that of an undersea monster. Yet, what astonished him even more than the eel was the sheer size of the splendid lobster. It was unexpectedly large, reaching at least 1.5 meters in length. Historically, the largest recorded lobster measured a mere 1.2 meters and weighed 40 pounds. This splendid lobster, however, weighed no less than 50 pounds. Its form appeared exceptionally sturdy, particularly its massive claws, which glimmered like sharp weapons. The lobster's resplendent body exuded an air of nobility, yet at that moment, it seemed to cower in fear as it faced the formidable eel. Eel, Level 4, Extractable Dragon Chi. 548 Splendid Lobster, Level 3. Extractable Dragon Chi. 346, a Level 4 eel, and a Level 3 lobster. Wang Xian was utterly astonished. This fearsome moray eel, which even ordinary sharks dared not provoke, along with the third-tier splendid lobster, transcended his understanding. The ocean, indeed, is a marvel, encompassing 70% of the Earth's surface, a realm shrouded in mystery, teeming with extraordinary species. Just as Wang Xian was marveling, the massive moray eel swiftly lunged toward the splendid lobster. The enormous lobster promptly raised its claws in defense. Ziz! At that moment, a blinding blue light emanated from the moray eel. The splendid lobster, filled with trepidation, retreated hastily from the radiant glow. The moray eel, undeterred, swayed its colossal body and charged once more. The splendid lobster raised its large claws again, attempting to clamp down on the eel's body. Such a sizable lobster must be worth a fortune. It could easily become the centerpiece of any establishment. Wang Xian's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the splendid lobster, observing the approaching moray eel, which shifted its form and advanced toward him. Roar! The attacking moray eel, noticing Wang Xian's approach, swiftly turned its head, its fierce, cold gaze fixed upon him. Wang Xian paid it no heed. He had no reason to fear a fourth-tier moray eel. Clap! Clap! The moray eel regarded Wang Xian with a blend of fear and insatiable greed, its body shimmering with blue light as it lunged toward him. The voltage from a third-tier moray eel was enough to render one numb. The voltage of a fourth-tier eel must be even more formidable. Wang Xian deftly evaded the moray eel's assault, extending his claws to slash at the eel's body. Sizzle! His sharp claws raked across the surface, leaving a long, crimson gash. Roar! The moray eel spun around with remarkable speed, its mouth agape, revealing rows of teeth as it aimed to bite Wang Xian. Wang Xian lifted his claws, meeting the attack head-on. Crackle! At that instant, a blue light flickered from the moray eel's mouth. Wang Xian's heart raced, and he prepared to dodge. Whoosh! Just then, he witnessed a water sphere accurately land in the moray eel's mouth. Wang Xian paused momentarily, realizing it was an attack initiated by the nearby clam maiden. In a swift motion, he seized the moray eel by the neck with his dragon claws, opened his mouth wide, and bit down, extracting 548 dragon essence. A smile graced Wang Xian's face as he turned his gaze toward the splendid lobster, a sudden thought igniting within him. The splendid lobster, witnessing the powerful moray eel's demise, fled in terror. Do not think you can escape, little lobster. I, the Dragon King, shall claim you as my shrimp soldier for your remarkable bone structure. Chapter 46. The lobster swarm in the ocean. A massive splendid lobster, approximately 1.5 meters in length, scurried through the water, its movements appearing rather comical. Still attempting to flee, Wang Xian flicked his tail, swiftly closing the distance to the splendid lobster, his dragon claws poised to strike. The lobster, terrified, raised its formidable pincers. Its small eyes filled with fear as it gazed at Wang Xian, immobilized by trepidation. The terrifying sea eel, its natural enemy, had just been devoured by this golden-hued creature, leaving it no courage to resist. With a roar, Wang Xian unleashed his dragon might upon the lobster, causing the timid creature to shrink back in submission. If it possessed intelligence, it would have pleaded for mercy, lamenting its familial responsibilities. Yield to the Dragon King. An overwhelming thought surged into its mind, prompting the lobster instinctively to lower its pincers and prostrate before Wang Xian. That is more like it. A faint smile graced Wang Xian's lips as he parted them slightly, a droplet of dragon blood escaping his mouth, glimmering with a golden hue as it descended upon the lobster's head. Do not resist. Wang Xian communicated this thought to it. The lobster dared not move, remaining still as the golden dragon blood seeped into its being. Success. A smile spread across Wang Xian's face. This lobster had become his second subordinate. However, this creature had yet to awaken its intelligence and lacked understanding of cultivation. He would need to infuse it with dragon energy to awaken its wisdom and comprehension of cultivation. Wang Xian mused. This lobster was unlike the clam maiden, who had already awakened her intelligence, requiring no further dragon energy for enlightenment. Awakening intelligence consumed a considerable amount of dragon energy. With a claw, Wang Xian placed it upon the lobster's head, channeling waves of dragon energy into its body to enhance its intellect and fortify its form. A series of cracking sounds emanated from the lobster as it shimmered with iridescent colors, its size gradually expanding to 2 meters. It indeed resembled a divine shrimp. Wang Xian chuckled to himself at the sight of its luster. Just as he had expended over 700 units of dragon energy, a faint thought reached him. Wang Xian immediately halted the transformation process and turned to the lobster. Little lobster, is it you? It replied, Dragon King, it is I. The lobster's long antennae twitched. Haha, splendid. I shall impart to you a technique. Your pincers are quite sharp. Thus, I shall grant you the cultivation method of the golden dragon. Wang Xian felt a surge of inspiration as he transmitted the golden dragon's cultivation technique to the lobster. Lobster Soldier, Level 4 Cultivation Technique. Golden Dragon Transformation Ability. Command lobsters of a lower level than itself through the infusion of dragon energy. The lobster's level had increased by 1, its physique appearing significantly stronger, having directly transformed it with dragon energy. It had awakened its first ability, the command over lobsters of lower levels. Wang Xian gazed at the lobster soldier's newfound power, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. The surprise was anticipated by him. After subduing the clam maiden, he had not utilized dragon energy for her transformation. Instead, she had relied on her own ability to condense dragon energy, resulting in the awakening of 2 divine abilities, one to control the clam tribe beneath her level, and another to manipulate water. Conversely, the shrimp warrior, having undergone a direct transformation through his dragon energy, awakened its first divine ability, which allowed it to command the lobster tribe beneath its power. Such is the might of the divine dragon, which suppresses all creation. Possessing the bloodline of the divine dragon, creatures that cultivate the divine dragon transformation wield the terrifying strength to dominate their kin. Now that he had accepted the 2 aquatic beings, he decided to bestow them names. The clam maiden would be called Ao Nu, and the shrimp would be Ao Xia. With a chuckle, Wang Xian turned his gaze towards Ao Xia and commanded, Go, gather all the lobsters in the vicinity. As you command, Dragon King. Ao Xia nodded, swiftly darting away. Although Ao Xia's movements in the water appeared somewhat comical, its speed had increased 5 to 6-fold. After undergoing the transformation through dragon energy, it had acquired the cultivation method of the golden dragon transformation, destined to soar through the skies in the future. With Ao Xia at his side, the task of capturing lobsters would become significantly easier. Wang Xian waited patiently, and after approximately 40 to 50 minutes, he sensed Ao Xia returning from afar. Moments later, he beheld a 2-meter-long creature, adorned with vibrant stripes and long antennae, gliding towards him like a divine shrimp. However, trailing behind it was a multitude of lobsters, decorative lobsters, rippled lobsters, Chinese lobsters, and cedar lobsters, forming a magnificent procession, numbering at least 10,000. Wang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the throng of lobsters. Dragon King. Ao Xia swam beside him and respectfully rested upon a rock. Well done. Haha, with so many lobsters, I have struck gold. Just these 10,000 lobsters alone could fetch tens of millions. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The lobsters before him promised substantial profits. These are merely the lobsters in the vicinity. There are more in the distance, Ao Xia conveyed. Haha. Wang Xian laughed with exhilaration. Since these lobsters were devoid of intelligence, he felt no guilt in selling them. In the aquatic realm, the survival of the fittest prevails. Large fish consume small fish, and small fish feast on shrimp. In the future, the establishment of Epine Pavilion would be well stocked with lobsters, allowing him to seek out other prime ingredients. A smile graced Wang Xian's face as he regarded the assembly of lobsters before him. With top-grade lobsters now secured for Epine Pavilion, he yearned for even more exquisite ingredients to elevate it into the finest and most renowned restaurant in Jiangcheng. Ao Xia, continue your training here. While Ao Nu and I will explore further, Wang Xian instructed Ao Xia, then set off with Ao Nu to wander the surroundings. In this realm, apart from the abundance of lobsters, a myriad of aquatic creatures also inhabit the waters. He yearned to ascertain the expanse of this region and the approximate number of lobsters dwelling within it. After 2 hours of exploration amidst the chaotic coral reefs, Wang Xian had yet to traverse the entirety of this area. By his estimation, it spans at least 30 kilometers in circumference. In his relentless pursuit of top-tier ingredients, Wang Xian fortuitously encountered several exquisite fish, wild yellow croakers. There were 5 in total, each radiating a golden luminescence, with each weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds. Fortune indeed favored him today. With a swift motion, Wang Xian propelled himself towards them, exerting his dominion over the 5 precious and rare yellow croakers. Chapter 47. The distress of Guan Shuqing currently. Wild yellow croakers are nearly extinct. Those exceeding 3 pounds can fetch a staggering 30 to 40,000. Priced at around 10,000 per pound, they undoubtedly rank among the finest fish in the world. As Wang Xian surveyed the 10 wild yellow croakers he had subdued, a subtle smile graced his features. After spending nearly 18 hours in the ocean, apart from his most significant haul of lobsters, these 10 wild yellow croakers were his prized catch. Their total worth was no less than 300,000. Rather than capturing the lobsters, he decided to first bring these 10 wild yellow croakers ashore. He stationed the lobsters under the watchful eye of Ao Xia and instructed Ao Nu to seek out top-quality ingredients in her spare time. He transmitted the forms of abalone, wild yellow croakers, and yellow-lipped fish to Ao Nu, urging her to search for them. Upon emerging from the sea, it was already past 9 in the morning the following day. Feeling the pangs of hunger after missing 2 meals, Wang Xian donned his clothes and made his way to where his motorcycle was parked. How splendid it would be to own a house by the seaside, thereby eliminating such inconveniences. Ideally, he would possess a fishery near the coast or even a fishing boat, which would allow him to directly store seafood aboard, simplifying the explanation of its provenance. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he retrieved his phone to check the prices of fishing boats. A few messages awaited him, including one from Guan Shuqing and another from Xuejing. Xuejing had inquired whether he had time to hang out, accompanied by some warm greetings. Upon reading this, Wang Xian smiled and replied with a few courteous remarks. He then rode his motorcycle towards Epine Pavilion. Upon entering, he spotted Guan Shuqing engaged in conversation with manager Huang. Noticing Wang Xian's arrival, Guan Shuqing expressed her displeasure, saying, "Where have you been? You didn't respond to my message yesterday." Wang Xian caught a fleeting glimpse of melancholy in her eyes and sheepishly smiled. "I was busy and didn't check my phone." "Who would believe that? Busy enough not to glance at your phone." Guan Shuqing regarded him skeptically. "Truly, I am not deceiving you." Wang Xian walked over in silence, fiddling with the wild yellow croaker in his hand. "Go and procure some seafood," he instructed. They had been busy until late at night, and he had not slept well the previous day. "Manager Huang, please take this to the kitchen and store it properly. For now, we shall not sell it." He smiled at Guan Shuqing and addressed manager Huang, who, with curiosity, trotted over and took the bag from Wang Xian's hand. "What is this?" Upon seeing the large yellow croakers inside, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Manager Wang, Is this really yellow croaker? Indeed, wild yellow croaker. They should be nearly dead. Wang Xian nodded affirmatively. All right, understood, Manager Wang. You are truly remarkable. Wild yellow croaker is exceedingly rare. You managed to procure 10 of them, each weighing no less than 3 pounds. You are truly impressive, Manager Huang exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he hurried to the kitchen. When the head chef in the kitchen saw the 10 wild yellow croakers, he too was taken aback. The new boss is indeed formidable. He managed to bring in 10 wild yellow croakers in just one day. Such top-tier ingredients are priceless in the market. You acquired 10 wild yellow croakers? Guan Shuqing, who had some knowledge of yellow croakers, asked with surprise. Yes, it took quite a bit of effort, Wang Xian replied, nodding. Wang Xian, you are truly impressive now. Guan Shuqing said, her mouth slightly agape. Hee, it's nothing much. Just stick with me and you'll enjoy good food, Wang Xian said with a proud smile. With your talents, you will surely attract many admirers, Guan Shuqing remarked, a tinge of uncertainty creeping into her heart as she looked at him. Huh. Wang Xian was momentarily taken aback, then jokingly replied, that is undoubtedly true, though I wonder if any girl would be as beautiful as our Guan de flatterer. Guan Shuqing laughed at his words. All right. I must review the previous data for comparison. I cannot accept your salary without justification. I shall also check the office, Wang Xian said as he entered a small office with 3 desks, the innermost being his designated seat. He picked up the previous data and began to read. The daily sales at Yipingo were approximately 150,000, a considerable figure, totaling over 50 million a year. However, the profit was quite meager, hovering around 12 to 13%. After accounting for taxes, employee wages, operational expenses, and procurement costs, the 50 employees incurred nearly 20,000 in wages daily, with procurement costs being even higher. Items like caviar yielded virtually no profit. Yiping's reputation stemmed from its exceptional quality and the culinary skills of its chefs. General Manager Li was a person of great resolve. The kitchen boasted 3 master chefs, the kind capable of leading a kitchen in a 5-star hotel. Each of these chefs earned around 500,000 annually, although costs had risen. It had also elevated Yiping's reputation, yielding profits of 5 to 6 million, or even 6 to 7 million annually, which is quite impressive for a restaurant. The profit margins in typical restaurants generally exceed 25%. However, the margins at Yiping Pavilion remain somewhat low. If the profits could be doubled, the revenue could reach an impressive 13 to 14 million. Wang Xian pondered gently, harboring considerable confidence in Yiping Pavilion. Once the finest ingredients were procured, the profit margins could soar to at least 35%. At that time, the annual earnings could surpass 20 million. Throughout the day, Wang Xian remained inside Yiping Pavilion, contemplating ways to enhance profitability, while Guan Shuqing observed the various data alongside him. Ding ding ding. As evening approached, around 6 o'clock, just as Wang Xian was about to invite Guan Shuqing to dinner, her phone rang. He soon heard her voice, tinged with reluctance. Wang Xian, I need to go home for a bit. After hanging up, Guan Shuqing, with a troubled and apologetic expression, addressed Wang Xian. I might not be able to come tomorrow. I'm sorry, I just started my job. What is the matter? Is there a problem? Wang Xian inquired, slightly taken aback by her demeanor. It's about my parents. I'm sorry, Guan Shuqing admitted, her voice laced with guilt. It's quite all right. You should go, Wang Xian reassured her, shaking his head to ease her mind. I'll come back the day after tomorrow, she affirmed with a nod. Wang Xian acknowledged her with a nonchalant nod. Guan Shuqing's family resided in an older neighborhood in the Dongjiang district of Jiangcheng. Previously, they had lived in a luxurious duplex in the city center, but this year, her father's company faced sudden difficulties, leading to bankruptcy, which forced them to sell their home to cover debts. Mom and Dad. Upon entering the door, Guan Shuqing found her parents seated on the sofa. Her father, disheveled and middle-aged, was smoking, a stark contrast to their former status as billionaires, which had left him profoundly affected. Even her mother bore the weight of this drastic change. Shuqing is here. Her father immediately extinguished his cigarette and stood up. Freshen up, we're going out for dinner. Her mother chimed in. Come on, Shuqing, change into something nicer. We have an important dinner tonight. Okay, Guan Shuqing replied, a hint of bitterness crossing her face. Chapter 48. Is this considered a confession? The summer night carried a slight chill as Guan Shuqing exited a hotel. A gentle breeze swept over her, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She gazed at the luminous night sky, feeling a sudden sense of helplessness. Uncle Wu, please take care. At that moment, her father's solicitous voice resonated behind her. He walked in front of a middle-aged man, ingratiatingly offering his words. The middle-aged man nodded with a hint of arrogance. patting her father's shoulder. Sure, my brother, if I can help, I certainly will. Thank you, Uncle Wu, thank you. Safe travels, and you as well, Andy. Guan Shuqing's father beamed, greeting them with enthusiasm. Shuqing, see you tomorrow morning. Behind the middle-aged couple, a young man gazed intently at Guan Shuqing, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Guan Shuqing nonetheless nodded slowly in acknowledgement. A faint smile played upon the corners of the young man's lips as he declared, I shall come to fetch you tomorrow morning. As the middle-aged family departed, Guan's father regarded his daughter with a slight furrow in his brow, advising, be a bit more cordial towards Wu Chun, do not be so aloof. Dad. Guan Shuqing's expression soured as she turned to her father, resolutely asserting, I do not like him. Her father's demeanor shifted, darkening at her words. Dislike is inconsequential. Feelings can be cultivated. Guan Shuqing stiffened at her father's remark. Shuqing, Wu Chun is quite a fine young man, and his family is well off. Her mother interjected gently. Mother, are you truly willing to sacrifice my happiness for the sake of the company? Guan Shuqing's voice trembled with desolation. Having raised you, you should also consider your father's perspective. Are we to live out our days in that old house, isolated and alone? After all we have done for you, it is time you consider us as well. Her father replied sternly. If Wu Chun does not refuse, we shall expedite the marriage arrangements. What? Guan Shuqing was incredulous as she stared at her father. Dad, I am still in school. I am only 21. You cannot expect me to marry. Marriage is inevitable. What is wrong with marrying now? Her father fixed her with a penetrating gaze. No, absolutely not. I will not marry someone I do not love. She shook her head vehemently, recoiling slightly. I do not like him. I will never marry him. Shuqing. Her mother, witnessing her daughter's distress, approached her with concern. Dear daughter, no one has said you must marry him immediately. You can take time to nurture your feelings. Guan Shuqing, clenching her jaw, looked at her parents defiantly. I already have someone I care for. What? Her father's eyes widened in disbelief. I have someone I care for. Guan Shuqing exhaled firmly, her determination palpable. A person you care for? Very well. If this young man you cherish possesses greater familial resources than the Wu family and can assist us, I shall not oppose. However, if he cannot, you must abandon that notion. After raising you for 20 years, is it too much to ask for your help in supporting the family? Understand this. My word is final. Her father bellowed with authority. Guan Shuqing's complexion drained of color, tears welling in her eyes. Shuqing, your parents only wish what is best for you. Her mother consoled as she placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. What is best for me? To marry someone I do not love? To be used as a pawn to secure benefits? A sudden wave of heartache washed over her. Since the family's troubles began, she felt her parents had changed drastically. Wang Xian. She silently called out a name in her heart. If Wang Xian's family was better off than the Wu family. Her parents. But the Wu family possessed assets worth 400 to 500 million, although Wang Xian was also affluent. He was clearly not on par with the Wu family, let alone capable of aiding her family. No, I absolutely refuse to marry someone I do not like. Sitting in the car, Guan Shuqing was engulfed in confusion, only regaining her composure upon reaching her room at home. A resolute expression gradually emerged on her face as she retrieved her phone and opened WeChat. Is Wang Xian there? She nervously sent the message. At 10:30, Wang Xian had just finished washing up and returned to his dormitory, coincidentally noticing Guan Shuqing's message, to which he promptly replied. Yes, what is up? Are you all right today? He inquired with concern. Not good, Guan Shuqing replied, and then directly asked, do you like me? Wah. Upon reading this message, a look of astonishment crossed Wang Xian's face. What did Guan Shuqing mean by that question? His expression shifted as he grappled with how to respond. It was impossible to claim he didn't like such a beautiful girl. Have you had too much to drink? However, Wang Xian refrained from directly admitting his feelings, sensing that Guan Shuqing was behaving unusually today, unlike her typical self. There must be something amiss, he thought, and the clever Wang Xian chose to remain evasive. Guan Shuqing felt a slight daze upon reading his reply and quickly responded. If you can earn 50 million within 3 years, will you marry me? Cough cough. Wang Xian, who had just taken a sip of water, nearly choked at her response. If he was astonished before, he was now utterly shocked. What on earth is going on with Guan Shuqing today? Is she joking? Wang Xian speculated. Feeling the atmosphere of their conversation was rather peculiar, he playfully replied, don't mention 3 years. I could earn 50 million within 2 years, or even 1. Does that mean I would get to marry such a stunning beauty then? Hee hee. Upon seeing Wang Xian's response, a smile finally graced Guan Shuqing's face. That works. Haha. That's too easy. If the boys at school knew about this, they'd be incredibly jealous. School's goddess is about to be married off to me. Wang Xian jested. though inwardly he pondered the strangeness of the situation. Guan Shuqing, noticing his reply, allowed a smile to bloom on her face as she reclined on her bed. Tomorrow. My parents want me to go out with someone I don't like, so you'll accompany me. Sure, absolutely no problem, Wang Xian replied, slightly taken aback. We have a deal then. I'm going to sleep now. Good night, little Xian. I'll call you in the morning, so remember to wake up early. Guan Shuqing sent the message, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Though little Xian may not compare to the Wu family now. If he can earn 50 million in 2 or 3 years, and I apply pressure, my parents will definitely stop pushing me, and they should agree to us being together. Especially since little Xian is so young, yet so capable. Goodness. When Wang Xian read the last line of Guan Shuqing's reply, he could no longer contain himself and stood up. Their relationship was amicable, yet they still addressed each other by their full names. She called him Wang Xian, and he referred to her as Guan Shuqing. With Guan Shuqing's character, she would never refer to herself as my little fairy, nor would she call herself this baby. The final phrase sent a jolt through Wang Xian's heart. He perused the recent chat history between them, pondering deeply. Firstly, something must have transpired when Guan Shuqing returned home. Secondly, could it be that Guan Shuqing truly harbors feelings for me? Was that a confession? Wang Xian chuckled softly. 2 chapters are released consecutively. Both serve as groundwork. Lest you find it dull, therefore, they are shared together. Additionally, there will be another update around 7 in the evening, making it a total of 3 updates today. Chapter 49, Summer Sunshine Resort. Incredibly handsome. The following morning, Wang Xian, invigorated, stood before the mirror after freshening up, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. After adjusting his hairstyle, his phone suddenly rang. He swiftly turned and answered it, his expression brightening upon seeing Guan Shuqing's name. Hello, beautiful Guanshu. Are you awake? She inquired. Yes, indeed. Where are you headed? Would you like me to pick you up? Wang Xian replied with a smile. No need. I will be going with that annoying fellow. By the way, I forgot to mention yesterday. Today you will play the role of my boyfriend. Is that all right? Absolutely no problem, Wang Xian laughed. Last night, he had tossed and turned, contemplating the meaning behind Guan Shuqing's words. His heart fluttered at the thought of her. However, he was not particularly adept at conversing with girls nor at taking the initiative. Otherwise, Chi Chu Chu, with whom he had worked closely, would have already been his girlfriend. Although he typically did not dwell on such matters, a yearning lingered within him. Now, with Guan Shuqing's teasing, he felt a fire ignite. I'll send you the address. We'll meet there. Guan Shuqing concluded before hanging up the phone, promptly sending a location via WeChat. How curious that Guan Shuqing has reverted to her former self today. Truly, the heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the sea. Wang Xian shook his head, aware that Guan Shuqing must have encountered some difficulties. Otherwise, she would not have spoken like that yesterday. However, he recalled her promise to marry him if he earned 50 million. This was not beyond Wang Xian's current capabilities. Summer Sunshine Resort. Isn't that a property owned by Shui Jing's family? Wang Xian exclaimed in surprise upon noticing the address Guan Shuqing had sent. What a coincidence. With a smile, Wang Xian set out, biking to the ancient street for breakfast before heading to the Summer Sunshine Resort. He arrived at the resort around 9 o'clock, parking his motorcycle in the lot. Should he inform Shui Jing? He hesitated but ultimately decided against it, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications. He tucked the keys into his pocket and walked toward the entrance. Kite, don't run away. Hurry and stop. At that moment, Wang Xian heard a shout from behind, accompanied by the joyous laughter of a child. Come play. A tender voice echoed, and suddenly, as Wang Xian walked ahead, he felt someone bump into him, clutching his leg. Be careful, be careful. Turning around, Wang Xian saw a small child, somewhat anxious, holding onto his thigh. I'm sorry, big brother, I bumped into you and nearly fell. Upon noticing Wang Xian looking back, the little one raised his head and shyly spoke. It's quite all right, Wang Xian replied, gazing at the polite, rosy-cheeked child, unable to resist ruffling his hair. Little kite, why are you running so fast? Wait for your dad and grandpa. A middle-aged man and an elderly gentleman emerged from a camper van, accompanied by 2 youths dressed in suits, resembling bodyguards. Grandpa, Dad, let's hurry and play. The child released Wang Xian's leg and dashed ahead. You rascal, the middle-aged man quickened his pace, rushing after him and scooping him up. Listen to your father. Don't run off. Don't run, don't run. Behind, the elderly gentleman followed with the aid of a cane. Wang Xian watched the adorable little one wobbling as he ran, a smile gracing his face as he proceeded inside. Brother Qin, old Master Qin. A middle-aged man approached at the entrance. Isn't that Shui Jingxing's father, Shui Jiahua? Wang Xian thought, somewhat surprised. As Shui Jiahua approached the trio of grandfather and grandson, he caught sight of Wang Xian, momentarily taken aback, and walked straight over. Benefactor Wang Xian. Just call me Wang Xian. Wang Xian chuckled at his formal address. Ah, brother Wang Xian, are you here to enjoy our hospitality? Shui Jiahua inquired with a broad smile. Yes, just here to have some fun, Wang Xian nodded. Shall I have Xiaojing accompany you for a stroll? Shui Jiahua hastily suggested. No need. I'm waiting for a friend. Mr. Shui, you attend to your matters, Wang Xian politely declined with a smile. Very well, I won't disturb you further, brother Wang. Enjoy yourself, and if you need anything, just let us know, Shui Jiahua quickly nodded. All right, Wang Xian affirmed, making his way inside. Shui Jiahua watched Wang Xian enter, hesitating briefly before pulling out his phone to have his son greet him. Brother Qin. At that moment, the middle-aged man, holding the child, furrowed his brows and called out to Shui Jiahua. Earlier, Shui Jiahua had come out to welcome them, but upon seeing a young man bypassing them, such behavior was rather impolite. Nevertheless, they said nothing, as they were there to seek a favor. Old Master Qin, Brother Qin, I sincerely apologize. Shui Jiahua responded upon hearing the man's voice, promptly walking over. It was a rare honor for someone to come out personally to greet them in Jiangcheng. Old Master Qin was one such individual. The influence of the Qin family far surpassed that of the Shui family, and he dared not treat the situation lightly. I sincerely apologize. I just encountered a benefactor and felt compelled to extend my greetings, Shui Jiahua explained apologetically as he approached. Oh, a benefactor? The middle-aged man glanced curiously at the figure ahead. Not at all. I have heard that old Shui has not only recovered but made significant progress. I, Qin, have come to pay my respects to old Shui. Leaning on his cane, old Qin shook his head, showing no sign of concern. No disturbance at all, old Qin. My father is already here awaiting your arrival, please. Shui Jiahua cast a glance at the little one in the middle-aged man's arms, understanding immediately the purpose of old Qin's visit, and promptly led the way. The Xiaoyang resort is indeed quite luxurious. A staff member guided them, and Wang Xian gazed around, slightly astonished. The entire resort exuded opulence, with artificial hills and streams, winding paths, and clear waters teeming with various fish. Ahead lay exquisite accommodations, and being adjacent to the ocean, he could faintly see the beach, where people engaged in surfing and other aquatic amusements. There were even quaint little restaurants perched on the water's surface, where a few scattered tourists sipped their drinks. Towering trees adorned the surroundings, adding to the beauty, while pristine pools revealed their depths. The atmosphere was delightfully serene and elegantly refined. Truly, it deserved its 5-star status. The environment is remarkable, Wang Xian mused. Sir, if you are waiting for a friend, please feel free to rest in our waiting area, the staff member suggested, leading Wang Xian to a designated space. Chapter 50. Healing. Seated in the waiting area of the Xiaoyang resort, Wang Xian received a glass of water from the staff. He called Guan Shuqing, only to find that she had yet to leave her home. Bored, he took out his phone to pass the time. Brother Wang Xian. At that moment, a voice rang out, prompting the astonished gazes of several staff members as their young boss hurried towards a young boy. Wang Xian looked up to see Shui Jing approaching, a smile gracing his face, likely sent by his father. Brother, why didn't you let me know you had arrived? I would have met you at the entrance, Shui Jing exclaimed enthusiastically as he rushed over. A friend summoned me, so I didn't want to interrupt you. Wang Xian replied with a smile, reciprocating the young man's warmth. Not an interruption at all. I happen to be here today, Shui Jing said cheerfully. Brother, are you waiting for someone? Yes, I am, Wang Xian nodded. Shall I show you around while you wait? Since you are free, and by the way, my grandfather wishes to express his gratitude once more. Ever since you healed him last time, his cultivation has remarkably advanced, Shui Jing said gratefully. Is that so? Then I congratulate old Shui, Wang Xian responded, astonished. Dragon Qi is a rather advanced form of energy. Healing old Shui had simultaneously reinforced his heart, allowing him to break through. Brother, allow me to show you around. Sitting idly here can be quite dull, especially since this is your first visit to the Xiaoyang resort. Let me introduce you to its charms, Shui Jing said with a smile. All right, I appreciate your kindness, Wang Xian replied hesitantly, nodding his head. Not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever, Shui Jing assured, shaking his head before promptly rising to lead the way. This resort of yours is rather impressive and quite expansive, Wang Xian remarked in surprise, following closely beside Shui Jing as he explained. Our resort is the largest in the province. The Shui family invested $1 billion to establish it. And now our family's fortunes largely rely on this resort and our 5-star hotel in the city center, Shui Jing stated with a grin. Wang Xian nodded in understanding, realizing that the Shui family's assets must amount to several billion. In the country, there are many wealthy individuals who remain obscure and low-key. and the Shui family is considered one of the more discreet families. While their industries may be few, their wealth is substantial. The seaside scenery has been beautifully transformed, with exquisite accommodations surrounding it. Towering trees and crystal-clear swimming pools enhance the allure, accompanied by various entertainment options and seaside restaurants, making it a splendid destination for leisure. In winter, the area also boasts hot springs, making it an ideal spot to visit year-round. Brother, why not take a seat in one of the nearby rooms? My father and grandfather are here today. If it suits you, we could have lunch together, Shui Jing proposed, eager to cultivate a friendship with Wang Xian. Having recognized his potential, Wang Xian understood Shui Jing's intentions and welcomed the opportunity to make a new acquaintance, seeing the advantages in expanding his circle of friends. That sounds good. My friends have yet to arrive, but I would be glad to join you for lunch if time permits. Wang Xian agreed with a nod. Excellent. Please. Brother Wang Xian, Shui Jing responded, a flicker of delight evident in his eyes. Brother Wang Xian, our resort has two of the most luxurious rooms. One is this one, and the other is adjacent. You can use your membership card to access either, Shui Jing indicated, gesturing toward the two opulent rooms. Wang Xian glanced over and nodded, then followed Shui Jing into one of the lavish chambers. Inside, Shui Jiahua and a middle-aged man were seated in the main hall, the latter smoking a cigarette. A frown etched on his face. Young brother Wang Xian, Shui Jiahua exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with surprise as he stood to greet him. Mr. Shui, please have a seat, Wang Xian replied promptly. Come, come, Shui Jiahua said with a smile, quickly picking up a teacup from the table and pouring a cup of tea for Wang Xian, extending it toward him. Young brother Wang Xian, please sit. I apologize for intruding, Mr. Shui, Wang Xian acknowledged, feeling slightly uncomfortable with the warm reception as he took a seat. Not at all, not at all. Shui Jiahua waved his hand dismissively. This is authentic Longjing tea. Do give it a try. Thank you. There's no need to be so formal, Wang Xian replied, nodding in appreciation. The middle-aged man beside them looked at Wang Xian with a hint of surprise. This was the second encounter for Wang Xian with the young boy. During their first meeting at the entrance, Shui Jiahua had bypassed them to greet the youth directly. Now, Shui Jiahua was overly enthusiastic, pouring tea and addressing him with the utmost respect, even more so than he did towards his own father. Curiosity piqued, Wang Xian stole a glance in their direction. Suddenly, a child's wailing pierced the air, followed by the sight of a bare-chested little one dashing out from a room. Don't run, little kite. Grandpa will take you out to play, exclaimed an elderly man, leaning on a cane, as he followed with concern. Daddy, it itches and hurts, cried the child, tears streaming down his face as he rushed toward his father. There, it will be all right, my dear child. The middle-aged man quickly scooped up the little one, gently patting his back. Wang Xian, intrigued by the rosy-cheeked child, noticed that his upper body was unusually red. Ah, brother Wang Xian, you've arrived. The elderly Shui Lao, emerging from the room, displayed a look of surprise upon spotting Wang Xian and hurried over. Shui Lao, my apologies for the intrusion, Wang Xian nodded toward Shui Yangren, evidently unaware of his arrival. Father, I happened to run into old Qin while fetching him, so I sent Xiao Jing to greet him. Shui Jiahua explained in a hushed tone as he approached his father. Shui Yangren's eyes brightened. Wah, Daddy, it's so hot. Let's go swimming. The child's cries echoed once more, filled with sobs. Wang Xian was drawn to the little one again. He furrowed his brow, hesitating briefly before extending his hand. Come here, little friend, let your brother have a look. Huh. The middle-aged man frowned slightly at Wang Xian's words. Old Qin, leaning on his cane, looked at Wang Xian with confusion. However, Shui Yangren, taken aback, quickly urged, Hurry, Xiao Qin, let brother Wang Xian take a look. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, glancing at his father, while old Qin stared in surprise at Shui Lao. Unperturbed, Shui Lao introduced, Brother Wang Xian, little Kite, is old Qin's grandson, suffering from a congenital illness. His condition is quite peculiar. We can only rely on internal energy to alleviate it. Perhaps you could take a look? Chapter 51, A New Encounter. Shui Lao. Who is this young brother? Old Qin inquired softly as he noticed Shui Lao disregarding him and saw Wang Xian reaching out to touch his grandson. A young powerhouse. Shui Lao paused before uttering those 4 words. Old Qin was momentarily taken aback. A young powerhouse was no ordinary designation from Shui Lao, whose strength ranked among the top 5 in the entire Jiang city and had recently advanced further. He gazed at the youthful figure with astonishment. As Wang Xian sensed the dragon energy entering the little one's body, he comprehended the situation. The little one has developed a peculiar anomaly on his kidney, likely congenital, connected to the left kidney, resulting in compromised renal function. Just now, Elder Shui must have employed his inner strength to nurture the child's body, alleviating some of the issues. However, this is merely a temporary remedy, addressing the symptoms rather than the root cause. Utilizing dragon energy could indeed cleanse the ailment, but it would require a consumption of 50 to 60 units of such energy. Wang Xian contemplated silently, then turned his gaze towards Elder Qin and Elder Shui. Young brother Wang Xian, can you treat Elder Qin's grandson? Do you have a method? Elder Shui and Elder Qin inquired eagerly, particularly Elder Qin, whose eyes shimmered with hope. Wang Xian nodded slowly, affirming, I have a solution. Truly, you can heal my grandson's affliction? Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Elder Qin's hand, which was gripping his cane, trembled slightly, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face as he asked again. Master, can you save my son? The middle-aged man seated nearby suddenly rose, his face alight with excitement. Yes, I can heal him at once, Wang Xian replied, nodding. As long as you can cure him, our Qin family will be eternally grateful. I implore you, young brother, to save my grandson. Elder Qin's face flushed with emotion as he clutched his cane tightly. Excellent. Wang Xian gently patted the little one's head, saying, Come, brother will cure your illness. Brother, can you truly heal my ailment? The child gazed at him with reddened eyes. Of course, it will be resolved shortly. Wang Xian smiled at him, lifting him up. 10 minutes. Grant me 10 minutes. Young brother Wang Xian, please go to this room. We shall not disturb you. Elder Shui urged promptly. Very well, Wang Xian nodded, carrying the child towards the room. The little one was quite compliant, staring at Wang Xian with bright eyes filled with anticipation. Upon entering the room, Wang Xian aimed to avoid drawing too much attention while healing the child's body, a task he could complete in mere seconds. Yet, he felt the need to maintain a facade, as he had not yet achieved invincibility. Elder Shui, does this young brother truly possess the ability? Elder Qin asked, watching Wang Xian take his grandson inside, his words somewhat disjointed. If young brother Wang Xian says he can, then he certainly can, Elder Shui replied confidently, turning to Elder Qin. Old Qin, your luck today is remarkable. You have encountered young brother Wang Xian. Rest assured, I am still in good health, am I not? Elder Shui said with a smile. Elder Qin was momentarily taken aback by his words, then suddenly widened his eyes in realization. Old Shui, your injuries. Elder Qin nodded with a smile. His expression shifted, filled with astonishment as he gazed towards the room. Elder Shui's condition was well known. The entire Jiangcheng was aware of his severe injuries and countless failed treatments, with many believing he would not survive beyond 2 years. People assumed the decline of the Shui family was imminent, yet just 2 days prior, the patriarch of the Shui family had miraculously recovered, even gaining strength, astonishing everyone. Old Qin, upon hearing of this matter, sought the assistance of Elder Shui to alleviate his grandson's ailment. Little did he anticipate such a fortuitous encounter. The kite is saved. Father, the kite is saved, exclaimed the middle-aged man, his joy akin to that of a child. Old Qin's eyes shimmered with excitement as he nodded slowly. The entire Qin family had exerted tremendous effort for their only grandson, and now, at last, they found respite. Elder Shui, how did you express your gratitude back then? Old Qin inquired, a hint of hesitation in his gaze. Gratitude? Elder Shui chuckled softly. By sheer coincidence, my grandson, Xiao Jing, inadvertently offended brother Wang Xian. I offered him 10 million as compensation, yet brother Wang, being magnanimous, accepted the money as my treatment fee. Old Qin was momentarily taken aback. Such benevolence was indeed rare. Brother Wang Xian is a kind-hearted individual. If you treat others sincerely, they shall reciprocate with courtesy. Perhaps you could offer him some monetary appreciation along with a token of sincerity, Elder Shui suggested thoughtfully. Thank you, Brother Shui. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Old Qin nodded, expressing his gratitude towards Elder Shui. Certainly, Elder Shui replied, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. The Qin family, while not a clan of ancient martial artists, was nonetheless one of the most influential families in Jiangcheng, with substantial official backing. Even the ancient martial families of Jiangcheng would think twice before offending the Qin family. Brother, you are so remarkable. I feel no discomfort at all now. A childish voice broke the ambience of the living room. Old Qin and the middle-aged man turned swiftly to see little Feng Zheng, beaming with joy. Her cheeks flushed as she held Wang Xian's hand and walked out cheerfully. Little Feng Zheng, the middle-aged man and the elder rushed over, their faces alight with astonishment. Grandfather! Father, take me to play. I want to go swimming. The little one exclaimed with a broad smile. All right, all right. The middle-aged man could not contain his joy as he lifted her up and planted a kiss on her cheek. Old Qin's eyes glistened with tears. His grandson had always been a source of concern for him. Brother Wang Xian, thank you for saving my grandson. Thank you. Old Qin turned to Wang Xian, bowing deeply in gratitude. No need for that. The little one is quite adorable, Wang Xian replied with a smile, recalling the unexpected surprise he had received while using dragon energy to treat her. Brother, I am pretty, not just cute, the little girl sweetly corrected him. Quick, say thank you to my brother, urged the middle-aged man, as a healthy child was his greatest aspiration. Thank you, brother, she giggled. Elder Wang Xian. This is my grandson's medical fee. It's not much, merely a token of appreciation. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Old Qin produced a bank card he had prepared earlier and respectfully handed it to Wang Xian. I, Qin Guowei, possess some influence in Jiangcheng. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call me. The Qin family truly feels indebted for all you have done for my grandson. I shall graciously accept the monetary compensation as a fee for the treatment. There is no need for you, Old Qin, to be overly concerned about the rest. With a smile, Wang Xian accepted the bank card, utilizing the dragon energy to heal the little one. This was motivated not only by the creature's endearing and obedient nature, but also by a desire for some remuneration. Although possessing over 5 million is considerable, it is not excessive. Furthermore, this opportunity allows for the cultivation of relationships. After all, having more friends opens up more avenues. Unexpectedly, he has acquired a precious gem through this transaction, marking it as a lucrative endeavor. Chapter 52. Just do it, young brother Wang Xian. Where do you hail from? It is the first time I, Old Qin, have heard of someone so remarkable from Jiangcheng, Qin remarked. Old Qin, you are being overly modest. There is nothing extraordinary about me, merely some rudimentary medical skills. I am originally from Pengzhou, and barring unforeseen circumstances, I may settle in Jiangcheng in the future. Haha. If your medical skills are considered rudimentary, then truly, there is no one exceptional. Even disciples of saints and heirs of medical sages pale in comparison, Qin responded. Indeed, brother Wang Xian is quite formidable. My son's ailment has been scrutinized by hospitals across the breadth of the land, another chimed in. One must possess a benevolent heart to be a healer. Brother Wang Xian's exceptional skills are undoubtedly intertwined with his chivalrous spirit, another added. You all are elevating me beyond my worth. I am but 20 years old and should not be praised so highly, lest I grow proud, Wang Xian laughed. Wang Xian conversed with Old Qin and Old Shui in the living room, while Shui Jiahua and Qin's son provided support and agreement from the sidelines. As for Shui Jing, he found himself unable to interject and did not dare to speak, instead serving tea and smiling apologetically. Both Old Shui and Old Qin, esteemed figures with considerable means, naturally exuded an air of authority. Wang Xian, with the aura of a dragon, engaged in light-hearted banter with them without the slightest discomfort. This prompted some quiet admiration from Shui Jiahua and the middle-aged men, for it was rare for someone so young to converse so comfortably with their fathers, a feat they themselves could not accomplish. I hear from little Jing that brother Wang Xian has taken on the management of a restaurant. I am curious to know its location. Perhaps we could join you for a meal one of these days, Old Shui remarked with a chuckle. I acquired an established restaurant near Jiangcheng University, known as Yiping Ge. I assume you have heard of it, Old Shui and Old Qin, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Oh, Yiping Ge? I did not realize that you had purchased it, brother Wang Xian. That establishment is quite renowned in Jiangcheng. We must certainly visit when time permits. Old Qin expressed, slightly astonished. Of course, it would be my pleasure. Just let me know in advance when you plan to come, and I shall prepare accordingly. Wang Xian responded cheerfully. Haha, splendid. Old Shui and Old Qin nodded in approval, delighted at the prospect of befriending such a remarkable individual. Wang Xian, in turn, felt a sense of affinity for Old Qin and Old Shui, as one's character can often be discerned through their demeanor and the joy of conversation. By the way, brother Wang Xian, this evening the Qin family will host a banquet, attracting many prominent figures from Jiangcheng. If you have the time, I invite you to join us. Old Qin suddenly extended his invitation. I am not acquainted with many individuals. I shall have to decline, Wang Xian replied. Wang Xian was momentarily taken aback and shook his head. It suffices to know us two old fellows. When the time comes, the entire Shui family will be there. Since you, young brother Wang, have developed in Jiangcheng, it would be beneficial to meet more people, Elder Qin said with a smile. Yes, that sounds good. Wang Xian replied after a brief hesitation, nodding in agreement. How about we have lunch together? Elder Qin suggested. That may not be possible, Wang Xian said apologetically. I plan to sit with Elder Shui while I wait for my friend. I might be delayed. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Haha, young brother Wang. If you have matters to attend to, do not let us hold you back. When time permits, Elder Qin and I will visit your restaurant for a meal. Elder Shui chuckled. Indeed, do what you must, Wang Xian smiled, opening his phone to find a message from Guan Shu Qing. Elder Qin, Elder Shui. My friend has sent a message, so I must hurry over. I apologize, Wang Xian informed them after reading the message. No worries, young brother Wang. You may go. We can chat another time, they replied. Wang Xian nodded and made his way outside. Brother, allow me to escort you. I am familiar with this area. Where is your friend? Xuejing followed him, inquiring. The Haiyun Pavilion, room 101, Wang Xian replied. All right, brother, follow me. Xuejing said with a smile as he led the way. The beach was adorned with a row of charming wooden houses built over the sea. Brother, this is our Haiyun Pavilion, room 101, Xuejing pointed to a small wooden house. Very well, Wang Xian nodded and took out his phone to call Guan Shuqing. Creak. The door opened swiftly, and Guan Shuqing emerged, wearing a white short-sleeved top and black casual pants. Wang Xian. Her expression was somewhat troubled, but she managed to force a smile upon seeing him. What's wrong? Wang Xian asked with concern, noticing her discomfort. It's nothing, really, Guan Shuqing shook her head, looking somewhat apologetic. Just wait a moment. It might be a bit difficult for you. I'm sorry. What's the matter? Wang Xian furrowed his brow slightly. What's the matter, Miss Guan? Let your boyfriend in. A male voice from inside interrupted impatiently. Guan Shuqing's expression changed slightly. You can go in now? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and stepped in front of her, gently patting her back. A warmth spread through her as she looked at him with flickering eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and linked her arm with his. Wang Xian felt a pleasant stir in his heart, a smile blooming on his face as they entered the room together. Inside, Wang Xian spotted 4 young people, 3 of whom were girls. One young man sitting by the door cast a shadowy glance at Wang Xian and Guan Shuqing as they entered. Hello, everyone. Wang Xian greeted them with a broad smile. The 4 youths in the room scrutinized him without restraint. Oh, Wang Xian? Suddenly, a girl exhibited a hint of surprise on her face, unable to suppress an exclamation. Meyer, do you know him? A young man inquired, astonished as he glanced at the girl beside him. Of course. We're classmates. The girl named Meyer responded, leaning closely against the young man, dressed somewhat provocatively. With a flirtatious tone, she added, He*s just a poor boy, one of the underprivileged students at our school. Is that so? The young man appeared slightly taken aback by her words. Indeed, Meyer nodded, her face bright with a smile as she turned to Wang Xian. Isn't it true? Wang Xian? Wang Xian chuckled, shrugging his shoulders as he looked at Su Meyer, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Su Meyer is indeed as the rumors in school suggest, he remarked, nonchalantly taking a seat nearby. What do you mean by that? Su Meyer erupted in anger, glaring at him furiously. I meant nothing at all. Did I say something wrong? Wang Xian replied with a grin. Su Meyer, notorious in school for her numerous wealthy boyfriends, now seemed to have set her sights on an outsider. You're quite bold, aren't you? Coming in here and mocking my girlfriend. The young man beside Su Meyer said coldly. Is that so? Doesn't that imply that calling me a poor boy is also a mockery? Wang Xian chuckled softly. I merely stated a fact. Su Meyer retorted, her face flushed with rage. Have I said anything erroneous? Wang Xian calmly replied, reclining in his chair, surveying everyone present. Upon noticing the discomfort etched on Guan Shuqing's face, he realized she must have endured considerable humiliation. Thus, he felt no obligation to extend kindness to anyone present. Arrogant, aren't you? I wonder if you possess the capital to be so, the young man seated centrally remarked, holding a cigarette, his demeanor icy as he scrutinized Wang Xian. A poor student from our school is so audacious. It's quite the fearless display. Guan Shuqing, your boyfriend is quite impressive. The young man beside Su Meyer said with a hint of mockery, glancing at Guan Shuqing. Shuqing, is this your taste? Wu Chun, seated next to Guan Shuqing, gazed at Wang Xian with a cold, fierce glint in his eyes. Guan Shuqing's complexion turned pale. She had anticipated being alone with Wu Chen today, never expecting him to bring along several friends, which completely disrupted her plans. Particularly, Wu Chen's companions were all affluent heirs from Jiangcheng, with the young man in the central position possessing an especially formidable background. Each one of them was beyond Wang Xian's current capacity to contend with. A wave of regret washed over her. What if this group decided to harm Wang Xian because of her? She reached out, tugging at Wang Xian's arm. Upon feeling Guan Shuqing's hand beneath the table, Wang Xian grasped her hand, offering her a reassuring smile. Guan Shuqing stiffened, her heart a mixture of gratitude and concern. You have quite an eye. With a smile, Wang Xian turned his head to look at Wu Chun, scrutinizing him from head to toe. At the very least, I am far more handsome than you, he declared. Wu Chun, upon hearing this, slammed his palm onto the table and coldly glared at Wang Xian. Kid, I advise you to stay away from Shuqing, or the Bohai Sea will soon claim another corpse. He scoffed, oblivious to his own limitations. Beside them, Sumayer, hearing Wu Chen's words, disdainfully remarked to Wang Xian, "Huh? How impressive, threatening my life so easily. What a society we live in. Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Wang Xian felt a chill run through him upon hearing Wu Chen's words, but he soon chuckled. "Remember, my name is Wu Chun, heir of the Wu group," he said coldly. "Gong family of Jiangcheng," added a young man next to Su Mayer with a grin. "Song family of Jiangcheng," another youth chimed in. The young man seated in the center smiled and said, "I am Bai Xiaoming. You might want to inquire about me outside. Wu group, Gong family, Song family, and someone who directly asked me to inquire. How impressive." Wang Xian slowly placed his hands on the table, a smile adorning his face as he gazed at the four of them. "Xian, don't act impulsively." Guan Shuqing, noticing Wang Xian's demeanor, hastily whispered beside him. She feared a confrontation with these individuals. Even when her family was prosperous, they required cautious handling. "I told you, if there are any difficulties, come to me. Rest assured, I will be fine," Wang Xian softly reassured, his gaze fixed on the four. "It seems I have no grievances with any of you, right? Oh wait. If there is a grievance, it should be solely with you," he said, directing his gaze at Wu Chun. "Why the sudden cowardice? We don't need a reason for conflict. We simply find you displeasing," Bai Xiaoming teased, looking mockingly at Wang Xian. "Honestly, there is no pleasure in stepping on someone like you, but your arrogance is unbearable. Come on, down these 2 bottles of liquor and then get lost. Kid, leave this city and don't let me see you again. If I do, you will bear the consequences," Wu Chen coldly warned Wang Xian. Then turned his gaze to Guan Shuqing. "Your father wants you to marry me, so behave. If I find out you have a boyfriend, your father will teach you a lesson," he sneered. Such arrogance. And yet, he fails to recognize his own standing. Su Mayer scoffed at Wang Xian, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. "You cannot treat him this way," Guan Shuqing implored, regret swelling within her. If only she had known. She would never have allowed Xian to come. She blamed herself. "Guan Shuqing, if you wish to annoy me, at least find someone capable," Wu Chun said coldly, regarding her. "Huh, truly the epitome of a wealthy heir, quite the display." Wang Xian observed them, a slow smile creeping onto his lips. This scene felt strangely familiar, especially with those 2 bottles of liquor before him. Wang Xian took out his phone, slowly stood, and dialed Xue Jing's number. "Hello, brother, is there something you need?" At this very moment, Xue Jing was in the kitchen not far away, instructing the chef to prepare a few signature dishes to be delivered to Wang Xian. "Someone had asked me to inquire about a person named Bai Xiaoming," Wang Xian remarked with a smile. "Bai Xiaoming?" Xue Jing momentarily hesitated, then replied, "Bai Xiaoming. He must be from the Bai family, one of the ancient martial families in Jiangcheng, ranking roughly 6th. They are somewhat inferior to our Xue family, yet still respectable." "Oh, I see. I might have to break a few things." "Xue Jing, could you handle it?" Wang Xian said before abruptly hanging up the phone. Xue Jing was left in shock, then suddenly bellowed, "Damn it, my brother is about to fight. Who the hell dares to provoke him?" He chuckled, realizing that Wang Xian was clever enough to have someone inquire about his name. Bai Xiaoming was slightly taken aback when Wang Xian picked up the phone, but he couldn't help but laugh upon hearing his words. "Inquired about it," Wang Xian said, a smile creeping onto his face as he reached for the bottle of white liquor. "Humph, do you now realize who you have provoked?" Wu Chen observed Wang Xian grabbing the liquor with a mocking expression. "Xian." Guan Shuqing beside him quickly grabbed Wang Xian's arm. Wang Xian shook his head. "It's fine. I haven't experienced this feeling in a long time. The last time was with my sister." A smile flickered across Wang Xian's face as he recalled 2 years prior when, during his busy final year of high school, his sister worked in a bar to earn money, fearing it might distract him from his studies. When he learned someone was bullying her, he rushed over. The scene was eerily similar. The opponent demanded he finish an entire case of liquor before they would let his sister go. Now, he extended his hand, not for his sister, but for another girl. In the past, he had no power, just fervor and fearlessness. But now, with the bottle of liquor in hand, he swung it forcefully towards Bai Xiaoming, catching everyone off guard. His strength was formidable, impossible to evade for anyone below the 7th level of martial prowess, especially under such a sudden assault. Bai Xiaoming, a younger member of the Bai family, was even weaker than Xue Jing. Crash! As the bottle of liquor hurtled towards him, Bai Xiaoming instinctively raised his arm to defend himself. "Ah!" A cry of agony escaped his lips as his arm trembled from the impact. "Enough with the posturing. Just get on with it," Wang Xian exclaimed, flipping over the dining table and delivering a kick towards Wu Chun. He was ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Chapter 54. Let us fight. Wang Xian had his own principles and boundaries. In the past, whenever someone dared to bully his sister, he did not care who they were. He would fight. Throughout elementary, middle, and high school, as a child without parents, he was much braver and bolder than most. He understood that only by becoming strong could he prevent others from bullying him. Thus, throughout his school years, whenever someone dared to bully his sister, regardless of their grade, he would fight back fiercely. During his middle school years, 2 altercations ensured that no one dared to bully his sister. In high school, 3 fights reinforced the same protective aura around her. A brawl at a local bar made even the town's ruffians think twice before crossing her path. For those who dared to intimidate those he cherished, Wang Xian has never been one for idle chatter. He preferred a direct approach. Previously fueled by youthful bravado and a reckless disregard for his safety, he now relied on his formidable strength. Moreover, here, even the highest authority, Bai Xiaoming, had a less imposing background than the Shui family. Thus, Wang Xian acted without hesitation. With a resounding crash, he declared, "How dare you strike me? You're finished." Another blow followed, accompanied by a wail of agony. "My leg. It's broken. Please, don't hit me." The cries continued. "You're insane. Stop, please." Wang Xian remained silent while unleashing his fury, for he believed that words would only disrupt his rhythm. In less than 10 seconds, 3 young men lay sprawled on the floor, covered in food, writhing in pain. This was Wang Xian exercising restraint. Otherwise, they would have already met their demise. "You dare strike me, Bai Xiaoming? You dare to ambush me?" Bai Xiaoming's arm trembled as he glared at Wang Xian, a grotesque expression twisting his face. Rising slowly, his eyes glowed with a sinister red hue. "I will kill you." Wang Xian merely chuckled. "You're far too weak." As he spoke, he bent down to retrieve a bottle of white liquor that lay at his feet. "You shall perish." Bai Xiaoming, witnessing Wang Xian's action, felt a surge of rage and kicked fiercely at him. With a resounding thud, the liquor bottle crashed against Bai Xiaoming's right leg, eliciting a scream of anguish. "Ah!" Bai Xiaoming collapsed, howling in pain. "My leg is broken." Wang Xian, hearing the cries, grew impatient and delivered a swift kick that rendered Bai Xiaoming unconscious. "Chu Xian, how dare you strike them? Are you seeking death?" Su Meier exclaimed, her face a mask of terror as she directed a sharp voice at Wang Xian. He cast a cold glance in her direction. "Xiao Xian, how could you resort to violence?" "It's over for you," Guan Shuqing said, her heart racing with anxiety. Her eyes reddened with concern as she witnessed Wang Xian's unexpected aggression, which had left some with broken limbs. "Big brother, damn it! Who dares provoke my brother?" At that moment, Shui Jing rushed in, taking in the chaotic scene and the 4 young men lying on the floor. He turned to Wang Xian. "Big brother, are you all right?" "All is well. Do I look troubled?" Wang Xian replied with a smile. "Indeed, you are formidable," Shui Jing grinned, his gaze shifting to the fallen youths. A fierce glint in his eyes. "How dare they provoke my brother?" Shui Jing spoke as he strode directly into the room, reaching out to tug at their garments and unceremoniously tossing them onto the floor outside. "This is troublesome," Wang Xian remarked with a smile as he surveyed the disarray within the room. "Not at all, big brother." Shui Jing quickly shook his head, his gaze falling upon the 4 individuals on the ground, members of the Bai family, and this must be Gong Luyun from the Gong family. "You truly seek your own demise. You have no idea how lenient I have been." As he spoke, he delivered a series of kicks to the arms of the 4 individuals, eliciting a series of ominous cracking sounds. Shui Jing showed no mercy, swiftly incapacitating their limbs. The intense pain jolted them awake, their faces contorted in agony as they clutched their injured arms. "This is merely a slight lesson for you," Shui Jing scoffed. He had witnessed Wang Xian's prowess firsthand. After a minor provocation, he had nearly met his demise by a single kick. According to his father's account, had it not been for Wang Xian's intervention, he might have been severely harmed. Thus, seeing that the injuries of these 4 were not too grievous, he took the initiative to ensure Wang Xian would cease his retaliation. "Shuizong." At that moment, several security personnel from Xiaoyang Resort hurried over, greeting Shui Jing promptly. "Call an ambulance and have them taken away," Shui Jing commanded coldly. Yes, Shuizong." The security staff nodded in acknowledgement. "And you 4, get lost." Shui Jing barked at the girls. Su Meier and the others froze, gazing at Shui Jing with trepidation. Guan Shuqing also appeared somewhat bewildered, instinctively retreating towards Wang Xian. "She is my friend." Wang Xian gently patted Guan Shuqing's shoulder and addressed Shui Jing. Shui Jing paused, noticing Wang Xian's gesture, and quickly turned to Guan Shuqing, saying, "Sister-in-law." "It's a misunderstanding." Guan Shuqing seemed a bit dazed. "Big brother, it seems you haven't had a meal. Should I mention it to my grandfather so we can dine together?" Shui Jing offered with a smile. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment, looking at Guan Shuqing before asking, "Have you eaten? Shall we have a meal together?" Guan Shuqing nodded absent-mindedly, and then added, "Xiao Xian, the people you struck have a very formidable background. Rest assured, They will not be harmed, Wang Xian reassured her, shaking his head and then smiling. If you ever face difficulties, let me know. If anyone bullies you, I will deal with them. Guan Shuqing looked at Wang Xian, nervously fiddling with her clothing. Thank you, Xiao Xian. Hee. Wang Xian grinned at her. By the way, was what you said yesterday true? Look at your performance. He sensed a stirring within himself, realizing he had developed feelings for this girl. Witnessing her expression of distress while he acted only reinforced his desire to protect her. Big brother Wang Xian, let us move to this private room. My grandfather and old Qin will be arriving shortly. Let us wait inside, Xue Jing suggested from the side. All right. Wang Xian nodded and said to Guan Shuqing beside him, let us go. We shall dine with some friends shortly. Guan Shuqing replied, glancing at the four individuals sprawled on the ground, wailing in despair. Earlier, Wu Chun had arrogantly declared to her, you shall be my wife in the future and must heed my words. The surrounding youths looked on mockingly, deriding her for her family's financial ruin and suggesting that she ought not to maintain such lofty airs. Now, they lay defeated on the floor. Chapter 55, Dragon Pearl. Recently, it was heard that brother Wang Xian had, in a fit of anger for a fair maiden, dealt with a few unruly youths. Wang Xian and Guan Shuqing were seated at a table in a room, conversing, when Elder Xue and Elder Qin entered, followed by Xue Jiehua, Qin Lao San, and little Fengzheng. Elder Xue, smiling broadly, cast a glance at Guan Shuqing, his face alight with mirth. Those brash young men were simply too pretentious, boasting of their backgrounds from the Gong, Song, and by families, even issuing threats, which compelled a response. Wang Xian chuckled. It is indeed good for brother Wang Xian to teach those wealthy heirs a lesson, Elder Xue remarked nonchalantly. I couldn't help myself, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing, Elder Qin said, a hint of envy in his tone. Haha, come, take a seat. Elder Xue laughed heartily. Brother Wang Xian, why not introduce this lovely companion of yours? Wang Xian grinned, turning to Guan Shuqing. This is my classmate, Guan Shuqing. He then introduced her. This is Elder Qin. And this is Elder Xue. Hello, Elder Qin. Hello, Elder Xue. Guan Shuqing greeted, observing Wang Xian engage with the distinguished elders, her heart fluttering with surprise. Quite lovely indeed. Elder Qin remarked with a smile. Guan Shuqing, what relation do you have to Guan Shuqing? Inquired a middle-aged man holding little Fengzheng, suddenly expressing curiosity. He is my father. Do you know him? Guan Shuqing responded, puzzled. I have heard of him, the man replied with a smile. Oh. Elder Qin glanced at his son with a hint of confusion. Father, let us discuss this after dinner, the middle-aged man suggested with a smile. Very well, Elder Qin agreed. Refraining from further inquiries and continuing his light-hearted conversation with Wang Xian and Elder Xue. Dinner lasted for over an hour. After Wang Xian assured he would attend the banquet that evening, he and Guan Shuqing stepped outside. Father, the middle-aged man remarked, observing Guan Shuqing's retreating figure. That Guan Shuqing's father is now bankrupt. What transpired? Elder Qin inquired, raising an eyebrow towards his son. Guan Shuqing was in the medical equipment industry. This year, issues arose with the manufacturers, leading to his downfall. He approached me for assistance recently, but I declined his request, the middle-aged man explained. Is that so? A contemplative expression crossed Elder Qin's face. Let us extend an invitation to Guan Shuqing for tonight's banquet. Understood, father, the middle-aged man nodded, fully grasping his father's intent. Indeed, he has raised a remarkable daughter, he mused inwardly. Tonight, our family of 3 from the Xue household will also be a guest of Elder Qin. Elder Xue remarked with a beaming smile. The Xue family is sparse, comprising only 3 martial practitioners, with Xue Liangren previously bearing the entire burden alone. Fortunately, his son and grandson have proven to be quite capable, possessing commendable talent in cultivation, which has allowed them to establish themselves in Jiangcheng. Recently, due to his injuries, some individuals have begun to stir restlessly. This time, he intends to assertively accompany his son and grandson to declare that the Xue family remains as formidable as it once was, if not stronger. Where to? Do you want to have some fun here? Wang Xian inquired as he stepped out of the room, glancing at Guan Shuqing beside him. No, Guan Shuqing replied. Shaking her head, her gaze fixed on him. Wang Xian smiled broadly at her, and their eyes met, causing Guan Shuqing to momentarily look away. Xiao Xian, are you certain that taking action against them will not result in any repercussions? Rest assured, do you recall old Xue? This is his domain. The Bai family, the Gong family, and the Wu group would not dare provoke them, and the youth who incapacitated their arms is old Xue's grandson. Wang Xian spoke with confidence. Do not underestimate me. I know a person or two, and even on my own, I fear them not. Guan Shuqing stared at Wang Xian. Bewildered by the multitude of surprises he presented, leaving her increasingly perplexed by his character. However, a smile soon appeared on her face. The agreement from yesterday still stands. Wang Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at her, saying, "You said it yourself." "Indeed I did." "Then you must prepare yourself." Wang Xian's demeanor was buoyant as he gazed at the young woman before him. Standing nearly 1.7 meters tall, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. With a center part that only a goddess could carry off, she donned a simple black and white outfit that exuded a sense of coolness and purity. Complementing her graceful figure, Guan Shuqing noticed Wang Xian's lingering gaze and, with a playful smile, quickly turned away. "Let's head to the shop. I must earn my keep and not draw a salary without merit." "Very well, then the boss will escort you there." Wang Xian chuckled as he approached the door, guiding her towards Yiping Pavilion. Guan Shuqing sat behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist, her face alight with joy as she inhaled his pleasant scent. Gently leaning against him, "Boss." Upon seeing Wang Xian and Guan Shuqing enter the restaurant, Manager Huang greeted them promptly. Wang Xian nodded in acknowledgement as he and Guan Shuqing made their way to the office. Understanding the cue, Manager Huang discreetly stepped outside. "I need to review some data," Guan Shuqing said to him before sitting down to continue her analysis. Wang Xian nodded and returned to his seat, retrieving a thumb-sized, meat-like orb from his pocket. This orb, crystal clear and exuding a red sheen, grew atop a small kite-shaped kidney. Lioli Fire Crystal, Level 6 Extractable Dragon Chi, 48. 338 Ability. Lioli Flame. Wang Xian toyed with the Lioli Fire Crystal, deep in thought. The luminous fire crystal resides within the body of the young kite. Once it manifests, it engulfs him in a searing blaze. As time progresses, the intensity of the burning escalates, ultimately leading to his demise. The Qin family, in an effort to suppress this fiery phenomenon, sought martial artists to harness their internal energy for containment. However, what Elder Qin remained oblivious to was that while the internal energy subdued the radiant flames, it simultaneously nourished them, facilitating their evolution. Initially, Elder Qin sought the assistance of second-tier warriors, but soon realized their energy was insufficient, prompting him to enlist third-tier, then fourth, fifth, and sixth-tier combatants, culminating in the discovery of the seventh-tier Elder Shui. This fire crystal had thus been propelled to a sixth-tier level through the martial artist's internal energies. Should the Qin family fail to procure a higher-tier warrior for suppression, the young kite would be reduced to ashes upon the next flare-up. Fortuitously, he encountered an opportunity. The ability to absorb over 40,000 dragon energy units was bestowed upon him. However, transmuting it into a dragon pearl would prove more practical. Wang Xian refrained from immediate consumption, intending instead to forge a weapon. The divine dragon rarely employs weapons, as its corporeal form serves as the most formidable armament. Nevertheless, there exists a methodology within dragon transformation for crafting divine dragon weaponry, namely the Dragon Pearl. Chapter 56. The Tumult of the Banquet. The Dragon Pearl, a unique armament of the dragon clan, varies according to the distinct attributes of the divine dragon. A fire attribute dragon pearl can incinerate the heavens and boil the seas, while an ice attribute dragon pearl can encase the world in frost. A potent dragon pearl possesses the capacity to alter the very fabric of existence. Wang Xian gazed at the luminous fire crystal in his hand. A droplet of dragon blood fell upon it, followed by a surge of dragon energy entering the crystal. A sensation of control washed over him. A smile graced Wang Xian's lips as the fire crystal began to radiate brilliance, its scarlet glow exuding an intense heat capable of easily incinerating a person. A thought crossed Wang Xian's mind, and the dragon pearl gently levitated in the air. With a flick of his will, it moved swiftly. Indeed, after being nurtured by dragon energy, the dragon pearl would only grow stronger with time. A glimmer of delight sparkled in Wang Xian's eyes. Even in its current state, the power of the dragon pearl was formidable, reaching temperatures of 3,000 to 4,000 degrees. A mere touch from the fire dragon pearl could reduce an ordinary person to ashes, and even his own corporeal form could not withstand such heat. A seventh-tier warrior would dare not make contact. Wang Xian mused silently, and with a thought, the dragon pearl seamlessly integrated into his being. Excellent, indeed. A hint of exhilaration surfaced on Wang Xian's face as he glanced at Guan Shuqing, who was engrossed in her studies, and then turned to his computer for some entertainment. "Xiao Xian, I am heading home," Guan Shuqing announced around 5 in the afternoon, addressing Wang Xian, who was absorbed in a film. "Heading home? Would you like me to see you off?" Wang Xian inquired, removing his headphones. "No need," Guan Shuqing replied, shaking her head. "If you need anything, just let me know," Wang Xian said to her. "All right," Guan Shuqing responded with a smile, nodding as she made her way outside. As the clock edged past 5 and approached 7, Wang Xian realized it was time for him to make his way over. Tonight, Elder Qin was hosting a banquet at the five-star hotel owned by the Shui family, and he intended to attend. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Guan Shuqing was greeted with surprise by her parents, who urged her to don an elegant gown and accompany them to a banquet. This unexpected invitation left her momentarily astonished as she regarded her parents. Hurry, hurry. The Qin family is holding a banquet at the Xiaoyang International Hotel, and they have invited us. Her father exclaimed with palpable excitement. Given the Guan family's current circumstances, they were not typically deemed worthy of such an invitation, yet they had received one nonetheless. If they could forge connections at the banquet or align themselves with the Qin family, the Guan family's aspirations for resurgence would become remarkably attainable. Guan Shuqing, taken aback by her father's words, pondered the names Qin family and Xiaoyang International Hotel, recalling Elder Qin from lunch along with Elder Shui and the Xiaoyang Resort. However, she refrained from overthinking it and, filled with a mix of disbelief and anticipation, changed her attire and followed her parents towards the Xiaoyang International Hotel. The Xiaoyang International Hotel was a property of the Shui family, often referred to as the ancient martial arts Shui family among the elite in Jiangcheng. Ranking fifth among the ancient martial clans, the Shui family had recently ascended in status, particularly after the patriarch's breakthrough. The Qin family, on the other hand, represented the pinnacle of commerce in Jiangcheng, with their enterprises, Guzhou Real Estate, Guzhou Transportation, and Guzhou Property, standing as colossal entities. The Qin family's assets surpassed the 100 billion mark. Supported by formidable connections, Elder Qin's comrades held prominent positions, and the brother of Elder Qin's wife was the top official in the provincial capital, rendering the Qin family a dominant force in Jiangcheng, even among the ancient martial families, who dared not provoke them. Tonight's banquet was set to attract 60% of Jiangcheng's elite. At 7:30, a powerful motorcycle arrived at the Xiaoyang International Hotel, where an array of luxury cars lined the entrance in perfect order. Wang Xian removed his helmet, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gazed at the opulent hotel before him. It seems I underestimated the Shui family. This hotel must have cost several hundred million to construct, he mused, smiling as he made his way inside. On the 7th floor, the venue for the Qin family's banquet was located, with the entire floor reserved exclusively for their event. Upon stepping out of the elevator, Wang Xian approached the grand hall with a smile. Sir, may we see your invitation? Two staff members at the entrance regarded him with curiosity as he approached. Invitation? Wang Xian shrugged casually. Qin Lianhui said just to mention his name. You can call and verify. Qin Lianhui? Mr. Qin. The staff members were taken aback, glancing at one another as one of them swiftly reached for a phone to confirm. Mr. Wang, please, you may enter, the staff member said promptly after hanging up, his tone now imbued with warmth and respect. Wang Xian nodded and proceeded inside. At the banquet hosted by the Qin family, the youth's attire seemed far too casual. Did it not? To address our esteemed Qin directly by name suggested a rather extraordinary background. Two staff members observed Wang Xian's figure and whispered among themselves. Attire? With his keen hearing, Wang Xian clearly caught their conversation. He paused momentarily, glancing at his own outfit. Clad in Versace leisurewear and sporting white casual shoes, he considered himself rather dashing. Yet, upon further reflection, it appeared his ensemble was indeed inappropriate for the occasion. As he surveyed the gathering within the banquet hall, he noted the gentlemen donned in tailored suits and the ladies adorned in elegant evening gowns. The hierarchy of the event was unmistakable. Most gentlemen sported timepieces on their wrists, while the ladies' necks were embellished with various necklaces. Goodness, it was his first time attending such a gala, and he had not given it much thought earlier that afternoon. Opting for casual attire, his clothing did seem somewhat out of place. Nevertheless, considering it was an event organized by the venerable Qin, he hoped it would not come across as disrespectful. With a shrug, he dismissed the concern and strode confidently toward the interior, his stomach grumbling in anticipation of food. Oh, was that not Shu Qing? As Wang Xian approached the corner, he was momentarily taken aback by the familiar figure. Guan Shuqing was seated with a middle-aged couple, presumably her parents. This evening, she was resplendent in a black evening gown, her feet elegantly encased in high heels, and her face adorned with exquisite makeup, rendering her strikingly beautiful. With a broad smile, Wang Xian approached her. Shu Qing, what a coincidence. You are here too. Guan Shuqing looked up, momentarily surprised, her expression a mix of astonishment and delight. Xiao Xian, what brings you here? She replied, rising to greet him. Her parents, Guan Fu and Guan Mu, turned their heads in curiosity, casting glances between Wang Xian and their daughter, immediately furrowing their brows. Dear, who is this young man? Guan Fu inquired. his expression revealing his disapproval of Wang Xian's casual attire in such a formal setting, suggesting a lack of decorum. Uncle Andy, Wang Xian, noticing the scrutiny from Guan Shuqing's parents, promptly greeted them, understanding they could very well be his future in-laws. Guan Fu frowned slightly, acknowledging him with a curt nod before returning his gaze to his daughter. Dad, this is my classmate. Guan Shuqing hesitated before responding. Classmate? Guan Fu regarded her with a raised brow, nodding slightly. Wang Xian felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It seemed his prospective father-in-law was not particularly fond of him. With a resigned glance at Guan Shuqing, he said, I'll sit over here, and took a seat on the sofa beside her family. Mom, Dad, I'll chat with my classmate for a bit, Guan Shuqing said, glancing at Wang Xian before turning back to her parents. Just sit with us for now. We'll introduce you to some people shortly. Guan Fu furrowed his brow slightly and addressed her. Guan Shuqing, with a hint of exasperation, sat down and offered a bittersweet smile to Wang Xian. Wang Xian shook his head gently, returning her smile. Shuqing, what kind of background does your classmate come from? Guan Mu inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Xian. My classmate. Guan Shuqing glanced at Wang Xian, a flicker of pride in her voice. Mom, my classmate is incredibly impressive. He is of the same age as I am. Yet he has already earned millions. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Oh, really? At such a young age, he has made millions? Guan Mu exclaimed in surprise. Guan Fu, momentarily taken aback, turned to his daughter and asked, what business does his family engage in? Well, Guan Shuqing replied with a smile. Mom and Dad, let me tell you. The most remarkable thing about him is this. He has only one younger sister, yet he has built his wealth entirely through his own entrepreneurial efforts. Isn't that impressive? No background. Guan Fu's brow furrowed slightly, caught off guard. None at all. It is all through his own hard work. He is just as old as I am. Guan Shuqing remarked with a smile. Guan Fu shook his head gently. No wonder he walked in so casually. He must have come with others. Yet that person did not introduce him to anyone else. Disappointment flickered in Guan Fu's eyes. While it was indeed impressive for a young man to earn millions, without a background, his achievements might be limited. He noticed Wang Xian, sitting alone, munching on some food, and shook his head again. Guan Shuqing was momentarily taken aback by her father's demeanor, puzzled by his apparent discontent. Chairman Wu has arrived. Come on, Shuqing, let us go, Guan Fu said, his gaze shifting toward the banquet hall, suddenly recognizing a familiar voice. He quickly stood up and beckoned to Guan Shuqing and the others. With a slight reluctance, Guan Shuqing followed. It seems my future father-in-law might have some opinions about me, Wang Xian thought, noticing that Guan Shuqing's parents hardly acknowledged him. He helplessly picked up some fruit to eat, and then took out his phone to call Shui Jing, inquiring about their arrival, feeling quite bored alone. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed abruptly across the banquet hall. Everyone, including Wang Xian, was taken aback. Wang Xian, who had been absorbed in his phone, turned his head in confusion. But his expression quickly darkened as he stood up. In the center of the banquet, Guan Shuqing covered her face, bowing her head, while her father stood there with a grim expression. Nearby, several middle-aged men watched coldly. He approached with a stern demeanor. Mr. Wu, Mr. Gong, Master Bai, Mr. Song. I sincerely apologize. I never anticipated she would act in such a manner. It is my failure to discipline her. I am truly sorry. Upon reaching the center, Wang Xian witnessed Guan Shuqing's father, bowing deeply in a state of distress as he apologized profusely. You believe that a mere slap can resolve this matter? My son is currently lying in a hospital bed with his limbs shattered. Chairman Wu glared ominously at Guan Shuqing. Earlier that afternoon, upon receiving the shocking news of his son's hospitalization, he rushed to the scene, only to be informed by the doctor that his son's right leg and arm were broken, requiring 3 to 4 months for recovery. The thought of his son being incapacitated filled him with rage, and he learned that the cause of this calamity lay with Guan Shuqing and her boyfriend. Consumed by fury, he immediately dispatched individuals to investigate the details and identify the culprit behind the assault on his son. Yet, moments ago, Guan Shuqing had the audacity to approach and greet him. Had it not been for the presence of the Qin family's banquet, he would have likely resorted to violence. Nearby, 3 middle-aged men shared similar expressions of anger as they fixed their piercing gazes upon Guan Shuqing. The latter trembled with fear, unable to fathom that his daughter had caused such a grave incident. His body shook, filled with trepidation. Shuqing, Wang Xian approached, noticing Guan Shuqing covering her face, softly calling out to her while slowly reaching out to touch her cheek. Xiao Xian. A tear fell onto his hand as Guan Shuqing looked up at him, weeping. It's all right. I'm here, Wang Xian comforted her, gently caressing her face, his dragon energy soothing her cheek. Who are you? Get away from her. Guan Shuqing, trembling, glared at Wang Xian while directing his ire at Guan Shuqing. After all the care I've given you, you repay me by causing this trouble? I swear, I disown you as my daughter. Wang Xian cast a sideways glance at Guan Shuqing, his brows knitting slightly, then turned to the four middle-aged men, a cold smile gracing his lips. It was your son whom I struck. What? Before the four middle-aged men could respond, Guan Shuqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Wang Xian. You struck the sons of Mr. Wu, Mr. Gong, Mr. Song, and Master Bai? Uncle, it was I. And it has nothing to do with Shuqing, Wang Xian affirmed, nodding at Guan Shuqing. How audacious. You dare strike Mr. Wu's, Mr. Gong's, Mr. Song's, and Master Bai's sons? You are courting death. Guan Shuqing's father pointed menacingly at Wang Xian, his face contorted with fury. This unruly brat is the cause of all this trouble, he added, casting a glance at the four middle-aged men. Master Bai, Mr. Wu, Mr. Gong, Mr. Song, this truly has no relation to my Guan Shuqing. Wang Xian regarded Guan Shuqing's accusatory gesture with a furrowed brow. This matter is inextricably linked to your daughter, Master Bai coldly remarked to Guan Shuqing, then shifted his gaze to Wang Xian. To dare strike my son, you are indeed bold. You have maimed my son's limbs. Very well. I shall ensure you repay this debt tenfold. Mr. Wu glowered at him, his face dark with fury. Chapter 58. Turmoil at the banquet. The entire banquet hall was captivated by the unfolding events, with all eyes drawn to the spectacle. Expressions of astonishment and suspicion etched upon their faces. Wang Xian regarded the so-called Master Bai, General Wu, General Gong, and General Song with an air of indifference, coolly stating, "The deed has been done. What do you wish to do now?" How audacious indeed. To utter such nonchalance after striking Master Bai's son. What do you suppose the consequences will be? A young man, hearing Wang Xian's words, stepped forward with a mocking expression, retorting, "What do you mean, how?" A splendid inquiry. Master Bai, gazing at the arrogant Wang Xian, let out a cold chuckle. This is a banquet of the Qin family. If I refrain from action, once the gathering concludes, you shall comprehend true despair. You will learn the repercussions of daring to incapacitate my son. You, boy, irrespective of your background, today you will understand the meaning of suffering. General Wu glared menacingly at Wang Xian. A mere boy in such attire. I know not who brought you here, but regardless of who it may be, you shall pay for your transgressions today. General Song barked at Wang Xian. Who would have thought this lad so brazen as to incapacitate the sons of Master Bai, General Gong, General Song, and General Wu? It is nothing short of courting death. Indeed, indeed. To attend a banquet dressed so casually is a clear display of poor upbringing. He is truly inviting his own demise. Even the four families would not be unjust in dealing with this boy. Should he dare to lay a finger on my son, I would not hesitate to end him. Surrounding onlookers whispered amongst themselves, pointing at Wang Xian. A person so dressed should not even be allowed to grace this gathering. He ought to be thrown out. The young man who had spoken earlier reiterated to Wang Xian. Silence. Wang Xian coldly huffed at the murmurs surrounding him and the brazen members of the four families. Who do you think you are to command us to be silent? Before he could finish, the youth interjected, striding over to Master Bai. Master, this lad is utterly arrogant. He dares to strike Xiao Ming. Let him learn the consequences today. Indeed, such arrogance is rare. I have not encountered a youth so conceited in quite some time. Master Bai glared icily at Wang Xian. Please, allow me to pass. Suddenly, a somewhat ethereal voice emerged from the entrance, followed by the entrance of a stunning beauty. Clad in a flowing red gown, her lightly adorned face radiated an aura of cool elegance. Her arrival instantly captivated the attention of many, with numerous young men in the banquet casting fervent glances in her direction. The youth beside Master Bai gazed at her with intense admiration, tightly clenching his fists. It was none other than the eldest daughter of the Lan family, Lan Qinghua, the future heiress. Accompanying her was Lan Gongwen, the general manager of the Lan family, and her uncle, Lan Qinghua, the future inheritor of deep-sea jewelry, represented one of the most powerful listed companies in Jiangcheng, a leading entity in the domestic jewelry industry. Upon seeing her, whispers of awe rippled through the crowd. Esteemed uncles, my friend has erred in this matter. I humbly request your mercy. Lan Qinghua cast a cold glance at Wang Xian before approaching him, her gaze shifting to the group surrounding Elder Bai. What? How could Lan Qinghua emerge to defend this young man? What is happening? Could it be that he shares a favorable relationship with the Lan family? The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting their astonishment as they looked towards Lan Qinghua. Wang Xian, too, was taken aback by her presence. He had not anticipated encountering her here, nor did he expect her to come to his aid. Lan Qinghua turned to Wang Xian and smiled. What a coincidence. Her smile was as enchanting as a bloom in spring, bestowing an ineffable charm upon the typically aloof Lan Qingwei. Thank you. Wang Xian expressed his gratitude towards her, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at having declined her invitations to dinner on 2 occasions. With a gentle nod, Lan Qingwei directed her gaze towards Mr. Wu, Mr. Gong, Mr. Song, and Elder Bai. Uncles, I kindly ask you to show some consideration for your niece. The expressions of Mr. Wu and Mr. Gong shifted upon seeing Lan Qingwei. Deep sea jewelry was a colossal enterprise valued at nearly 10 billion. Their families paled in comparison, lacking the financial clout even when combined. The only one who seemed somewhat unperturbed was Elder Bai, as the Bai family belonged to an ancient martial arts lineage, which could not merely be measured by wealth or status. Nevertheless, Elder Bai's expression was far from pleasant, for even a family worth billions carries a complex web of connections, and wealth equates to power. Miss Lan, your friend has rendered my son incapacitated. It is rather unreasonable to simply brush past that, Elder Bai remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Lan Qingwei. Indeed, Miss Lan, our son has been severely harmed by him. How can we simply overlook this? What will become of our dignity? Mr. Wu added, his countenance grim. Esteemed uncles, I, Lan Qingwei, am willing to compensate for your son's injuries. I implore you to refrain from pursuing my friend's matters and to grant me this favor, Lan Qingwei stated with resolute conviction. Her words momentarily stilled the air around them. No one had anticipated that this rebellious youth would elicit such fierce protection from the heiress of the Lan family, to the extent of confronting 4 families. This stirred a wave of envy among the young onlookers, questioning the merit of this young man. Guan Shiqing's expression also shifted, disbelief evident in his gaze. The faces of Mr. Wu, Mr. Gong, Mr. Song, and Elder Bai turned pale. They had not foreseen Lan Qingwei's assertiveness, clearly unwilling to offend them for the sake of this youth, which left them feeling quite uncomfortable. What is happening? At that moment, a somewhat frivolous voice interrupted, as a middle-aged man curiously wandered in from the banquet's interior, gazing quizzically at the center of the gathering. Everyone paused, turning their attention to the back, where the middle-aged man ambled forward, an apple in hand, munching as he approached, his expression filled with intrigue. Elder Qin, Elder Qin. Several individuals hurriedly greeted the middle-aged man. Qin Eryi appeared somewhat pallid, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, and an air of nonchalance about him. Those surrounding him did not harbor any disdain. Instead, they respectfully addressed him as Qin Eryi. This was due to his status as the second son of the esteemed Qin Lao, adopted from a comrade in arms who had entrusted his son to Qin Lao before his untimely demise. Despite being an adopted son, this scion had always exhibited a brazen disposition, causing numerous disturbances in Jiangcheng City, and even leading to loss of life. Approaching 40, he remained unmarried and childless, rumored to possess peculiar inclinations that were not favored by Qin Lao. Nevertheless, out of gratitude for past loyalties, Qin Lao had turned a blind eye to his adopted son's transgressions. Despite his shortcomings, as Qin Eryi, his identity alone elevated him above others. Eryi, called out by San Yi, who was all too aware that his family's standing paled in comparison to the Shui family, let alone the Qin family. By San Yi, maintaining a respectful demeanor, addressed Qin Eryi accordingly, reflecting their amicable rapport. What troubles you, San? Qin Eryi inquired, taking a bite of an apple as he regarded Bai San Yi. Eryi, I implore you to lend your support in this matter, Bai San Yi replied. His face contorted with concern as he recounted the events, whispering something further into Qin Eryi's ear. What? Such a situation exists? Qin Eryi's eyes gleamed as he turned his attention to Wang Xian and Lan Qingwei. Qingwei, dear niece, it would be best if you refrained from intervening. This rascal has broken another's limbs and deserves a lesson. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd at Qin Eryi's pronouncement. His words rendered any plea from Lan Qingwei futile. The young man was as good as doomed. Chapter 59. The turmoil of the banquet forward. Just when everyone presumed that Lan Qingwei would secure the young man's safety, Qin Eryi unexpectedly intervened to thwart such hopes. As the adopted son of Qin Lao, despite his unpopularity, he was more than a match for Lan Qingwei, who had yet to inherit the deep-sea jewels. True to form, Lan Qingwei furrowed her brow upon hearing Qin Eryi's remarks. Qin Eryi scrutinized Wang Xian before discarding the apple core into a nearby trash bin. Attending our Qin family's banquet in such casual attire, young man, is a display of ignorance and rudeness. Who raised you? Qin Eryi, this is my friend. I kindly ask you to extend me a favor, Lan Qingwei replied, her brow knitted in concern as she addressed him. My dear niece, we must adhere to reason. This young man has committed a grievous act by injuring another and must face the appropriate consequences. It would be prudent for you to withdraw from this matter. Qin Eryi responded with a disarming smile. Qingyue, a middle-aged man accompanying her, urgently tugged at her arm, shaking his head. Now that Qin Eryi is involved, it is best for you to refrain from further interference. No, uncle, he is my friend. Lan Qingyue retorted, her teeth clenched. Her gaze resolute as she stared defiantly at her uncle. The middle-aged man shook his head once more, saying, Qingyue, do not act impulsively. Consider the interests of our Lan family. Without the intervention of Master Qin, we could assist. But I fail to comprehend why you are so intent on aiding this young man. Were it not for Master Qin's involvement, our Lan family possesses the strength to assist. However, the Qin family is, after all, the most powerful clan in Jiangcheng. Lan Qingyue's expression shifted dramatically. Her gaze filled with concern as she glanced at Wang Xian beside her. This matter does not concern him. It is entirely my fault. Guan Shuqing, trembling slightly, stepped forward and spoke with unwavering determination. Nonsense. This situation arises from that boy's actions and has nothing to do with our Guan family. Guan Shuqing, I cannot accept you as my daughter. Guan Shuqing shouted in anger, his voice shaking. I will do as I please. This is none of your concern. Wang Xian observed Lan Qingyue's willingness to assist him and stood resolutely before Guan Shuqing, feeling a warmth in his heart. He gradually advanced towards the center, casting a cold glance at Master Qin, Master Bai, and the others, and remarked icily, what has transpired has transpired. Should there be a next time? It will not be as simple as this. You arrogant brat, once you step out of this door today, I will ensure you live in perpetual despair. Master Bai growled darkly at Wang Xian. Such arrogance. Truly, how amusing. Master Qin chuckled, observing Wang Xian's demeanor. Why not resolve our issues now? A cold smirk graced Wang Xian's lips as he approached Master Bai. Wang Xian, Lan Qingyue exclaimed anxiously, seeing him move forward. Wang Xian remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed coldly on Master Bai. How dare you create a disturbance at our Qin family's banquet? With a stormy expression, Master Qin watched Wang Xian approach with menacing intent. To act so brazenly at a Qin family gathering. Boy, you are courting death. Master Bai glared at Wang Xian, his eyes icy, seeking death indeed. How dare you behave so recklessly at a Qin family event? Even if we do not end your life today, the Qin family will ensure your suffering. Mr. Wu, Mr. Song, and Mr. Gong, along with the surrounding guests, murmured among themselves, observing Wang Xian's reckless behavior. Such folly. He is inviting his own demise. The middle-aged man beside Lan Qingyue shook his head slowly. Enough noise. I shall render you powerless today. Wang Xian's heart surged with fury, directed not only at Master Bai and his companions, but also at Guan Shuqing's father and the Qin family, invited by Elder Qin. How could his second son treat me this way? What am I, Wang Xian, to you? Is this how the Qin family treats their guests? A fierce glint flickered in Wang Xian's eyes as he fixed his stare on Master Bai, unleashing the full force of his dragon-like aura, enveloping both Master Bai and Master Qin. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the young man before them, Master Bai and Master Qin's expressions changed drastically. You dare to raise a hand at our Qin family banquet? I will ensure you have no place to rest in death. Master Qin glared at Wang Xian, his shadowy eyes filled with malice. In a moment of reckless bravado, the young man standing before Master Bai, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a surge of confidence. He moved swiftly, fists raised, charging towards Wang Xian. Gu Qinglong had made his move. Although the Gu family, hailing from another city, was a martial clan with limited numbers and strength, they were not to be underestimated. This youth was courting disaster, daring to strike at a gathering of the Qin family, an affront to their dignity. His fate was sealed. Just moments ago, Master Bai and his companions had refrained from taking any action at the Qin banquet. Yet this brash youth chose to act with such audacity. Onlookers regarded Wang Xian with expressions of disbelief. You speak too much, Wang Xian remarked, his gaze icy as he faced the approaching challenger. He unleashed a punch, resolutely meeting Gu Qinglong's attack. A mere mortal dares to exchange blows with me? Gu Qinglong's face twisted in disdain. He was eager to validate his prowess today, to announce the arrival of the Gu family to the people of Jiangcheng, and to forge alliances with the martial clan, the Bai family, quickly establishing their foothold. Crack, crack. Though his intentions were noble, the moment their fists collided, a sickening sound of bone fracturing echoed. Gu Qinglong's arm shattered under the overwhelming force. Waste. Wang Xian, having exerted merely 2/10 of his strength, cast a contemptuous glance at the writhing Gu Qinglong on the ground, who screamed in agony. A horrified shout escaped Gu Qinglong as he beheld his mangled arm. Gasps rippled through the surrounding patrons, their eyes wide in shock. Wang Xian's gaze shifted to Master Bai, a cold smile gracing his lips. There's no need to rush. One at a time will suffice. We need not wait until we leave. Let us resolve this now. With that, he lunged towards Master Bai. You seek death, boy, today. I shall cripple you. Master Bai clenched his fists, veins bulging. Although he was surprised to discover that the youth possessed martial prowess, he felt no fear. No wonder you are so arrogant. However, you are far too reckless. Prepare to perish. With the ferocity of a tiger, he advanced, fingers splayed like claws, his expression menacing. To let you kill me? You lack the qualification, Wang Xian replied, disdain flickering in his eyes as he lifted his foot, sweeping it across. Seeking death. Master Bai's claws aimed for Wang Xian's leg. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contact, he felt as though he grasped steel, and an immense force collided against his shoulder. Crash! Master Bai was hurled with accelerated speed into a nearby dining table, the powerful impact sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. As Qin Er-yi witnessed by San Yi being instantly felled to the ground, and caught a glimpse of Wang Xian's frigid gaze, a flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes. With a voice steeped in false bravado, he bellowed, "Cease this at once, or my Qin family shall not let you go unpunished. In Jiangcheng, none dare to provoke our clan. Not let me go unpunished? Perhaps you should inquire if Qin Guohui would dare utter such words to me." Wang Xian retorted coldly. The assembly around them was engulfed in astonishment at his declaration. Qin Guohui, Old Master Qin. Chapter 60. The turmoil of the banquet, you arrogant scoundrel. Qin Er-yi stammered, trembling as he pointed an accusing finger at Wang Xian. At that very moment, at the entrance of the banquet hall, Old Master Qin, accompanied by the matriarch of the Qin family along with their offspring and little Feng Zhang, entered, flanked by the 3 generations of the Shui family, who had just arrived. Not let me go unpunished? Perhaps you should inquire if Qin Guohui would dare utter such words to me. However, as they approached the threshold, the entire assembly was startled by the thunderous shout. Old Master Qin froze in place, and Old Master Shui immediately furrowed his brow. Grandfather, that is the voice of Brother Wang Xian, exclaimed Shui Jing, his expression shifting dramatically. Old Master Qin, having also heard Wang Xian's voice, experienced a profound change in countenance, revealing an urgent expression. Quickly, go see what transpired. He was bewildered as to why Wang Xian would unleash such a furious outcry. He could not comprehend how, after sharing a pleasant meal earlier in the day, the typically affable Wang Xian could be so enraged. Setting aside the fearsome strength that even Old Master Shui regarded with trepidation, and recalling how Wang Xian had just healed his beloved grandson, it was evident that the Qin family could not afford to antagonize him. Moreover, such a formidable figure was not one to be trifled with, even by the Qin family. In this modern era, apart from the societal realm, there existed an underworld, while the Qin family held considerable power in society. They dared not provoke the formidable denizens of this shadowy domain. Old Master Shui furrowed his brow as well, hastily making his way inside. Meanwhile, all present were rendered speechless by Wang Xian's proclamation. To dare utter such a challenge to Qin Guohui within the Qin family's banquet left everyone astounded. Stand aside. Make way for me, came the commanding voice of Shui Jing from behind. The crowd, startled, quickly turned to see who was approaching. Old Master Qin was here, and Old Master Shui had also arrived. A middle-aged man could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. The crowd instinctively parted to form a pathway. This young man is doomed. His time has come. A faint voice whispered. Lan Xingyue, upon seeing Old Master Qin and Old Master Shui, wore a deeply worried expression. Beside her, Guan Shuqing gazed over and found herself momentarily stunned, quickly followed by a look of elation. It truly is them. Those 2 elderly gentlemen we dined with at noon, she exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Her earlier doubts vanished, and her concerns were entirely alleviated. She recalled the attitude of the 2 elderly men towards Wang Xian at noon, and she realized that the previous statement indeed held merit. You are finished. How dare you resort to violence at our Qin family banquet? You are done for. My father is coming. Upon seeing Elder Qin approach, Qin Er-yi's face lit up with surprise. Wang Xian remained utterly unperturbed, exuding an aura of formidable power as he turned to regard Elder Qin and his family, alongside Shui Lao and his companions. Such an overwhelming presence. Shui Lao felt a tremor of fear as he sensed the latent energy radiating from Wang Xian. He had presumed that his own strength had reached a comparable level, yet faced with this intensity, he recognized his own inferiority. The members of the Qin and Shui families strode directly forward. The atmosphere around them became palpably tense, with everyone holding their breath in utter silence. Hearing the words of his adopted son, Elder Qin's hand trembled slightly on his cane, his expression inscrutable as he approached Qin Er-yi without hesitation. Father, he is actually at our Qin family banquet, exclaimed Qin Er-yi, his eyes gleaming with astonishment as his father neared. However, before he could finish his thought, Elder Qin's cane struck down sharply upon his leg. A loud crack echoed as the solid wood splintered, clearly illustrating Elder Qin's fury. "Father, why did you hit me?" Qin Eryi gasped, his face paling as he clutched his leg in terror. Sighing deeply, Elder Qin lamented, "When your father passed away, he entrusted you to me, and I treated you as my own son. Yet time and again, I have turned a blind eye to your misdeeds, while you, ungrateful, have tarnished the Qin family name with your actions. Sooner or later, your actions may bring calamity upon us." He cast his cane to the ground with determination. "Lian Hui, transfer the ownership of the Jiangcheng Fengshichang to him. From this day forth, he is no longer associated with the Qin family. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to us, and the Qin family shall have no more dealings with Qin Yinfu." Elder Qin's resolute declaration reverberated throughout the entire banquet, leaving everyone astonished. No one had anticipated that Qin Eryi would be unceremoniously expelled from the Qin family. However, what left them even more speechless was Elder Qin, slightly bowing, addressing the young man. "Brother Wang Xian, I apologize for my lax discipline that has caused you distress. Brother, don't be angry. Come here for a hug." Little Feng Zheng said sweetly, extending her arms towards Wang Xian. Observing Elder Qin's demeanor and the charming little Feng Zheng, a faint smile graced Wang Xian's face as he picked her up. "Elder Qin, I acted impulsively and caused you trouble," he admitted. Seeing Wang Xian's expression, Elder Qin felt a wave of relief wash over him, a smile breaking through his stern facade. "That is well, as long as Brother Wang Xian does not hold it against an old man." Wang Xian chuckled softly. "It was my rashness. I hope Elder Qin will not blame me." "Haha." Elder Qin laughed heartily. "Brother Shui and I arrived a bit late. My apologies, Brother Wang Xian. Come, let us sit down. I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory response regarding today's events." Wang Xian smiled in reply. "Grandfather, I have grasped the situation." After consulting with the server, Shui Jing promptly approached and recounted the events in hushed tones. Speaking of which, this pertains to the incident at noon regarding the Bai family." A glimmer of coldness appeared on Shui Lao's face. "In that case, let us establish our authority over the Bai family. We shall leave the others to the Qin family." "Yes, father." Shui Jiahua nodded, casting his gaze towards Qin Lianhui, who also nodded before striding towards Mr. Wu, Mr. Gong, and Mr. Song. Meanwhile, Shui Jiahua made his way towards the now covered by Sanyi. "Father, no, this is impossible," murmured Qin Eryi, his face a mask of confusion as he struggled to comprehend the reality before him. If he were to be severed from the Qin family, what standing would he have in Jiangcheng? At that moment, the assembly in the banquet hall gazed at the youth cradling the most cherished grandson of Old Man Qin. Equally bewildered, they could hardly fathom that the outcome would unfold in such a manner. Qin Eryi was expelled from the Qin family, while that very youth compelled Old Man Qin to bow in apology. They hastily turned their attention to Qin Lianhui, the future helmsman of the Qin family. As he approached Mr. Gong, Mr. Song, and Mr. Wu, and then to Shui Jiahua, the burgeoning pillar of the Shui family, their eyes then fell upon the pale, dazed faces of Mr. Gong, Mr. Song, Mr. Wu, and Bai Sanyi. Chapter 61. The Turmoil of the Banquet by Lao San. "Your son's arm was severed by my son. He provoked a benefactor of the Shui family, and your son deserves this fate." In the banquet hall, Shui Jiahua stood before the somewhat pale Bai Lao San, glaring coldly at him. Bai Lao San trembled slightly. Casting a glance at the youth positioned between Old Man Shui and Old Man Qin, his expression contorted as he faced Shui Jiahua, revealing a trace of a bitter smile. From the earlier confrontation, he realized he had provoked an individual he should not have. The power unleashed by that youth was far beyond what he or the Bai family could contend with. "Nonetheless, you too shall pay the price." Shui Jiahua coldly uttered 8 words before launching a punch towards Bai Lao San's shoulder. Bai Lao San's countenance changed drastically upon seeing Shui Jiahua's attack. Yet he dared not resist. The Shui family, previously thought to be on the brink of demise, had unexpectedly revived and surpassed expectations, reshuffling the entire landscape of the ancient martial families in Jiangcheng. The Shui family's strength, already superior to the Bai family, became even more formidable. With a crack, the sound of a bone breaking echoed through the hall as the crowd looked on in horror. Bai Sanyi collapsed to the ground, clutching his arm in agony. "I have taken your arm as a lesson. If there are any grievances, the Shui family will bear them all," Shui Jiahua stated coldly to Bai Lao San. The onlookers were taken aback by the assertive demeanor of Shui Jiahua, including Mr. Gong, Mr. Song, and Mr. Wu. Meanwhile, Qin Lianhui had approached them, regarding the 3 billionaires with an icy gaze. At this moment, Beads of cold sweat adorned the foreheads of the three men, their eyes brimming with terror as they hastily called out. "Mr. Wang is a guest of the Qin family," Qin Lianhui remarked indifferently. "We were present during the events of noon, originally intending to issue a warning this evening." He recounted the matter with a nonchalance that suggested it was of little consequence. However, Mr. Gong, Mr. Song, and Mr. Wu felt their bodies tremble involuntarily, acutely aware of their impending doom. "Mr. Qin, we were wrong. I had no idea. Had I known, I would have done anything to protect my ungrateful son," Mr. Wu stammered, his body slumping and trembling. "Very well, leave Jiangcheng. Do not let me see you again." Qin Lianhui waved his hand with visible impatience. The faces of the three men darkened upon hearing his words. Yet despair kept them from uttering a single protest. To be expelled from Jiangcheng meant forsaking all their foundations. Yet, they found themselves powerless to resist. For it was the decision of the Qin family. "It's all because of that boy from our family. If he hadn't provoked someone beyond his means." Mr. Gong, Mr. Song, and Mr. Wu clenched their fists tightly, shuffling like the living dead towards the exit. There was no refuge left for them here. Jiangcheng itself had been stripped away. Old Master Bai departed with a face ashen as death. Matters of society are resolved within society. Affairs of the Jianghu are settled in the Jianghu. While the Bai family had not left their foundational ground, the Shui family would forever loom over them, stifling their breath and distancing future resources from them. "Throw him out." At this moment, Shui Jing delivered a fierce kick to Gu Qinglong's legs and directed the hotel staff nearby. The onlookers shivered at the unfolding scenes, relieved that they had refrained from intervening and had not mocked the young man. Those who had previously dismissed the boy now stood there, anxious and apprehensive. Young Master Qin, the adopted son of Old Master Qin, has been summarily expelled from the Qin family. Old Master Bai has had his arm shattered by the Shui family. The Gong, Song, and Wu families will find no foothold in Jiangcheng henceforth. And Gu Qinglong, who lent aid to Old Master Bai, will also struggle to survive in Jiangcheng. All of this was the consequence of their offense against that young man. They cast their gazes toward the youth engaged in light-hearted conversation with Old Master Qin and Old Master Shui, their expressions dazed. No wonder he held the Gong, Wu, Song, and Bai families in such disdain. No wonder he dared to don simple attire for this gathering. He was unconcerned and had no need to be. This was a testament to his power, much like Old Master Shui and Old Master Qin, who also wore ordinary casual attire. At this moment, standing amidst the crowd, Guan Shicheng felt a sense of disorientation. He gazed incredulously at the young man on the podium, the one who shared laughter with Old Master Qin and Old Master Shui. Recalling how he had called out to him with a beaming smile, addressing him as uncle, reflecting on his own indifference towards her, a sense of disdain filled his heart. And he lamented deeply. If only there were a remedy for regret, he would surely cling to that opportunity with fervor. Why, oh why had it come to this? Guan Shicheng felt utterly drained, contemplating the promising opportunity for the Guan family to rise. At that moment, he noticed Mr. Qin approaching his position, causing a flicker of apprehension within him. "Miss Guan, Miss Lan," Mr. Qin greeted, making his way directly to his daughter's side. "Uncle Qin," Lan Qingwei responded politely. "Mr. Qin," Guan Shicheng nodded, recalling their shared lunch earlier that day. "My apologies, Miss Guan, for any distress you may have faced, Mr. Qin said with a hint of regret as he addressed Guan Shicheng. "Not at all." She quickly shook her head. "Xian is here. I haven't suffered any grievances." "Indeed." With brother Wang Xian around, Mr. Qin chuckled before turning to Guan Shicheng with a smile. "Mr. Guan, we must discuss matters concerning the Guan family shortly." Mr. Qin's words momentarily startled Guan Shicheng, yet a surge of excitement welled within him as he glanced at his daughter, pondering the possibilities. With a sudden resolve, Guan Shicheng approached Guan Shicheng and struck his own face with a resounding slap. "Daughter, it is the fault of your father. Do not hold it against me." Guan Shicheng regarded her father with mixed emotions, letting out a soft sigh, for he was, after all, her father. "Father, I do not blame you, not at all," she replied, shaking her head. "That is a relief indeed." Guan Shicheng nodded with a smile, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, "Daughter, what is your relationship with that young man?" As he posed the question, Lan Qingwei listened intently, her own apprehensions apparent. "We are merely friends," Guan Shicheng answered, fully aware of her father's intentions. "Just friends?" Guan Shicheng felt a tinge of disappointment. He had wished fervently for that young man to be his daughter's boyfriend, his future son-in-law. If that were the case, who in Jiangcheng would dare challenge the Guan family? Chapter 62. The turmoil of the banquet. "Mr. Qin, Mr. Shui, please continue your conversation. I shall greet a couple of friends," Wang Xian interjected. The banquet proceeded as usual, although the atmosphere had shifted slightly. It did not significantly affect the proceedings. Wang Xian addressed Mr. Shui and Mr. Qin before directing his gaze toward the gathering, making his way towards Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingwei. Sensing the scrutinizing glances from those around him, Wang Xian's lips curled into a subtle smile. President Lan, thank you. He expressed his gratitude as he approached Lan Qingwei, who was engaged in conversation with Guan Shuqing's parents. Earlier, Lan Qingwei had braved considerable pressure to speak on his behalf. It is far easier to embellish a situation than to provide genuine assistance, and she belonged to the latter category. He felt both surprised and grateful for her support. Under the resplendent glow of the banquet's soft lighting, the striking figure of Lan Qingwei, adorned in a crimson evening gown, captivated all with her beauty. Her high heels brought her nearly to his height, making her allure even more pronounced. Lan Qingwei's gaze, intense and probing, scrutinized Wang Xian. She perceived an intensified aura about him compared to their last encounter. Despite her attempts to invite him to dinner twice, both invitations had been met with rejection, leaving her somewhat disheartened. It is rather disappointing, she remarked, her dissatisfaction subtly evident. Wang Xian offered an awkward smile, admitting, I have been quite busy these past few days. However, should you wish to dine, you are welcome to my restaurant, where I spend nearly every day. I shall treat you to a meal. Your restaurant? That sounds wonderful. Lan Qingwei responded, a smile brightening her face as she nodded enthusiastically. Let us make it a plan. Wang Xian nodded in agreement, smiling back. Nearby, Guan Shuqing observed the exchange with a sense of apprehension. He was well aware of Lan Qingwei, the future heiress of the Lan family, whose financial standing was among the top 3 in Jiangcheng City. Her beauty was beyond compare, and her evident support for Wang Xian hinted at a developing connection. Though he fancied his own daughter could rival Lan Qingwei in looks, he recognized the disparity in their family backgrounds. The words he had just spoken weighed heavily on him, igniting a sense of regret and an acute awareness of the potential loss of his daughter's suitor. Guan Shuqing's expression shifted as he pondered how to appease and atone for his earlier remarks. Meanwhile, Guan Shuqing felt a twinge of discomfort watching Wang Xian and Lan Qingwei share laughter and smiles. When their conversation concluded, Wang Xian turned to Guan Shuqing and approached her with a friendly smile, inquiring, Are you all right, Shuqing? I'm fine, she replied, shaking her head. Thank you, Xiao Xian. No need for thanks, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Son-in-law, I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks. It was entirely my fault. I hope you can forgive me. Guan Shuqing interjected, his demeanor suddenly overly solicitous. Wang Xian was taken aback, as was Guan Shuqing, surprised by her father's sudden change in demeanor. Father, what are you doing? Guan Shuqing exclaimed, her face flushing with embarrassment. Guan Shuqing chuckled awkwardly, attempting to deflect his earlier foolishness. I was foolish and timid. Please do not hold it against me. Wang Xian regarded him with bemusement, noting the stark contrast between his current demeanor and their first encounter. Truly, he was adept at shifting with the winds. While Wang Xian chose not to dwell on the matter, recognizing Guan Shuqing as her father, he maintained a respectful distance. Smiling as he replied, It is quite all right. Do not take offense, it's quite all right. You and Shuqing may converse first. I shall accompany her mother to the side for a bite to eat. Do come over to our home for dinner when you have the chance. I will have the aunt prepare something delightful for you. Guan Shuqing sensed Wang Xian's subtle indifference, yet his thick skin prompted him to speak with courtesy. Wang Xian nodded. Very well, uncle. Excellent. Guan Shuqing exhaled deeply, turning to lead the woman away. Xian, my father hopes you will not take offense, Guan Shuqing remarked, casting a bittersweet glance at her father. It is of no matter, Wang Xian replied with a smile, then introduced Guan Shuqing to Lan Qingwei. This is Lan Qingwei, Shuqing. You should be acquainted with her. Hello. Lan Qingwei greeted Guan Shuqing with a smile, extending her hand in salutation. Greetings. Guan Shuqing reciprocated, reaching out. A unique atmosphere enveloped the two. Young attendees at the banquet glanced in their direction, marveling at the beauty of the two young women, and simultaneously envied the young man standing beside them. Your allure is truly remarkable, Wang Xian observed, noticing the attention they garnered, his face alight with joy. Shuqing is exceptionally beautiful, hence the multitude of gazes upon her, Lan Qingwei remarked with a smile. It is the senior who possesses greater charm. I still have much to learn, Guan Shuqing quickly responded. The atmosphere was delicately charged. Haha, both of you are stunning, Wang Xian, oblivious to the romantic undertones, cheerfully complimented. This elicited soft laughter from the two girls as they exchanged glances. Wang Xian, I must greet some acquaintances with my uncle. Do not forget, you owe me a meal, Lan Qingwei said with a smile. Certainly, go ahead, Wang Xian nodded. After a brief conversation with Wang Xian, Wang Xian made his way to Elder Shui and Elder Qin. Elder Qin introduced him to various figures from Jiangcheng, including business people and government officials. Naturally, those who could elicit a bow of apology from Elder Qin dared not show any disrespect, engaging Wang Xian with beaming smiles. By the end of the banquet, Wang Xian had accumulated numerous business cards, and upon exiting the banquet hall, it was already 11 o'clock at night. After bidding farewell to Elder Qin, Elder Shui, Wan Qingwei, and Guan Shuqing, he rode his bike towards the school. Breezing through the cool night air, Wang Xian felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. After today, he had firmly established his presence in Jiangcheng. His next objective was to fortify his strength further. The moonlight shone brightly as Wang Xian navigated his motorcycle towards the school. Trees whizzing past him. The road was nearly deserted, with few pedestrians and even fewer vehicles. Just as Wang Xian made a turn, a shadow hurtled towards him. Screech. He was momentarily taken aback and swiftly applied the brakes, the motorcycle screeching against the pavement. Chapter 63, The Five-Element Stone Plate. Bang! An elderly man, clad in a blood-red garment, suddenly collapsed onto the road before him. Coughing, he raised his head, his pallid face filled with despair as he glanced toward the thicket of trees beside the path. Mo Qinglong, you cannot escape. Hand over the item at once, and I shall leave you with a complete corpse. A furious roar echoed, and Wang Xian soon witnessed 7 or 8 figures approaching with agility. They resembled martial arts masters from a television drama, effortlessly leaping onto branches and landing before him on the road. 8 individuals, adorned in identical black attire and wielding blades, shimmered ominously under the moonlight. A middle-aged man at the center stepped forward, coldly fixing his gaze upon the fallen elder. Qingli, an ancient sect. How dare you shamelessly attempt to plunder the treasures of our ancient demon sect while claiming to be a prestigious lineage? The elder slowly rose, a sinister expression overtaking his features. Your ancient demon sect has committed heinous acts. Dismantling your cult and eradicating the assassins you've raised is a service to the people. Mo Qinglong, you shall not escape today. Relinquish the 5-element stone plate. The middle-aged man glared at the elder with murderous intent, his eyes glinting with greed as they fixated on the elder's chest. To obtain the 5-element stone plate, you must first kill me. Otherwise, you self-righteous scoundrels shall never lay your hands on it. The elder was enveloped in a fierce aura, his body marred with cuts and wounds, the blood rendering his crimson attire even more vivid. Then we shall kill you. The middle-aged man's expression turned frigid, and he commanded the others, kill. We must secure the 5-element stone plate. Kill. The 7 surrounding him nodded and swiftly launched an assault on the elder. One of the middle-aged men suddenly lifted his head, his gaze glinting as it landed on Wang Xian. Today is your unlucky day, he declared, hurling a sharp dagger toward Wang Xian while continuing his advance on the elder, dismissing Wang as though he were already a corpse. For ordinary individuals, this would be an unforeseen calamity. As Wang Xian prepared to flee upon witnessing this scene, he instinctively recoiled as the dagger soared toward him, his pupils constricting. How tyrannical, he thought. I merely happened upon this misfortune. Narrowing his eyes, he extended his arm as the dagger approached. With a sharp clap, he effortlessly grasped the dagger just inches from his face. Meanwhile, the 8 assailants continued their assault on the elder, who soon bore 2 more wounds. The elder possessed at least an 8th-level prowess, matched only by the middle-aged leader, while the others were all 7th-level martial artists. Wang Xian's gaze flickered as he calmly dismounted his motorcycle, his expression stern as he regarded the 8 adversaries. If you had not aimed to kill me, I would have refrained from intervening. However, it seems now is the perfect opportunity to test my own strength. Wang Xian gently clenched his fist, donning a heavy motorcycle helmet. Unperturbed by the potential exposure of his visage, with a swift motion, he transformed the dagger in his grasp into a spherical form and cast it onto the ground. I merely traversed this path, yet you seek to extinguish my life. Very well, let us engage, he declared as he surged forward, targeting the nearest middle-aged man. Seeking death, Qingwen. Qinglai, eliminate him. The middle-aged leader's countenance turned frigid as he witnessed Wang Xian evade the dagger's assault and charge towards them, issuing a loud command. Boy, I did not anticipate you to be a martial artist, but today you shall surely meet your demise. Instantly, the 2 middle-aged men disengaged from their assault on the elder, redirecting their focus towards Wang Xian, intent on countering his advance. Wang Xian's gaze was frigid, no matter his previous composure. The presence of adversaries eager to take his life ignited a fierce bloodlust within him. The 2 men wielded sharp longswords, launching coordinated strikes aimed at his chest and throat. Let us test the strength of my flesh. As the dragon energy surged through him, Wang Xian extended his hands to grasp the two swords. Seeking death, the two men, their eyes filled with scorn, twirled their blades, declaring, "Perish." However, to their astonishment, their swords were seized with ease. A chilling realization struck them as they felt their blades beginning to crack in Wang Xian's grip. Disbelief etched across their faces. Die! Wang Xian surged forward, targeting one of the middle-aged men. Despite lacking formal martial skills and experience, the power and speed of the divine dragon were unparalleled. He tightened his fist, channeling immense force as he struck the man, whose face was a mask of horror, with his sword held defensively across his chest. Crack! The long sword shattered, and the terrifying force collided with the man's chest. Thud! The middle-aged man felt as though his entire torso had exploded, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as he gazed incredulously at Wang Xian. "Oh no, we have encountered a formidable adversary." The other middle-aged man, witnessing the swift demise of Qinglai, displayed a look of terror and shouted frantically, "Weren't you the ones who vowed to kill me?" Wang Xian lifted his gaze, his expression fierce as he fixed his glare on the remaining man, moving with the ferocity of a beast, infused with a primal aura as he launched his assault. Qinglian sword dance. The middle-aged man, confronted by the approaching figure of Wang Xian, now resembling a colossal beast, felt a surge of dread. He brandished his longsword, conjuring an image of a Qinglian before him, imbued with a piercing cold brilliance. Merely superficial, Wang Xian observed the Qinglian sword technique without a hint of trepidation, resolutely striking forward with a punch. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the fabric of his sleeve tore apart. A trace of blood appeared on his arm, yet it swiftly healed under the formidable physique of the dragon god. The middle-aged man let out a blood-curdling scream as Wang Xian's fist struck his chest, causing it to cave in, and he collapsed onto the ground. "This is terrible. Qingwen Qinglai has been slain." The anguished cries of Qingwen Qinglai drew gasps of disbelief from the surrounding middle-aged assailants as they looked on in shock. They had assumed he was merely an ordinary passerby, someone easily silenced to maintain secrecy, never anticipating that he was a powerful martial artist capable of swiftly dispatching two 7th-level warriors. After all, a 7th-level warrior is a formidable force, one capable of establishing an ancient martial family in the secular world. "I merely passed through here, but you sought to take my life. Do not blame me. Let us see today who shall prevail." Wang Xian's gaze fixed upon the remaining 6 individuals, his heart brimming with the fervor of battle. He yearned to discover just how strong he had become. Chapter 64. Dragon Man. Haha, splendid. The besieged elder's eyes gleamed with excitement upon witnessing Wang Xian dispatch the 2 members of the Qinglian ancient sect. He could not contain his laughter as he turned to the middle-aged leader. "You of the Qinglian ancient sect pride yourselves on being an esteemed lineage. Yet you attempt to silence an ordinary person, only to find yourselves facing a formidable adversary. Haha. Brother, thank you for your assistance. If you help me eliminate this sanctimonious group, I shall bestow upon you whatever they seek to seize." The expressions of the 6 middle-aged men shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated encountering such a scenario. Accustomed to arrogance, they had thought nothing of eliminating an ordinary individual. However, they were unprepared for the terror this man embodied. The middle-aged leader gripped his knife tightly, his face a mask of bloodlust as he glared at Wang Xian. "Our Qinglian ancient sect has a long-standing enmity with the ancient demon sect. I hope this brother will refrain from interfering. Rest assured, the Qinglian ancient sect shall reward you handsomely afterward. Kill." Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Wang Xian remained unfazed. He held no affection for the 6 before him and charged towards the nearest middle-aged attacker. "Kill. I, the demon Azure Dragon, shall ensure your demise, even at the cost of my life." The demon Azure Dragon, witnessing Wang Xian's assault, revealed a chilling light in his eyes as dark energy surged around him. Ignoring his injuries, he fought fiercely against the 6 surrounding him. "This is dire." The middle-aged leader's expression darkened, almost dripping with blood as he commanded, "You 6. Restrain the demon Azure Dragon. I will take care of that fellow." "Understood, master." The 5 surrounding him gripped their swords tightly, forming a blade array as they advanced towards the demon Azure Dragon. "As 5 sought to confine me, despite my injuries, you are no match for my might." The demon Azure Dragon's wild black hair billowed as dark energy surged around him. Meanwhile, Wang Xian watched the middle-aged man charging towards him, a grave expression crossing his face. He realized that the man's speed surpassed his own. "An 8th-level warrior. I wonder if my physical form can withstand an 8th-level attack." Wang Xian's countenance bore a grave expression. At present, his prowess allowed him to confront and vanquish a 7th-level martial artist, Yet he harbored uncertainties regarding an 8th-level opponent. Nevertheless, fear eluded him. "Perish, you wretched scoundrel." The middle-aged leader brandished his longsword, a glimmer of cold light aimed directly at Wang Xian. How swift! Wang Xian's expression shifted as he beheld the sword, prompting him to deftly sidestep the impending strike. "Can you evade it?" A glimmer of disdain flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes as he swung his arm. Hiss! The longsword grazed Wang Xian's arm, leaving a gash 3 inches long. The wound was not deep, yet it appeared severe. Indeed, an 8th-level martial artist could inflict harm upon him. Wang Xian's face darkened as he observed the wound on his arm slowly healing, his gaze vigilant upon the middle-aged leader. A foolhardy soul who dares to challenge without an ounce of martial skill. The leader, discerning Wang Xian's ignorance of martial arts, sneered, "Prepare to meet your end." With that, he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, culminating in a multitude of sword shadows converging into a singular, razor-sharp blade aimed at Wang Xian. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xian beheld the lethal sword descending upon him, fully aware that a direct hit would result in grievous injuries. Yet, not a shred of trepidation gripped him. "Let us test the might of the dragon pearl." Slightly parting his lips, a dragon pearl the size of a quail egg, radiating a fiery crimson hue, surged forth from his mouth, hurtling towards the middle-aged adversary with terrifying velocity. "What is this?" The middle-aged leader's expression shifted as he witnessed the fiery orb approaching, prompting him to slash with his longsword. In that instant, Wang Xian's heart stirred. The flying dragon pearl traced an uncanny arc, evading the sword and striking the leader's arm directly. "Ah!" A terrified scream erupted as the leader, in horror, observed the small fireball land upon his arm, rapidly consuming his flesh. In an instant, a gaping hole appeared on his arm, and he was horrified to perceive his chest feeling as though it were being scorched. His eyes widened, disbelief etched across his features. As he fixed his gaze upon Wang Xian, despair flooding his expression. "A killer shall be killed," Wang Xian intoned slowly to the middle-aged leader, as the dragon pearl swept past him. In that moment, the leader's body disintegrated into ashes. No, under the searing heat, not even ashes remained. Wang Xian, his heart stirring, commanded the dragon pearl to glide toward the other 2 corpses. As it passed, they too vanished without a trace. "Alas, the sect leader has been slain." A voice of terror arose nearby, astonished that their leader had met such a fate. Their eyes darted toward Wang Xian, an icy dread settling within them. "Why did we provoke such a formidable being? Huh, you shall all meet the same fate." The demonic azure dragon observed the multiple manifestations of the individuals before him, a swirling darkness enveloping his form as he swept towards the 5 with ferocity. Alas! A chorus of anguished cries resonated through the air as the middle-aged men, engulfed in despair, futilely attempted to defend themselves, ultimately succumbing to the elder's relentless onslaught. Coughing violently, the demonic azure dragon expelled blood, desperately clinging to life. An aura of death emanating from him, signaling his imminent demise. The frantic escape had drained him of all vitality. "Thank you, my brother." The demonic azure dragon mustered his strength to gaze at Wang Xian, a sorrowful smile gracing his lips. Wang Xian turned his attention to the elder, a slight frown knitting his brow. Coughing harshly, the demonic azure dragon spat out another mouthful of blood and slowly retrieved a parcel from his waist, a grim smile adorning his face. "This is what those esteemed sects sought to seize. They have failed to obtain it. Brother, I entrust it to you." With that, the demonic azure dragon seemed to expend the last of his strength, collapsing onto the ground. Wang Xian stood silently before the elder, a surge of emotion compelling him to step forward and lift the elder's frail body. With a sweep of the dragon pearl, the surrounding corpses disintegrated into ash. Glancing at the parcel in his hand, Wang Xian embraced the elder and mounted his motorcycle, steering towards the seashore. Upon reaching the water's edge, Wang Xian plunged into the depths, not transforming into a divine dragon, but swiftly swimming towards a distant isle. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at a desolate island beside the Pearl Maiden. He unceremoniously laid the elder on the ground, observing the faint flicker of life remaining within him, a gentle smile appearing on his face. As a divine dragon, he understood the necessity of possessing a following among the aquatic beings, while also establishing his own dominion in the mortal realm. "Across both sea and land, I shall command respect." Wang Xian's gaze burned with determination as he contemplated the establishment of a human faction. This elder would become his first human warrior, the Dragon Man. Chapter 65, Evolution. The 5 elements divine dragon. The Dragon Man, also known as the Dragon Servant, epitomizes the strength of the divine dragon in the human realm. The power of a dragon man is determined by the purity of their bloodline, which signifies their potential limits and capabilities. Divine dragons seldom cultivate dragon men. It is typically those of lesser purity that evolve into such, or the offspring born from the union of divine dragons and human women. Dragon men possess formidable strength, and with adequate cultivation, can even revert to their ancestral form, transforming from human to dragon, a feat exceedingly rare. The development of dragon men bears resemblance to that of aquatic beings. However, the cultivation pace of dragon men is significantly slower, relying on the refinement of their physical forms. They must methodically traverse the 8 extraordinary meridians to achieve their growth. Divine dragons, in contrast, need only absorb dragon energy to enhance their physical bodies and evolve. Thus, human methods of cultivation prove ineffective for Wang Xian. Observing the elder teetering on the brink of death, he extended his hand, a drop of golden blood materializing within his palm, which he subsequently let fall upon the elder's brow. The elder's head stirred unexpectedly. To survive, do not resist, instead absorb. Wang Xian spoke to the elderly man, observing his defiance. The elder gradually calmed as the blood of the divine dragon penetrated his consciousness. A covenant was forged, binding the elder to serve him as master in the days to come. First, let us tend to your injuries. Upon witnessing the completion of the pact, a smile graced Wang Xian's face as he extended his hand, resting it upon the elder's chest. Waves of rich dragon energy surged into his being. The elder, evidently worn from overexertion, felt his internal organs weakening. Yet, under the nurturing of the dragon energy, his body swiftly absorbed its essence. Concurrently, the golden dragon blood coursed through him, endowing him with the bloodline of the divine dragon. The combination of dragon blood and energy began to manifest as glimmering dragon scales upon the elder's form, rendering him an imposing figure. Transforming into a dragon man would enhance his defenses and vitality too, or threefold, granting him the capability to morph his arms into dragon claws and sprout a dragon tail for combat. Wang Xian contemplated, sensing the flow of internal power within the elder. A sudden thought struck him. To transcend the extraordinary meridians, one must elevate step by step. What if he were to assist someone in unlocking their extraordinary meridians using dragon energy? Would that not accelerate their cultivation without hindrance? Hesitantly, he directed his dragon energy toward the elder's extraordinary meridians. Currently, only the Ren and Du meridians remained unopened, once unsealed. The elder would ascend to the rank of innate master, a force to be reckoned with. As Wang Xian sensed the elder's Ren and Du meridians, surges of dragon energy clashed within. 2 faint sounds echoed from the elder's body as his internal power surged wildly. Success! A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Wang Xian's eyes. Having expended over 100 units of dragon energy, he had indeed opened the elder's Ren and Du meridians. The ability to unlock the meridians of another signified that he could swiftly cultivate a formidable cadre of subordinates. Just then, the elder, who had been lying on the ground, abruptly sat upright. His expression fluctuated dramatically as he absorbed the newfound awareness within his mind, his eyes widening in disbelief. Slowly, he raised his head to gaze at Wang Xian, his body trembling slightly. Dragon King. He bowed deeply. Thank you for granting me rebirth, Dragon King. Henceforth, your servant, Mo Qinglong, shall fight valiantly for you. Mo Qinglong was filled with astonishment and exhilaration, unable to fathom the revelation that he had become a dragon man, blessed with eternal life by the legendary Dragon King before him. Rise, Wang Xian commanded, observing the reverent Mo Qinglong with satisfaction. Yes, Dragon King, Mo Qinglong responded, standing respectfully at Wang Xian's side. You are my first dragon man subordinate. In time, you shall lead a powerful legion of dragon men. Now, seek out a group of individuals who are utterly loyal, and I shall transform them into dragon men. Wang Xian instructed Mo Qinglong. Leave it to me, Dragon King. The dark blue dragon hastily replied, I was once an elder of the ancient demon sect. Due to an unexpected acquisition of the precious 5-element stone plate, our sect faced utter destruction, with all disciples exterminated. However, a group of assassins in training managed to conceal themselves and evade this calamity. Yet, their prowess is rather feeble. They are merely ordinary individuals. Is that so? A glimmer of intensity flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. Weakness and strength is not an issue. Summon them all. As you command. Dragon King. The dark blue dragon nodded in acquiescence. Is this the 5-element stone plate you spoke of? What purpose does it serve? Wang Xian picked up the package lying on the ground and opened it. Indeed. The dark blue dragon nodded, his eyes fervently fixed on the package. The 5-element stone plate is an extraordinarily mystical treasure, and to this day, we have yet to fully comprehend its capabilities. We have only discovered that carrying the 5-element stone plate can quintuple one's training speed and heal injuries. It is formidable. Is that so? Wang Xian unveiled the true visage of the 5-element stone plate from the package. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the gleaming stone plate, an amalgamation of gold, azure, white, red, and yellow, radiating a resplendent glow. Source stone of the 5 elements, the origin of the 5 elements. Wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates gold, gold generates water, and water generates wood. Dragon chi can be extracted, energy too potent for extraction. The source stone of the 5 elements is, astonishingly, a source stone. Wang Xian felt a surge of excitement, his body trembling slightly. The so-called source stone represents the essence, and this essence signifies a form of ultimate potential. For instance, if Wang Xian were to cultivate the fire attribute, upon reaching the 9th transformation of the divine dragon's 9 transformations, his body would transmute into the essence of fire, allowing him to manipulate all flames at will. The essence of fire, in this case, is represented by the red portion of the source stone before him. Similarly, the cultivation of water and metal attributes follows suit. According to the cultivation techniques within the divine dragon transformations, a dragon must select an attribute upon reaching the 1st transformation and cultivate accordingly. However, there exists a legendary attribute known as the 5 elements attribute, recognized as the most potent attribute, wherein the 5 elements mutually generate and restrain one another. To cultivate the 5 elements attribute, mere cultivation techniques are insufficient. One must also possess a treasure to assist, specifically the energy of the source attribute, and that which is a fusion of the primordial 5 elements source attributes, a type of energy nearly non-existent in the universe. Wang Xian gazed fervently at the source stone of the 5 elements, the 5 colors swirling and emanating a heart-stirring power. Integrating the source stone into his being for 5 elements cultivation, upon reaching the 1st transformation, he would officially become a legendary 5 elements divine dragon. Quietly, a message was sent at dawn. Chapter 66, Evolution. 5 elements divine dragon. The source stone of the 5 elements cannot be consumed, as its energy is beyond his capacity to absorb. Grasping the source stone, Wang Xian leaped into the water. With a roar, the sound of a dragon's cry resonated as Wang Xian coiled at the ocean's depths, his claws gripping the source stone. Evolution. 5 elements divine dragon. Wang Xian exclaimed, as the source stone radiated its 5-colored brilliance, slowly integrating into his body. In an instant, his body radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, and he was no longer the golden hue he once was. Evolution. The 5 elements divine dragon. A voice in the language of dragons erupted within Wang Xian's mind, as his dragon form emitted a series of crackling sounds. His physique rapidly expanded, growing from 3 meters to 5 meters, and the colors of his body underwent a profound transformation. His head shimmered in blue, reminiscent of water, while a pair of golden dragon claws and horns adorned him. His body exhibited an earthy yellow, interspersed with shades of green. The fiery red tail completed the spectacle, as his entire being manifested the quintessence of wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Wang Xian sensed that his dragon claws had become entirely metallic, capable of severing gold and shattering stone. His head could manipulate water currents, and his body was imbued with immense weight and formidable regenerative power. As for his tail, it brimmed with ferocious strength. The 5 colors, though distinct, were interconnected, embodying the principles of mutual generation and restraint. With an uncontrollable roar, Wang Xian let out a dragon's cry that reverberated for miles around. All aquatic creatures within this radius turned in terror toward his location, some trembling and bowing at the sea floor in reverence. How powerful! He felt an overwhelming force of destruction coursing through him. With a single glance, he could perceive every creature within a kilometer, and with a mere thought, he could dominate the aquatic life within 1,000 meters. The terror was unfathomable. Name, Wang Xian race, 5 elements divine dragon, can transform into human, level 6 dragon chi, 5634211000 divine ability. Dominion over aquatic creatures, control over creatures of lower level, devour creatures, extract dragon chi from consumed beings, mastery of the 5 elements technique. Transformation of the divine dragon. His level had risen by 3 tiers, now reaching 6, and he had acquired an additional divine ability, mastery of the 5 elements. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he felt an unprecedented surge of power. Standing at 5 meters, he was already a formidable presence in the sea, capable of effortlessly vanquishing any shark and even entire pods of orcus. Mastery of the 5 elements. With a mere thought, Wang Xian slightly opened his dragon claws, summoning a sharp metallic longsword into his grasp. He parted his jaws, conjuring a water sphere within his mouth. As he swayed his tail, it emanated a fervent heat, matching the potency of a dragon pearl. He felt invincible. Even innate experts would stand no chance against him. Filled with confidence, Wang Xian envisioned a future in which he would become a sovereign of his realm. At that moment, the clam girl, who had been lingering nearby, approached him, revealing her humanoid form as she opened her shell. "Haha, I am in high spirits today, and I bestow upon you some dragon chi." Wang Xian smiled at the clam girl, his golden claws waving as a surge of dragon chi flowed directly into her being. "Thank you, Dragon King." The clam maiden's form shimmered as she rapidly absorbed the dragon's aura, her shape increasingly approaching that of a human. The shell on her back radiated a lustrous glow, and her level had ascended to 7. "Ayo girl, have you captured any top-tier seafood in the past few days?" Wang Xian inquired of her. "Dragon King, I have discovered some of the abalone you mentioned around this island," Ayo girl replied, gesturing with the flow of water to indicate a specific location. "Oh, abalone." A hint of surprise crossed Wang Xian's face. "Take me to see." "Of course, Dragon King." Ayo girl nodded and swiftly led the way. Wang Xian, with a gentle flick of his tail, moved with terrifying speed through the ocean. Few creatures could rival his swiftness. The 5-meter-long 5 elements divine dragon had begun to exude an air of authority. Beneath the island lay scattered rocks, and the clam maiden guided him to another side of the isle. There, the rocks were adorned with verdant seaweed. "Dragon King there, the abalone you mentioned." Ayo girl pointed to an abalone nestled within a crevice of the rocks, and with a wave of her control over the water, she swiftly brought it forth. "This is a 2-headed abalone," Wang Xian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. A 2-headed abalone, in simple terms, is equivalent to 2 abalones weighing 1 gene. It is a remarkably precious creature, with a single one valued at no less than 4 to 500,000. A 2-headed abalone is priceless. Such a delicacy is not something ordinary wealthy individuals can afford. Wang Xian's face lit up with joy, and he turned eagerly to Ayo girl. "Are there more of these abalones?" "Yes." She nodded and swam aside, manipulating the water to bring forth an even larger abalone. Wang Xian gazed at the creature before him, nearly at a loss for words. It was at least the size of 2 palms, with a hefty shell and earthy yellow flesh. A single abalone was worth $1 million. His heart raced with excitement as he extended his claws and grasped it in his hand. Abalone is the finest delicacy. This single abalone could fetch over 2 million. It is enough for merely 2 people. Who can afford a meal costing over 2 million? "Ayo girl, quickly gather all the abalones around." Wang Xian commanded loudly. Ayo girl nodded and, with a swift motion, began to collect abalones from the various rocks. In no time, 2 or 3 dozen abalones surrounded her, all under her control. Among them were several 2-headed abalones, alongside others that were 3-headed or even 4-headed. "Dragon King, this is a portion of the abalones." In less than 10 minutes, Ayo girl was encircled by a dense cluster of abalones, approximately 100 in total. "Enough. This will suffice." A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Wang Xian's eyes as he beheld the bountiful abalone before him, each single abalone equivalent to 5 lesser ones. With 15 double-headed abalones and the remainder comprising 3- and 4-headed varieties. Should these exquisite delicacies be showcased in a restaurant, they would undoubtedly incite a sensation. Such premium ingredients, particularly the single and double-headed abalones, are virtually unattainable within the country. Having read a report about double-headed abalone being dried and preserved as a treasured heirloom, one can only imagine the immense value of these treasures, let alone the single-headed variety. Lobsters and abalones, coupled with the addition of yellow-lip fish and bluefin tuna, would render the finest ingredients of Epine Pavilion unmatched by any establishment. Chapter 67. Establishing long men in the ocean, Wang Xian gracefully swayed his formidable form, propelling himself effortlessly through the water towards the location of the ocean. Roar. In the chaotic realm of rocky formations, a dragon's roar reverberated, causing all aquatic creatures within the vicinity to tremble in fear. Soon enough, a 2-meter-long Xian, armed with a pair of large pincers, swiftly approached. Bowing before him, "I pay my respects to the Dragon King." Wang Xian observed the 4th-tier Xian, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I have come to enhance your strength. Devote yourself to your training." "Thank you, Dragon King." The not particularly astute Xian expressed in gratitude. With a wave of his arm, Wang Xian infused a surge of dragon energy directly into the Xian's being. Crack, crack, crack. The Yaoxian's body emitted a sound akin to sizzling stir-fry, and while his overall size remained unchanged, his pincers and several legs grew significantly robust. The two massive pincers measured an impressive 1.5 meters, razor-sharp, while his legs swelled to the dimensions comparable to human limbs. Gradually, the Yaoxian rose to its full height of 2 meters, standing on 8 stout legs, 2 of which supported its form, while the others appeared extraordinarily powerful. The imposing pincers at its head exuded an air of fierce majesty. This was the true Yaoxian general. Wang Xian bestowed upon the lobster 100,000 units of dragon energy, elevating its tier to the 6th level. A 6th-tier Yaoxian, if equated to human martial artists, would easily surpass even those of the 7th tier. This formidable guardian of the lobster territory was more than sufficient, and a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Wang Xian's gaze. "Thank you, Dragon King." The Yaoxian knelt once more in gratitude. "Devote yourself to your training," Wang Xian instructed, and with a swift motion, he set off towards the island where the demon blue dragon awaited. Splash! As Wang Xian emerged from the water, the demon blue dragon promptly approached with utmost reverence. "Dragon King." Wang Xian nodded, inquiring, "When will your subordinates arrive?" "Dragon King, they will arrive shortly." The demon blue dragon replied respectfully. "Shortly?" Wang Xian looked at the demon blue dragon in astonishment. "So soon?" "Dragon King, they are currently undergoing militarized training. I just made a call. They are not far from Jiangcheng and are already en route. I believe they will arrive soon." The demon blue dragon elaborated. "Oh." Wang Xian nodded, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he turned to gaze towards the shore, spotting a vessel approaching. "Have they arrived?" The demon azure dragon cast a glance and slowly nodded. "Indeed," he replied. "Where did their vessel originate?" Wang Xian inquired with curiosity. As an elite assassin, acquiring a ship is quite effortless for the Dragon King, the demon azure dragon remarked. "Very well." A look of satisfaction graced Wang Xian's face as he patiently awaited the arrival of the vessel. "All of you come here." Upon the ship's arrival at the shore, the demon azure dragon commanded. "Master." A voice filled with surprise rang out, followed by a middle-aged man accompanied by a group of young individuals rushing forward. "Come forth." The demon azure dragon intoned solemnly. "Yes." The group approached. Wang Xian surveyed the scene, noting approximately 50 robust young men standing in perfect silence, exuding an air of lethal intent. This group, though not exceptionally strong, belonged to a minor assassin faction of the ancient demon sect and had not been trained in ancient martial arts. Given their age, their meridians were already fixed, making further cultivation exceedingly difficult. Only the middle-aged leader possessed a level 6 martial prowess. "This is the Dragon King, who will be your sovereign in the days to come," the demon azure dragon declared to the 50 individuals. The middle-aged man displayed a look of shock and disbelief as he turned to his master. "I shall guide you to another realm." Wang Xian gradually stepped into the center, his draconic might enveloping all present. Boom! As Wang Xian's draconic might spread, it felt as though the entire world underwent a profound transformation, an overwhelming pressure weighing upon every heart. "Dragon King." The trained assassins were filled with awe and promptly knelt, the middle-aged leader hastily following suit. "None of you shall resist." With a subtle motion of his palm, 50 droplets of dragon blood materialized in Wang Xian's hand. He swept his arm, the dragon blood landing upon each person's forehead. All present were astonished by this display of power, too stunned to offer any resistance. "Next, I shall open your extraordinary meridians. During this time, cultivate diligently, striving to reach the innate realm and become an invincible force," Wang Xian declared, his arm gesturing as an abundance of dragon energy surged into their bodies. He closed his eyes, beginning to unlock each meridian. The opening of the meridians would not instantly elevate them to innate masters. They would still need to absorb spiritual energy. However, once the meridians were unblocked, their absorption rate would increase 100-fold. Roar! Following the unblocking of their meridians, a faint dragon roar resonated from all, their garments torn to shreds by the immense power unleashed, revealing glimmers of dragon scales adorning their bodies. "Thank you, Dragon King." After absorbing the dragon blood, they were filled with exhilaration, tightly clenching their fists as they knelt, their voices echoing through the skies. "In the future, you shall serve as the earthly guardians of the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Gate. Henceforth, the entire Dragon Gate will be under the command of the Demon Azure Dragon." Wang Xian commanded them. "Yes, Dragon King." The magic Azure Dragon knelt excitedly before him. "Let us establish a foundation for everyone to cultivate." Wang Xian nodded slowly and spoke. "Dragon King, why don't we transform this place into the Dragon Gate's base?" The magic Azure Dragon suggested as he rose. Here, Wang Xian surveyed the surroundings. The island spanned approximately 3,000 meters in diameter, ample space, yet it appeared desolate. Transforming this place into the Dragon Gate will require considerable funds. Wang Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Dragon King, we possess some resources sufficient to establish the base here, the magic azure dragon replied, his face alight with excitement. Moreover, my strength will soon reach the innate realm, at which point we can apply for this island to become our Dragon Gate residence. Excellent. A glimmer of determination flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. I entrust the Dragon Gate to you. I hope to see everyone become innate experts in the shortest time possible. Within 100 days, all shall achieve the innate realm. The magic azure dragon vowed. With the Dragon King's bloodline, we can strive for even more formidable levels. In the future, I, the magic azure dragon of the Dragon Gate, will eliminate all obstacles for the Dragon King. Wherever the Dragon Gate goes, multitudes shall pay homage. The assembled dragon folk shouted fervently from behind. Wang Xian cast his gaze over them all and roared, roar. This roar signified the official arrival of me. The five elements divine dragon Wang Xian, destined to shake the heavens with my dragon cry. Chapter 68. Is it a dragon? Is it an insect? In the early morning, a figure soared from the sea, resembling an immortal as it approached. Admittedly, to say it was flying might be an exaggeration. Rather, Wang Xian leapt effortlessly several meters into the air. Having elevated to level 6 and fused with the 5 elements source stones, embodying the quintessence of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, Wang Xian's strength had grown 100-fold. With a flick of his finger, a flame ignited in his palm. With another motion, a metallic dagger materialized, followed by a fireball, a clump of earth, and a piece of wood. Intriguingly, Wang Xian discovered he could summon a vibrant flower to bloom in his hand at will. This exemplifies the formidable power of the 5 elements and the terrifying essence of the 5 elements divine dragon. With a beaming smile, Wang Xian reined in his aura and approached his motorcycle, setting off toward the Yiping Pavilion. Upon arriving at the Yiping Pavilion, it was already 9:30. Guan Shuqing had arrived. Xiao Xian, have you eaten? Guan Shuqing sweetly inquired, her eyes brimming with affection as she gazed at him. Despite her father's actions after the banquet causing her distress, everything felt secure with Wang Xian by her side. Now, the Qin family was aiding the Guan family, which would rise again, stronger than ever. Her parents were thrilled, urging her to become Wang Xian's girlfriend and seize the opportunity. While this left her speechless, there was also a hint of joy in her heart, for her parents did not oppose her relationship with Wang Xian. No, have you eaten? Shall we go out for a meal together? Wang Xian inquired with a smile. I've already dined. You may go by yourself, Guan Shuqing replied with a gentle smile. Wang Xian nodded and proceeded outside. The ancient street was bustling with activity. Even on a summer morning, the throngs of pedestrians were plentiful. Wang Xian glanced around and made his way towards a nearby breakfast shop. Longxiangu is set to open in 5 days. Please take a look. A girl holding flyers approached him and handed one over. Longxiangu? Wang Xian's interest peaked as he accepted the flyer and perused its contents. Longxiangu would be inaugurating its doors in 5 days, with the opening day featuring a 50% discount across the board, followed by 60% on the second day, 70% on the third, 80% on the fourth, and finally 90% on the 5th day. The establishment would specialize in a variety of seafood, boasting a wider selection than Yiping Go, including exquisite seafood delicacies such as abalone, bluefin tuna sashimi, delectable caviar, and Australian lobsters. Patrons were invited to savor the gourmet offerings 5 days hence, with special gifts awaiting them. Wang Xian scrutinized the advertisement in his hand and then lifted his gaze towards Longxiangu, which had been fully renovated. From the outside, it appeared no less impressive than Yiping Go, perhaps even more so due to its fresh decor. Opening in 5 days with a 50% discount? They even boldly claimed to have a greater seafood variety than Yiping Go. Wang Xian's eyes glimmered with a subtle cold smirk. Ah, isn't that our general manager Wang? What brings you here? Spying for information? At that moment, a mocking voice broke through the air beside him. Turning, Wang Xian saw a young man accompanied by 3 others. A smirk adorning the young man's lips as he regarded Wang Xian, who returned his gaze with a hint of disdain. Spying for information? Hardly. Yiping Go has never feared anyone. Haha, how confident you are, General Manager Wang. The young man chuckled, a serious expression settling upon his face. But I wonder how composed you'll remain when your restaurant meets its demise. Demise? How intriguing. Let us wait and see who falls. Wang Xian replied with a smile. Then we shall wait. I will ensure you understand the prowess of Longxiangu, the young man retorted coldly. If it were to close down, I would be inclined to acquire it at a bargain. Arrogant. Wang Xian remarked coolly. You think you can compete with my brother? You are far from it. We are well acquainted with your capabilities. Come the day, you shall suffer greatly, one of the young man's companions said, looking down at Wang Xian with a slight tilt of his head. My capabilities? It seems you have conducted your research, Wang Xian replied, his expression slightly more serious. Hee. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. You are merely a fortunate lad. After this encounter, you shall find yourself utterly defeated, the young man declared coldly. Very well, Wang Xian chuckled darkly. I shall be most eager to discover who the truly defeated one will be. Humph. The young man let out a cold snort as he strode outside. Brother, let us teach this brat a lesson, so he understands the consequences of opposing our Longshan pavilion, he said to the youth beside him. In 5 days, he will surely weep. Opening a branch of Longshan Pavilion in this city is not merely a tiger suppressing a local snake, but rather a dragon crossing the river. To me, the opponent is but a mere insect. A confident expression crossed the young man's face. In his eyes, the adversary was nothing more than a worm. Haha, indeed, brother. In 5 days, whether it is a dragon or a worm will be revealed, the youth exclaimed with excitement. Longshan Pavilion. Wang Xian watched them depart, his gaze once again landing on Longshan Pavilion, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do you dare to call yourselves Longshan Pavilion? Do you dare to call yourselves dragons? 5 days from now, Wang Xian chuckled softly, then tossed the advertisement into the trash. President Wang. After finishing breakfast, as he entered Yiping Pavilion, Manager Huang approached him with a somewhat anxious expression, clutching a flyer in his hand. What is it? Wang Xian inquired, observing his distress. President Wang. The nearby Longshan Pavilion has begun extensive promotions today, flyers, media coverage, they are making a significant push, Manager Huang said, a hint of urgency in his voice as he handed over the flyer. This is a copy of the flyer I obtained. I am aware of this matter, Wang Xian said with a smile, shaking his head. President Wang, you know? Manager Huang was taken aback, then quickly added, we need to prepare our countermeasures. Longshan Pavilion is a restaurant from the neighboring famous city, and they possess formidable strength. Moreover, their owner is part of a deep-sea fishing company group, boasting numerous top-tier ingredients. Just look at their advertised menu. Rest assured, I have my methods to respond. For now, Yiping Pavilion will continue its normal operations. One Longshan Pavilion, and I will swiftly bring it to a close. Wang Xian said nonchalantly. President Wang, do you have confidence? Manager Huang asked, a note of apprehension in his voice. Just attend to your duties, Wang Xian replied with a mysterious smile. He had not yet procured the lobsters from the treacherous reefs or the abalone from beneath the islands. For the time was not yet ripe. With 5 days remaining, he had ample time to make his preparations. Chapter 69. Yiping Pavilion versus Longshan Pavilion as the days passed. Only 10 days remained until the start of school, and just 1 day until the opening of Longshan Pavilion. President Wang, everything you instructed to prepare is ready. In the morning, Manager Huang, seeing Wang Xian arrive, could not contain his anxiety and asked, President Wang, in these past few days, the promotions from Longshan Pavilion have made it known to the people of Jiangcheng that they are about to open. Given the market response, it seems many will flock there on opening day. How shall we respond? As long as we are prepared, that is sufficient. Wang Xian did not answer directly, his face adorned with a smile as he gazed at the entrance of Yiping Pavilion. In the past few days, Wang Xian had instructed Manager Huang to prepare several exhibition stands, akin to those found in the marketplace. However, his exhibition booth belonged to the high-end category, exuding exquisite craftsmanship, complete with a chilling effect. There were a total of 4 booths, positioned on either side of the entrance, while at the center stood a massive aquarium, devoid of any ornamental fish. Well, Mr. Wang, as you can see, all the equipment is imported. It neither detracts from the aesthetic nor hinders passage. Manager Huang remarked with a furrowed brow. Shu Qing, have we finalized our promotional plan? Wang Xian inquired with a smile. It is all set and ready for dissemination. Guan Shu Qing responded cheerfully from the side. Good, I shall arrange for the items to be moved over this afternoon. Wang Xian nodded affirmatively. Xiao Xian, do you truly have confidence in surpassing Longshan Go? Guan Shu Qing asked, her concern evident. Not a problem at all, Wang Xian assured with a nod. Seeing Wang Xian's air of mystery, Guan Shu Qing and Manager Huang chose not to press further, patiently awaiting developments. Meanwhile, not far away, Longshan Go had already adorned itself with bright red lanterns, showcasing a splendid fade. This time, Longshan Go had expended over $1 million in promotional efforts within just 5 days, yielding remarkably evident results. Even during the day, several passers-by had come to inquire. At 3 in the afternoon, an elderly man accompanied by 5 or 6 young men entered. The elder was robust, while the youths exuded an aura of ferocity. They carried various items in their hands, Our business hours commence at 5 in the afternoon, Wang Xian interjected, noticing Mo Qinglong approaching with his entourage, interrupting the receptionist. Wang. Mo Qinglong turned to Wang Xian and promptly approached, respectfully addressing him. This title was given by Wang Xian to avoid the ostentation of calling him Dragon King directly, while Wang served as an endearing abbreviation. You've brought everything, I presume? Wang Xian stood up and asked. Beside him, Guan Shuqing, manager Huang, and all the chefs in the kitchen stood up, intrigued. It is all prepared. Mo Qinglong gestured to the 6 young men behind him. Place it in this exhibition booth. Wang Xian instructed them. Yes, Wang. The young men nodded in unison. 2 of the youths lifted a large foam box, filled with ice, and upon opening it, revealed a fish. It was a specimen approximately 3 meters in length, robust and streamlined, shimmering with a silvery glow. A bluefin tuna. It truly is a bluefin tuna, gasped the onlookers. Good heavens, it is a whole bluefin tuna, weighing at least 400 to 500 pounds. What a magnificent bluefin tuna, worth no less than 3 million. A collective gasp of astonishment erupted among the chefs standing nearby as they gathered around, their faces filled with disbelief. This is indeed one of the world's premier fish. The bluefin tuna. As they gasped in astonishment, the foam box opposite them swung open, revealing a fish of a striking yellow hue, measuring approximately 1 meter in length and weighing around 100 pounds. It was the esteemed yellow lip emperor. Beside it lay its roe, a magnificent sight indeed. To their shock, yet another yellow lip emperor emerged, inciting further gasps from the surrounding chefs. The yellow lip emperor. This is truly remarkable, exclaimed manager Huang, wide-eyed and astounded. With an entire bluefin tuna and a whole yellow lip emperor, we need not fear the Longshan Pavilion. Guan Shuqing slightly parted her lips, her astonishment evident as she beheld these luxurious fish. Such opulence was beyond her previous experiences. What colossal abalones! My goodness, they are enormous. As the crowd fixated on the bluefin tuna and yellow lip emperor, a series of abalones were unveiled. Among them, a few, the size of 2 palms, elicited gasps of disbelief. The chef, eyes widened in wonder, pointed at the abalones brought forth. This is an abalone. Incredible, absolutely astounding. Wang Xian chuckled at their reactions. Let us place the ornamental fish in the aquarium first. Yes, sir, responded a young man from Longren, nodding as he opened a foam box to carefully place the preserved arowanas inside. There were 9 in total, each measuring 70 to 80 centimeters in length. The precious blood-red arowana, the noble golden arowana, the imposing silver arowana, the elegant yellow arowana, and the resplendent blue arowana, all exuded an air of subtle majesty. These exquisite arowanas were undoubtedly top-tier specimens. Manager Huang stared in disbelief at these arowanas. While he didn't possess extensive knowledge about them, he recalled that the former owner had once borrowed a few, each reportedly valued at over $1 million. Yet, he was certain that those did not compare to these remarkable creatures. The 9 arowanas swayed gracefully within the vast aquarium, exuding power and allure, leaving onlookers mesmerized. Were these arowanas not worth millions? Manager Huang felt slightly dazed. Ultimately, approximately 100 lobsters were presented, providing some relief to the astonished crowd. Thankfully, the last 100 lobsters were merely valued at several hundred thousand and could not compete with the other extraordinary catches. 1 bluefin tuna, 1 yellow lip emperor, 2 twin abalones, 10 double-headed abalones, and let us place the wild large yellow croaker I brought the other day on the display, Wang Xian remarked nonchalantly, addressing a chef. Yes, sir. I'll fetch it right away. The chef replied eagerly as he hurried towards the kitchen. Soon, 10 wild large yellow croakers were ready for display. The yellowfin tuna and the bluefin tuna are positioned on either side, with the abalone nestled beside the yellowfin tuna, and the wild large yellow croaker adjacent to the bluefin tuna. At the center lies the precious dragon fish, valued at millions. Manager Huang and a group of chefs gaze in astonishment, their shock lingering. If one were to enter the establishment at this moment, it would feel akin to stepping into a museum, a veritable gathering of the world's finest seafood. Truly spectacular. Chapter 70. The Dragon Pavilion of Epine Pavilion. Come, let us toast. Today, let us indulge in fine dining and exquisite drinks. Tomorrow, the Dragon Pavilion shall officially commence operations, heralding a new chapter in Jiangcheng's culinary history. In the future, whenever Jiangcheng restaurants are mentioned, our Dragon Pavilion will undoubtedly be included, while Epine Pavilion will soon fade into obscurity. Indeed, General Manager Xia, with your influence and our recent promotional efforts, Epine Pavilion poses no threat to us. They shall soon be relegated to history. As evening descended upon a luxurious hotel, General Manager Xia, proprietor of the Dragon Pavilion, gathered all employees for a celebratory banquet. With the opening of the Dragon Pavilion imminent, this gathering could also be deemed a victory feast, celebrating the anticipated success and the rising fame of the Dragon Pavilion in Jiangcheng. Naturally, with the ingredients we have prepared, we shall astonish the entirety of Jiangcheng. I have never regarded Epine Pavilion as a competitor. The young general manager Xia wore an expression of arrogant disdain. In recent days, Epine Pavilion had not engaged in any promotional activities. Did they naively believe that their past reputation would suffice to rival us? Such naivete is laughable. A jovial, portly middle-aged man, resembling a chef, chimed in, Epine Pavilion's arrogance will come at a cost. I assure you, I will make that young man regret his presumptuousness. Thoughts of the arrogant Wang Xian crossed General Manager Xia's mind, casting a shadow upon his countenance. Come, let us raise our glasses to the success of the Dragon Pavilion, he declared, standing to address everyone present. Cheers. Tomorrow, the Dragon Pavilion will undoubtedly achieve resounding success. As the celebratory banquet unfolded at the Dragon Pavilion, they remained oblivious to the tremors being stirred at Epine Pavilion. Welcome. On that same evening at Epine Pavilion, a group of 5 entered the establishment. Oh, have you remodeled the entrance of Epine Pavilion? A long-time customer exclaimed upon noticing the changes, his face reflecting curiosity as he addressed the welcoming staff. Yes, sir, the host replied with a smile. However, the changes are rather minimal. You've merely added a few items, the middle-aged patron observed, shaking his head slightly. This one tea suffice. The Dragon Pavilion is opening tomorrow, offering a 50% discount, and their seafood selection far exceeds yours. I've heard you've changed owners. If you're not careful, you might lose business to the Dragon Pavilion. Sir, we will also be offering a 50% discount tomorrow, the host replied cheerfully. Merely having a promotion is not enough. Do you realize how much seafood they have? At Wang Xian Pavilion, one can indulge in delectable bluefin tuna sashimi, precious sea cucumbers, and a plethora of deep-sea fish. It is rumored that Australian lobsters and king crabs are available without limit. A middle-aged man shook his head and continued speaking to those beside him. Tomorrow, we shall visit Wang Xian Pavilion to sample their offerings. Their recent promotion has been quite remarkable. He noted that the advertising for Wang Xian Pavilion had indeed surpassed that of Epine Pavilion, boasting an impressive variety of exquisite seafood. The middle-aged man beside him nodded in agreement with a smile. A nearby hostess, overhearing their conversation, displayed a faint smile. Sir, in comparison to Wang Xian Pavilion, we still have a considerable distance to cover. However, with our new ownership, we are bound to experience significant improvements. Please, do step inside and take a look. Very well. Let us have a look, the middle-aged man replied, shaking his head with a smile. Yet, I still believe you are inferior to Wang Xian Pavilion. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed a display nearby, featuring large yellow croakers, 10 fish weighing around 3 to 4 pounds each, their hues indicating they were indeed wild. He paused in astonishment, exclaiming, wild yellow croakers, 10 of them. I cannot believe you have managed to procure such a bounty. Sir, feel free to examine our 4 displays of premium seafood, all available for purchase. You may select, and we will prepare it for you on the spot. A beautiful attendant at the display addressed them. These 10 wild yellow croakers are truly precious. I never imagined Epine Pavilion could acquire such a catch. Yet again, he only spoke half the thought, for upon closer inspection, he spotted a bluefin tuna beside the yellow croakers. The tuna was an impressive 3 meters in length, and his eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, Epine Pavilion has indeed pulled out all the stops. This bluefin tuna is certainly on par with anything Wang Xian Pavilion offers. The attendant smiled, but said nothing. Old Lu, look at this. Goodness, a whole yellow-lip fish. I've never seen one before. This single fish is worth millions. The fish maw is the most precious kind. Just the maw alone must be worth hundreds of thousands. He continued, do not merely focus on the yellow-lip fish. Behold this abalone. I have never encountered such a colossal specimen. 1 abalone or 2, and there are 10 double-headed abalones. When did we come to possess so many abalones valued at $1 million each and priceless double-headed abalones? This is madness. 2 single abalones. 10 double-headed abalones. These must be worth close to 10 million. And with the bluefin tuna, yellow-lip fish, and wild yellow croakers, the total value approaches 20 million. Epine Pavilion is simply extraordinary. It must be ascendant. Ah, Mr. Lu, welcome, welcome. At that moment, Manager Huang emerged from the office and approached them with a smile. Manager Huang, are these bluefin tuna, yellow-lip fish, and abalones for sale? The middle-aged man asked, somewhat incredulous. Of course, Mr. Lu. If you wish to indulge, you may select. And our chefs will prepare it for you immediately. It will undoubtedly be a culinary experience of the highest order. Manager Huang smiled and remarked, moreover, we will be celebrating our store's anniversary tomorrow with a 50% discount across the board, including these items. This means that if anyone wishes to indulge in a whole abalone tomorrow, it will only cost 1.2 million, saving half the expense. The 5 middle-aged men stood in astonishment, thinking, goodness, a whole abalone at half price for 1.2 million? This is utterly ridiculous. Gulping. One of the gentlemen gazed at the exquisite seafood surrounding him and could not suppress a swallow. Manager Huang, it seems you at Yipin Pavilion are ready to challenge Longshan Pavilion. Challenge. Manager Huang chuckled lightly, inquiring with a hint of nonchalance, Mr. Liu, how do you perceive Yipin Pavilion in comparison to Longshan Pavilion? Manager Huang, your new owner is truly impressive, managing to procure such world-class ingredients. The middle-aged man continued with a grin. You are not merely competing with Longshan Pavilion. You are practically rubbing their faces in the ground. Incredible. That evening, not only Mr. Liu and his companions, but nearly 100 patrons dining at Yipin Pavilion were awestruck by the opulent display of the finest seafood. Each customer entering was left speechless at the sight of such extraordinary delicacies, previously only witnessed on television. They had thought the recent promotions from Longshan Pavilion were remarkable, but now they appeared trivial in comparison. Under Wang Xian's directive, information regarding Yipin Pavilion's anniversary celebration was dispatched to past customers' mobile phones, limited to a single 50% discount notification. However, that night, a series of images began circulating among the social circles in Jiangcheng, inciting shock. What constitutes the world's finest seafood? Australian lobsters, king crabs? Let me tell you, those are mere trifles. Behold what truly represents the pinnacle of seafood. Accompanying a few images of a whole abalone, bluefin tuna, and yellow-lip fish were words that expressed awe. Extraordinary. This is the most impressive restaurant I have ever encountered. Yipin Pavilion is simply out of this world. A whole abalone, bluefin tuna, yellow-lip fish, oh my, and all at half price. Photos and messages spread rapidly through social media, spawning various humorous anecdotes. Any wealthy soul willing to treat me to a feast at Yipin Pavilion, and I shall marry him. Or if you are a true friend, join me for a grand meal at Yipin Pavilion. I'll take you. You bring the funds. What would it cost to feast unabashedly at Yipin Pavilion? Perhaps the sale of your house. I sat in a private room at Yipin Pavilion, savoring abalone, sashimi, and yellow-lip fish, enviously observing those outside enjoying their snacks. Feeling quite exhausted. In a brief span, the phenomenal Yipin Pavilion became the talk of the town on social media, with countless individuals eager to experience it for themselves. The following morning, the entire ancient street radiated a festive air, and early on, Longshan Pavilion had already opened its doors. At the entrance of Longshan Pavilion, dragon and lion dances unfold, with one lion and one dragon gracefully performing along the road. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Yipin Pavilion, 10 elegantly dressed models stand in a neat row, their faces adorned with smiles as they position themselves at the entrance of Longshan Pavilion. Mr. Xie, along with his brother and the manager of Longshan Pavilion, beams with joy as they observe the gathering crowd. Mr. Xie, it's only 9 o'clock and already such a multitude has gathered. By 9:30, when we officially open, I expect even more to arrive. Who knows? They might even start dining by then. Mr. Xie chuckles heartily. Of course, today, Longshan Pavilion is offering a 50% discount on all premium seafood. It would be a tremendous loss not to indulge. He exclaims with laughter. Brother, it's quite amusing that Yipin Pavilion hasn't opened yet, the young man beside Mr. Xie remarks with a smile. In the future, that restaurant will be permanently closed. Mr. Xie replies confidently. Mr. Xie, the beautiful Lin Qingying has arrived. The crowd may swell even further. At that moment, the manager of Longshan Pavilion spots a stunning woman wearing oversized sunglasses, accompanied by an assistant. Oh, please invite Miss Lin Qingying over. Let us have her sing a brief song later as we partake in the grand opening ceremony of Longshan Pavilion. Mr. Xie says, his face radiant with joy. Certainly, the manager nods and promptly approaches her. Brother, for this opening, shouldn't we invite a top-tier celebrity? Why settle for a second-tier one? The young man questions Mr. Xie in confusion. Although Lin Qingying may be a second-tier star, she holds a unique charm as a culinary celebrity. Passionate about gastronomy and providing insightful critiques, she has amassed a significant following of food enthusiasts. Having her here is more fitting than inviting a first-tier star. Mr. Xie responds with a beaming smile. As expected, you think quite thoroughly. Brother, the young man replies, grinning. Younger brother, you still have much to learn. Mr. Xie says with a warm smile towards his sibling. Understood, big brother. At the entrance of Longshan Pavilion, a simple stage has been erected. Hello, Miss Lin Qingying. Mr. Xie greets her with a broad smile as she approaches. Hello, Mr. Xie. Lin Qingying nods with a smile, though a hint of arrogance lingers. Mr. Xie smiles back, undeterred. He is aware that Lin Qingying comes from a well-off family and rose to fame through her culinary passion, having gained notoriety from just 2 songs. She is not in need of money. He is the one seeking her favor. Miss Lin Qingying, I would appreciate it if you could sing a brief song for us and introduce Wang Xian Pavilion. Is that agreeable? Mr. Xie asks with a friendly demeanor. No problem, Mr. Xie. Once I agree, I will certainly deliver. Lin Qingying replies, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters tall. Her physique is strikingly perfect, exuding an athletic grace, with thin lips that possess a unique allure. Welcome, everyone, to the entrance of our Wang Xian Pavilion this morning. Today marks the grand opening of our establishment, as we officially announce our arrival in Jiangcheng, dedicated to crafting the finest seafood and the most delectable culinary delights. For this momentous occasion, we have the honor of welcoming the renowned culinary star, Ms. Lin Qingying, who will now introduce our Wang Xian Pavilion, a venue steeped in rich history. The host, standing on stage with a microphone, addressed the gathered crowd as the enchanting Lin Qingying ascended the platform, her face radiating warmth and joy. Greetings. I am Lin Qingying. It is a privilege to be invited to the opening of Wang Xian Pavilion. The charm of Wang Xian Pavilion is truly captivating. Let us go and explore. The audience murmured in excitement, impressed that such a distinguished figure was present for the restaurant's inauguration. The buzz surrounding Wang Xian Pavilion had been substantial in the days leading up to the opening, and it was known to be an upscale seafood restaurant boasting a wealth of exquisite ingredients. Lin Qingying's appearance instantly captivated all those passing by. Mr. Xie, observing the crowd that had gathered, saw the entrance to Wang Xian Pavilion nearly blocked by eager onlookers, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This opening shall create a sensation throughout Jiangcheng, and perhaps even nationwide. Mr. Xie clenched his fists, confidence brimming on his face as he glanced at the still-closed Epine Pavilion, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, a steady stream of food enthusiasts, drawn by the excitement, made their way towards the pavilion. Although Epine Pavilion was scheduled to open at 9:30 a.m. and remained closed, the allure of Wang Xian Pavilion was compelling, especially with the presence of a celebrity. Some customers glanced at the closed doors of Epine Pavilion before heading towards the bustling Wang Xian Pavilion to join in the festivities. At 9:20 a.m., just 10 minutes before the official opening of Wang Xian Pavilion, Mr. Xie, Ms. Lin Qingying, the hotel manager, the head chef, and Mr. Xie's brother stood beaming on stage. Now, we shall commence our grand opening ribbon-cutting ceremony. Congratulations to Wang Xian Pavilion on its auspicious debut. After the ribbon was cut, Mr. Xie, with a broad smile, took up the microphone and surveyed the throng of people surrounding him. The crowd had swelled to a point of near congestion, with at least 700 to 800 individuals gathered, filling him with pride. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for gathering here at the entrance of Wang Xian Pavilion to witness our grand opening. As beautifully introduced by the enchanting Lin Qingying, Wang Xian Pavilion boasts a rich history and top-tier seafood. Today marks not only our official opening, but also the dawn of Wang Xian Pavilion as the finest, most luxurious, and most delicious seafood restaurant in Jiangcheng. At Wang Xian Pavilion, we have always let our prowess speak for itself. In just 5 minutes, we shall officially commence our operations, inviting all to indulge in our exquisite offerings. I am confident that the premium seafood within our establishment far surpasses that of the neighboring Epine Pavilion. We boast bluefin tuna sashimi, double-headed abalone, exceptional caviar, and Australian lobster king crab. All the finest seafood one could possibly imagine is available here. Mr. Xie spoke with an air of unwavering confidence, his demeanor radiating assurance as he gestured grandly, causing the doors of Wang Xian Pavilion to swing open. At the entrance, a colossal fish was prominently displayed. This magnificent giant grouper, weighing in at a staggering 300 pounds, is a special gift to our patrons on this momentous occasion. Valued at over 100 yuan per pound, yet today, it is offered free to all who dine with us. Wow, what a massive fish. The price of grouper is certainly not trivial, over 100 yuan per pound. This enormous specimen must be worth 30 to 40,000 yuan, and yet it is being given away. Wang Xian Pavilion is truly extravagant. There were gasps of astonishment as some marveled at the opulence on display. Recognizing the wealth behind Wang Xian Pavilion, the recent promotional efforts and the presence of renowned figures like Lin Qingying further underscored its stature, and the array of top-tier seafood was simply staggering. Mr. Xie's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he observed the reactions of the crowd. enjoying the sight of patrons capturing the moment on their phones. However, amidst the awe, a few voices whispered in skepticism, "It's just a grouper. It pales in comparison to E-Pin Pavilion. Is this all they have?" It feels like they fall short when compared to E-Pin Pavilion, despite their claims of superiority. Some in the crowd exchanged doubtful glances at the spirited Mr. Xiao on stage. "Sir, is everything here half price?" A voice called out from the crowd, drawing the attention of those nearby as they awaited Mr. Xiao's response. "Indeed, today all is offered at 50% off, including beverages," Mr. Xiao replied with a smile. Before adding, "However, certain items cannot be discounted. The double-headed abalone, which we procured with great effort from Australia, remains at its original price of 450,000 yuan. Likewise, bluefin tuna and caviar cannot be discounted, as you are aware of their high cost." "But," Mr. Xia continued, still adorned with a confident smile, "our Australian lobsters and king crabs are available at half price. Imagine enjoying a lobster that usually costs 2,000 to 3,000 yuan for just over 1,000 today. What a delight!" Wang Xian Pavilion prides itself on its lavishness and generosity. A meal that would typically cost 10,000 yuan is now only 5,000, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This promotion is only available for a few days, with today's discount being the most substantial at 50% off. The manager beside him echoed his sentiments enthusiastically. "Such a deal. It's simply extraordinary that the Australian lobsters and king crabs are half price. What a steal!" The crowd erupted in exclamations of amazement, unable to contain their excitement. Beside the scene, media invited by Mr. Xia diligently captured the moment, snapping photographs in preparation for a promotional campaign for Wang Xian Pavilion following today's event. They had already devised captivating headlines, such as, "Majestic Wang Xian Pavilion, opening day discounts of 50, indulge in premium seafood. The most opulent hotel in Jiangcheng, the most luxurious establishment, the most delectable venue, offering top-tier seafood awaits your patronage." However, a group of individuals observed Mr. Xia and the manager on stage with peculiar expressions. One middle-aged man, unable to contain his frustration, boldly exclaimed, "Let me speak candidly. With such offerings, how can you expect Wang Xian Pavilion to surpass E-Pin Pavilion? You are miles away from that goal. Indeed, the bluefin tuna and double-headed abalone, along with other premium ingredients, are not within your discount range, making your offerings pale in comparison to E-Pin Pavilion. Today, E-Pin Pavilion is celebrating its anniversary with a 50% discount on all ingredients, including a whole abalone worth over 2 million, now at half price. I expected more grandeur from Wang Xian Pavilion, yet you fall short." As the middle-aged man spoke, several customers who were originally waiting for E-Pin Pavilion's opening could not help but chime in. The chorus of 5 or 6 voices left the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. Mr. Xiao on stage was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning uncomfortable as he glanced at the speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you hired by E-Pin Pavilion to create discord? E-Pin Pavilion lacks the capacity to compete with Wang Xian Pavilion. We exist on entirely different levels." Mr. Xia's words incited discontent among some in the audience, who bristled at being labeled as hired hands. "Are we hired? How absurd. We are merely patrons. We go where the cuisine is exquisite and the ingredients are supreme. We are merely stating a fact. Indeed, it is perplexing how Wang Xian Pavilion dares to claim superiority over E-Pin Pavilion without acknowledging their prowess. Ignorance. It is you at Wang Xian Pavilion who are several tiers beneath E-Pin Pavilion. You now rely heavily on extensive marketing to gain popularity, blind to the disparity between you and others." Some customers expressed their indignation, feeling unjustly accused of being shills, which did little to quell their tempers. "I can't believe E-Pin Pavilion would stoop to such antics. What a petty maneuver. Security, remove these troublemakers." A young man in the audience, witnessing the commotion, displayed a look of anger. "How amusing. We are merely stating facts. You don't even comprehend E-Pin Pavilion, yet dare to boast about your superiority. Let me put it this way. I am not biased towards E-Pin Pavilion, but in my view, Wang Xian Pavilion pales in comparison. You are nothing but refuse. You are nothing but refuse." Chapter 73, E-Pin Pavilion versus Wang Xian Pavilion. Remove them. Get rid of these instigators. On stage, upon hearing those words, Mr. Xia's expression darkened, and he turned to the nearby security personnel. "No need to remove us. We will leave on our own. E-Pin Pavilion is about to open." A middle-aged man coldly addressed Mr. Xiao on the stage before turning to head towards the E-Pin Go. It was evident to anyone who entered the establishment who held the upper hand. They claimed to be the most extravagant and luxurious restaurant, but alas, they fell far short of that mark. I could hardly bear to witness it. The exquisite ingredients from E-Pin Go had been circulating wildly on social media the previous day, and indeed, they were offering a generous 50% discount across the board. Even a prized abalone worth over 2 million was half price, with 10 double-headed abalones available. Some individuals shook their heads in disbelief as they departed, making their way to Yipinggu. This exodus comprised 70 to 80 people, many of whom expressed their disdain vocally as they walked away. Onlookers, unaware of the situation, were taken aback, having no knowledge of the top-notch seafood or the 50% discount that Yipinggu was offering. After all, the discovery of Yipinggu's premium seafood had only occurred the night before, and despite its rapid spread, many remained uninformed. The crowd watched in astonishment as people left. At that moment, the doors of Yipinggu swung open, and an advertisement board was promptly displayed. 50% off everything. This includes all items, such as single and double-headed abalones, bluefin tuna, yellow-lip fish, and wild large yellow croaker. The simple sign was adorned with images of abalone, bluefin tuna, yellow-lip fish, and wild large yellow croaker. Finally, the doors had opened. It was rumored that all these exquisite ingredients were positioned right at the entrance, ready for purchase, with chefs available to prepare them immediately. Hurry inside, for Yipinggu's 50% discount would surely attract a full house. Now was the time to secure a table, lest one be unable to indulge. Quick, quick! It was said that the owner had acquired a dragon fish valued in the tens of millions. Truly remarkable. Those who had departed caught sight of Yipinggu opening its doors, and excitement lit up their faces as they hurried over. Shall we also take a look? A group near the Wang Xian pondered, watching the throng heading towards Yipinggu. I want to see if what they're saying is true. I'll join as well. Surely Yipinggu wouldn't hire 80 or 90 people as shills. If they did, it would ruin their reputation. Indeed. Let us go see for ourselves if it's as impressive as they claim. Some began to walk towards Yipinggu, while others hesitated to observe. In that moment, no one entered Wang Xian, causing Mr. Xia's expression to darken as he gripped the microphone tightly, his eyes glinting with fury. Please, do not crowd. Come in one by one. At the entrance of Yipinggu, Manager Huang beamed with excitement as customers surged into the restaurant. We sincerely apologize. Yipinggu is currently in a preparation phase, so those wishing to dine must wait at least an hour. If you possess the patience, you are welcome to wait. Manager Huang bellowed with pride, his head slightly raised. Let us take a look at the displays ahead, featuring abalones and yellow-lip fish. With curiosity, he remarked, I must admit, I have never seen an abalone before, nor the yellow-lip fish. A voice inquired, Manager Huang. Is the abalone priced at over 2 million truly half off? Wouldn't that result in a substantial loss if someone were to purchase it? The crowd moved inward, eager to learn more. Everything is half price, Manager Huang declared emphatically. However, all our ingredients must be cooked immediately after purchase to prevent anyone from reselling our abalones. Unbelievable. Half price for an abalone means a discount of over 1 million. Another exclaimed, Look at that. We have yellow-lip fish, bluefin tuna, wild large yellow croaker, 2 abalones, and 10 double-headed abalones. This is astonishing. Such a massive abalone, valued at over 2 million. Extraordinary. A collective sense of awe washed over the crowd. Individuals capturing the moment with their phones. And these dragon fish, oh my. Manager Huang, where does your boss acquire such precious dragon fish? Each one is worth at least several million. Is it truly that expensive? Someone asked, incredulous. Naturally, a friend of mine deals in ornamental fish. I have some knowledge in this area. These dragon fish are of exceptional quality, each worth at least 1 million. Goodness. Does that mean the combined value of these top-tier ingredients and ornamental fish reaches 2 to 3 million? I heard the owner of Yiping Pavilion has changed. Is the new owner truly this impressive? After checking the front, let us wait inside. Allow those behind us to take a look. A voice from the back urged. Impatience creeping in. Hold on, hold on. The people in front shouted. The line of customers stretched out onto the street. Come on, brothers at the front, hurry up. Although the crowd was large, some entered slowly, gazing at the exquisite seafood with expressions of astonishment, taking photos to share on social media. Is it really as incredible as those in front claimed? Some newcomers asked. Indeed, it's true. Look at the size of that abalone, and the rare yellow-lip fish. Not to mention the 3-meter-long bluefin tuna. It's simply remarkable. In comparison to Wang Xian Pavilion, Yiping Pavilion is on an entirely different level. That grouper pales in comparison to these premium ingredients. The people at Wang Xian Pavilion are foolish to claim that Yiping Pavilion cannot compare to them. It is they who are not in the same league. It is embarrassing to even speak of grandeur in front of Yiping Pavilion. Indeed, I cannot fathom their audacity to make such proclamations, inviting celebrities when their capabilities are not on par. What difference would it make to summon a superstar? As the crowd conversed, the news rapidly spread outside. The individuals from earlier were certainly not imposters. Their claims were entirely factual. The descriptions relayed by those who ventured inside left those outside utterly astounded. As that irate middle-aged man asserted, the Wang Xian Pavilion pales in comparison to the Yipin Pavilion. They exist on entirely different planes. Observing some fellow book enthusiasts eager to join the group, I realized that the pertinent information had been disseminated previously. It shall be reiterated in the next chapter, so wait a moment. Chapter 74. Yipin Pavilion versus Wang Xian Pavilion. Today, the ancient street buzzed with unprecedented liveliness, particularly around the Yipin Pavilion restaurant. Just moments ago, crowds had congregated at the festively adorned entrance of the Wang Xian Pavilion. However, it now appeared somewhat desolate. Madness. The Yipin Pavilion is already at full capacity, and there's no way to squeeze in. I had hoped to catch a glimpse of a giant abalone. I have yet to encounter one in my lifetime. A giant abalone, twin abalone, bluefin tuna, yellow-lipped fish, wild yellow croaker, and precious ornamental dragonfish. The Yipin Pavilion celebration is simply extraordinary. Truly, the Yipin Pavilion lives up to its name. While the newly opened Wang Xian Pavilion finds itself in an awkward position. Wang Xian Pavilion had boasted grandly about its offerings, even enlisting celebrities for its opening, claiming it would undoubtedly surpass the Yipin Pavilion, yet it now appears to have dealt itself a crushing blow. Indeed, it is a self-inflicted wound. Wang Xian Pavilion advertised a 50% discount, yet the twin abalone, bluefin tuna, and other premium ingredients remained at full price, while the Yipin Pavilion offered discounts across the board, evidently selling at a loss. This is a competition between the Yipin Pavilion and the Wang Xian Pavilion, and it is clear that Wang Xian Pavilion has suffered a complete defeat. At the entrance of Wang Xian Pavilion, several patrons glanced disdainfully at it, shaking their heads as they made their way towards the Yipin Pavilion. Nearby, Manager Xia trembled slightly as he overheard their conversation, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists tightly. Defeated, utterly vanquished. Throughout this ordeal, the proprietor of the Yipin Pavilion had not made an appearance, nor had they engaged in any form of publicity. They prevailed solely through their formidable prowess, effortlessly crushing the competition from all angles. How could this be? How could he possibly acquire such exquisite seafood? Manager Xia's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He had thought that securing twin abalone and bluefin tuna was an impressive feat, yet in comparison to his rival, he fell woefully short. Manager Xia. Our middle-aged manager approached with a furrowed brow, stammering with concern. Damn it. Manager Xia turned, glaring fiercely at the man. Did I not instruct you to investigate the background of the Yipin Pavilion's owner? To keep a close watch on their movements? Is this the result of your inquiries? Manager Xia, it truly isn't my fault. I never anticipated that they would unveil their offerings just last night. We were in the midst of a celebratory banquet. The manager replied, his expression one of innocence. A celebratory banquet. Manager Xia scoffed at the irony of the phrase. A celebratory banquet? And this is the outcome? Brother, what shall we do? A youth approached, his face etched with worry as he queried Manager Xia. Having invested nearly 20 million, we cannot simply let this matter rest. Mr. Xia clenched his fist tightly, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. The young man paused momentarily, and soon a fierce expression emerged in his gaze. Brother, I believe we cannot afford to back down either. My brother-in-law's family possesses considerable strength in Jiangcheng. Perhaps we should seek his assistance. Mr. Xia produced a cigarette. Slowly igniting it, I will make a phone call. Wang Xian Pavilion continues its operations. This victory in the arena belongs to us. Mr. Xia coldly admonished those nearby and strode directly towards the office of Wang Xian Pavilion. Some media personnel and promoters exchanged glances between Wang Xian Pavilion and Yipin Pavilion, uncertain of how to proceed with their commentary. Lin Qingying curiously cast her gaze towards Yipin Pavilion, her eyes flickering. Boss, we have succeeded. There are hardly any patrons at Wang Xian Pavilion, while we are already at full capacity, with many more eager to enter for a visit. At that moment, in the office of Yipin Pavilion, Manager Huang excitedly addressed Wang Xian, who was seated. As anticipated, Wang Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. Since we have organized today's event, let us execute it well. Let us treat all the staff to a decent meal at noon. It's no trouble at all. After this, it won't be easy for Wang Xian Pavilion to recover. On the contrary, with the seafood you've procured, our business will flourish. Manager Huang said cheerfully. It certainly will. By the way, Manager Huang, please reserve a private room for me this evening. I wish to host a dinner for a few friends, Wang Xian instructed. Certainly, Mr. Wang, Manager Huang nodded. Xiao Xian, you are truly remarkable. Manager Huang, departing, looked at Wang Xian with admiration. Ha ha, that is only natural. Wang Xian replied with a hint of pride. This effortless victory in the arena was somewhat unexpected for him. Though he had managed to procure numerous top-tier ingredients from the ocean over the past few days, Wang Xian Pavilion, despite its shortcomings, should not have faced such a complete defeat. However, the misstep lay in their discounts. Wang Xian Pavilion was simply too stingy. Both Yipin Pavilion and Wang Xian Pavilion offered a 50% discount, yet Yipin Pavilion S was applicable to all ingredients, while Wang Xian Pavilion excluded premium seafood from their discount. Moreover, they boasted of their grandeur during the opening ceremony, only to be publicly humiliated. Comparisons are indeed telling. If Wang Xian Pavilion were not measured against Yipin Pavilion, they would indeed be impressive. Yet, this comparison reveals a stark disparity. Even Wang Xian had not anticipated that the proud Mr. Xia would be so miserly. However, Wang Xian remained unconcerned. His top-tier seafood was caught at no cost, while Mr. Xia had expended genuine wealth for his. Wang Xian reclined leisurely in his chair, watching the rise of Yipin Pavilion with amusement. The events that transpired earlier that morning on the ancient street quickly spread throughout Jiangcheng. In the realm of social media, particularly on platforms such as WeChat and Weibo, the establishment known as Yipin Pavilion has become a topic of fervent discussion. Its reputation has swiftly permeated into other cities, igniting a sensation online. In this era, even a humble yellow-lipped fish can make headlines, let alone a restaurant boasting such an array of exquisite ingredients. Conversely, the recently overhyped Wang Xian Pavilion has been rendered a mere laughingstock, suffering a resounding defeat in a culinary showdown. As night fell, several media representatives, equipped with cameras, arrived at Yipin Pavilion, eager to witness the flourishing restaurant in Jiangcheng. Wang Xian, upon reviewing the situation from his office, instructed manager Huang to attend to the media guests, valuing the publicity this would generate. Let us venture to Yipin Pavilion and savor the legendary beauty-enhancing yellow-lip fish gelatin, exclaimed Lin Qingying. It is likely that the restaurant is already at capacity today, but fear not. With my charming visage, the owner will surely accommodate us, perhaps even at no charge. At the entrance, Lin Qingying, clad in a sizable mask and accompanied by her assistant, made her way into Yipin Pavilion. The bustling atmosphere was beyond mere fullness. The waiting area was teeming with patrons eager for a table, while many others gazed at the exquisite array of high-end seafood on display. Upon entering, Lin Qingying furrowed her brow, feeling the crowdedness of the venue. Nonetheless, such a scene was to be expected, given Yipin Pavilion's current popularity. Raising an eyebrow, she directed her gaze towards the cashier and inquired, "Do you have any available tables?" "None at the moment," the receptionist replied with a smile. "You may take a number and wait, but if the queue grows too lengthy, we advise against continuing to wait." Lin Qingying frowned slightly and insisted, "Please summon your owner." What can I assist you with, miss?" Wang Xian, just emerging from his office, looked at her in confusion upon hearing her request. "Are you the owner here?" Lin Qingying asked, surprised to see Wang Xian. "You may share your concerns with me," he replied with a smile. "Could you possibly grant me a table? I wish to sample the culinary delights of Yipin Pavilion, particularly the yellow-lip fish gelatin." Lin Qingying removed her oversized sunglasses, revealing her true self, and smiled at Wang Xian. "Lin Qingying." The nearby staff gasped in recognition, unable to resist capturing the moment on their phones. Seeing their reaction, Lin Qingying's face lit up with a confident smile. Wang Xian, too, recognized the renowned culinary celebrity who had attended the opening ceremony of Wang Xian Pavilion earlier that day. Well then, Lin Qingying arched an eyebrow and continued conversing with Wang Xian. "How many are still in line ahead?" Wang Xian did not respond to her. Instead, he inquired of a nearby waiter. "There are still 25 people waiting for a table, Mr. Wang," the waiter replied. 25? Wang Xian nodded and turned to the alluring Lin Qingying, expressing, "I regret to inform you, Miss Lin Qingying, that there are still 25 tables ahead. It seems you will have to come back tomorrow." Wang Xian's words left Lin Qingying momentarily stunned, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at him. She could scarcely fathom such a response. After all, she was a star, a culinary celebrity. Her presence at the restaurant would undoubtedly serve as the finest form of advertisement. Yet this young man had outright denied her. This ignited a flicker of indignation within her, and her eyes narrowed as she confronted Wang Xian. "Do you know who I am?" Her inquiry momentarily caught Wang Xian off guard, but he soon chuckled and replied, "What does that matter?" The audacity of his words incensed her further. "I, Lin Qingying, come here to dine, and you would turn me away?" she retorted, her demeanor slightly flustered. In times past, wherever Lin Qingying dined, the managers or owners would personally serve her, eager for her favorable review or a mention on social media. Yet here at Yipin Pavilion, She was being told to return the following day, an affront that ignited her pride. Madam, your words are quite amusing. We are currently at full capacity. If you wish to dine, you must wait. At 9 o'clock, we will cease to accommodate new guests. If your turn does not arrive, I regret to inform you that even a star receives no special treatment, Wang Xian remarked coolly, his gaze steady on the somewhat haughty Lin Qingying. Before proceeding to the cash register, disregarding her presence, Lin Qingying felt her anger boiling over at his words, a furious expression overtaking her features. The surrounding patrons, witnessing the exchange, were astonished to realize it was Lin Qingying. Their shock deepened as they absorbed the conversation between her and the owner. The owner's stance was undeniably assertive. If one wished to dine, they must wait. Even a celebrity was not exempt from this rule. Yiping Pavilion did not rely on stars for promotion. Lin Qingying's presence here was unexpected, and the owner's insistence that she wait was a testament to the establishment's confidence. Yiping Pavilion stood on its own merit. It was powerful and self-sufficient, and even a culinary star must queue. Some patrons began to commend Wang Xian's approach, while others looked on with a mix of amusement and ridicule towards Lin Qingying. Nearby, several media personnel were excitedly documenting the scene, having not anticipated that their aim to interview Yiping Pavilion would lead to such a sensational encounter with Lin Qingying. The news was explosive, and they were already devising ways to publicize it. Headline shocked. Lin Qingying dines at this restaurant, only to be told by the owner to wait in line. No special treatment for stars. Or perhaps, astonishingly, the prowess of Yiping Pavilion requires no celebrity endorsements. What of Lin Qingying? She must humbly await her turn. As Lin Qingying stood there, she absorbed the words of those around her, her expression shifting restlessly. Qingying, we should leave here. There are media present, her assistant urged, noticing the cameras nearby, anxiety etched upon her face. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qingying donned her sunglasses and, her countenance troubled, made her way outside. Wang Xian glanced up at Lin Qingying's retreating figure, a subtle disdain flickering across his visage. What of stars? Longxian Pavilion may need publicity, but Yiping Pavilion does not. As the clock approached 7 in the evening, familiar faces began to arrive. The Qin family, including Elder Qin, Madame Qin, and Qin Lianhui's wife, along with the little wind chime, 5 in total, the Xue family, consisting of Xue Jing's mother and her 3 companions, and Lan Qinghua. Wang Xian had invited them all for a meal, and the elders of the Qin and Xue families readily accepted without hesitation. Lan Qinghua also cheerfully made her way over. Come, come. Today, I invite you all to savor the delicacies of Yiping Pavilion, Wang Xian announced with a broad smile as dishes began to arrive. Wow, Brother Wang. This is quite extravagant. Double-headed abalone, bluefin tuna sashimi, wild yellow croaker, and yellow-lip fish gelatin soup. Luxurious indeed. Elder Xue surveyed the feast before him. The meal's worth exceeding 1,000,000, exclaiming in awe. In my decades of life, I have never tasted such opulent dishes. We owe a debt of gratitude to Brother Wang. Elder Qin laughed heartily at Wang Xian. To host friends, one must strive for excellence. Otherwise, it appears rather stingy, Wang Xian chuckled. Yellow-lip fish gelatin is particularly beneficial for women. It enhances beauty and nourishes the blood. Xiao Xian, this meal is filled with sincerity, Lan Qinghua remarked with a smile. Seated to Wang Xian's left. Hee, well, it's half price today. Indulging doesn't hurt. Wang Xian joked, causing Guan Shuqing, seated to his right, to chuckle in response. Come, Brother Wang, and to the 2 lovely ladies here, let us raise a glass. Should anything arise in Jiangcheng, feel free to seek us. The Qin family shall certainly assist. Guan Shuqing and Lan Qinghua quickly lifted their glasses, responding, Thank you, Grandpa Qin. Wang Xian drank heartily with them all, considering the Qin and Xue families to be commendable allies. Friendships flourish through reciprocity. By treating them to this meal, Wang Xian solidified their acquaintance. Both the Qin and Xue families, powerful clans indeed, were delighted to forge a connection with Wang Xian. Chapter 76. Whose Fireworks? The banquet concluded around 11 o'clock, and as Wang Xian bid farewell to Elder Qin and the Xue family, he turned to the 2 enchanting figures beside him. Aren't you heading home? He inquired with a warm smile directed at Lan Qinghua. Wang Xian and Lan Qinghua were not particularly close. Their interactions were few and far between. However, regarding Lan Qinghua, his impression remains exceedingly favorable, particularly after the events of the last banquet, and he holds a genuine affection for the serene and composed young woman before him. Yet, this fondness does not reach the level of his feelings for Guan Shuqing. It is quite late. Time to return to the dormitory for some rest. Lan Qinghua smiled gently, glanced at Guan Shuqing, and continued, Are you heading back to the dormitory as well? Indeed, we cannot sleep in the shop, Wang Xian chuckled, looking at Guan Shuqing. Let us go. It's getting late. We should head back. All right, let us go. However, it seems your vehicle cannot accommodate 3 people, Guan Shuqing replied with a smile. True. Wang Xian laughed. This clunky motorcycle struggles to carry even 1 person, let alone 2. Let us walk back. Sounds good. I just had a hearty meal. So walking back will aid in digestion, Guan Shuqing nodded. Meanwhile, Lan Qingyue observed their exchange with a twinge of discomfort, forcing a smile onto her face. The night is splendid. Let us stroll back. With 2 beautiful ladies accompanying you, I wonder how many envious glances you will receive on campus. Haha, indeed. You 2 are the renowned beauties of our school, true goddesses. I suppose I should walk slowly to savor this moment. Wang Xian chuckled. To his left, Lan Qingyue exuded an air of a cold goddess in her all-black attire, while to his right, Guan Shuqing wore a gentle smile that radiated sweetness, embodying the essence of a charming goddess. Both stood tall, their noble backgrounds enhancing their divine aura. Guan Shuqing playfully rolled her eyes at Wang Xian. Let us go? Let us go? Thank you for treating us to such a splendid meal today. Yes, Xiaoxian, don't forget to invite me next time there's something delicious. Lan Qingyue quickly chimed in. Of course, it's a promise. I'll be sure to invite you both whenever there's something tasty, Wang Xian declared. Walking between the 2 beauties, intoxicated by their distinct fragrances, his steps feeling light and buoyant. Xiaoxian, thank you. Because of you, our families, the lands and the Qins, have grown much closer, he continued. Oh, by the way, my father has been wanting to apologize for that day and invite you to dinner. But I told him you were unavailable. Throughout the journey, Wang Xian noticed that both Guan Shuqing and Lan Qingyue were quite talkative, leaving him to nod in agreement from the sidelines. Their conversation flowed from family matters to amusing anecdotes from school, making the walk quite enjoyable. After escorting the 2 young women to their dormitory, Wang Xian waved goodbye. See you tomorrow. Guan Shuqing smiled and waved back. All right. Wang Xian nodded, waving once more before making his way back to the dormitory. As they watched his retreating figure, Lan Qingyue and Guan Shuqing fell into a sudden silence, a unique atmosphere enveloping them. Junior, I will not give up. Lan Qingyue suddenly broke the silence, brushing her elegant hair back, radiating an air of unwavering confidence. The early bird catches the worm. With a radiant smile, Guan Shuqing addressed Lan Qingyue, exuding an air of confidence. Fair competition. Lan Qingyue regarded Guan Shuqing and gradually ascended the stairs. Observing her retreating figure, a hint of bitterness crossed Guan Shuqing's face as she murmured softly. Though I possess great confidence, my mother has always said that men are prone to covet what they cannot have, especially when there's a delectable morsel in sight. Wang Xian remained oblivious to the conversation between the 2 young women after his departure. Upon returning to his dormitory, he took a shower and stretched lazily. The past few days had been exhausting as he endeavored to locate the yellow-lip emperor and bluefin tuna. However, just as he was about to retire for the night, his expression shifted. What a nuisance, disturbing my rest. Wang Xian quickly donned his clothes and exited the dormitory, hastening towards Yiping Pavilion. In the darkness, he moved like a specter, barely discernible to the naked eye. Brother-in-law, there should be no issues with burning down his restaurant, right? At the entrance of the ancient street, a luxurious Bentley was parked to the left. Inside the vehicle, a young man sat in the driver's seat, with Mr. Xie beside him and a young boy in the back. Rest assured, a restaurant catching fire is merely a trivial matter. Even if they uncover some clues, what of it? The young man in the driver's seat exhaled smoke nonchalantly. Thank you, brother-in-law. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how to proceed, Mr. Xie remarked, adopting a humble demeanor. It's a mere trifling issue. If you encounter any problems in Jiangcheng, just seek me out, and I'll resolve them for you. The young man spoke dismissively, as if the destruction of a renowned restaurant were inconsequential. Indeed, your family is among the foremost ancient martial clans in Jiangcheng. We didn't wish to trouble you, but we had hoped to invite you to dinner today, only to be met with complications, Mr. Xie chuckled. There's no rush. We can reschedule for a couple of days from now. Come, let us enjoy the fireworks. The young man smiled broadly as he opened the soft top of the Bentley. Fireworks. Fireworks. The young boy in the back seat expressed his excitement. Mr. Xie's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold expression. Tomorrow. He was eager to witness the despair on that young man's face. Playing with me? You are far from my league. Although our family's influence may not be in Jiangcheng, we can still easily extinguish you. Mr. Xie slowly produced a cigarette, awaiting the fireworks display. However, unbeknownst to them, a shadow darted past from the side. Them? Wang Xian, while running, remained acutely aware of his surroundings. He glanced at the opulent Bentley at the entrance, deep in thought. In a flash, Wang Xian arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. In the early morning hours, the ancient street was deserted, with all the shops closed. At the entrance of Yiping Pavilion, two figures lay sprawled on the ground. Dragon King. These two intend to set Yiping Pavilion ablaze. In front of the Yiping Pavilion stood a tall and imposing elder, known as Imo Qinglong. Within the dining establishment of Yiping Pavilion lay treasures valued at millions, causing Wang Xian great unease. Thus, he entrusted Imo Qinglong to guard the premises during the night. As Imo Qinglong was of his bloodline, he could be contacted through a unique means within a 3-kilometer radius. Martial artists? Wang Xian glanced at the two unconscious figures on the ground, surprise etched upon his face. Indeed, Dragon King, both are 5th-level martial artists, quite formidable. Imo Qinglong replied. 2 martial artists, Wang Xian pondered, recalling the luxurious Bentley he encountered at the entrance, a young man's silhouette flashing through his mind. I cannot believe you resorted to such despicable tactics. In that case, Wang Xian's gaze flickered towards the Yiping Pavilion not far away. I shall offer you a spectacle. The Invincible Dragon Legion, group chat number 433293418, welcoming all brothers to join. A playful invitation. Chapter 77. The beauty of fireworks with a crackling sound. Disable them and follow me to meet the mastermind. A sudden blaze erupted as Wang Xian emerged from the Longshan Pavilion, a mischievous smile gracing his features as he strode towards the ancient street. It is the Dragon King. Imo Qinglong's eyes shone with fervor, respectfully nodding. Moments ago, he had witnessed the Dragon King's arms sweep, and flames engulfed the area. This formidable display of power was beyond even his innate capabilities. Wang Xian, harnessing the fire element, soon enveloped the entire Longshan Pavilion, which would swiftly succumb to the inferno. The fireworks erupted. Ha ha! So beautiful, so beautiful! As the flames soared, the young man seated in the Bentley rose with excitement, gazing at the fireworks illuminating the ancient street. Indeed, it is beautiful, Mr. Xie remarked, a glimmer of fervor in his eyes. Ha ha! Yiping Pavilion, dare to oppose me? This is your fate. Brother-in-law, I truly thank you this time. Just a trivial matter. The young man dismissed it nonchalantly, flicking ash from his cigarette. To him, burning down a restaurant was of little consequence. Tomorrow, when the young man beheld his establishment reduced to ashes, he would likely weep in despair. The youth watched the distant fireworks with unbridled excitement. This is the consequence. Mr. Xie inhaled deeply, reveling in the satisfaction. Yes, the fireworks are extraordinarily beautiful, truly splendid. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly resonated within the car. The youth in the back seat instinctively responded upon hearing the words, but quickly realized something was amiss. The voice seemed to emanate from the seat beside him, though it should have been vacant. He hastily turned, shock registering in his eyes. Why you? He stammered, pointing at Wang Xian, disbelief evident on his face. Who are you? The young man in the driver's seat suddenly felt a suffocating sense of danger, quickly rising to his feet, incredulously staring at Wang Xian. Then glancing towards Imo Qinglong standing beside the vehicle. He remained oblivious to the presence encroaching upon him. Wang Xian, observing the youth's astonishment, wore an expression of amusement. Let them introduce themselves. Why are you sitting here? Mr. Xie also turned, his gaze falling upon Wang Xian within the vehicle. And a wave of shock surged through him. Come now, do not panic. Behold the fireworks, how splendid they are. Wang Xian beamed at the distant spectacle. That location seemed amiss. As Mr. Xie scrutinized Wang Xian's calm demeanor, his body trembling as he turned. His eyes bloodshot as they fixed upon Wang Xian. You actually set fire to my Longshan Pavilion. What? The conflagration is at Longshan Pavilion. The youth beside him felt a jolt of shock, his complexion shifting dramatically. Brother-in-law, kill him, kill him. How could he silence? At that moment, Renanji, vigilant, focused intently on Wang Xian and the nearby Imo Qinglong, interjected with a stern voice. The youth, upon hearing his brother-in-law's command, obediently closed his mouth, casting an angry glare at Wang Xian. Indeed, that is Longshan Pavilion. Look now, it has transformed into fireworks. How beautiful. Wang Xian continued to smile as he gazed at the distant flames. Which family or sect do you belong to? Renanji inquired, his expression grave. He sensed an overwhelming threat emanating from them, cautioning him against any rash actions. Which family are you from? Wang Xian responded with a smile, turning to face Renanji. Ren family, Jiangcheng, Renanji stated coldly. Oh, the Ren family. The second-ranked ancient martial family in Jiangcheng, quite formidable. Wang Xian replied, his lips curling into a slight smile, recalling from Elder Shui the rankings of the prominent families in Jiangcheng. The Ren family's strongest member was a martial artist of level 8, with 2 others at level 7, showcasing considerable strength. Yet, In his eyes, they were merely ephemeral. Well then, having enjoyed the fireworks, let us render them all incapacitated. Wang Xian slowly opened the car door, addressing Mo Qinglong beside him. Yes, Dragon King. Mo Qinglong nodded, his gaze fixed on Renanji. Render me incapacitated? Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Renanji's anger flared, his face darkening. I tell you, regardless of your identity, my Ren family is not afraid. You speak too much. Mo Qinglong replied icily, extending his hand toward him. You seek death. Renanji, sensing the disdain from Mo Qinglong, felt rage boil within him. His fist clenched as he charged toward Mo Qinglong. Too weak. Mo Qinglong merely shook his head lightly, making no effort to evade, effortlessly grasping Renanji's fist with an air of nonchalance. This is bad. A sense of disbelief washed over Renanji, his eyes wide with shock. It was critical to note that he was a martial artist of level 5. The Ren family? No matter which family in Jiangcheng, anyone who provokes the Dragon King will pay a dire price. Mo Qinglong stated calmly, as Renanji's fear deepened. Feeling a surge of formidable inner strength rush toward his dantian. Crack, crack, crack. A series of cracking sounds echoed, and Renanji could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with despair. You have crippled my dantian. You are indeed. A half-step innate. He felt the intense pain coursing through his body, coupled with the abyss-like internal power of the elder before him, causing his heart to tremble, as if the heavens were collapsing upon him. Killing you, even annihilating the Ren family, is merely a trifling matter, Mo Qinglong said to Renanji with a nonchalant demeanor. Renanji's pupils constricted involuntarily, filled with desperate pleas. Humph. A look of disdain appeared on Mo Qinglong's face as he waved his hand, sending Renanji crashing heavily against the vehicle, his gaze shifting towards the other two individuals. No, please. Mr. Xie, witnessing his powerful brother-in-law being utterly incapacitated, revealed a look of terror. It's too late. Mo Qinglong's arm swept, and a surge of energy struck Mr. Xie's limbs. Ah, Mr. Xie's face contorted in a desperate scream. No, please don't kill me, please. The young man beside him, terrified, quickly knelt on the vehicle. At only 19, he still had university ahead of him, with many beautiful experiences yet to be savored. Trash, Mo Qinglong scoffed, waving his arm as a stream of energy invaded the young man's body. All 4 limbs are rendered useless. The affairs of the martial world remain within the martial world. You are welcome to seek revenge on me. Wang Xian observed the 3 suffering individuals trapped inside the vehicle, a cold smile gracing his features as he slowly made his way towards the school. Should you dare to engage in any more despicable acts, the consequences shall not be so simple, Mo Qinglong uttered coldly, continuing to guard the Epine Pavilion. It's over, it's over. I have been crippled. A half-step innate. Indeed, a half-step innate powerhouse. Renanji's eyes went blank, his spirit somewhat disoriented, devoid of the previous ease and indifference. In the distance, the fireworks seemed to burn their very souls. Chapter 78. Renowned nationwide, the Epine Pavilion has become a sensation. The Longxian Pavilion has also met its demise. The Epine Pavilion has gained nationwide fame, while the Longxian Pavilion has turned to ashes. That very night, a fire alarm was reported. After the flames were extinguished, the interior of the Longxian Pavilion remained shrouded in darkness, everything reduced to ruins by the fire. Boss, it's on fire. It's on fire. The following morning, as Wang Xian and Guan Shuqing arrived at the Epine Pavilion, Manager Huang approached them, his face brimming with excitement, holding a newspaper. Boss, look. This is our Jiangcheng morning paper. The Epine Pavilion has completely taken the city by storm, while the Longxian Pavilion has been utterly destroyed by the fire. It is unlikely they will open their doors again in the future. I am already aware, Wang Xian replied with a smile. In the coming days, we may be quite busy. I would appreciate it if Manager Huang could oversee things a bit more diligently. It's no trouble at all. Manager Huang chuckled, shaking his head. Wang Xian nodded and entered his office, casually turning on his computer to play. As the proprietor, he relished in the leisure. For now that the Epine Pavilion was on the right track, his presence was merely for enjoyment. Oh, the esteemed Epine Pavilion has surprisingly made headlines. Wang Xian opened his computer to find a series of news articles, a smile blooming across his face. Upon browsing the webpage, he encountered a description of Epine Pavilion. Although the editor expressed astonishment, there was no embellishment in the reporting. Wang Xian chuckled at the content, and as he continued to scroll online, he discovered several additional articles, many from prominent media outlets. One particular piece focused on Lin Qingying and Epine Pavilion, stating that she had come to dine there, leveraging her status as a culinary celebrity to secure a table. However, the owner firmly insisted that she wait, affirming that stardom does not confer privilege. Beneath the article, a myriad of comments appeared, with the foremost being, Epine Pavilion is magnificent. In a culinary magazine, Epine Pavilion was lauded as the finest restaurant in the country, the most luxurious and the most opulent. The trio of superlatives underscored the establishment's prowess. In the span of a single day, Epine Pavilion became a sensation, attracting numerous patrons from other cities eager to savor its culinary delights and experience this acclaimed restaurant for themselves. Moreover, local media in Jiangcheng reported on the recent culinary showdown between Wang Xian Pavilion and Epine Pavilion, concluding that Epine Pavilion had comprehensively triumphed over its rival. Even a video capturing Lin Qingying's disappointment at Epine Pavilion was shared by the media, covering the interview. Wang Xian Pavilion faced utter defeat, and coupled with the devastating fire that night, a melancholic tune could only be sung in its honor. In the days that followed, Epine Pavilion's business skyrocketed. Not only locals frequented the establishment, but also travelers visiting Jiangcheng. Anyone with a modicum of economic means made it a point to dine at Epine Pavilion. Additionally, through various connections, Elder Qin ensured that Epine Pavilion was included in the tourism brochure for Jiangcheng, branding it a must-visit dining destination. With local promotion and its burgeoning reputation, Epine Pavilion experienced an unprecedented surge in business, with daily patronage doubling compared to previous times. Delicacies such as double-headed abalone, bluefin tuna, wild yellow croaker, and yellow-lipped fish were sold out one after another. Xian, here are the sales figures for the past 4 days, and I have calculated the profits as well. Take a look. Guan Shuqing presented the sales report on the 4th day. Wang Xian took the report and reviewed it. On the first day, sales totaled 770,000. On the second day, sales reached 830,000. On the third day, they escalated to 970,000. By the fourth day, sales soared to 1,020,000. Wang Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement upon seeing these figures. They were significantly high, several times greater than before. Yet, he noted that the numbers were somewhat tempered, as they reflected a promotional period. On the first day, with a 50 discount, sales amounted to 770,000. Without the discount, it would have been 1,540,000. The second day featured a 60 discount, the third day a 70 discount, and the fourth day an 80 discount. On the fourth day, sales had already exceeded 1 million. And given the current popularity of Epine Pavilion, it was likely that daily sales could sustain at that level for an extended period, especially during festive seasons when revenues might soar even higher, if fortune smiled upon them. A single customer ordering 3 double-headed abalone in one day could yield over 100,000, and these abalone, lobsters, and bluefin tuna were caught directly from the sea, incurring no costs whatsoever. After deducting expenses, approximately 2.5 million had been earned in just 4 days. A subtle smile graced Wang Xian's lips. Despite the ongoing discounts, the absence of costs for premium ingredients made it all the more profitable. At this rate, he could potentially earn tens of millions in a month, provided that the supply of top-tier ingredients remained ample. Wang Xian pondered deeply, his smile widening. He could entrust the procurement of ingredients to Ao Nu, who, with her current prowess, could effortlessly capture premium supplies. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, Wang Xian's phone rang unexpectedly. He took it out to check, and a broad smile spread across his face. Xiaoyu, brother. Tomorrow I will be going to school with Xiaomi and some other friends who have been accepted to Jiangcheng University. Please come pick me up. Came the voice of his younger sister, Xiaoyu, over the line. What time will you arrive tomorrow? Wang Xian inquired, his face alight with joy. Before he knew it, the start of university was upon them, and his sister Xiaoyu was heading to her new school. We will arrive at Jiangcheng High-Speed Railway Station at 10 in the morning. You must guide us. Rest assured, brother will be there on time. He chuckled as he hung up the call with Xiaoyu, glancing at today's date. Jiangcheng University had 3 days of orientation to accommodate students traveling from afar, and Xiaoyu and her companions had come a day early. Along with her were several other high school students accepted into Jiangcheng University, making a total of 8. Xiaoxian, your sister is arriving tomorrow? Guan Shuqing asked curiously as she overheard the phone call. Yes, Wang Xian nodded. For the next 2 days, I'll be taking my sister out, so I want to have time to be at the shop. Make sure to have a good time with Xiaoyu. After all, there are still 3 days until the official start of classes, Guan Shuqing remarked. Indeed, Wang Xian nodded, contemplating how he wanted to surprise Xiaoyu upon her arrival. The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Wang Xian arrived early at the train station to await his sister's arrival. At 10 o'clock, a group of youths emerged from the station, 8 in total, 3 girls and 5 boys. One of the girls, around 1.6 meters tall, was somewhat slender but possessed a delicate visage. Without any makeup, she exuded a serene aura, reminiscent of a sweet, neighborly girl. Xiaoyu, brother. At the exit of the high-speed railway station, Wang Xian called out to his sister, who was carrying a backpack. Upon seeing him, Xiaoyu's face lit up with excitement, and she immediately ran over. Brother, she exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Wang Xian's arms and wrapping her arms around his neck. All right, you're all grown up now. Yet still so clingy, Wang Xian chuckled, gently patting her head and encouraging her to step down. Hee. Xiaoyu giggled as she descended from him. Brother, let me introduce you to some friends who have been accepted into Jiangcheng University from our hometown this year. With a beaming smile, she gestured towards the 7 individuals approaching. Hello, Senior Wang, greeted a somewhat delicate-looking girl. Hello, Xiaomi. Wang Xian responded with a smile and a nod. Xiaomi was Xiaoyu's best friend, hailing from a well-off family that took great care of her. Hello, Senior. The others greeted Wang Xian as they assessed him with curious eyes. Where are you all headed now? The university doesn't provide accommodation today, so you'll need to find a place to stay for the night, Wang Xian remarked, turning his gaze to Xiaoyu. Are you hungry? Would you like to grab a bite to eat? I'm not hungry. We're planning to find a hotel near the school to stay for the night and explore Jiangcheng for a couple of days. By the way, where are we headed now? Xiaoyu asked her companions. First, we need to buy some supplies. After registering tomorrow, we can go out to have fun, one boy with a bag suggested. We didn't bring much, so we need to purchase some essentials, like a computer. Senior Wang, do you know where we can buy these? If we get everything sorted today, we can enjoy ourselves afterward. Yes, let's buy some things today and put them in the dormitory tomorrow. Senior, please take us shopping. Another boy chimed in. Sure. Wang Xian nodded in agreement, taking Xiaoyu's backpack from her shoulders. Let's first head to a small restaurant for a quick meal, and then I'll take you to the city center to buy some things. All right, Senior. The group nodded and began making their way outside. Senior, how is university life? Is it enjoyable? One boy inquired as he walked alongside Wang Xian. It's not bad, quite free, and the school isn't overly strict, Wang Xian replied with a smile. Senior, take us to a nice restaurant. I'll treat everyone to lunch today, said a boy dressed in fashionable attire, sporting a pair of golden-rimmed glasses without lenses, and carrying a Hermes bag. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, what would you like to eat? No need, Zhao Wenrui. I'm fine with anything, Xiaoyu replied, shaking her head slightly as she felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. Don't worry, whatever you want. We'll go for that, Zhao Wenrui insisted, a bit thick-skinned. Why don't you ask them what they want to eat? I'm indifferent, Xiaoyu said, shaking her head and looking up at Wang Xian. Wang Xian smiled at her, not the slightest bit surprised that Xiaoyu had admirers, for indeed, his sister was exceedingly beautiful. I want to have Japanese cuisine. Let us go for Japanese food, Wenrui, a girl said as she approached Zhao Wenrui, leaning slightly against him. Zhao Wenrui hesitated for a moment as he glanced at the tall girl beside him. She was entirely different from Xiaoyu, standing over 1.7 meters with a voluptuous figure. Her face was strikingly pretty, with a sharp chin, high nose bridge, and slender features. Although beautiful, she bore an all-too-familiar resemblance, reminiscent of internet celebrities with obvious signs of cosmetic surgery. Adorned in makeup, she wore an entire ensemble of Chanel, complete with a Chanel handbag, indicative of her affluent background. Let us skip the Japanese food for lunch. It seems too time-consuming, and with so many of us, it could be troublesome, Wang Xian suggested from the side. How about we just grab a quick bite? I'll take you all for seafood this evening. The girl frowned slightly at Wang Xian's words, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. How is eating Japanese food a waste of time? It's quite delicious. Perhaps you haven't tried it, she retorted. Never mind. Let us just have something simple for lunch today, Zhao Wenrui said to the girl. We can go tomorrow instead. All right then. The girl seemed somewhat displeased, but did not contradict Zhao Wenrui, continuing to chatter beside him. He occasionally exchanged a few words with her, his eyes drifting towards Xiaoyu, who was laughing and joking with Wang Xian and Xiaomi, reminiscing about their amusing experiences learning to drive during the summer. We'll take a taxi to the city center, have a meal, relax a bit, and then shop for some things, Wang Xian informed them, to which everyone nodded in agreement. 3 of them shared a car, while Wang Xian, Xiaoyu, and Xiaomi took another. Xiaoyu, it seems that handsome fellow from earlier really likes you, Wang Xian remarked with a beaming smile as they settled into the car. Humph. Xiaoyu raised her head proudly, but then shook it. I don't like Zhao Wenrui. He seems a bit slick and thick-skinned. I prefer guys like my brother. Brother, you seem to have become even more handsome since we last met. Haven't you, Xiaomi? Indeed, Senior Wang has become significantly more handsome, Xiaomi replied. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Wang Xian. Hee, of course, my brother is the most handsome and the best, Xiaoyu said with a smile. In the future, when I look for a boyfriend, I want someone like my brother. Wang Xian chuckled, and turned to Xiaoyu. I must inform you that while I allow you to date in college, that boy must meet my approval. Otherwise, you know how capable your brother is. All right, brother. I don't plan on dating in college unless I meet someone like you, Xiaoyu giggled. The prospect of attending the same university as her brother brought her immense joy. What did she need a boyfriend for when she had a brother like him? Wang Xian nodded in satisfaction. As the car arrived at the city center, a group of 9 entered a grand building, partaking in a light meal. The extravagant Jia Wenrui insisted on treating everyone, and soon the youths, brimming with excitement, began to explore. All the young men and women had come lightly equipped, with their families generously providing them with funds for shopping and new attire. Wang Xian noted that several of the youths appeared to come from relatively well-off families. Let us go buy some things. I need a computer and a few articles of clothing, one of them exclaimed eagerly after lunch. Let us prioritize clothing. As it's lighter to carry, Wang Xian suggested. Sure thing, senior, Zhao Wenrui nodded, smiling as he inquired. Where can we find those high-end clothing stores in the city center? I also want to buy a handbag. I've been using the same one for half a year, and it's time for a change, remarked a girl with a somewhat trendy appearance. Displaying a hint of superiority, Wang Xian learned during the meal that her name was Jiang Shuang. Wenrui, Jiang Shuang, you two are quite affluent. We can't afford luxury brands, but we'll tag along for the fun, a few other boys said enviously. Haha, it's not too bad. If we have time this afternoon, I might buy a car, asking my family for over 200,000 for a convenient ride, Zhao Wenrui said with a smile, though his expression was laden with pride. Wow, you're incredibly wealthy. A few boys exclaimed in awe, their faces reflecting envy. I'll take you all. Let us go? Wang Xian said, a subtle smile gracing his face as he observed the group's display of affluence. Chapter 80. A lavish shopping expedition. The Sunan Mall is the largest in Jiangcheng City, housing numerous renowned global brands. Let us head there. Wang Xian led them into the mall, recalling his previous visit when he spent over 50,000 on 3 outfits. All right, let us go. Zhao Wenrui beamed as they ventured inside. The second floor has menswear, and the third floor has womenswear. Let us start on the second floor where I'll get 2 outfits, he stated, a slight smirk forming on his lips as he addressed the group behind him. Sounds good. We'll follow along. The boys chuckled, trailing behind Zhao Wenrui, who clearly commanded their admiration due to his wealth and generous treat. Let us go? Zhao Wenrui waved his hand, leading the way with a cheerful demeanor. Xiaoyu linked arms with Wang Xian, observing their surroundings. Upon reaching the second floor, Zhao Wenrui made a beeline for the Armani boutique, walking in with an air of confidence. The group followed, gazing at the prominently priced garments, prompting some boys to shake their heads in disbelief. How exorbitant! A simple shirt costs 700 or 800 or even several thousand, Xiaoyu whispered to Wang Xian. Indeed. World brands naturally come with a hefty price tag. Wang Xian nodded in agreement. It's truly expensive. I can't afford such lavish clothing, Xiaomi remarked, sticking out her tongue. Is it really that costly? At that moment, the voice of Jiang Shuang drifted over, as she dismissively waved her hand at Xiaoyu, stating, clothes priced around 700 or 800 are quite ordinary. Armani is a global brand, and wearing it naturally enhances one's demeanor. A person's aura is significantly influenced by their attire, though I doubt you would comprehend such nuances. A hint of arrogance graced Jiang Shuang's face, clearly looking down upon both Xiaoyu and Xiaomi, particularly Xiaoyu, whose outfit cost no more than 200 yuan, yet managed to capture Zhao Wenrui's attention, stirring jealousy within her. Upon hearing Jiang Shuang's words, Xiaoyu pouted slightly, but refrained from retorting. She understood that in terms of wealth, she could not compete and had no desire to do so. Wang Xian cast a casual glance at Jiang Shuang. Xiaoyu, what do you think of my outfit? At that moment, Zhao Wenrui, now clad in new attire, approached Xiaoyu and inquired. Quite nice, Xiaoyu replied perfunctorily with a nod. Wenrui, I believe a blue shirt would suit you better. While the white pairs well with black, the blue is more fitting, Jiang Shuang interjected, stepping closer to Zhao Wenrui with her suggestion. No need. I'll stick with this, Zhao Wenrui replied, smiling and shaking his head at Jiang Shuang, before turning to Wang Xian, saying, Senior, let me choose an outfit for you. I'd like to gift you a set. Upon hearing this sudden offer from Zhao Wenrui, Wang Xian shook his head. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. It's no trouble at all, Zhao Wenrui chuckled, his gaze shifting to Xiaoyu. Since you are Xiaoyu's brother, I must make an effort to win your favor. Besides, a few thousand yuan for an outfit is trivial for me. I hope our relationship can deepen, he added with a confident smile, fully aware of Xiaoyu's family background and Wang Xian's stature, which bolstered his self-assuredness. He believed himself to be so exceptional that neither Xiaoyu nor her brother could possibly refuse him. However, Zhao Wenrui's unabashed remark, tinged with a hint of arrogance, caused Xiaoyu to furrow her brow slightly. Wang Xian raised an eyebrow as well, observing Xiaoyu's expression, and directly stated, "No need. My sister isn't interested in your type, so you needn't exert yourself further." Aware of Xiaoyu's disinterest in Jiao Wenrui, yet hesitant to outright decline, Wang Xian opted for a straightforward refusal. Jiao Wenrui's face stiffened as he absorbed Wang Xian's words, feeling the sting of such a direct and unambiguous rejection, which left him feeling quite humiliated. The surrounding crowd was taken aback, not expecting Wang Xian to be so forthright in his refusal. Jiang Shuang, noticing Wang Xian's words, displayed a flicker of surprise in her eyes but quickly approached Jiao Wenrui, saying, "Wenrui, you are so exceptional. She simply does not deserve you. With your admirable background and handsome appearance, many girls would be drawn to you. Honestly, senior, your blunt rejection is rather excessive. At least show some courtesy," remarked a nearby male student, observing Jiao Wenrui's displeasure. "It is merely the truth," Wang Xian replied coolly. "Hee, well, it seems I, Jiao Wenrui, have overthought the matter." A slight embarrassment crossed Jiao Wenrui's face as he fixed his gaze on Wang Xian, letting out a cold laugh, since the senior fails to recognize the kindness of others. "So be it." Wang Xian chuckled softly but remained silent, perceiving the youthfulness of the boys before him. Arrogance, ostentation, immaturity, and cliquishness. Wenrui, why bother to curry favor with someone beneath you? Do you still wish to choose your attire? I can select a dashing outfit for you. Jiang Shuang comforted him. "No need." Jiao Wenrui shook his head, glancing at Jiang Shuang beside him. "Go buy your clothes. I shall treat you to an outfit." "Really? Wenrui, you are simply wonderful," Jiang Shuang exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "Never mind. Let us go," Jiao Wenrui said with a composed expression, casting a brief glance at Wang Xian and Xiaoyu as he strode toward the third floor, with the elated Jiang Shuang following closely behind. While the other boys hurried to catch up, Wang Xian watched them depart and turned to Xiaoyu and Xiaomi beside him, shrugging his shoulders. "Are we still following them?" A hint of bitterness crossed Xiaomi's face as she looked at Xiaoyu. "We are not of the same ilk. Perhaps we should not follow them." "Indeed," Xiaoyu nodded hesitantly. "We are indeed not on the same path. Let us not follow them. Especially since we won TB in the same class later." All right, come on. Brother promised to prepare a grand gift for you at the start of school. So let us head upstairs," Wang Xian said with a smile as he regarded them. "Huh, how about this, brother? Let us go back instead. Take us to some fun places." Xiaoyu looked up at him. "I'll take you to play tomorrow. Today, I'll buy you some things first," Wang Xian replied, the corners of his mouth curling up as he spoke to Xiaoyu. "Just follow me." "Brother, what are we going upstairs for?" Xiaoyu asked, puzzled. "Of course. To shop," Wang Xian replied with a smile, leading her to the elevator. No need. Brother, the clothes here are far too expensive." Xiaoyu quickly shook her head. "Do not speak. Just follow." Wang Xian turned to her with a commanding tone. "Oh." Seeing her brother's demeanor, Xiaoyu pouted slightly but followed alongside him. On the third floor, the space was filled with women's fashion, showcasing numerous premier global brands. Upon reaching the third floor, Wang Xian's gaze landed on a store with the Chinese name, Prada. There was a rather famous movie titled The Devil Wears Prada. Prada represents the pinnacle of luxury goods, an epitome of extravagance. This is the one. Chapter 81. Luxurious shopping. Come here. You two girls, stay by my side. Wang Xian tugged at Xiaoyu's arm, addressing her. "Brother, let us not. I know you've earned a bit of money, but this is far too expensive," Xiaoyu remarked, frowning as she surveyed the luxury brands surrounding her. She understood that her brother had made some money, yet she was also aware of the difficulties he faced in earning it. Having been raised with frugality, she had no desire for such brands. Practicality was her only concern regarding clothing. Moreover, the prices here were exorbitant. How much could her brother possibly have? "All right, follow me," Wang Xian said, gently stroking his sister's head. At her age, most girls would be asking their families for money to buy nice clothes and cosmetics. Yet his sister was so frugal that she even hesitated to indulge in slightly pricier meals. "Xiaoyu, today, just let me lead the way. I know how much money we have and how to spend it wisely," Wang Xian said earnestly, gazing at Xiaoyu. "Well, okay then," Xiaoyu replied, touched by her brother's serious demeanor as she grasped his hand. "That's a good girl, come along." A smile graced Wang Xian's face as he headed straight toward the Prada boutique. "Welcome." Upon entering, the attendant at the door greeted them immediately. Wang Xian led them inside, surveyed the garments, and nodded in satisfaction. "Please style each of them in an outfit that is suitable for their age and of high quality," he instructed the attendant. Momentarily taken aback, the attendant glanced at Xiaoyu and Xiaomi before quickly nodding. "Certainly, sir. Ladies, follow me. With summer upon us, dresses are the most flattering choice for young women. This is one of our trendiest dresses for the year, and it will suit students perfectly. Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, admiring the beautiful dresses the attendant held, but her gaze quickly fixated on the price tag. 299 yuan. Brother, perhaps we should go somewhere else, she said, her expression anxious as she regarded the exorbitant price, fretting over how they could possibly afford such expensive clothing. Wang Xian noticed her distress and affectionately patted her head, then retrieved a bank card from his pocket. Today, we shall exhaust the funds on this card. It was a diamond card from Agricultural Bank, with over 5 million yuan still available. Wang Xian was not lacking in finances. After treating Xiao Fengzhen, the card given to him by Elder Qin contained 20 million. And with the income from Yiping Pavilion, he found his money was virtually limitless. As he spoke, Wang Xian handed the card to the attendant beside him. Please fetch them some outfits. The attendant stood momentarily stunned at the sight of the diamond card. As an experienced saleswoman, she recognized its significance. The balance, whether substantial or not, was impressive enough for a lavish expenditure. Yes, sir. I will select the perfect dresses for them right away, she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Brother, have you struck it rich? Xiaoyu could not help but inquire, observing his extravagant demeanor. Ladies, come along. Let us try on some dresses and see which ones look best, the attendant beckoned to them. Wang Xian smiled at Xiaoyu, refraining from answering as he encouraged her to follow the attendant. Wang Xian, you only need to buy for Xiaoyu. I don't require anything, Xiaomi interjected, shaking her head while standing off to the side. She understood that Xiaoyu had only her brother to rely on and that their lives were not easy. It's all right. You may go as well. I appreciate your care for Xiaoyu all this time, Wang Xian said with a smile, encouraging her to leave. Xiaomi's face displayed a hint of hesitation. Xiaoyu, take your close friend along, Wang Xian remarked, observing Xiaomi's demeanor. Xiaomi was a lovely girl, innocent and pure, and the two shared a strong bond. Throughout this summer, Xiaoyu had stayed at Xiaomi's home, and those who treated Xiaoyu well naturally garnered her goodwill in return. The waitress called over 2 more staff members, who began to assist Xiaoyu and Xiaomi in trying on various outfits. After donning a beautifully crafted dress, Xiaoyu appeared even more radiant, much to Wang Xian's satisfaction. Sir, do take a look at how lovely your sister looks in this outfit. She'll be able to wear it for quite some time after school starts. The waitress beamed at Wang Xian. Yes, quite nice. I'll take this one. And Xiaomi's is lovely as well. If you both like them, please wrap them up, Wang Xian instructed directly. This one is also delightful. Please wrap it up as well. Wang Xian, I only need this one. The others are too expensive, Xiaomi interjected. Very well then. When we purchase a bag for Xiaoyu later, I'll also get one for you. Wang Xian nodded at Xiaomi. After the purchases were completed and the card was swiped, the total came to 100,300. Let us go. Having bought 2 dresses, we still need to explore other styles and purchase a couple more. Exiting Prada, Wang Xian grasped the somewhat dazed Xiaoyu's hand, cheerfully displaying the garments. Brother, how do you have so much money? Xiaoyu asked incredulously. Now, I own a restaurant. You'll understand tonight. Today's mission is simply to exhaust this card, Wang Xian replied, flashing the card with a grin. Xiaoyu, your brother is quite impressive now. Xiaomi marveled, equally astonished. Let us move on. This store is Louis Vuitton. Wang Xian directed towards a nearby establishment, the world's largest luxury brand. Naturally, with newfound wealth, he intended to procure the finest items for his sister. Welcome. The store attendants greeted them with radiant smiles as they entered. Wang Xian surveyed the store, spotting women's clothing and handbags, and decided to buy both. Select 2 outfits for her, he instructed the staff, then turned to Xiaoyu and Xiaomi. You both take a look and see which bags you like. It wasn't long before they had chosen 2 outfits and 2 bags. After swiping the card, the total reached over 14,000. Brother, just how much money do you have on that card? Are you trying to turn me into a little princess? Xiaoyu exclaimed, recovering from her shock as they left the store, her face bright with a smile. You'll find out once we finish. Now that we have clothes and bags, we must not forget shoes, and of course, some jewelry and cosmetics. Despite your natural beauty, my little sister, Wang Xian chuckled, let us proceed, our little princess. To the 4th floor. With exuberance, I exclaimed that my brother had become a wealthy individual, and I, his sister, was now part of this affluent lineage. Xiaoyu's spirits lifted as she began to regain her former sweetness and charm, skipping joyfully towards the 4th floor to indulge in shopping. Chapter 82, Luxurious Shopping, Part 2. Brother, I've already spent over 70,000 on skincare products. How much do we have left on the card? That totals more than 300,000. Stepping out of the Lancme store, Wang Xian found his hands laden with an assortment of bags, which he managed with ease due to his strength. Let us continue. We haven't purchased shoes yet, Wang Xian chuckled, delighting in his sister's happiness. This marked the first occasion he could lavishly shower her with gifts without hesitation. "Oh, there's a watch store over there. You all go ahead and have a look. I'll sort out what I have. It's quite a lot," Wang Xian said to his sister. "Senior, let me help you carry some of that," Xiaomi offered, a bit shyly. No, it's not heavy. You all go ahead. I can manage this," Wang Xian replied, shaking his head with a smile. "All right then, Xiaomi and I will take a quick look inside. Today, you can be my personal assistant. Dear brother," Xiaoyu laughed, joyfully pulling Xiaomi towards the Patek Philippe watch store. Upon entering, they were greeted by a group of familiar faces. At the counter, Jiang Shuang was trying on a watch. This model is priced at over 37,000 and is currently on discount. Quite a bargain, the attendant informed Jiang Shuang. Jiang Shuang admired the watch in her hand, genuinely fond of it. However, her family had only allocated 60,000 for her shopping this time. Purchasing this watch might leave her finances tight, causing a flicker of hesitation on her face. "Hey, what brings you here?" A male acquaintance behind them noticed Xiaoyu and Xiaomi's entrance, looking surprised. "We're not following you. We're just browsing," Xiaomi replied. Xiaoyu, noticing Jia Wenrui's group gazing at them, chose to ignore them and wandered over to a nearby counter to inspect the watches. "These watches are quite pricey," Xiaoyu exclaimed, astonished by the displays. Compared to luxury handbags, the prices of watches were even more daunting, many starting at 30 to 40,000, and some reaching into the hundreds of thousands. Patek Philippe, a premier luxury watch brand, offered timepieces that could rival the cost of a luxury vehicle, Xiaomi remarked. Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue, captivated by a watch priced at 80,000. "This watch is beautiful. Excuse me, could you bring it over for us to see?" Xiaomi called to a nearby attendant. "Humph, how shameless," Jiang Shuang scoffed from her seat, casting a disdainful glance towards Xiaoyu and her companions. "Have you even considered the prices of these watches? Can you afford them? If you scratch it, can you cover the cost?" Upon hearing Jiang Shuang's words, the waitress hesitated slightly as she glanced at Xiaoyu and Xiaomi. Both were dressed quite ordinarily, especially Xiaoyu, who appeared somewhat shabby, lacking any adornments. They certainly did not seem like individuals capable of affording such luxury. "Are you certain you wish to make a purchase?" the waitress inquired of them. Her words caused both Xiaomi and Xiaoyu to feel somewhat uneasy. It was their inaugural visit to such an upscale watch store, and being addressed in this manner left them feeling uncomfortable. Does uncertainty preclude one from trying it on? Xiaomi retorted with a hint of irritation, well aware that her brother Xiaoyu was indeed affluent and could afford it. "Uncertain?" Jiang Shuang scoffed derisively, casting a disdainful glance at them. "Can you truly afford it? Did you not notice the prices displayed? Perhaps you should reflect on your own status. If you cannot purchase it, it would be best not to try it on." The waitress, taking note of her customer's remarks, felt a stirring in her heart and responded softly, "You see, without the means, it's best not to linger here and waste others' time." Jiang Shuang's taunts, coupled with the waitress's words, caused Xiaomi and Xiaoyu's faces to flush with embarrassment. At the tender age of 18 or 19, they had never encountered such scorn and belittlement. "Who said we cannot afford it?" Xiaomi exclaimed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Humph," Jiang Shuang snickered, rising to her feet and addressing the waitress. "I will take this watch. Please wrap it for me." "Of course." "Beautiful," the waitress replied, her face lighting up with excitement as she hurried over. "Swipe the card," Jiang Shuang declared, proudly producing a bank card. At that moment, Jia Wenrui, who had been standing nearby, suddenly approached Xiaoyu, whose expression was less than pleasant, and glanced at the watch behind the counter. "If you like it, I will gift it to you. If you become my girlfriend," he proposed, emanating an aura of dominance and fixing his intense gaze upon Xiaoyu. "I can offer you a life beyond your imagination. Just agree to be my girlfriend. You need not endure hardship alongside your brother, nor suffer the disdain of store clerks. Just say yes." A confident smile graced Jia Wenrui's face, for he believed his words would surely sway her. After all, who does not yearn for a better life? "Wenrui," Jiang Shuang interjected, momentarily taken aback by his words, her expression darkening swiftly. She approached him with a menacing demeanor. "She is merely a rural girl, dressed poorly and from a humble background." "How could you?" Silence. A sharp voice interrupted, causing the temperature in the store to plummet. Wang Xian, who had been organizing items, had entered just in time to overhear Jia Wenrui's remarks, and witnessing Jiang Shuang disparaging his sister left him feeling icy. "Brother?" Upon noticing Wang Xian, Xiaoyu immediately approached him, her cheeks flushed. Senior Chu Xian, Xiaomi also joined them. Wang Xian cast a cold glance at Jiang Shuang and Jia Wenrui, a hint of disdain evident on his face. "Trash, deluded by a semblance of wealth," he remarked icily, directing his gaze at Jia Wenrui. "Huh, envisioning a life unimaginable for my sister? With someone like you? Do you have any idea of the worth of what I possess?" Is the money bestowed upon you by your parents sufficient? Waiter, bring forth the finest ladies' watches you have. Wang Xian placed the luxury items he was holding onto the counter with a chilling demeanor. Prada attire, handbags, and the latest Lancome skincare products lay before them. One of the attendants, upon seeing the numerous bags on the counter, wore an expression of astonishment. These items likely totaled between 200,000 to 300,000. Yes, yes. One attendant quickly responded, Sir, these are our finest selections of ladies' watches. This one is adorned with diamonds, and this piece features sapphires. Wang Xian pointed to the one he deemed the most exquisite. Sir, do you truly wish to purchase this? It is priced at 880,000. Are you certain? The attendant's voice trembled slightly. Wrap it up, Wang Xian declared as he tossed his card onto the counter. Of course. The attendant's face lit up with excitement. A wealthy individual, indeed, who could spend 880,000 without a flicker of an eye. Call your manager over, Wang Xian instructed coldly. Certainly, sir. The attendant hesitated momentarily before rushing to summon the manager. A middle-aged woman emerged, warmly addressing Wang Xian. Sir, thank you for visiting Patek Philippe. How may I assist you? My sister was belittled by your staff upon her visit here. I demand an explanation, Wang Xian replied coolly to the manager. The manager was taken aback, furrowing her brow as she glanced at the attendant. As an international luxury brand, they held high standards for their reputation and service quality. Now, faced with a young customer willing to spend 880,000 without batting an eye, she realized she had to address the situation. Everyone in the vicinity was stunned. When Zhao Wenrui heard Wang Xian label him as trash, he had intended to retort angrily, but he was taken aback upon seeing the luxury goods in Wang Xian's possession. He recognized their considerable value, especially when he witnessed Xiao Yu's brother directly purchasing a lady's watch priced at 880,000, his expression one of utter disbelief. Simultaneously, Jiang Shuang gazed at Wang Xian's actions with incredulity. An 880,000 watch, bought without a second thought. The other young men were equally astounded. 880,000, merely for a single watch. Is it not indicative of the bond between Xiao Yu and her brother, having relied on each other since childhood, living in considerable hardship? Is this truly what one refers to as hardship? Chapter 83. What is the disparity? Sir, I apologize for the earlier inquiries made by our staff. Additionally, I assure you that I will provide you with a satisfactory response. The manager bowed apologetically towards Wang Xian, then turned to the nearby service personnel to inquire about the situation's outcome. Xiao Yu, come here, Wang Xian beckoned. Which staff member treated you with disdain just now? Brother. It's nothing. She merely asked if we were able to purchase. If not, we shouldn't try it on, Xiao Yu shyly reiterated. Huh, one cannot try on unless they intend to buy? Wang Xian remarked with a hint of sarcasm directed at the manager. Of course not. As long as you enter. You are considered a customer, and we will allow customers to try on items, the manager retorted, his expression soured by Wang Xian's inquiry. He cast a cold glance at several staff members and coldly demanded, who said they couldn't try it on just now. Manager, I thought the staff member, whose face had turned pale, stammered in explanation. Do not explain to me. If all our employees were like you, how would we ever sell anything? Who told you that trying on was forbidden? The manager interrupted her coldly. Pack your belongings. We cannot afford to keep an employee like you. Manager, I acknowledge my mistake. Please grant me another chance, the staff member pleaded urgently. The manager furrowed his brow, glancing at Wang Xian, who continued to regard him with a cold stare. Gritting his teeth, he replied, Do not say any more. Resign immediately. Such disdainful arrogance, Wang Xian coldly remarked to the staff member, who looked over with a pale face, filled with regret. Sir, your watch, another staff member said as she neatly presented the watch to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded, accepting it and handing it to his sister. Take it. It is often said that girls should be pampered. Although you are growing up, it is not too late. With a smile, he presented the watch to Xiao Yu, then turned to Zhao Wenrui and Jiang Shuang, saying, Do you presume that wealth grants you the right to look down upon others? Huh. I'm not even referring to you, mere children. There are many who are far wealthier than you. As he spoke, Wang Xian approached Zhao Wenrui and patted him on the shoulder. Do not dare to provoke my sister again. You are not worthy. If you fail to recognize your place, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Come, sister, we still have shoes to purchase. By the way, should we buy a necklace as well? Wang Xian concluded coldly, then turned to Xiao Yu with a smile. No need, brother. Let us go, Xiao Yu replied, her heart brimming with admiration and joy at her brother's protective nature. In the past, when others bullied her, he would retaliate. Now, he simply used his wealth to counter any offense. As they walked, their hands laden with numerous items, Wang Xianling moved towards the exit. A male student, astonished, murmured behind them, questioning how Xiao Yu's brother could possess such wealth. Zhao Wenrui's expression was one of deep embarrassment, his lips twitching in distress. The words Wang Xian had just spoken, in stark contrast to their earlier encounter on the first floor, felt like a blatant display of disdain and insult. Yet, he dared not retort. After all, someone capable of casually spending 880,000 to purchase a watch might hold considerable power in Jiangcheng. The fear of retaliation stifled his voice. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuang cast a jealous glance at Xiao Yu's retreating silhouette. Why did Zhao Wenrui not favor her, but instead prefer Xiao Yu? Why did she possess such an impressive brother? Looking at the watch she had painfully acquired, she compared it to the luxurious timepieces Xiao Yu's brother could procure effortlessly, her face paling at the thought. The disparity between people could indeed be infuriating. All right, brother. We have enough already. Everything is in order. After purchasing shoes and even a few sets of undergarments, Xiao Yu held onto some items and addressed Wang Xian. Yes, everything is in place, including the clothing, Wang Xian replied thoughtfully, glancing at their belongings. Now we just need a laptop, a new phone, and one more item. And we should be set. By the way, Xiao Yu, is there anything else you wish to buy? Oh my dear brother, this is more than sufficient. The computer is still functional, and there is an Apple store nearby. Let us go, Wang Xian interjected, striding forward. Xiao Yu followed closely behind, a smile of contentment gracing her face as she admired her brother's figure. The computer and phone were not excessively expensive, totaling around 30,000. Brother, really? We don't need to purchase anything more. Let us first drop these items off at your dorm, Xiao Yu suggested, observing Wang Xian, who was burdened with numerous packages and beaming with joy. I'll find us a hotel. We can put our things inside, and then take a break. Wang Xian replied with a smile. All right, brother, Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Wang Xian surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the nearby Xiaoyang International Hotel, a property owned by the Shui family. Let us go, follow me, he instructed, leading the way to the hotel. As they approached the entrance of the five-star Xiaoyang International Hotel, Xiao Yu murmured the name of the establishment. In the past, she would never have allowed her brother to book such an extravagant accommodation for her, but after witnessing his affluent nature, she gradually grew accustomed to it. Excuse me. I would like to book a presidential suite, Wang Xian stated at the reception desk. Apologies, sir, but all our presidential suites are currently booked. Would you like to consider another room? The staff member replied apologetically. Brother, a standard room will suffice for Xiaomi and me. There is no need for the presidential suite. So please do not squander your money. Xiao Yu hastily tugged at his hand. Very well, just any room will do, Wang Xian replied with a resigned nod, producing the family card given to him by the Shui family and handing it to the attendant. The beautiful female attendant momentarily paused upon receiving the family card, her expression one of astonishment as she gazed at the Xiaoyang membership card. After swiping it on the machine, the computer immediately chimed, Welcome, esteemed family card member, to our establishment. You shall enjoy the finest service. The attendant was taken aback, and two nearby staff members quickly approached, their faces filled with disbelief, exclaiming, The family card. It is our Xiaoyang Hotel's most prestigious membership card, granting complimentary access to the best services. My goodness. The card-holding attendant quickly regained her composure, respectfully stating, My apologies, sir. Our hotel has a designated presidential suite reserved exclusively for family card members. I will escort you there immediately. Thank you for your assistance, Wang Xian nodded. It is no trouble at all, the beautiful attendant replied promptly. Behind him, Xiao Yu and Xiaomi stared at Wang Xian in utter astonishment.